What is happening to you guys? And welcome to the Finn's Tailgate, the show that never seems to, the tailgate party show that never seems to end. I am your host, El Capitan. Welcome to a midday edition of the Finn's Tailgate. Got Color hanging in the back. I'm sure he'll hop up here once he digs into his reggae pancakes and coffee. Yeah, guys, figured I'd do a daytime show. Got home from work, showered up, didn't shave because I'm a dirtball, and figured I'd just come in here and, spend some time with you guys rather than wait until tonight. Didn't go on last night. Figured we hang out, go through some stuff. We'll talk about the Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes, Tua insanity. We'll also go into my top 5 concerns heading into the offseason. So, and I have some things to go along with that. We'll open up a panel. We'll get into madness. Timeout rules are in effect. So with that, guys, make sure you're checking all the great content here on the Finn's Tailgate Network. Talk 7 TMI Tuesdays coming around at you, around 9, live. Tomorrow night, you can catch Talk. Make sure to be there. Thursday nights, late night color commentary. Everybody already knows color getting into it. Coming this Saturday, we'll have Ali back with Late Night Exhale with Ali. TFTG, usually around 10, sometimes during the day. All the other days, everybody, watch out. Make sure to hit your notification bell. Subscribe to the network. Come over from Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter and subscribe here on YouTube. Cash App, Venmo, help support the show. Fanatics link is in the description. Make sure you're checking out all the great stuff at Fanatics through the link. And if you are purchasing, hit that link. Make sure, because they like it. Or get some of our gear. Some of the good. Extra exclusive, hats in different colors. Be part of the team. Get yourself a flag for the tailgate parties. So, guys, what's happening, everybody? Justin, what's good? Shake, California, Sweet Jumps. AA, what's happening, everybody? Yeah, he is getting a lot of attention for that podcast, Sweet Jumps. It's good, and I look, I kind of like what he's doing. He's kind of putting himself out there, making himself more vulnerable, and more. He's going to get more criticism too. I mean, look, as somebody who's been doing this, 7 months or so now, you can't come on here and ramble for hours on end for a long time and, not slip up with who you really are. So you should probably come out in the get-go with who you are. Because if you come on with a character, you're going to be caught for the fake person you really are. So just being real, and not that Tyreek Hill's fake, but I'm just saying, smart that he's got his lawyer and his agent as his team, which is brilliant because then they can reel it off. Plus, I believe his shows are recorded then released, so that would be smart as well. What's happening, Trucker Sean, California, Von Joe? So good things from Tyreek. There's a graphic I'm going to share that I posted on Twitter, and guys, follow me on Twitter, but this is from Good Morning Football, and this is essentially the stat that everybody's talking about. So it is the offseason, so we're getting into the madness, and people are like, yeah, Tua is better than Patrick Mahomes in this. Okay, so when you say Tua is better than Patrick Mahomes, you really kind of invite a lot of discussion and a lot of pushback, to be real. We're talking about Patrick Mahomes here. So, listen, but this is the graphic that Tua people are really pushing, and really kind of what Tyreek Hill is talking about in his podcast. And so we'll check it out right here. Tua versus Patrick Mahomes, completion percentage above expected plus 0.9%. Then we have really this right here, completion throws of 20 plus yards. Tua is hitting 50%, Now, and Patrick Mahomes is hitting 38.2%. And now, a lot of people will go, well, yeah, Patrick Mahomes throws a lot more downfield than Tua did, and you'd be right. But by what Tyreek Hill has said and what a lot of people are talking about with this is that Tyreek Hill is basically pointing out that on average, whether they're 20 plus yards or just, in between, before that 10-yard pass, whatever the hell it is, the timing and the accuracy of where the ball needs to be caught for the best outcome of the play. So like when it's just like a small little, leak out the back end, a pass, and it's like only a 2-yard, 3-yard pass, you want the ball to be on your outside shoulder because when you catch it, you want to be able to turn up field. That's knowing that as a quarterback and where you want to put the ball. Tua's really good at that type of accuracy. I think that's more along the lines of what Tyreek Hill is talking about with Tua and all that. Plus, if you look at the bottom, it says average time to throw 2.52 seconds, and Patrick Mahomes had 2.84. So, I know it didn't sound like a lot, but 0.3 seconds in the time of a pocket is, it's a freaking lifetime of difference. So just something to, and those average times to throw are on those passes, not average times to throw of like every pass. Just something I found interesting, and a little bit of quotes from what Tyreek Hill did say in the interview, and I'll have them here for you. It needed to be said was the name of the podcast, or with Tyreek Hill is the name of the podcast. Come on, let me scroll down here. Mostly the interview was obviously a lot about his contract and everything like that with Hill, and that he felt underutilized. Everybody knows that about that point. And he used things like, I had 3 catches for 14 yards in the Baltimore game, but week 1 he went 189 yards and won the game. So like it was those types of examples that Tyreek Hill was just not happy with. And he used the comparison of Matt Moore and Tua being 10 of Matt Moore's. That he went 150 and a touchdown with Matt Moore, and that he knows he's going to do a heck of a lot better with that. But when he was asked about arm strength and who had the strongest arm, Hill had this to say. Obviously, I'm going with 1.5 as the strongest arm. As far as accuracy wise, I'm going with Tua all day. So here's where the discussion has opened up, and it is Tua versus Mahomes in this scenario, which you can't even quantify putting them together. But I think more along the lines of what Tyreek Hill is saying is that the accuracy, not just on the long ball, because he didn't talk a lot about being used in stretching the field for the Dolphins, more about quick passes and inside a system, really, not just freeing it, not just going, fuck it, Tyreek down there somewhere, which that's going to happen too. And that'll be nice to see. But I think what Tyreek is deferring on in this conversation and what he means by Tua as a much more accurate quarterback is that in the concepts of the route, the ball placement inaccuracy, where he wants it caught, where it's supposed to be put. If, it's a little button hook and he's sitting there, designed that when he catches the ball, he takes it inside, not outside, or vice versa. Tua knows that ahead of time, has the communication with the the wide receiver and quarterback, and they discuss, hey, where exactly do you want this ball on this play? And I think that that's something that he's referring upon, up for complete interpretation. And I can push it any way I want. We could also push it another way that, hey, he's paid $30 million a year. he better gas up the quarterback because we brought him in here to, I don't want to say inflate the numbers, but this is what you do. You got a young quarterback. He needs some help. You bring in a veteran wide receiver to help him. Duh. Bring in a veteran offensive lineman to help him. Duh. I don't like that those things are also being used against Tua, but there is something to be said that come the end of the year when we're looking at Tua and what his numbers are and making our assessment on whether or not he's a franchise quarterback and if the Dolphins plan to move off of him or keep him and build, whatever that is, numbers could be what they could be. But we also can have the conversation that how much better are Tua's numbers because of Tyreek Hill and, the additions. But that's what football kind of is at the same time. You make the team better and there's better output by people on the team in different positions. I mean, you can't fault Tua for having better weapons and a better offensive line, but you can take that into consideration of how much he elevated things, or was he along for the ride in some instances? Is he more than just a facilitator? So, but we got to also ask ourselves, Dolphin fans, what is it that we want? Do we want a high facilitator of the football, or do we want a type of quarterback that, does things with an elite arm strength? I think we can agree that Tua doesn't have elite arm strength. So that's not what we're looking for. Off script throws and making something out of nothing. I've seen him do that sometimes. Is that his MO? No, it's not. Hopefully those things change. We're going to see, a lot of those unscripted, broke down pocket, scramble around throws that Patrick Mahomes had. It's easy to say, Patrick Mahomes can do that because I see Tyreek Hill out there. Now that Tyreek's gone, are we going to see those types of plays? We might see Patrick Mahomes try to do those things, but are they going to be some guy on the other end? Yet to be seen. But elite accuracy is something to be said, Blake. I see you want elite accuracy. I agree. I don't give them the ball, have a sound running game, grind out wins, win and where you can. But we also got to remember, too, that this is a passing league, and that's going to be where, if and when you can, you got to expose that weakness when you find out. Somebody, that's all. It's just you can't just run every time. So Von Joe says, come on, EM Dolphin fan. That interview was all fluff, bro. Yeah, honestly, Von Joe, in that interview, very little was even talked about the Dolphins. There was 2, maybe 3 times where the Dolphins and Tua in particularly was mentioned. I think we'll all be excited to see where that comes in the future as more of his shows come out. But, we shall see. Let me see here. Hold on. Of course, this page closed. Why did it do that? Give me a second. Oh. Before I get to my top 5 concerns, I had an article that I found from Dolphins Wire, written by Mike Masala. Touchdown Wire says Tua Tagovailoa is the worst QB for this type of throw. So I haven't read this article. It is something I wanted to get to in light of what we're saying. Tua, great accurate throw, and that's what Tyreek Hill wants. And I think he also wants that to prove the worth of the contract. I mean, we talked the other day about how long into the season, if Tyreek Hill's numbers aren't showing worthy of the millions he got, does he start, chirping about, hey, Tua, you need to throw me the ball, or that's a touchy subject. Those, you get a dog, and you got to remember, we got two dogs in the bat there, and Waddle and Hill, team players, of course, but I'm just saying, these are things to consider late in the season, or towards the season in the middle, when if the Dolphins have been losing and Tua hasn't been doing well, or even if the offensive line is sucking and that's the reason to blame, does a guy like Tyreek with a podcast, does he start expressing himself in his discontent? All right, so in Tua Tagovailoa's 2 years in the NFL, when he gotten the chance to lead the team, he hasn't exactly had the best protection in front of him. Miami's offensive line in 2021, his first season as the presumed starter, was one of the worst units in the league. Right tackle Jesse Davis, left tackle Liam Eichenberg, left guard Austin Jackson didn't perform to NFL caliber players. Center Michael Dieter missed time last season with an injury, which forced Greg Mance and Austin Reeder into the group at times. The only big man up front to do their job consistently well was Robert Hunt, right guard. Pressure not only led to poor rushing performances and injuries to the quarterback, but Tagovailoa also struggled with the pass rush. In Touchdown Wire's piece, finding the worst quarterback for every type of pass, Miami Dolphins signal caller was listed as the worst player in the league under pressure. That is not good, bro. That is not good. So under pressure, Tua, with a pass rush in his face by Dolphin Wire, he's the worst quarterback in the league. That sucks. That's not good. Let me continue. Here's what Touchdown Wire's Doug Farrar wrote about Tagovailoa. Two non revelers unite. When pressured in 2021, Tagovailoa completed 49 of 104 passes for 606 yards, 356 air yards, 3 touchdowns, 8 interceptions for a passer rating of 43.2. Less than ideal when your offense allows 253 pressures. So, not good. With all the non-physical pressure that Tagovailoa had on him last year to help carry an offense that left something to be desired from a talent perspective, and also didn't have a true offensive coordinator, it's no surprise Tagovailoa wasn't confident in his play when the snap came. In 2022, he set to play in a quarterback-friendly system under Mike McDaniel, who, well-respected mind, yard. That's why when we hired McDaniel and we talked about him implementing his blocking scheme, the zone blocking scheme, and what he wants to do, and then he hired these coaches, and everybody was all, it's been nothing but like O-line. And there is concerns with how the O-line shakes out, but we got to expect a better performance than last year. Goodness gracious, dude. That was just, I don't even know what to call that last year. All righty. So, guys, make sure you're hitting the like button, subscribing to the show. Everybody, make sure to hit the like. I'm going to bring up Color. Color, you ready to come up here, homie? You there, Color?
Yeah, I suppose. Now that I'm done arguing with Ian Baller about 0.32 seconds.
Well, we're gonna drop the link after I go through my top 5.
I don't have the energy for it. He's just gonna pull up nonsense like, oh, your receiver can get 20 more steps in 0.32 seconds. No, sorry, bro. Time 0.32 seconds, and you tell me that anything more or less is gonna happen in a third of a second. Go ahead, time it.
Yeah, but in quarterback pocket ordeal, it's a lifetime.
0.32 seconds. Come on, man.
Wow.
Come on.
So, yes, guys, get the likes up, please. getting ready to
But I
start.
respect his thought. I mean, he is making sense. That's why it's hard to argue because, yeah, technically, I guess you can get a receiver can get another step in 0.32 seconds. And in the NFL, I guess that can be the difference between a completion and not.
Yeah,
but,
what's 0.3 seconds for a guy like Tyreek?
But that true, but that's the point. So, but the same people will not saying. I'm not saying EM did. I'm saying that the same people will argue with me that Patrick Mahomes is not going to see a regression.
I don't trust that clock, that second clock in the NFL either. If you watch, I swear to God, that thing speeds up and slows down. Fuck out of here, bunch of I don't know conspiracy.
What I think is way more interesting is what Drew just retweeted, and I saw it yesterday when I was sitting on the throne. Fox News proper, not sports. Fox News proper. Dolphins Tyreek Hill makes wild claim about Tua Tagovailoa's accuracy. That's their headline.
Oh man, dude, no way, bro.
Fox News proper.
Goodness gracious, dude. Looking for that smoke, apparently, dude. I mean, look, I do understand where they're coming from because when you try to measure Tua versus Tyreek, it's even just ridiculous to do that. You know, I understand, and that's why in the beginning monologue I talked about where I think Tyreek is coming from when he talks about his accuracy for his preference.
Well, that's what I mentioned yesterday is that, you know, obviously he's not going to lose credibility. He's still a
it's freaking Tyreek Hill.
But he starts to run the risk of like, okay, Tyreek, you know, we know you're being a cheerleader here, but even a cheerleader wouldn't have said what you just said, dude. I mean, let's be honest. When he's here's the context. I'll put context on it. Mm-hmm. He's talking about what he likes as a receiver. What makes him thrive is utilizing his legs for the whole field. So he wants the ball as soon as he can get it in his hands. He wants to be the one to take it 80 yards. He doesn't want to go 80 yards.
Yeah, when the game on the line, right. Give me the ball.
And he doesn't want to go 80 yards and catch it. You know, he wants to take the ball as soon as he can. That's why
not only that, how many times I got to run 80 yards before you throw me the ball?
Exactly. So when it comes to the type of passes that Tyreek likes, which is what his perspective is going to be, yeah, Tua is obviously accurate. You know what I mean?
Bonnie in other words, says here, when 232 QB hurries, it's the worst by 40 in the NFL.
When I say dropping quarters in a bucket, I'm just saying Tyreek's the bucket.
Not a shot glass. We're not doing quarters.
Well, it might be a shot glass with him. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, again,
I think that's the thing. Like you can do quarters in a bucket. I think he's saying that Tua puts quarters in the shot glass. How about that?
Well, that may be. Maybe I should revise it. The shot glass is still only sitting right in front of him, though. Which
that's
I guess is still a little hard.
Because a quarter in a bucket from down there, but a quarter in the shot glass here on the table.
Yeah, I guess that's arguably.
Yeah.
Tyreek
Hill, shot glass on the table versus
but in all reality, if he's talking about putting it out in front at that range. Yeah, Tua is great at it. I mean, obviously he's a rhythm passer. That's his whole game.
Well, there's a huge thing of argument and contention about the deep throw for guys like Tyreek Hill and elite speed guys. Okay. And something talked about back when we had Tannehill and we wanted to get him a deep threat weapon. We always want the deep threat without the blocking to make the deep throw happen. That's number one. So let's think about that. But the argument is that where's a good throw down deep versus to when you got a guy like that, you know, when if they're even, what's the saying? If they're even, if he's even, he's leaving. That's the saying. Right. So you know a guy like that. So like all you got to do is say once they're 10, 12 yards off the ball, you see he's hip to hip and hit him with one of that. You just hurl that bitch out there. He goes and gets the ball, You don't throw it to anybody.
That's what Patrick Mahomes has enjoyed for all these years. He literally, when he gets in trouble, he literally just lobs the ball up to the only open spot of the field he sees, and he knows Tyreek's going to get there, no matter where he's at on the field.
That's right. I'm going to put it far and fast way out there. And once that timing is created, then we'll see. Now that timing has to be understood. Like Tua's got to think.
No longer has. That's the part that should make Mahomes look a little more like a guy like Tua next year. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll see the jump from Tua. Because look, this is Tua, and I'm just saying, you're in the pocket, you set hut, you get all your steps in, and you look around, and your immediate thing on a certain call or play, because you saw it pre-snap, safety's over, they're in single high. Tyreek's in the slot, but really it's a 9 route from the slot. You know what I'm saying? And you step there and you see who he's at, and you see the safety's still in the middle and didn't take double with Tyreek after that step. You shouldn't even think about it. You should just go, fuck it. Just crank that bitch way out there.
All Patrick Mahomes is looking for when he's scrambling is grass. That's all he's looking for.
That's it. Is there anyone else out in front of that guy? I don't care who's with him. Is there anyone else out in front?
And with Tyreek,
Tyreek needs to realize is this. He needs to realize this.
With Tyreek, he doesn't even care where Tyreek's at. He'll just find an open piece of grass and throw it there, and he knows Tyreek will be there.
That's really where we're got to see it. But Tua needs to find out, hey, because this is kind of the problem with those timing, rhythm, and accurate quarterbacks. They want to make sure the ball ends up to someone that they're throwing it to, rather than just throwing it and hoping their guy could take it, because it's kind of like they're afraid that someone else will be there. That They like those timing throws. They want to know, feel, watching it and do it like that timing.
Right,
thing. This isn't a timing. This isn't a timing thing. This is a
Tyreek to be the fastest guy on the field.
That's it. That just go, look, I'm gonna put a ball out there. Now, it does put you in positions where, somebody on the other side of the field, safety, got extra deep and came down in play. But is what it is, bro. Mm-hmm. Is what it is. I'm willing to live and die by that sword a little bit for and Waddle too. Comes down to, are we going to get the blocking to make these things happen?
Right.
But he needs to figure out, okay, it's almost 3 seconds. I know where Tyreek was in the matchup. I see where the safety is. I might not even be able to know exactly where Tyreek is at.
Exactly.
Just know where he's heading. Yep. And just put it. Now, how much does he put on it? Does he lob it up so it has the time? Because I don't think you need to do that. Does he put every single thing he's got into it in height and distance? And that's for them to figure out. That's their deal. They got to find that connection.
Well, that's what makes a quarterback.
That's what makes a football team from a good football team to a contender, is plays like that. And we need more of them.
And real quick, Dolphin Spurs world? I don't disagree. What I said specifically was it might make him look bring him back a little closer to Tua. I didn't say it was going to be worse than Tua.
No.
I think I believe that Patrick Mahomes will prove me wrong. I'm just saying, until he does, I have to say he lost Tyreek. They didn't gain anything, to equal Tyreek. We should see a regression given all of the things that people say about how Tyreek would help Tua.
Well, if you're asking Tyreek,
not help Patrick Mahomes anymore, you know what I mean?
I dareth noteth put words in Tyreek's mouth, but if you were to ask him, I bet you he would say exactly what Color's saying, that you're going to see how much I'm not on the field is going to affect
Patrick Mahomes is just a man. He bleeds. Yeah. That's what Tyreek's saying.
And you'll see how much better Tua's going to be now that I'm here. Not anything to take away from Tua. And that's kind of the point. This is where the onus falls on him. Tua's got to know and trust and believe that, hey, Tyreek said, hey, if I'm here and there's that safety's down, then just throw it. I'm going to get it. And once they find that timing.
Well, who was it that was saying about Tyreek? Oh, Pete. This is Pete's point.
Delusional Patriot fan says this right here. How many games of Mahomes to Hill is the reason why they came back and won it?
How about the one that
I can think of like 4 of them right off the top of my head.
How about the Buffalo game in the playoffs?
Well, everyone knows that, but I'm talking about even for the years. The years of that. to Hill. I mean, the whole meme of fucking Tyreek down there somewhere. That whole thing, that is gone.
And when you see the highlights from the secondary's perspective and watch what Tyreek's doing on every play, he's just making them DBs look stupid, bro. It's just ridiculous.
It is. He's like a freaking cheat code, you know. Like if you were playing on Super Mario, he'd have all the stars coming off of him.
Right. Now this,
he'd be just jolting past.
This was Pete's point that he took so much heat for. All of what Tyreek's doing right now, yes, it's to support Tua. Yes, it's to support the team. But ultimately, it's to plant his face on that billboard that hangs over I-95. That's what it's for. He's saying, I'm going to make another Patrick Mahomes here in Miami. That's what he's claiming.
That's a hefty claim, but hey, I like it. Hey, I like it.
This is like Mike McDaniel. Hey, we got a whole room full of them. Mike McDaniel, I'm the guy that's going to unlock Tua. You know what I mean? Hey, they all believe in themselves. That's the one thing we can hang our hats on.
So with
we got
that
a whole
color,
room full of guys that believe in themselves.
With that color, we will start with my top 5 off-season concerns. So everybody, we're going to go 5 to 1, and this is kind of the rating of it too. Number 5, Mike McDaniel. Quarterback whisperer, guru, genius. Now, my concern is that there's minimal play calling live in game. I don't care what anybody says. You can tell me he called all the plays last year, but I'm sorry. I don't buy that. And I can remember when the narrative shift mid-season once he became on-screen coaching candidate. And I see the NFL does this every year around week 8, 9, and 10, where the young guys, there's this whole, the camera angle watching them, and it's too much theater for me not to call bullshit when I see it. Sorry. So now, do I have faith in McDaniel? Sure do. I like his entire setup. But I will say it is a concern. First-time head coach, limited play calling and live game action. How does he manage the clock, timeouts? We saw that struggle with our last coach. Just pressure. It's a whole new gig being a head coach. You have no life. He's a young man with a family. Baby just had a baby recently. He has a lot of pressure. And also, there's a scenario in which he only gets this head coaching job for 1 year. And I don't care what anybody says about that either. You can go, oh, no, this, that, and the third. That's all you guys thinking that we win,
That's actually
games.
My concern about him is that not that he'll only earn 1 year, is that we're going to just keep this carousel going around.
Believe me,
everything doesn't go perfect. They're going to toss him to the curb like they've done every other coach.
That's why I assume that, because that's what I know. It's not what I like, guys. It's not what I want. It's what I know. I'm a lifelong Dolphins fan. I know this fucking team. Sorry.
Yeah,
I know
and
this
Ian
team.
Baller's
I know this owner. I know this
head
office. I know how they work. I've seen it. I've been for all of it. I know their tactics via social media and how they gas shit up that shouldn't be. All of it, bro. I'm sorry. I got it down peg. You want the real? I'll tell you. So,
and Ian Baller says, hopefully we have a coach that knows how to use the challenge flag. And that's precisely the part
that's what I'm talking about.
Where I'm like, I get a good vibe from McDaniel that he's highly intelligent. And I just don't think we'll see those types of first year mistakes. I really don't. But I thought the same thing about Flores too. So just keep that in mind. I didn't think a guy coming from New England for 15 years would make those types of mistakes.
Well, we weren't a real penalized team, and that's something to think about too. Flores' system, and
that's on Flores. The discipline,
the discipline and catching penalties. Typically, coaches like McDaniel, looser, more friendlier, head coaches, those teams get more penalties. They get a little bit more loose. They grab a little more offsides, a little more.
Well, I'm also thinking about what the nonsense that we've seen in games with not making the challenges at the right time, making challenges that are obviously going to fail and burning a timeout, stuff like that. What EM's talking about.
No, I know what he's talking about.
Here's the thing, EM. I didn't think that a guy like that came from New England for 15 years would ever make those mistakes either. but he did.
We've seen.
You know,
I mean, listen, all coaches make mistakes with the timeouts and the challenge flags and stuff like that.
yeah, delusional makes a good point. You know, maybe that's part of Flores again not being able to hire the right people. If he's talking about the people in the booth looking at the video and seeing something different than we're seeing at home, then that's on them. Yeah, but that's still Flores hiring them. So the detractors are going to say that's still Flores' fault. You know what I mean?
All of these concerns, along with quarterback whisperer, guru, genius, if the offensive line and or the quarterback or whatever struggle with implementing the offense, we will see it be very vanilla and slow early on. Can that grow? Can that grow? Can they make this offense look tricky, or is it just going to look really basic early on? I kind of think it will look a little basic. They might have a couple of plays here and there, especially because they got talents like Tyreek Hill and Waddle. But in some ways, get back to the basics with running the ball. Let's run this ball with purpose. Is that going to work out? All these things, his game plan, his clock management, him handling the pressure, he's tied himself at the hip with Tua. If Tua starts faltering, does he make a move like that? All these scenarios that are going to face him still is my top 5 concern because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how he's going to handle it. So that was my 5th. My 4th concern is the linebacking unit, in particularly the inside linebacking unit. Now, it's my concern. It's the team's concern. They're bringing in linebackers. They just brought in Melvin Ingram and Porter Gustin. I think from just how many linebackers they've got in color, you said, what was it, 13, 14? How many linebackers do the Dolphins have now on the roster?
I counted 13. That's including the outside one. So everybody listed with LB, there's 13 of them on our roster.
And there's a lot of outside linebacking depth. It's in particularly inside linebackers. So I also think, well, they're probably going to only have, as far as inside linebackers, they're going to have a lot of like 2-man inside linebackers, but they're going to be only the outside linebackers be playing on the line in a pseudo pass rushing defensive end role more often than not. The depth there, I worry about. Now, Duke Riley has been doing better, but after Duke Riley, Roberts, and Baker, who are the inside linebackers? Tyndall is a young guy, but even all these other outside linebackers, you can't have them. I mean, could you? I don't know. It is something that concerns me. We know the linebacking unit has been a problem. I don't know. Color, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of picking the right guys. I think we've got a wealth of riches on the roster, but we just got to make sure they pick the right set.
Well, I worry about, Tyndall's a young guy, 3rd rounder.
Already signed him, so he's contracted now.
Yeah, he's on the team. He'll make the team as well.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about Good? Do you think Good's got a shot, or is he going to end up being the odd man?
Good's not going to be an inside linebacker either.
True.
He's not.
Yeah, that's true. Although he did do some of that role where he was at blowing up, that side of the line. But then again, a lot of the highlights we saw was him tracking down the quarterback in the flat too, which I really like. But
I really hope that it is the 4 guys I'm thinking of playing the inside linebacking, and Tyndall gets rotated in. But I'm kind of excited to see what Duke Riley does more in that role.
And we're also in Baller. I get what you're saying. Our worst position is MLB. Then we got a pretty good roster. The position isn't highly valued. That's true. But in our particular case, middle linebacker is the reason teams like Atlanta were able to just run the ball right down our throat and kick the game-winning field goal. Let's be honest.
We know Roberts is healthy right now, but he's going to be coming out looking like Cyborg and stuff. He'll have all that shit all over him, and he's going to miss some time just from blowing things up. Baker is not known for filling in, in like that. They're more of an outside type of linebacker running around. That's what you want him to do. Tyndall hopefully will start taking some of those snaps. We just know it's a point that is a weakness, and that's where when you're an offense playing against a defense, you're trying to find that matchup. And teams that do and can, once we're, preventing or doing anything, they do expose it. So we'll see.
So McGotovaloa says that Stephen Ross and Dan Marino are the guys in the booth calling the challenges.
I haven't heard that, but I'll look into it.
It would make sense, though. It would make complete sense.
So, third on my list is cornerback depth. So, this really comes down to Noah Igbenogany. He's still struggling, and although he's made some plays early in camp, we hear this every year with Noah, making some plays early in camp. Pads come on, he doesn't get his head around. Once that helmet's on, and I don't know what happens. I really hope that Sam and Pat can figure it out with this guy. But the cornerback depth is a big concern. I mean, we do have a lot of guys on the roster, and Trill Williams, but I haven't been hearing great things out of Trill Williams as of late. I haven't heard bad things. Quincy Wilson is the guy to look at. Veteran. He's interesting. 6'2", 193 pounds. I'm hearing about him a little bit, but it is something to worry about because everything this defense does is on Xavier Howard and Byron Jones being on the outsides. And if Byron Jones, who's coming back from injury, or Xavier Howard, even if they take plays off, you know what I'm saying, Color? They look the team. I mean, listen, any quarterback that's worth their salt, they see Byron Jones and or Xavier Howard off the field, you're going right at that matchup to test it. Right at it. And Patrick Mahomes torched us in that game. We had right there. They just turned it up. Defense got tired. They played too much football.
Yeah, they call that throttling your opponent.
That's exactly what they did, bro. They throttled the shit out of us, Color. A lot of people don't know how that works. They don't get that, Color, like in the game.
And that's the thing.
They really don't, bro. That's why we stayed up for the defense so much.
But see, that's why Tua ended up looking so much better and rosier than Kyler Murray in that shootout. Defense. Because Arizona thought they were one of those teams that could throttle people, but they're really not. So they tried to throttle us, and Tua shoved it right down his throat.
Yeah, that's perfectly put. That's right. They tried to throttle us, and then
That's why I don't believe in Arizona. They already think they're there, and they're not.
They're not. They're not. They really got a lot of faith in that young quarterback, and he's good. But what has he really done?
Kyler Murray going to try to throttle Tua. Give me a break, man.
It didn't work.
No, it didn't.
No, plus you got to think too. That was a rookie year for Tua. That was the time to try to throttle a young QB, get him overwhelmed. Yep. But Tua stepped up. I think also psychologically, Tua's like, I beat this kid in college. Fuck this guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying? Not only that, but Kyler's probably thinking, oh, I've already made it to the media big time. I'm gonna, I'm gonna get my comeuppance on Tua.
Yep, that's exactly right. He thought he was gonna get his comeuppance on Tua, put a skin on the wall. And he didn't. Tua freaking kept his skin of him.
Let's face it, the taller guy won.
It's the real. But cornerback depth is something that concerns me, mainly because of Noah Igbenogany. Because he's going to be on this roster, taking up somebody's job. I don't like it. I don't know what to say anymore about Noah. I've always had high hopes, and I'm pulling for him. But I think this team can ill afford a roster spot for anyone to not get meaningful snaps at some point on the field. You know what I'm saying? And that's beyond special teams is my point. So if he's still the same liability he's been on the field, then maybe it's time to figure something out about Noah. It would really suck, and it would be quite the loss that a first-round pick would be cut or traded for peanuts.
You think that's another position we're going to address after cuts happen?
I don't know. Probably.
I mean, we're going to have to, like you said.
Listen, we have Nick Needham, and I think we like Nick Needham. I think Nick Needham does a lot of things, but on the outside, he can be exposed. But Noah does nothing. He's a DB that doesn't play DB.
Right.
Can't get on the field, and I worry about it. I'm hoping that this is the year through the preseason we can see something else in it and him get snaps, but we can't have a liability out there. And we can't expect Byron Jones and Xavier Howard to take every freaking outside snap. So you got to have somebody rotate with them that you trust. And I from what I'm hearing now, Quincy Wilson, the veteran, he was on the Jets, I think, or maybe it was the Eagles, but he's showing out pretty good in this system. Veteran trying to, stake his claim. So it's just weird to think. What are we going to do with Noah? It concerns because everything this defense does is those lockdown corners, allowing the dancing seven to happen, allowing us to only have two real linebackers on the field while everyone else is going after the quarterback. It's just, the safeties too. The safeties and that safety duo and that cornerback duo is everything to this offense, this defense. So it is a concern as far as depth.
But at the same time, I mean, we're still already only holding opponents to 22 points a game. So
that's true.
We addressed the two concerns on defense.
Well, that's why it's depth, not cornerbacks.
Right. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. We addressed those depth issues and addressed the linebacker issues. And I just can't see how we're not top 5 defense, man.
I do know this is that the team's been very good finding either a free agent or a UDFA that when they are on the field, we either A, don't notice them, or B, do notice them because they're doing something big. And you're like, oh, shit, Look at so-and-so out there making plays.
Thing, though, we got to be like, don't notice them. That is a good point. Well, like when you don't notice a DB is when they're doing good.
Yeah. Coleman is gone. And although early on he struggled, he did play meaningful snaps and he had some interceptions. I mean, he put away, I think it was the Jets game on an interception. There's a veteran. It's not in his greatest of years, but he was effective, and now he's gone. Again, Nick Needham is great. But after Nick Needham, as far as backup go, we have concerns. Trill Williams, Noah, these younger guys, they're just concerning me. That's all. That's why it's top 5 concerns. So for number 2 is Tua. Tua, can he take the next step? Can he stay healthy? And look, he has to take the next step with this team, showing that he's the guy. I think there's still pressure from the organization that they might move off of him. I know people don't like to hear that, but that's the truth. Because this offseason, they were looking to move off of him to Tom Brady. Can't tell me they weren't because everybody knows that they were. So don't tell me that they weren't. Next year, who knows what free agents there are? Does Jimmy G get cut this year or next year? Does Lamar Jackson not sign? Kyler Murray even hasn't signed. There's what happens with Minnesota and Kirk Cousins. This is all predicated on if they believe to move off of Tua. So his health is a concern. He's been injured coming in, got injured last year, had injuries in college, high school, small things, little surgeries here and there. It is a concern as far as the future of this football team. And these narratives, he can end all of them. Playing sound football, using the weapons that they've brought here for him. Cedric Wilson, Tyreek Hill, Mike McDaniel works out. All this stuff starts coming together. He can end the narratives of his health. Listen, Buddy gets banged up. He gets banged up. I'm not really worried about that. But missing games, he can't ill afford to miss football games. Maybe one. Maybe like the rest of a game and then one game. But if he's gone 3-4 games, he can ill afford to have that narrative continue to be built. You can't find a future in a guy who misses 4 games every year or more. And whether the first year shouldn't be a strike against him, it will be used in a strike against him to the people inside the building that want to move off of him. And as divided as the fan base is, as divided as the NFL is, the back office still has people lingering that didn't believe and wanted to move off of him. Again, they went after Tampa Bay, Tom, to move him to, I don't know what they would call him in Miami. God, I don't know. Anyhow, but all these things to be considered. What do you think, Color?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, for some of us, that's the number one issue. But for those of us that, or for those people that think that, attribute to his lack of success to the offensive line, I think you'll be getting that in a minute. So we are putting it in proper order for the people that believe the offensive line is the problem for everybody. But that all being said, I mean, I honestly think he can. I think any human being can improve from where they were at. And he is showing me signs in a lot of the hype videos that the things he needed to change, he is changing, physically, the physical traits. The biggest thing for him to take a next step, and I know people are going to misconstrue this as me saying he doesn't have arm strength, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the deep ball. I'm not talking about any of all that. I'm talking about when you're standing in the pocket and you've got 10 guys draped on you and you can't rotate your hips and you need to get the ball 40 yards down the field on a rope. That's where the arm strength comes in, and that's just not to his game. I watched an interesting video yesterday of a guy that was crapping on Tua from I don't even think it was a Dolphins channel. I think it was Universal. But the points he was making were fair as far as, look, this is the type of quarterback Tua is. This is how you utilize him, and the Dolphins just haven't been doing that. So regardless of whether he should be this or that or whatever, he is what he is, and we can still,
See, that's the thing too. I agree with that. You shouldn't be asking Tua to put it on a rope 40 yards.
Right.
If he's going to throw a 40-yard ball, he should know through timing and everything else that when the receiver's here at this point, you just chuck it and drop it into place.
Well, and that was the guy's biggest concern was for a quarterback that requires such impeccable timing, which he does have. Everything just, and this is a point TD's made repeatedly over the last few months, everything has to be so perfect.
There's nothing perfect in the NFL, and that's a psychological thing with Tua too. And that's what we're saying. He's gotta just pick a guy, let it fly. I know it sounds so ridiculous, but he's got to kind of go to that point to find. I don't know if I call it courage, but
let me put some context on that, because everybody, when Marino said that, all that, everybody wants to turn around and say, "Oh, well, that's just careless. That's whatever."
No,
yeah, I get what you're saying, but what the nuance is about pick a guy and let it fly is something that I've noticed watching the All 22. And it just dawned on me the other day when TD went back through the Tennessee game. He'll cock back to throw, which tells you, look, he has decided to throw the ball. I get there's pump fakes, but not every throw is a pump fake, okay? He'll pat the ball and cock it to throw, which means he's made the decision to throw. That's the part right there where you say, pick the guy and let it fly. You've made the decision to throw. You've cocked back your arm. Throw it. And I see repeatedly that he'll do that and hesitate and then try to throw it again, realize he's lost the window, and then try to dump off to somebody else.
Yes, I've seen that. There's a hesitation there. I've seen it.
And for whatever reason, what it tells me is he wasn't trusting his own arm. He didn't have faith in his own arm, okay, in those situations. For whatever reason that lack of confidence happened, that's one of the things that needs to change.
Coming into that Tennessee game, and I got the ticket somewhere where I lost $100 for us to win it because I bet on us to win. I thought that's where he was going to show everyone that he was going to be that way, and there was instances where you've seen that, and there's instances where he does. Again,
by the time he decides in his head he needs to start doing that, now he's overthinking it. and we see balls like that sailing past to Waddle or whoever.
Going into the dirt because
right.
his feet aren't right now because he hesitated.
And the one to Mac Hollins that went in the dirt, all I picture is in his head have a quick, like I picture him hearing
like
his
he
father
thinks his
in his
arm's
head.
strong. And then there comes question. It's almost like he thought his arm was stronger than it is.
Well, it's
at times. Like he thought he
what
could
I'm
zip
saying
it in
is
there.
He was thinking too hard. He was trying to think about having a quick release. And because of that, look how the ball left his hand. He had no control over it. And it just left his hand like with nothing. Because he was trying to think too hard. To me, it looked like a guy trying to think about how he's throwing the ball instead of just throwing it. And whenever I've been in that situation in the back, backyard throwing, whenever I try to think about throwing the ball, it does exactly what it did on that play. Like it's crap. You know what I mean?
I know what you're talking
We
about.
all know that.
When I'm playing with my son, doing football stuff with him, and I'm showing him things, I know, and I'm trying to show him how to throw. There's these hip warm up drills where you square your hip up and you crank the ball, and it helps you with your accuracy. And I'm trying to show him now. He's like, I'm throwing it all over. Of course, I'm trying to show it to him.
Right.
I was doing it well up to that point. I'm like, no, like this, like that. And I was like, and it goes, shoot. And he's like,
and think about that play. And think about that play. Look at his arm. It is ridiculously fast in its rotation. Like it's ridiculously quick release, but the ball didn't conform to what his hand was doing. You see what I'm saying? Because he had no grip on the ball. He was thinking about getting a quick release. And that's the part where I bring his father in. Maybe it's unfair, but it seems to me he's got somebody in his ear saying, make sure you have a quick release. Make sure you look like Dan Marino. You see what I'm saying? And it's just like, Tua, just play your game, bro.
Yeah.
Get everybody out of your head and just play your game, man.
All right, so my number one issue is the O-line. You mentioned it a little bit. I think it's everyone's number one issue because guess what? O-line continues to look how it looked last year. We're never going to know what the hell we got, and that ain't going to help us at all. They brought in Teron Armstead, Connor Williams, pushing him to center. I like the move to center personally. I think it's a good move. I think it's going to pan out at center. I think we're going to be happy about it. But I also think that money we have saved, the $15 million, if they feel otherwise, they will use that money to make this work because the O-line cannot be the number one issue. Again, we have to get this figured out. They brought in a bunch of coaching staff, a bunch of people that specialize in this scheme and the blocking of it, from the tight ends coach to the wide receivers coach. Everybody is about blocking, and wide receivers are asked to block out of some of these plays. So it's very important for the O-line pushing off the ball, implementing this outside zone with inside zone concept. I'm telling you, if we have this as our number one or in our top 5 next year, it'll probably look just like this list again.
Well, here's the thing, though. If I can offer a little bit of solace to people, I think a lot of the reason, I've said it before, we didn't make a big free agent splash on our offensive line. We brought in the coaches. It's not just because we think we can coach up what we got. People have to remember that we were already improving. We look at the season last year in the macro because we all want to argue about Tua, and we want to throw the talking point out there, worst O-line in history. But look at the last 8-9 games, people. We were improving. We were not terrible. That's why we started winning. Everybody was right. If we improve the offensive line, we start winning. And we started to. We're already on track.
Think about it, though,
I think their thought was, don't disrupt the apple cart. If we're already getting better, continue what we're doing to get better. Bring in more better coaches to facilitate that. And I think we're going to actually be all right. I mean, look at the numbers. The last 9 games, we were like 9th in the league.
And it's funny, too, to think that overall we were 32nd in offensive line, but the last couple of games we ended up being 9th. How terrible was that O-line?
Right.
On,
that we could overcome the average, right? That we could overcome the average, right?
How terrible was that? I mean, terrible.
But that's why I don't push back too hard on people when they talk about historically bad O-line. I just don't think for an elite quarterback it matters that much. Like, he would just get out of the pocket quicker.
Yeah, I don't know. Did get the quarterback injured.
I'm talking
too.
elite. Now, obviously, those are really hard to come by. So I'm not trying to say, oh, we need to do this or that. No, I'm saying we got what we got, but I think our O-line is already on track, and that's why they didn't go and make a big splash, because they see what we see. They saw how we were improving. Duke Johnson had 3 games with 100 yards rushing. Everybody's like, oh, where'd all this come from? Because our O-line improved, and nobody wants to give them the credit for it, because if we gave the credit to the O-line even for a second, then that means, oh, well, they're going to go trade Tua. No, people. They're not just going to go trade Tua because we say the O-line got better. Come on. Even though they probably should, but that's beside the point. We're not doing it right now. He's QB1, as you all like to say, But my point is I think
trying to find the Dolphins
number one
lineup.
Concern still, yes, but I don't think people should be so alarmed about us not making a huge splash. We brought in a great, what everybody thinks is a great veteran. He's not even playing the side of the ball we're concerned about. So I don't even know why people are thinking that's a big splash anyway, Unless, of course, Tua, here's the big take. Here's one nobody's made, not even Pete.
What is it?
Tua starts throwing right-handed next year.
Man, that would be so crazy.
Hey, can you imagine if he balled out, though? Can you imagine if he balled out, though? Like right off the bat, throwing right-handed?
It would be weird if he started throwing with both hands.
There you go.
If he just started throwing both hands, he would drop back with his left, and then they could run the same play where he drop backs with his right. It would fuck everybody up, bro. You'd have no shot.
Everybody credits Mahomes with that left-handed throw, but what about if you could throw both ways accurately? Like Mahomes can't do that.
Just saying, if he threw it with both hands and was making it happen, it'd be intense.
That would be nuts, dude.
It would be intense.
Hey,
that'd be worth
that's
the
why
price
it's a
of
hot
admission.
take, man.
That'd be worth the price of admission all day.
If that happened, people would literally be bowing to me. They'd be lining up at my front door. How did you know? How did you see that coming, Color?
That would be awesome.
Because he Lonzo balled his dad. That's why he started throwing right-handed.
Yeah, it would be crazy if you started throwing both hands. That'd be worth the price of admission, like I said.
Mm-hmm. That would I'd buy his jersey just for that alone. Remember that guy that threw both ways?
Oh man, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hey, remember that guy could throw both hands, and he was good both hands too.
Right. Average quarterback, but damn, he could throw equally good with both hands.
That and imagine if you had a kicker kick both ways too.
Oh, I know, right? I can do that. I taught myself kick left, man.
Really?
Yeah. It's actually not a hard motion to switch to the left.
I don't even want to see what I look like trying to kick with my left foot. Probably look really
Now, I suck at kicking both ways, but the motion that I'm kicking with is identical. I can do it equally bad. Equally bad.
Trying to find
sometimes I think I can kick better with my left.
I don't know. All right, I'm dropping the link, guys. Tell me what you guys think about the top 5. What's your top 5 concerns?
I'm guessing that's probably similar to a lot of people's list, bro.
I think a lot of pushback on my 5th one, people. They're not. A lot of people are so not concerned.
But we have to be fair. He's a new coach. Come on, guys. He has to be.
It's not about fair, apparently. Yeah. And then they would put Tua lower on the list.
Oh yeah, 4th, easily 4th. If any.
What's up, Big Nick? What's going on?
What's up, Big Nick?
What's up? Fins up.
Fins up, my man.
Caller, what's going on? I see you on here kicking butt as usual.
Thanks. Yeah. How you doing? Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, man. El Capitan, it's a pleasure, man.
Pleasure. Hey, pleasure is all mine.
Let me ask you guys a question. What guys would you say is the most? What guys would you? What sport would you say is the most? How can I put it? Is the most technically sound techniques in order to be successful at that sport? It got to be boxing and football, right?
Oh, easily.
Or wrestling.
Or wrestling.
Wrestling is all about technique.
So why is it that people that really are deeper than just fans and really understand the dynamics of what makes a team tick, why do we spend so much time arguing with people that are strictly TV fans?
Well, because that's the only way they're going to become better. I don't want to say better fans, because I don't like to put a fan over one or not over one.
Me either.
But it's how they can become more informed, and they can see the game a little differently. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's why there's an argument to be had.
I just think if anybody is truly basing Tua off the last 2 years with the worst offensive line, one line was the worst in NFL history, and the next line was the 30th ranked line, 31st or 32nd ranked line in the NFL. I just don't see how you can get a fair assessment of it.
So there is something to be said, because there's plenty of plays I can recall. Now, going back and pulling them up, put them in a video, maybe I could do something like that, but I don't have it available. Where Tua had ample time and still did a bad throw. But then there's also the context of still a young player. You know what I'm saying? And then also the context of where's the psychological part from him getting smashed 10 times in a row every time he took that many steps and you know, thinking about throwing the football or worrying about his backside or something like that. So there is some try to be as fair as you can.
Absolutely. But you know, if you're gonna say that, to contrast that, wouldn't you say that 1994 Dallas Cowboy offensive line, or either that first year Ezekiel Elliott's offensive line, was probably two of the greatest offensive lines in NFL history? Yeah, especially that 94 Dallas Cowboy offensive line.
Arguably, maybe San Fran's line from that same era.
Yeah, I remember San Francisco in the 90s having one hell of a line.
But Big Nick, if I could just say, hey, look, you know, when it comes to like what you're saying, kind of maybe a somewhat of an answer, possibly an answer to your question, is that I think, and I'm guilty of it too. It's just we're lazy in our thoughts when we are trying to assess, okay, why did we fail, and will we fail going forward? And I think the easy, lazy thing to do is just go on what we've already seen. And I'm guilty of it too, because there's nothing, a lot of people don't like to put themselves out there and say, I know he's going to do this and that. And then somebody just say, well, and when you're wrong, and somebody pulls up that past footage and goes, how did you make that assessment when you saw this? So I think we're all guilty of that laziness in our heads, where we're just like, look, if you want me to make a prediction about what Tua is going to do this year, I'm going to make that prediction based on what I've already seen, regardless of what the circumstances are. You see what I'm saying? And it is lazy, and I'm guilty of it too. But it's kind of all we have to go on. You know what I mean?
And that's an honest assessment, and it's 100% true. You're absolutely right. The human condition can be lazy. However, I think the curse that I have to bear is that I do consider nuance in everything, especially in something that I love and it's not going right. Then I have a tendency of seeing the nuance more. And, you know, we talk about nuance with me all the time.
Skewed to the thing you love, too. Sure. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. The only issue with nuance is that others will take it and take the nuance off of it. You know what I mean? And then
And that kills me.
To that effect, I would say my curse is my nuance is conspiratorial. I don't trust the powers that be. I'm always looking at them trying to screw somebody. That's just how I come to my assessment. That's just it. I'm like, I feel like there's lies happening.
Take a good example.
But do you own it? Do you own that curse?
I
own my curse. Do you own it?
Oh yeah. And Big Nick, take for example, the other day the conversation came up about between Skylar and Teddy, right? And we were all talking about the individual traits of Skylar and all that. And somebody in the chat was like, look, everybody, why do we always have to talk about QB1? He's our QB1. Like, as if we weren't even talking about Tua. We were assessing a player QB3 for what he is. No different than we'd assess running back 4 for what he is. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Nobody ever talks about why you guys talking about Lynn Bowden Jr. and not Tyreek Hill. What are you trying to say? Nobody ever says that.
Right.
No.
We don't get accused of wanting to trade Tyreek Hill because we're talking about Lynn Bowden.
Right. Right.
What's happening, Ali?
Hey, but one more quick thing. When Tua had 5 seconds to throw, he was the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Agreed?
5 seconds. When did he have 5 seconds? In college?
Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, but
he was the
but
number 1 pick in the draft.
But
honestly, anybody with 5 seconds to throw would be considered number 1 overall.
That, but Nick, show me the team that can provide 5 seconds.
Has to be a Nick Saban player.
You get 3 when you're lucky. That's how it is. Get 3. What's up, Ali?
Absolutely.
So I just want to comment on a few things because I have a short period of time because I'm on a break between work. So regarding the coaching, I'm not concerned whatsoever. I have a lot of confidence, especially in the staff that we have, to make the appropriate decisions during game, pre-game, post-game, everything, right? I'm pretty confident regarding that. But I want to go to the offensive line, and I want to comment based on what Color was saying that the last 8 or 9 games, we saw improvement in the offensive line. While you are correct, I feel that in this season, it's important that we get off on the right start. Starting the season correctly so the offensive line doesn't have some of those issues that they had early on is going to be detrimental. You know, just like, and I'm going to quote Crypto on this. Crypto says that if we lose the first game against the Patriots, that is so detrimental this season. Even though it's just the first game and 1 game alone, it's going to set the tone. It's going to set the tone for the entire season. I feel that same passion about the offensive line. If we start off shitty, the whole season is going to be that way.
But to my point, Ali, is that because of the improvements and the trajectory that they're on, I have a feeling that we have a chance to, I should say, we have a chance to follow up the first game, follow up last year's last game with this year's first game and not miss a beat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree on that aspect. I'm just reincorporating that how important it is that we do get off on the right start.
Sure, that's why I really can't stand the fact we're playing them on 9/11. It's like we need to be more concerned about the referees than we do Patriots, to be honest with you.
I mean, he ain't wrong on that, bro. I
No,
don't like
he's definitely not wrong.
Do you guys give any credence? Do you guys give any credence to fans like me that says, I look at it, if we lose to New England, it'll be devastating to the aspect, is because I know in my bones, from top to bottom, we're a better team than New England. So to me, that's why it'd be devastating for me.
Plus,
that's why it'd be there, because I know we're a better team.
That loss in the division in the AFC and such a stacked AFC, it sets up the scenario. It sets up the scenario where you get 10 wins and don't get in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's how that happens to you.
Especially when you're a better team than the team that beat you. You know what I mean?
They got weaker. They got weaker. They got weaker. The commentators don't know that. The national commentators do not know that New England got weaker. I don't see how they can. You lose J.C. Jackson. You
know,
call up Butler off the couch.
It just dawned on me, too. We're literally playing the last team we just played to start the season this year.
Well, we started out with New England. This is what, 3 years in a row? Is it 3 years?
Let me ask you a question. Just curious about the media and how they report on the Patriots and the fact if they're weaker or not. May I ask, is there a specific network that primarily reports that? Like, is it NBC or CBS or Fox? Who's reporting that most often?
Nobody reports they're weaker, but ESPN is the home of the Patriots.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would venture to say that Fox News is also. Fox News proper, if y'all want a reason why they even dip their toes into the sports world with the Tua talk, is probably because they're fans of Brady. They want to see Brady now.
Yeah. The reason I ask about it is because there's been some articles lately I've been reading about how even though the press isn't really supposed to pay for interviews and other information that they provide, that there's like gray areas, and it goes into effect like how the whole thing that came down with PFF and supposedly allegedly, I have to say this correctly, allegedly receiving money to increase grades of certain players. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
So I'm like, man, somebody's making a killing off the Patriots.
Capitan,
If that's how things go down.
What?
You're not even
bastards.
But you
bro,
know what,
that
Ali?
makes
You're not
sense.
even. What you're saying is not that like in the realm of conspiracy theory. We know for a fact in the video game world, in the comic book world, they literally were doing that stuff. That's what Comicsgate is. They were paying people for good reviews and for magazine spots and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You don't have to go there.
Money talks.
You don't have to go there. The evidence is in our face already. This kid from my hometown right here just got suspended for a year for betting $1,000, not even on his team. The Belichick's got caught 3 years in a row, absolutely cheating, including filming the opposing team's walkthroughs and stuff, and nothing happened. So absolutely, that's not far-fetched to believe.
Like 4 or 5 games.
The Rams got punished for that because they ended up losing their team because they didn't look good enough.
Yeah. And I forget what the Browns did, but the Browns lost some draft picks and some got a huge fine for whatever they did when they did it. So it's like, it's ridiculous. And the fact that Calvin Ripley gets a whole year for $1,500 for games that he didn't even play in, he was not involved in whatsoever, just for the placing the bet is ridiculous.
Yeah, they really wanted to make an example out of him, and it's the separation of power, really, if you want to be real.
That's the sad
It
part.
has nothing to do with nothing other than the separation of power. They look at teams trying to cheat and go, well, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. They look at a player try to make a bet when it's the reason why he got hit so hard is because of the implications of betting and how small it is to how large they want it to be, and they want to take away every single narrative of potential cheating or gaining anybody involved on the bets, and that's players, coaches, and everything. Problem is, it's more on players than anyone else because coach can call a cheat play, player has to execute it if they are in the know. It's weird, but
but you know, we got modern examples of one owner getting caught with $1 million worth of freaking whatever it was, pills. We got another owner who basically pled guilty to a lesser charge of sleeping with a minor, and you didn't hear about it 2 weeks later. Either case. And both of them pled guilty.
Damn, I don't even know what Big Nick's talking about. That's the problem.
Well, right.
I don't even know
but Big Nick's making a great
got
point.
Caught.
Maybe a different owner.
Maybe a different owner. But
whatever it was. But what about Kraft? I
mean, you're right, Big Nick. I remember that.
Doing the same thing Deshaun Watson was.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Robert Kraft basically admitted to sleeping with an underage girl, and the stupid district attorney, state attorney in Florida, who's obviously in his pocket, took all felony charges off of the table and cited him with a misdemeanor.
And don't forget that they expunged his record too. They removed all evidence of that ever happening.
Oh, man.
If you go look at the public record right now, there's no information on it.
Irsay, going back to the Colts owner, he's done quite a few stuff. He's done quite a few things.
He got caught with a lot of pills.
That, drinking and driving, among other things.
And what's going to happen? What's going to happen to the Dallas Cowboys? What's going to happen to the Dallas Cowboys for basically keeping a sexual predator on their payroll for 25 years, including the owner's daughter was a victim of this guy? Do you guys hear that anymore?
Yes, I heard about that. That.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't hear about this one. Which one is this?
He was doing they pretty much, and they covered it up too. He was
just give the money to the Jew and they cover up.
They were taking pictures of underneath the skirt and stuff like that. He had pictures
of the owner of Jerry Jones' own daughter.
That's right. Yep, and they covered the whole thing up. He ain't wrong about that.
Was she hot?
But Deshaun Watson get a happy ending, and it's the end of the world. Not that I agree with anything you've done. I'm just pointing out the hypocritical points of everything.
Well, I think
Big Nick, if they wouldn't be out there talking about, but if they wouldn't be out there talking about, oh, I've got daughters and this and that, that stuff aggravates the hell out of me. It's like, what about the people that have sons out there that have been falsely accused? What?
Absolutely.
People need to get out of their feels about their own daughters and what Deshaun Watson did and how it ever even comes close to affecting their own daughters. I mean, really, these women all pled the Fifth Amendment when it came down to the criminal proceeding because they knew what they did could be considered criminal. That's what the Fifth Amendment is. I wish to invoke my Fifth Amendment right as to not
incriminate myself.
That's what the
meanwhile,
right
they're going to build. They're going to build Roethlisberger statue.
So I get where people are feeling. I understand it, but when you're saying you're making when a person makes a prediction as to what the grand jury is going to do based on how they feel about their own daughter, that's totally irrelevant.
Caller, I gotta step out.
And the grand jury spoke. And the grand jury spoke.
So you said
grand jury made
there was no there?
What's that, Big Nick?
There was no there?
Well, there probably was, but the thing of it is everybody was culpable in the situation. And when the depositions started coming out, those women realized that they had to admit the culpability. In other words, if it wasn't just a happy ending, then that means Deshaun was paying for it.
Happy ending is nice.
Who facilitated it?
But that's what I'm trying to say, Big Nick. It's such a complicated
the Cleveland Browns themselves.
Right, the Texans, right. It's such a complicated situation that none of us actually have any right to really speak on it. You know what I mean? Because it's such a disorganized mess on both sides. Like nobody knows anymore. And so people take positions and say, well, there's 22 of them. Yeah, well, there could be 500. It don't matter. Especially in this day and age when you can drum up 100 people on Twitter to say anything you want.
Now, you want to know the one thing I fought Deshaun Watson for? If Tom Brady would have been in that same instance, he would have already settled it. Already.
Yeah.
Settle that shit. Let's move on.
Yeah. And I think that's
and what that Ross doesn't mean you're guilty just because you settled it.
Ross was trying to make to Deshaun, and I think that's why we went south with him, because we're just like, hey, Deshaun, just clear this nonsense up. And he didn't want to do it.
It's cheaper to pay him.
On that same token, you got a young guy like Deshaun, all full of honor and all this and that. He ain't, it's hard to get somebody to admit to something if they didn't believe they were wrong. You know what I mean?
And on the other end,
especially when you got 230 guaranteed.
Yeah.
And then again, maybe there's things he wants to fight because he doesn't want coming out. Who knows?
That's
again,
true too.
It's an ugly situation with that, but there's a different into your name accountability, Big Nick, on there. There's different levels of accountability from players, coaches, and owners for sure. They hung out. I mean, John Gruden is now suing the NFL for him getting fired, how they hung him out to dry. They scapegoated him. And they're like, listen, you got all those emails, and I'm the only thing on there? I don't think so. So what he essentially is suing for, and then he's going to get all the emails, and then now they can blackmail each other. It's just, I mean, thank goodness that I'm not involved with this madness, but it is a shit show that they're essentially, and I said this, obviously not on my show, but I said, look, when they gave John Gruden $100 million in 10 years, what did they have on him? Because they probably had that information, and if they wanted him out of the building, because not only did they give him all that money, but they handed the keys to the franchise over to him. Let him pick a terrible GM, let him get rid of players for nothing. They were picking picks and then later getting rid of them for nothing. It was the weirdest run franchise, yet they still won and got in the playoffs and shit, which was weird. But
they still had a chance to get Khalil Mack back.
I know, right?
Hey, and speaking of Khalil Mack, speaking of Khalil Mack, pound for pound, he was worth what? 2, 3 Laramie Tunsil? What did they do with it?
Nothing.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Like there's some weird
We still eating.
Weird conspiracy on whose backs was scratched and all that. That's the thing with the NFL. It just doesn't make sense. What's really going on?
Now, I don't believe, and there's nothing you can say to convince me that the NFL is bought by the mob. I don't believe that shit.
That it is bought, or you don't believe it?
No, that is not.
Oh,
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Hey, Sam, the guy that owned the Rams, I think, is the richest owner in football and probably pro sport.
Kroenke,
right? Which mobster is going to be in a position to threaten him when this dude can pick up the phone and literally call the district attorney of the United States, the attorney general?
Exactly.
These are billionaires. And
well, what you're saying, Big Nick, is they've got the ultimate mob on their side, the federal government.
Absolutely. And they can call him. They can. He can literally pick up the phone and call Merrick Garland right now.
Well, this is why we've said from the beginning that the NFL, when people ask why the NFL hasn't taken action on Watson or this or that or the other, the NFL knows exactly what the score is on that whole situation. They've got like CIA level contacts that do their.
That's what I'm saying. They got
you know
they got ex-military, ex-freaking CIA. I mean, think about what a billions of dollars buys.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what that buys,
and think about what you have to get to protect those investments. You got to get CIA level investigators, man.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how are you going to find out that Brady went skydiving? You know?
Yeah. All kinds of security detailed teams and just everything. You know, for not just the NFL, but what they're really doing in their business. You know, our owner, for instance, is a real estate builder. We know where that is too. So,
yeah.
Our last owner was a garbage man. Where do you think he got all that money, bro?
well, that's not fair. Our last owner was just all over the place, and everything he did was successful, and he knew when the hell to get out of it. That's the only thing I really liked about Heisman.
You keep in mind, Big Nick, he was literally a garbage man.
Yeah.
Right.
Turned billionaire, you know?
But Blockbuster what got him to that status.
And waste management.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember this dude. I live in South Florida. I remember when he wanted to build Wayne's World. That's the city of Weston. He literally wanted to own that city. It was going to be called Wayne's World.
Isn't that where Marino was living for a while in Weston?
Yep.
Yeah, freaking Izenga was something else, dude. Good owner. I liked him.
Why did he sell? Like, what happened there? I missed all.
He was a businessman.
Yeah, he saw Marino gone, and they ain't got another Marino. It's time to sell.
Right.
Yeah, he was a businessman. That's all it was. He'll buy a company. Right. He'll buy a company, and he'll build it up. He'll increase the stock value, then he'll sell it. The only one he didn't do was waste management.
Cashed out. Venture capitalist. He just cashed out.
Right.
Yeah, it was time.
Right. But waste management was a business that was never going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. It's two things.
Well, there was a time, though, where you didn't have a garbage truck pick up your trash if it didn't say WM on it. You know what I mean?
Across America. Well, across the Eastern Seaboard. Across the Eastern Seaboard, that is true.
Yeah, but you're right. Blockbuster was a nationwide venture, sure. Much more money involved. And he cashed that one out too. They just closed all their doors the last couple of years.
So Big Nick,
but he had been sold it.
Oh yeah. They cashed out because of the fact that they can't compete with online anymore.
The evil giant took them down too. Walmart took them out too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Redbox, Netflix, all of them.
Streaming services, everything.
Yep. Amazon Prime probably drove the nail in.
So
speaking of owners, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy that Mickey Arison isn't like one of the top owners money wise and all of, not even in basketball, and he owns Carnival. I guess Carnival isn't valued that much. I guess.
Well, we do have a family member here at the Fins Tailgate that is in full belief that Mickey Arison should be the next owner of the Dolphins.
There's a lot of
Nah,
people
he don't
that
have
like
enough
that.
money. He don't have enough money. I don't think he has enough money. He bought a team for $1 billion. He renovated for another $900 million. So that's what, $2 billion right there.
It's a lot of money.
And then how much? $400 million for the practice facility. And then another what it was, $800 million for the licensing. So believe it or not, we got to be worth at least almost $3 billion.
So Bentley says that Marino is the mayor of Weston. Is that hyperbolic or is that true?
It's not
That's
true.
hyperbolic because he's
not,
the face of Weston.
Gotcha.
He's the face of Weston.
So
and it wasn't
what
just
would you
Weston.
call your? Well, go ahead.
Got to be specific. You got to be specific. It was our Vita Weston. That's a difference.
What would be your top 5 concerns, Big Nick?
For the team?
Yeah, I mean,
the season?
Yeah, I had mine were Mike McDaniel, linebacking unit, inside linebackers, cornerback depth, Tua, and then the O-line.
Mine are injuries, cornerback depth, O-line.
All right.
Don't be talking about injuries being a concern. You might offend somebody's trainer, bro.
Ooh.
Then you have all of Twitter.
I love that guy. I love how he keep it real. I'll just be so scared when him and Drew Rosenhaus do interviews. Like the team don't come back and be like, "What the fuck? Shut up!"
I know.
That's
right?
pretty much how we're thinking too.
I'm saying like if it's week 7 and the Dolphins have a losing record, Tyreek Hill's numbers aren't that good. He might come on that show and be like, "Listen, this is bullshit around here," and he might say it back and like, "Oh, watch out." And he's got his lawyer and his agent. So,
and he's the biggest diva. He's a bigger diva as any big diva wide receiver in the NFL. Drew Rosenhaus is a bigger diva than all the divas combined in the NFL.
Oh yeah, he does all the radio shows. He does all the stuff, and he's got a character all on his own. And I will say this: Rosenhaus don't pull a fucking punch, bro. He just says it like it's right off the top of his head. So I think it's what players like and teams probably like. But man, oh man, if you're on his bad side, he ain't pulling no punches.
Hey, he got T.O. paid to the end. He would have got Antonio paid to the end, but he just went completely crazy and he had to distance himself from him. He got who else was his clients were the controversy? He get them all paid. He is like he only take on the bad boys of the NFL and he gets them all paid.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to get them, how to take somebody who has not just productivity on the field, but has like clout to their name. And he knows how to squeeze the jersey sales, the ticket sales, the production on the field, barring that the character might have flaws. He's pretty good at that.
Right.
It's pretty good.
Absolutely.
It's awesome. It's a damn good freaking agent right there.
We used to see him riding around all the time. If you really wanted to see Drew Rosenhaus back in the days, all you had to do was ride by the University of Miami.
It's good, King.
You'll see he's riding his little Ferrari. You'll see him. But you don't see him that much anymore because he got so many dynamic clients. He's never in Florida.
No, he got to be on the plane in every city all the time. He's everywhere, dude. He's the big deal. I mean, and kind of in more ways than one, trailblazed the value of the brand of the player. He's really about not just product. Don't just come at me with numbers. Importance to your team, and that's something they talked about when Tyreek Hill left Kansas City, is how he felt unimportant in the pecking order or valued by the team. And they showed it to him in productivity. Like, one of Tyreek Hill's examples was, hey, week 1, I had 180 yards and a touchdown. Against the Baltimore game, I had 3 catches for 14 yards. He didn't use me at all.
Right. So do you guys agree that if the University of Miami go back to their previous enrollment standards, and with the new NIL that Miami would be Alabama in 2 years if they just did that. All they have to do is go back to the old admission standards.
I think the NIL deal, and a lot of people wonder if it's going to hurt this team. I don't think so, because they're going to work out kinks, and it's really going to come down to boosters giving money to players with some form of cap. If you're going to be making money, Miami's got tons of people willing to pay. You know what I'm saying?
But then that's true.
There's going to be tons of car companies, Ferrari, all these things are going to want to sponsor these kids.
Mm-hmm.
And why not make the money and live in Florida, a tax-free state? All those reasons. There's more than one reason why.
Because they can't get into school. They can't get into the school.
School is hard to get into. You're absolutely right.
Donna Shalane changed that. I hate her. Donna Shalane, screw you if you're listening.
They did change the stand. It's hard now that for the athletics, because you got to maintain that grade point average. That's different. It's hard. I mean, the school. You'll
it's
see
a private
Miami,
university.
That's right. If you drive around anywhere in South Florida, because Miami universities are even here on the West Coast, it's a scientist school. Really,
Mm-hmm.
It's for doctors. Yeah. It's for marine biologists. It's for
talking about UM.
Yeah, for smarties pants, smart kids.
You should see all the logos plastered at my mom's hospital, bro.
Yeah, and they have it's a medical school, it's a scientist school.
I feel right at home visiting mom at work. It's like go in there. There's a bunch of U logos everywhere.
It's
and you know what else they produce? Believe it or not, what else they're known for? Actors. They have an awesome actor program, whatever it's called, performing arts. A lot of actors went to UM.
That's awesome. Law,
of course, the biggest right now.
Yeah, they do some law. Actually, the Gators law program cranks them out, man. Drive around, go into a law office parking lot. I promise you're seeing Gator.
Well, not
alumni.
to mention their partnership with Jackson Memorial is like for their cancer research is like out the window.
They get no public funding, so the standards of the school is harder, and so with that, the athlete program is held to higher standards, and it's just how it is. But that's okay, because that's kind of oh man, that's kind of why.
You're thinking of Key West and Tampa, bro.
That's kind of why.
No, El Capitan is okay. He's saying that's okay. When he said that's okay, he's thinking as a father, but as a fan, he said, "No, man, let the motherfuckers in." But you might not be a UM fan.
Oh, I'm definitely a UM fan. So, but I'm
only Gators fan we got around is Shake Money.
No, and Tonk's a Gators fan.
And I think maybe
I don't mind the Gators. I hate Florida State. I don't mind the Gators.
I think Gators and UM fans don't mind each other. We all unanimously hate.
It's Florida so funny State. How all of us UM fans say that same thing. We're like, we're okay Gators with the Gators. It's the Knowles we hit.
Yeah, they're
I know why. I know why.
We haven't played the Gators physically
in our history. The Gators physically removed us from their schedule. We've never removed
that's what I'm
anybody.
Saying. We haven't played
schedule.
them in a long time. Like we don't have a rivalry.
And that's because of them. They removed us.
Right.
Well,
we play anybody that want to line up with us.
Also, I think it's like to anyone who lives in Florida, like, okay, there's this band that came out of Gainesville. It's called A Day to Remember. Shout out to A Day to Remember. They're Gators fans. And on one of their CDs, they have
the going to say Casey and the Sunshine Band.
No. It's called The Day to Remember.
They're out of Orlando.
It's a metal band. Anyhow, they have a name of one of their songs. It's called "A Plot to Bomb the Panhandle," because I think, in culturally speaking, the Panhandle to us, a lot of South Floridians were like, "Yeah, that ain't Florida. We don't even count it. We don't even count it. Tallahassee is like Georgia, a different world to us. It's a different world to Floridians up there. For most of us Central and South Floridians, like the Panhandle, the Knowles, there's a rivalry there, to say the least. What's going on, Batman?
So, Cap,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How you guys doing?
About Donald.
I'm doing great, Pat.
Everybody's having a blessed day, blessed Monday.
Yeah. How about you, Batman? How's the weather down there?
Weather's back to normal finally. Thank God.
Hot and
everything's
sunny, right?
It's extremely hot. It's the hottest day so far of the summer, at least for me.
Yeah, it's hot. It's definitely hot out there.
Yeah, we're rolling at 87 right now.
I'm rolling
Not
at
too
90.
bad up here, but
it's 90 for me.
It's 92 right here where I'm at.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're probably close together, Batman. It's about 92 here. But people from South Florida, we'll tell you how hot it is. We'll say it's hot, but we don't complain about the heat because we hate the cold.
That's right.
Exactly.
I'm opposite. See,
you can take three showers to get rid of the sweat. You can't do nothing about that cold, man.
That's cap, man. I don't believe that. I don't believe people that say they prefer the cold. I don't believe.
I never seen snow. Right, I had never seen snow until this past New Year's. We went to Tennessee, and I got to see snow for the first time. Other than the snow that I'm used to seeing down here from those fake machines, I actually got to see real snow, and it was 20 degrees and it felt great. The only thing I didn't like was when it rained and then it got cold. If it wasn't for the rain, I wouldn't care. But just cold weather in general, it's not bad.
Seen snow a couple times. Been to the mountains. Seen snow. Shit's overrated, bro. It's wet. It's gross. You gotta wear layered up.
Batman, once you get to about your third year of having to deal with a winter, you'll be like, that whole snow thing goes right out the window, man.
Third day.
I didn't have to shovel snow or anything like that, but I could imagine that would push you to
windshield, any of that stuff, dude. That shit's for the birds. Keep it up.
It's not even you know what, Batman? It's the preponderance. It's like, first day or two, oh, cool, white Christmas. But when you're talking about March and you're still having to deal with the ice every morning, and bundle like Chris is saying, bundling up just to walk out to your car first, it just gets
sweating, and you gotta wear like rubber boots and shit. Everything's dirty,
and then it happens again the next year, and the next year.
Well, I'm 51. I'm 51, and I've never seen snow. Never in and I was in the military, and I've never been snow. I just been blessed. I've never seen it. I've seen it on snow cap.
The one thing about those areas that is nice is when it gets to be about August, you start getting a little more cooler nights. Where down here, it's like August might be our hottest month. You know what I mean? Like September, we're still rolling in the 90s. It's like, no, that is the one you get that relief. Springtime and autumn, where it's like, oh, it's nice.
Look,
I think
55 degrees out.
I think August is the hottest. August is the hottest, but I think September is the most unbearable.
Oh yeah, because by then you're like, I'm done with this heat.
Not only that, well, what
and
happens
humidity,
you get those cooler days in September, and then you get like a July 30th type of day. It's 102 degrees, and literally your ass is in your car, and you get like heat stroke. You know what I'm saying? You get heat stroke with a quickness. You kind of thought, I know what you mean.
And yes, for the most
you go check your mailbox and you got sweat on your arm.
You check your mailbox, wake up in your front yard 4 hours later.
December, but you could have that day Cap's talking about on December 25th potentially.
That's right. That's
true.
I'd rather take my chances than putting, 2 layers of socks on and rubber boots.
And the cold hurts. And the cold physically hurts. It hurts.
Yo, Batman, one thing I can say, that cold will slow your smoking down. Like if you're a cigarette smoker and you smoke outside, your ass is going to be chilling on the cigarettes for a while. Like it cut my smoking in half during the winter up in St. Louis.
Two things. One thing that's hard to do when it's cold, at least down here in Miami, what we consider cold is drinking any kind of beer when it's cold. It's just hard. For me, it's hard. It's just very hard, especially if you're out tailgating or whatever and it's 40 degrees or something like that. It's hard to tailgate, like to drink beer. At least to drink. It's not hard to tell. It's hard to drink beer. The other thing I wanted to touch on today before we get back into football. I left my house at 6:30 in the morning. As soon as I opened the front door of the house, it felt like it was 85 degrees outside. And this is 6:30 in the morning.
He turned right back around and got in a shower. He's like, oh, got to take another shower already.
Yeah, that's the thing. It gets brutally hot and sticky, as we know. But
we're all in that mess. That's the whole thing. everybody's dealing with that in Florida, so nobody cares. Like it's
You
like
can
nobody's
adjust.
like, oh, look at this guy.
You know that outside seek shade. When you're in the sun, don't be running around. You know,
And when people start shedding their clothes, nobody pays any attention here. It's like,
get
all right,
naked.
well, that guy just needs to cool off.
But
just get
no,
naked.
for you people in Central Florida, I really feel bad for you. You guys are miles away from water.
God, bro!
At least,
Central
they
at least
get
here in Fort Lauderdale,
Big Nick,
I'm 5 miles from the beach.
Ain't nothing
I get a
hotter
breeze.
than Central Florida. I don't give a damn what anybody says. I've been all over
No
the state
water.
hanging out in Orlando in July. It's the hottest place in the whole United States. I don't give a damn, bro. Because over on the coast, you got that breeze. Well, the water.
You know, the Tennessee Valley gets like that too, bro.
Breeze,
Chattanooga.
You get a breeze on the West Coast. You get a breeze on the East Coast. But if you're in the center of the state where there isn't water, where there used to be water too, because there used to be a lot of air, it's just so fucking hot that then everybody just get naked.
Sorry, we're going.
And then contrast that
through the quad and into the gymnasium. Come on, everybody! Come on, Snoop.
Yeah, something like that.
The fifth biggest state in the nation. You're asking that breeze to come from the Gulf or from the Atlantic to the middle. The fifth biggest state in the nation. That's impossible.
Death Valley. So, Batman, I went over my top 5 concerns with the team. I started with Mike McDaniel as my 5th. The inside linebacking unit is my 4th. Cornerback depth as my 3rd. My 2nd is Tua, whether he takes the step or stays healthy. Number 1 concern is the O-line. What do you think?
So my number 1 concern is O-line. My number 2 concern is O-line. Number 3 concern is O-line. Number 4 concern is O-line. And then number 5 is injuries. Healthy. I want a healthy team, like you guys mentioned before. But I don't think this O-line is nowhere near where we all thought it was going to be by this point. I know it's early, but I'm not happy with the stuff I'm hearing. You know what I mean?
No, I do know.
Man, you got to consider cornerback depth, though. You have to consider that.
I do too. The thing about it is that I've heard multiple reports. Who do we believe? I understand. We got Travis Wingfield. He's the homer. He works directly for the Dolphins. He's on the payroll, so he's gonna say positive things. He said Noah is looking great. You know, we did lose Coleman. He went to Seattle, and he was like competition for Nick Needham at the slot. Nick Needham has no competition now behind him. We don't know if Trill Williams is going to develop. We don't know if Noah's going to develop. So I agree with you guys in that sense. But you know, some people are saying Noah's good.
Quincy. I'm hearing good things about Quincy. So, but still journeyman. You know.
Really, you heard good things about Quincy?
Quincy Wilson. I'm hearing that he's doing pretty good, and that the coaching staff likes him and sees potential in the rotation. So I'm looking at him to make the roster. Honestly,
that's a good thing. All right.
And what about Crossan? How's Crossan been panning out so far? We got Keon Crossan too.
As a DB, yes,
but he's a special team.
In a pinch, where here's the question. Crossing coming in or Clayton Fedulum coming in as a DB, either safety or that's right. Don't put Clayton Fedulum in for nothing if you can help it. What's going on, Shake?
What's up, Shake Bunny?
Guys? How y'all doing this wonderful, spectacular day, man?
Oh, you
know, man. We're out here waiting for you to get on, man. We were out waiting for you.
Yep.
No, sure. I was waiting for Batman to get on. Hey, dude.
And Shake don't know what to do. He's going to get in trouble at work, man. We've been live during the day for a couple times this past couple weeks, man. He's going to get himself in trouble.
Nah, Shake, you just tell him that you're on with me and we'll work.
I was kind of hoping one of you guys would have started the show early today, man. I didn't know Steven wasn't going on. I didn't know he was not live today.
Yeah, I didn't know either. Color and I missed it. What do you want?
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm not sure. Has he been doing Mondays lately, Batman? I'm not sure if he's been doing Mondays regularly.
He's been doing all every day except like he comes late like nowadays. Sometimes he gets on like at 10, 9:30.
Shake's boss must have heard me. So injuries.
Shake's boss listens to this show. That's what it is. He's like, Shake, get back to work. What the hell
I
are
heard
you doing?
on there. So injuries are always a concern, guys, but we've done pretty decent over the last few years, not going down with key injuries. And guys that are concerning are all coming back from surgery. You know, Tron Armstead went and got some stuff cleaned up. Byron Jones got some stuff cleaned up. I don't know if you guys seen Xavier Howard in his workout video. He looks sharp, bro. He looks sharp. So, but the depth, yeah, I definitely worry more about the depth. I mean, we're always going to worry about injuries, but no one is, other than staying hydrated, not overdoing it, it's not much more you could do. O-line is a big concern. The reason why I put McDaniel as a concern is because he has limited play calling in the NFL, and he's a first-time head coach. He's coming in with the duties of rebuilding an entire scheme on offense, new offensive coaching staff, rebuilding an O-line, and he has the added pressure with the words like quarterback whisperer, guru, and genius to figure out this offense and, most importantly, this quarterback and make it work. There's pressure on that also. How is he going to use the challenge flags, timeouts, handle pressure, game plan, all those things. That's why it's still a concern.
He's also got his star wide receiver out there claiming Tua is better than Mahomes. No, that ain't no pressure.
See?
No, I mean, Color, he didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
Color.
He didn't say he's better than Mahomes. He just
Big
said
Nick and Batman.
You're right. I should be more fair. I should say that at least that's how it's perceived, is what he said. What I meant.
That's right. Because if you think about it, guys, we know that's not what he said. But how many people that are not Dolphin fans or Chief fans, for that matter, even Chief fans, aren't even reading that article? They're looking at the headline, they skim through it, and they're like, Tyreek Hill's crazy. Tua sucks. He ain't nothing like Patrick Mahomes.
Right. That's all I meant. Yeah.
That's how it's going to come out. That's going to be the narrative that we're left with.
The Chiefs fans are not too pleased with it. They're railing on Tyreek now. All of a sudden, Tyreek can catch the ball. All this other stuff. They're showing highlights of him dropping easy passes. It's like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah. What's up,
Todd? Chris. I'm the opposite.
Hey, what's up, Todd?
I'm the opposite. Fuck the Gators. I at least respect the Seminoles for showing up and playing us, no matter how many times we beat them in a row. The Gators were a bunch of punks who decided, oh, we don't have room for you because we're sick of getting our ass beat. Oh wait, we got Tebow. We'll play you for 1 year. We'll play you for one when we have Tebow. As soon as Tebow's gone, they removed us back off the schedule with the game they were supposed to play us with.
It's okay, Todd. It's okay, Todd. We like to have our minions right below us where they belong. You know, we gotta give
the Gators some. We gotta give them some segue. At the end of the day, let's not forget, gentlemen, that one of the best people in this community, Pamela, she's a Gators fan. So we can't give too much flag.
Hey, I have nothing against the Gator fans. I just have something against the Gator cheerleaders, which are impersonating football players on the field.
Ooh,
wow! Now you're
Shots
going after
fired.
their cheerleaders, bro. That's tough, man. That's some
Shots
brutality
fired.
right there.
Shots fired. Powder puff football out there, Todd. Is that what I'm hearing?
It was powder puff football. You remember Steve Spurrier? What he said?
No.
He was quoted after the game. He said, the Florida State players were hitting our players too hard. They were hitting the quarterback too hard. Not late, too hard.
Jeez. He's right, guys. Gators suck.
Did you guys hear what Big Nick said? Big Nick said if Miami Hurricanes wasn't on probation or under scrutiny, then they'd have 3 more national championships. The 2 that went to the Florida Gators and the 1 that went to the Seminoles.
Ain't gonna get no argument here.
Here comes Shake. They're talking shit about your Gators, Shake.
It's all good, baby. Hey, by the way, Connor, you don't have to worry about me. Just like the great Watson said, I just got off, so I'm good.
What's up? Hey, what's up, Shake?
Wow.
The great Watson says, I just got off.
We gotta have a show with Shake Money and Scummy. Just pure
Hold on,
comedy
Lewis.
show.
Hold on, Lewis.
What's happening, Lewis?
So what they're saying about my Gators, man?
Hey, what up? What up?
Nothing. Nobody cares enough about
yeah,
him to hate him except one
about
person.
that.
What's your team?
The one with 5 national championships and lead the
You mean the one? You mean the 5 national championships in the Big East? The 5 national championships in the Big East. Listen, you call me when you beat FIU, all right, bro?
And the Gators have how many?
We got 3 though, and we have
okay.
we're one more recent than you guys. So in the SEC,
yeah, but
you guys, how many championships do you have in the ACC?
5 is
how many
more
national
than
titles
3.
do you have in the ACC? Since you joined the ACC, how many national titles?
How many players in the NFL do the Miami Hurricanes have? How many times did it?
You mean the ones that UN bought back in the day?
How many players?
You mean the ones they bought back in the day? The ones they illegally recruited back in the day?
Wait.
You could say the same thing about the Gators.
How many times have the Florida Gators?
Well, how many
times have the Florida Gators? Wait. How many times have the Florida Gators?
That championship team from the Gators. I mean, every other player is in question for criminal activity and just all that stuff. I mean, let's be real.
Hey,
what are
listen.
you talking about, bro? The only team that won 3 championships was on a team that has.
We don't recruit illegally, just illegal players. All right.
Don't they have two murderers that played for them?
How many mass murderers?
What is Ray Lewis
how many
again?
mass murderers have the Florida Gators produced?
Like,
you know what's sad though is Florida Gators are they're public university, not private, and we still have more titles.
Right.
And they've been around a lot longer.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence, and nobody can hang with my stuff. I'm just a big, hairy American winning machine. If you ain't first.
You mean you're supposed to impress somebody because you were down south bringing on some jabroni named Temple? Come on now. 5 championships in the Big East.
Expand this, Shake Money.
Say something when you win one in the ACC.
We can expand this further. We can expand this further if you want. How many? Hold on. How many World Series have the Cubs won with Florida Gators players on their team?
What? Well, you mean the one 100 years ago?
No. I'm talking about they ain't won one in 108 years until they got Hurricanes on their squad.
Ooh. Color, I don't know. I mean, that's.
On a serious note, most of Miami's titles they weren't in the Big East. They were playing the hardest teams around the country. You played Notre Dame every year. You played Gators every year. You would play Florida State every year.
We didn't join the Big East until the 90s.
Yeah. So we were playing against some of the toughest teams around.
Notre Dame.
Then, so I don't want to hear. Yeah.
Penn State.
When the Gators were actually the Gators were one of the bad ones on our schedule, but we still had the Seminoles at the top 10 every year.
Let's play a game. I'll go first. For everyone
I say Ed Reed. I win. I say Ed Reed.
Everyone I name for you got to name one for the Gators.
Ed
Jim
Reed,
Kelly.
let's start. Ed Reed.
Jim Kelly.
Well, no.
We'll be here all night.
Bernie Kosar.
Yeah, I mean,
I started and ended with one name, Ed Reed. That's it. It don't matter. It don't matter what came out of the game. It don't matter.
Hey, what are you naming? What are you naming?
Quarterbacks.
I just wanted to name
quarterback.
Name Hall of Famers. Name Hall of Famers that came from the UF. Emmitt Smith, and then I'm waiting.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Jim Kelly's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
In that case,
Jim Kelly's already in the Hall of Fame.
Well,
you got Jim Kelly. You got Warren Sapp. You got Cortez Kennedy. You got Ed Reed. You got Ray Lewis. You got Michael Irvin. You got Michael Irvin. You got
Andre
Sean Taylor should be there. Sean Taylor should be there. Yes.
You got Edgerrin James.
Yeah.
We need to sue Canton for plagiarizing the UM's Hall of Fame list.
Yeah. What have you done for me lately, though? What have you guys done for me lately? Nothing.
Don't we got the lineman too that went to Baltimore? The offensive lineman. What's his name?
What have the Gators done lately? They haven't won any championships lately.
We won more recently than you, so I don't want to hear that. And
not
in
by
basketball.
much.
And in basketball. And in basketball.
Bitch.
Their highlight was
recency
Hernandez.
bias, Shake wins. I mean, if you want to be real, but I mean, if we're trying to measure up program to program, it's not even close.
It wasn't even Tebow. It was Hernandez. That was their highlight.
If you want to go by recency bias, we have the number one actor and the number one A-lister in Hollywood.
Burt Reynolds.
Big John, what's going on?
The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. The Rock.
Burt Reynolds. No, I'm saying, Burt Reynolds.
Turn that some bitch sideways and stick it straight up. You can do it.
Saying Burt Reynolds versus The Rock, and I take The Rock any day of the week.
Burt Reynolds went to full.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Yeah, The Rock wins all arguments.
I know, right?
If The Rock is on the other side,
you don't see us throwing out any Burt. Hey, wait! You don't see us throwing out any Burt Reynolds memes, do you?
I had one. Remember, I did. I had one.
Yeah.
Wait. Burt Reynolds went to Florida State.
Hey,
Big John, I got a question for Big John. Was that you masquerading as John Ruiz in the chat?
Big John, man, you've been hiding, man. We were waiting for you on Saturday.
Nah, I was on. You guys missed it. I was on with Donald right now.
Hey, Shake.
What's up?
No matter how much shit we talk, you're still a brother, man. You're a Dolphin fan, so.
Trust me, I love you too, bro.
Shake's ready to throw. He's
let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Shake could be arguing for Ohio State right now. So let's give him some credit. You know.
Oh, I mean Ohio State more than anybody.
Can I ask a fair question to Shake? Like Shake Money. Like I'm not trying to be funny. Like you know me. Most of the time I'm trying to be funny, but I'm not trying to be funny.
What's going on, bro?
What led you to be want to be or become like your ties to Florida? Did you go to Florida? Like your family that went to Florida?
Well, when I was in school, one of my favorite teachers of all time played defensive back for Florida, and I was just getting into football back when I was in high school, so I decided to go Florida.
Hey, Shake. I was a Hurricane fan before high school, but one of my teachers played defensive tackle for U of M.
Oh, nice.
Which made it even better. Anthony Hamlet.
You know what I'm?
Is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up with the people and say, "Hey, Gator don't play no shit." You feel me? Gator never been about that. Never been about playing no shit.
Gator.
One of the most underrated movies of all time.
And besides,
her reactions to him make that scene, bro. I don't know about you guys.
That was genuine, like beaten woman fear. Like, oh shit.
Listen, my favorite part of that movie. My favorite part of that movie is like, you know what I'm thinking? Yeah, aim for the bushes, and they jump out. They jump out of the window. There's no bushes in sight.
There's no bushes anywhere. You thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, aim for the bushes. They just
now. Hey, Shake. On a serious note, all the guys that you've had go through quarterback, how come none of them have made it good in the pros?
I don't know. I mean,
well, Brad Johnson went. Well, he went to Florida State.
But he was still not.
Yeah, he went to Florida State.
Well, Rex Grossman went to the Super Bowl, so there's that.
I still would take Testaverde over both of them, and he was one of the low levels that came out of Miami.
I can't see Testaverde, and I see a lot of green Jet jersey with Testaverde. It's hard. Like, there's
did you just pull out? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you just pull out the Gators version of Steve Walsh?
No, but it's hard to give him his flowers. It's hard to give Testaverde his flowers, like Capitan said, because of the whole Jets colors. It's true though. It's true.
But see, when I have those flashbacks, I remember him being in Tampa.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's slow down. You said he's one of the worst So even though he won for us, I still take him over.
No. I would take him over any Gator player, is what I'm saying, even at our worst.
No, I would put him as number 3 in Miami.
Well, yeah, Kelly.
Maybe 2. Maybe number 2.
No, I can't put him over. I can't put him over Bernie Kosar.
No, but
I can't put him over Kelly.
Remember, there was
Kelly's
guys like
number
Steve
1.
Walsh.
I think
Steve
everyone
Walsh
knows
would probably
Kelly's
be the
number 1.
worst product we put.
And you know what's sad? You know what's sad? You're sitting here saying that. Hey, you're sitting here. But I'm talking about as far as their what they did in the pros. But
yes, Steve Walsh would be our worst NFL product.
If we went by college,
Ken Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey would have been our number 1 in college. But what I'm saying,
Gino got 2. Gino has 2.
Nope, Gino only had 1.
But Gino didn't even play in the NFL.
I think Gino lost. Didn't they lose to Alabama that one year?
Yeah,
Gino did. He played. He was Russell Wilson's backup.
When Lamar Thomas got
right. I meant. Okay, right. I meant he didn't play out in the NFL. Like he didn't make it.
But on a serious note, what you said about picturing Testaverde in jet colors, you still got to picture Jim Kelly in Buffalo colors, man. That kind of sucks too.
I do. In fact,
and he used to be the reason. He was. Hey, he was
being a fan. Of the Dolphins
long
before the even paying any attention
but
to the Canes.
What I'm saying is he came back and bit us in the ass when playing at Buffalo because he's the one who always put us out of the playoffs.
I know. I grew up hating Kelly, hating him. I hated him. I hated Kelly.
You guys know what I'm waiting for? You guys are talking the wrong thing. You know what I'm waiting for? The next episode of the Tyreek Hill podcast. You want to know why? Because their interviewer needs to ask him about Lamar Jackson, since that's going to be the quarterback throwing them the passes next year.
Ooh, Lewis.
I want to hear.
Sauce bomb alert. That's a sauce bomb alert.
I want to hear what Tyreek thinks of Lamar Jackson. I don't care what he thinks about Tua or Patrick Mahomes. Those are the guys in the past. Let's talk.
I just want to know if you're going to cash that receipt.
Well, we'll know sooner.
Oh, he will.
Sooner rather than later.
Okay.
What do you
Lewis
think?
is on record. Wait, real quick. Lewis is on record as saying that we should roll with Tua all the way next season, even if we're 0-14.
Absolutely. In my opinion, I want the kid to succeed, and I'm riding with him full out, barring injury. But let's be honest. As of right now, Lamar's an upgrade, and even if Tua. Like I talk to Batman. I'm on Batman's channel all the time. We talk and stuff. I don't care even 30 touchdowns and 30. He has to prove it to me. I don't care about numbers. I don't care about stats or nothing. It's my eye test, and everybody has eyes.
I don't agree he's an upgrade.
I don't know what you guys see, but I just think
Big Nick, I'm right there with you.
Listen, you could be.
I don't agree.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that Lamar Jackson right now is not better than Tua. That's what both of y'all are going to sit here and tell me.
The only thing he does better is run.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
What
I can make an argument.
What? Okay,
I can make an argument.
I would love to hear. Go ahead.
Okay, the number one argument that I will make is once the NFL got tape on him, Lamar hasn't been the same.
That's
He's
facts.
been in the playoffs. He's been in the playoffs every year. Except last year when he got hurt.
Once the NFL.
Wait. Big Nick.
Once the NFL.
Big Nick, I'm crushing.
Once the NFL got tape on Lamar.
Nick. Wait a minute. I'm gonna let you, but let me answer your question. You just said that the NFL has figured him out. He's been in the league. He's been in the playoffs every year except last year. And when he got injured, the Baltimore Ravens were the number 1 seed in the AFC, and they were 6-2. Next, go ahead.
Yeah, but he's talking about maybe in the playoffs. He's talking about the playoffs.
Hold on.
As to the playoffs.
In a conspiratorial, wait a second, boys. Hold on, Nick. In a conspiratorial outlook, look at look at the relationship since that point when the losing started. It's been like locked off between Lamar and the front office in a gridlock about money. I'm telling you, the conspiratorial hat comes on, and I say Lamar has throttled the team and said, look, you need me this much. And the team has done nothing but struggle without him. And I think personally it's about a money thing, and it's a little political with Lamar right now. Look at what we are when I'm playing the way I want to play. And look at what I am when I show you what you are without me. And that's what's
Can I
happening.
help? Can I help Big Nick on the question? Can I help Big Nick?
You guys can sit here and talk about Lamar all you want, but guess what? Lamar can't beat the Baker Mayfield-led Browns. He can't beat the Browns, and they were led by Baker. Come on, man. Get a Baker Mayfield cooking. I'm out. I'm ready for smoke today. Appreciate you having me up.
I will be listening. I will be listening. I got to go back to work.
Remember my curse, right? Remember I got a curse, right?
Yeah.
And my curse is telling me when you say that, this is what my curse is telling me, that the Baltimore Ravens' entire offense is predicated on the run. Who is their number one run option?
I mean, you're
the
not
quarterback.
wrong. In the read
So when he
option,
got hurt,
kept-
when he got hurt, their number one run option on a team that's number one offense is running the ball. That's what it's predicated behind. Of course, there's going to be a drop off.
But to that same effect, Big Nick, quarterback get hurt, the whole offense drops off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let me add to what Nick with the question Lewis asked Nick. Look. One thing is for sure, we're not going to sit here and deny it. You're asking what have you seen? I'm not saying Tua is better than Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying that. But if you're asking what does he do better? Well, Tua definitely has a better pocket presence. We all saw what happened to Lamar Jackson when he got rattled by Miami's defense. We all saw what happened.
Wait. Batman, let me finish. Batman, real quick.
We can agree that he's more accurate. He's more accurate.
Batman, I'm gonna let you finish, but let's be accurate. When Baltimore came into Miami, they had no offensive line and they had no.
They had injuries.
They were all hurt.
They had injuries.
And they were on a short week with a double overtime game. They played Sunday night, double overtime or something like that, and then played Thursday night. So they did have a short week and were banged up. So that's the truth.
Okay,
Tua had 2 quarters. He only needed 2 quarters to beat Baltimore. That's all he needed.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about Lamar Jackson leading the Baltimore Ravens to the number 1 seed in the NFL, make it to the playoff, and lose to the number 6 seed in the NFL because Lamar Jackson cannot figure out 7 defensive backs.
Okay, that's cool. With a team that he had Mark Andrews and Hollywood Brown on. I wish I put Lamar in this offense right here with Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, Mike Gaseki, the 3 running backs, the 2 offensive linemen you got, and you tell me that he's going to figure out 6 cornerbacks. Go ahead. I want to see it. I want to see it.
What will we trade for him right now? Let's see hypothetically. What would it take to trade for him right now?
Batman. What did I come on when I came on? What did I say? I want to hear about what Tyreek Hill thinks about Lamar, because next year I've been on this podcast, on this stream. I've been with Color. I've been with you. I'm giving Tua this year, and in my want Tua to succeed. But if he doesn't, or he just stays average, what he's giving us, or even a little bit better than what he's given us, and with all these weapons, I'm sorry, I give up the farm to get Lamar Jackson down here.
We could all agree that Lamar Jackson is 10 times the player Baker and Jimmy G is, right? Can we all agree on that?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I would say this in measurement to Tua in a simple pattern is this. The expectations of where we want Tua to end up come year's end and where we hold him is hopefully we get in the playoffs. We need to figure it out. That if Lamar was here versus Tua, expectations for everyone in this fan base is saying we're on our way to the damn Super Bowl. Am I right?
Facts, El Capitan. Facts.
So if we're gonna measure with what really matters, it's that. That's what really matters.
Thank you.
What's up, Larry?
And we're built now. We're built to win now. We're not built to win 3 years from now. We're built now. This is the problem. We built this team as if we're going to be contending for Super Bowls. Then we need a Super Bowl caliber quarterback.
What's up, guys?
I don't care if people call me a Tua or not. I don't care if people call me a Tua or not. But I just cannot respect. I can't respect any comment not respecting Tua when none of those commentaries was existing when he was at Alabama.
Yes, I just can't respect it. I was the same guy. I don't put no faith in Alabama.
Well, there was one argument.
Let me explain something, Nick. I don't care about what you did at Alabama because the NFL is not Alabama.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
You're not going to.
That's not the point.
Wait a minute. I'm on all these streams. The first thing to bring up about Alabama, well, look at all the time that you had. Well, guess what?
Look,
Show me the quarterback in the NFL that had that Alabama time. Show me.
Listen,
I've been watching the NFL for 40 years. Ain't no quarterback have the time like Alabama. So if that's what y'all are waiting for, hey, go get you 5-star recruits and don't draft nothing but no offensive linemen, because that ain't gonna happen.
No one was saying Tua was ass. Everybody on this panel heard the whole draft assessment. Nobody on this panel at the time of the draft, and I'm not going to believe it until you can show me receipts, that nobody wanted Justin Herbert. Nobody wanted Justin Herbert over Tua.
Big Nick, Justin Herbert, Tua. I think we were all on board with Tua. What the topic now is like, this is Tua's third year.
What changed?
We want it. Well, we haven't seen anything to I mean, first of all, the team itself has changed. They've been shopping for quarterbacks. They went looking at Brady. They were interested in Deshaun Watson. They've changed. I'm just being real. Larry, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up? First of all, Shake Buddy's the greatest guy in the world. He's a wonderful Dolphin fan. But when he's Gator Shake Buddy, he's scum. He's scum. And I disagree with you. Obviously, up until the late 1990s and early 2000s, Miami fans got along with Florida State fans. We respected each other. We could never stand the Gator fans. Never.
What?
And it really hit the point when Todd brought it up, when they refused to play us and they cowered and chickened out.
No, because we already played one trash team in Florida State. We don't need to play another trash team in UM.
What's going on, Larry?
Hey, what's up? What's up? Yesterday in my show, Lewis, right? There were a lot of questions about Tua, right? And there were. Lewis was right. Oh, the wide receivers are always open. He doesn't go to a second read. Got all the time in the world. So I did my analysis in yesterday's show about Alabama. We only hear about the Alabama Tua and the current Tua. So I took the highlights from both, right? And you know what? He's not Alabama Tua anymore. Alabama Tua was throwing 30, 40-yard bombs, 50-yard bombs to a wide-open Waddle, Devontae Smith, and so on, etc.
5 seconds.
Had 5 seconds through the four. Miami Tua is better because he's doing the same thing while under pressure with receivers that don't separate.
Thank you, Larry.
As they did there. Okay.
Thank you, Larry.
His guys out there, you want to get excited about Tua. DDW and I think hit it right on. Tua's problem right now, last year, with everything else being accounted for, is his consistency.
Yes.
But that goes hand in hand with his receivers too, Larry.
Yeah, it does. It also goes hand in hand with him being only a second-year quarterback, which is first year because he only played half the season. So, yeah, it's consistency
all over in his game, though, too. Like consistency in staying healthy, consistency in his plays, all that stuff. Granted, there's always difference where's his head at with the offensive line woes. But as Color said, towards the end of the year, offensive line was doing good. The pinnacle of the bad game is that Tennessee game. He had a lot of opportunities,
everybody
a lot of bad throws. So, but I always when a decent assessment, you want to take away their best game, take away their worst game, and judge the middle. It's been lackluster to say the least.
Thank you.
But we have to
add nuance, Captain. Add nuance.
Well, there's all kinds of nuance, but I mean, listen, he has incomplete data for me as well. So the nuance kind of balances out from his lack of weaponry, his lack of time in the pocket, to when he did have weapons and time in the pocket, or at least had opportunity to do things. I think what we can expect from Tua at this point, until proven otherwise, is that we can't depend on him to raise the level to elite status of anyone as far as weapons go until he shows it, because I haven't seen that. I'm just going to be real. Can he deliver on to an elite weapon to have great results? I believe so, with all the work I've seen to Waddle. What he can do more time, I don't know. I haven't seen that yet, but I don't know how much time he thinks he's going to get in the NFL because this ain't college.
This is my thing. There's the same thing this guy brought up the other day. Listen, the same energy that we're giving Tua, and we want to say we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this. Come on, guys. And this is not an excuse. When you got guys like Mac Hollins being your number 2, potentially your number 1 at times, if it wasn't for Waddle, and then you have guys like Isaiah Ford making your team for the 5th time because that's your best option, and then you have an offensive line that was ranked 32. Now, you want to give Tua credit
So
because
Batman,
you want him
I'll
to
say
be better
this.
numbers wise. But how is he going to do that when everybody around them was trash?
I'll say this.
Let's call it fair.
I'll say this. Hold on, Lewis. Just real quick. I'll say this, Batman. Typically, when a quarterback's drafted 5th overall or higher, they go to a team that has weapons like that because that team had a lot of losses to be in the top 5. And typically, when you draft a guy 5th overall or higher, you do that on the pretense that at least him coming in new, probably mobile, just, whatever he was to be drafted that high is going to make, great things happen with subpar talent. He hasn't shown he could do that.
Excuses.
Yeah, he didn't show.
You know what? Yeah, when a 5th round quarterback, 5th pick in a quarterback comes in with a bad offense, bad team in general, right? Wait a minute. Tua came in with a bad offense. Okay. Oh, by the way, he's supposed to be an elite quarterback with a bad offense. So what's the excuse for Trevor Lawrence? Okay, he had more talent in Jacksonville. Okay, now I'll give him one thing. He had an asshole for a coach, just like Tua did. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, guys. I'll say this once, and I'll say it 100 times, and nobody seems to get it. Everything was put against this kid to fail. Okay, very little of it was to help him succeed. To fail, he didn't fail. Okay, he didn't succeed like we wanted to, but he didn't fail. Okay, he survived. He survived all that trash. He survived Flores, who's gone. Okay,
winning record.
Yeah, and he had winning. Well, you know what? I'll give the defense, special teams that too.
Exactly.
They all play part of it. But that's exactly right.
He became the number 1 quarterback in the red zone. We were arguing that yesterday, but it's a fact.
Right.
Statistically wise, he is.
Guys,
but hold on. You can't say. Well, I hate you guys can't say. Well, he had a great defense to carry him on because goddamn Jacoby Brissett played with that same defense.
Yeah,
Jacoby Brissett played with the same defense.
And with the same offensive line that was killing him, by the way.
Batman. But when you come out for every Isaiah Ford and Matt Collins that you mentioned, I agree with. Those guys are trash. But take the blocking out of it. Is Mike Gesicki an elite pass catcher?
Man, I don't know if I call Matt Collins trash.
We're going back to the sabotage. We're going back to the sabotage. Was Gaseki used last year? Was he used last year? Like he was 2 years ago.
But
was he used?
No. Okay, if we could. Hey, there was a lot of times.
By the way,
Batman.
Hey, Luis.
There was a lot of Batman.
You brought up Gaseki's name.
There was a lot of times that Gaseki. Wait, I know because there was a lot of times that Gaseki was running up the seam or doing crossers up the middle, and Tua missed him.
Okay, you ever listen to my criticism of Gaseki?
That's not getting used.
Did you ever?
Real quick, I want to say that Larry, again, you have found a way.
Hold on, I've been trying to jump in. Okay, hey Luis,
sure,
you
go
ever
ahead.
hit my criticism of Gaseki?
What?
By the way, everybody knows because Reason was the one that started it. And I'm right behind him. The guy's a poor route runner. Number one, Tua, he was underutilized part because Tua underutilized. Tua is a timing quarterback. Other than this little C route, he doesn't trust Gaseki.
You guys are right.
Okay,
cool.
So Gaseki is not as good for this team as you make him out to be. He's fantastic for Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick don't give a shit about that.
Wait.
Gaseki was eating. Gaseki was eating under Fitzpatrick.
That's a misnomer.
But Louis, that's the point I'm making. Yes, he ate. But the rest of the receiving corps was so bad under the Waddle. He should have been a 1,000-yard receiver.
No, to me that's a red herring. That's a misnomer. No, absolutely not. The man had 73 catches last year. What are you guys talking about?
He should have had more.
But he was number 2. He was the number 2 worst.
Big Dick.
Hold on, wait.
He had 73 catches. He was one of 2 only options for Tua the whole year. He
had 73 catches, and he was second from the bottom. He was second from the bottom in yards per separation in the NFL. He was second from the bottom.
No, but what we're trying to say, big niggas. What we're trying to say is we wanted more production from him. He's the second best receiver on the field. We needed more production. That's what we're trying to say.
We needed more production, exactly. You want to hear a crazy stat about Gaseki? I just found out Batman about 3 weeks ago when I read this obscure article and pointed out the stat. he was dead last in the NFL in breaking tackles. The guy's a fucking six tight end.
Bro, I didn't need to hear
he
that
did
stat
last
to
in
not
breaking
know that.
tackles.
He's terrible.
Yeah.
He can't break a tackle to save
And
his
when
life.
you think about it, right? When was the last time you saw Gaseki break
He's
out
never
of somebody?
broken a tackle. He'll let a 190
Yeah.
pound 5'11" nickel corner take him to the ground. That irritates me the most about him. Or he tries jumping over people, which he's too lengthy to do that. He should just stick his fucking long ass arm out and mash the guy.
Can I help further? Hold on a sec, guys. Can I help further Larry and Batman's point about needing more production out of Gaseki? Mike Gaseki's career catch percentage over 4 seasons is 62.6. Okay, he has never been over 65.2, which was last year's. I'm sorry. Let me back up. He's never been over 68.8, which was his first year. And he's been as low as 57.3 his second year. Now, juxtapose that with Durham Smythe, who, yes, does have a smaller sample size, but has a large enough sample size for the percentage to matter.
He's been playing the same amount of time as Gaseki, too. Don't forget.
Right, but also it's a large enough sample size for the percentage to matter. Durham Smythe's career reception percentage is 76.8. He's never been lower than 50, which was his second year. His first year was 54, but his third year was 89.7, and last year was 82.9. That's when he started getting the ball more. Okay.
Now check this stat for both of them. Check this stat.
What do we need Gaseki for?
Yards per
We
route.
need more touchdowns.
Yards per
more
route.
touchdowns.
I already looked,
Yards
Big
per
Nick.
route.
I already looked. Yards per reception is even at about
per
10
route.
for
Per
each
route.
guy.
Per route. Yards per
More
route.
touchdowns. More
Per
touchdowns
attempt.
too.
They call that per attempt. Yeah.
It's still about the same. Both the yards per catch and the yards per route are about the same between the two. What I'm trying to say is when it's 3rd and 10, you have an 85% chance of getting a first down with Durham Smythe.
That's pretty damn good. I'd be throwing. Listen, I like
That's
Durham
impressive.
Smythe.
But
I
I
love
like
Durham Smythe.
that red zone threat that Gaseki brings, and he has that vertical leap. He's a basketball player.
So
listen, on a 1-on-1, who's gonna stop that guy in the red zone? Like, let's get serious. That's why I
going
want
back
to see
to
more
what you
touchdowns.
said, Batman, about his sloppy route running and stuff like that. And I think we could all agree that Fitzpatrick don't give a damn. And that's kind of to the point I think we need to see out of Tua in this third year as far as a personal growth is where, okay, it might be a sloppier of a route, but coming up the scene in the middle where he's past the linebacker or whoever's covering him, you just throw the ball up there and let him do his business.
Well, that's not the problem. No, Chris, that's not the problem when he has an open field. They can. No, the problem is this year, right? By the way, quarterbacks like Tua that rely on accuracy and timing, Gaseki is a cancer. So I'm not talking about Tua. It could have been a Joe Montana, could have been a Drew Brees. It's not. It won't utilize him as much as any other quarter that don't depend on accuracy. Problem coming up this year is twofold. For where I see a hard time, Gaseki putting up big numbers, and with this offense. First of all, he primarily operates the best out of the slot. What's the problem with that? Waddle and Tyreek play slot. Okay, they can stay boundary, but they're going to take some stats in slot too. And then Cedric Wilson is primarily a slot receiver. So where else could be utilized? Well, Devontae Parker. This is where the problem comes, in my opinion. Devontae Parker is gone. Devontae Parker was Tua's 50-50 guy. Yeah. When I did the review on him in the long passes, Tua relied on him to be there when he made those passes.
Remember that gorgeous throw we all look at was Devontae Parker.
That I only see that's open up to Mike Gaseki.
So you expect him on the boundary taking those 50-50
Yeah, he's got to take a lot.
Well, to his credit, now that I've crapped all over Gaseki for the last 10 minutes,
he did that almost.
Let me give him some credit. Let me give Gaseki some credit. One of the things he does have that's brilliant is his catch radius is ridiculously large.
Of course,
and that's a big freaking weapon for a quarterback.
It's like a quarterback with a big time arm. Doesn't make them a great quarterback.
Well, true. I'm just saying that a lot of these errant throws, some of them have been nabbed by Gaseki because of his awesome catch radius.
Oh yeah,
you know
yeah.
What I mean?
Yeah, but that's the role I said, because Nick is right, guys. I've said it before. I'll say it about. You know what's the biggest lie being perpetrated on football fans, Miami Dolphin fans? That Mike Gesicki is listed as a tight end. They're doing it strictly for salary cap purposes to keep him under control. Because Nick is right. 85% of the snaps were not tight end snaps. They were the slot or even boundary receiver. So I think that's the role because he's really, unless Preston Williams make the team or they play Eric Azakuma a lot, he's the only big receiver we got.
But
we got Preston Williams.
That's what I'm saying. Unless Preston Williams makes the team, yeah.
He went to the combine as a tight end, so.
Right. So like titles never mattered, right? If
I want to illustrate what I'm talking about too. This is the part where it gets ridiculous with Gaseki, because everything I just said about his catch radius and how he's good receiver and all that goes right out the window with plays like this. Give me just a second. I'm going to cue it up. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, guys. I'm queuing it up now. Just keep talking.
Yeah.
How is Q doing? He's doing good.
How is Q doing?
Yeah, you said you're going to call Q. You said.
No, I'm getting it in queue. I'm bringing it up in a queue. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
is there a tight end?
It up.
Is there a tight end you guys? Is there a tight end you guys have more faith in with that outpost other than Gaseki? That outpost we had.
You know what?
No, here's the thing.
Hey, let me say one thing, right?
I think we're all going to mention this.
Look at this video.
I bet that's his route. That outpost.
Well, okay, I want everybody to see this video that I'm about to show.
Okay, one little thing. Okay, because I showed you that.
Everything I say about Gaseki and his brilliance in catching goes right out the window with a play like this. Okay, so let me full screen it.
Who's the quarterback?
Okay, who is the quarterback? This is versus the Jets. All right, the video is being shot by myself in the front row in section 133. Okay, and this is the second. I believe this is the second play. I want to say either first or second play of this red zone drive. In other words, we got it down here. It's 1st and 10. Okay, we had 3 shots to make this touchdown. Okay, and this is one of the shots right here. This is the kind of stuff that I understand where people that are just really in love with Tua, how they'll say, well, yeah, he does make the plays, and then it's other people's fault as to why it didn't happen. So here's an example of that, and I'll to y'all's credit, you know what I mean? Because this is a part where it's like, you want all this money, you want to be treated as a wide receiver, you want to act like this and that and get all up in your, strong arm everybody with all this, and you think you're all that, but then a play like this happens, and I'll go ahead and play it.
Oh, come on.
I mean, what do we say, everybody? What do we say about that? Let me replay it. Let me replay it, and then I'm going to pause it.
I think I seen something. Yeah. You want my honest assessment?
The only criticism I would put on Tua right there, and I have already argued with me about it. The only criticism I have for Tua right there is there was better options than throwing into triple coverage. But I understand.
But back it up.
Try to get the ball to your star tight end.
Yeah, I would say throwing it in triple coverage is never the right move. I don't give a damn.
However, the ball was beautifully placed, beautifully thrown, and right in Gaseki's hands. How does he not make that catch?
Back it up, Kohler. Back it up.
And while he's backing up, I'll say this one thing.
Back it up. Let me show you right here. Keep going. Tua should have been throwing the ball right here. Coming up, come back forward.
I agree 100% with you.
Right here.
Right here. You know what? I hate people who are so smart. How do you know that Gaseki was not the first option? That's why he picked him up.
We don't know.
No, we don't know. We don't know if he was the first option. We don't know if that was Flores' option.
Look, right here, what Big Nick is talking about is right here. Hold on, let me get back there. This guy right
there. Yes,
that's the play.
No, back a little more. Go back a little more.
Look, Gaseki will release out to be the blocker for number 26.
No. What he's talking about is look at Gaseki around the P. If you rewind it, look at the Dolphins P. Gaseki could have had that middle right there. Right there.
Oh, if he stops,
right there.
yeah, if he stops and curls right there, it's a strike right at the goal line. Absolutely.
Or if he run a better,
Or if
There's
he
a
hits
touchdown
number
right there.
81.
Well, you know what, guys?
Number 81 right
You brought
here.
something interesting, guys. Him stopping and curl. Okay, now, does that mean that Gaseki and Tua doesn't have a read op? They're not allowed to have a read option?
That could be.
Something. This is what
it could be, or it may be a matter of chemistry, Larry.
Another thing we heard was he wasn't allowed to audible.
Hold on. But it's also a matter of learning, knowing your pattern. So read options on the receiver.
Hey, Larry, that's his first read.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry, that's his first read, Larry. You're wrong. That's his first read. Ball's in the air. Gaseki is making his break now. The ball, the Tua's in the throwing motion. That's his first read, buddy.
Yeah, whether that's the first read, the only read, that was the only thing he was looking at. He's the only thing.
Well, at that point,
I just want to point out that number 33 is Ian Tua. He's reading.
You know what else, too, guys? You know what else, too? I want to point out.
What's up, everybody? What's up?
Here's another option.
Hey, what's up?
Here's another option. Look at this hole.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
that's gonna close.
This guy would put a hurting on him. But if he squirts through this hole and angles it this way, this guy has no position on him.
That's Tua Tagovailoa. He would have trucked that guy.
No, you're wrong, Color. I'm sorry.
He would have trucked him right there. He would have trucked him. Tua Tagovailoa.
You know what?
That's not a hole.
Yeah,
he could have also rolled out here to buy him a better view and better time.
With our offensive line? Are you kidding me?
He could have also taken his helmet off and not listened to Florida.
I'm just saying. I know I'm nitpicking now.
I have a question.
And by the way,
that's Jesse Davis. That's Jesse Davis over there, man. Stop that.
Hold on. The Fins tailgate is not going to take a copyright strike from this because color commentary authorizes them fully in full to use this video.
That's a good guy, man. That guy Color's a good guy. Thank you, Color, for
I have a question, Color. I have a question.
Sure.
Wait a minute. Who is this?
This is the Jets last year.
This is not Russell. I haven't heard of Russell in years.
Oh, Russell. Yeah. Hey, Russell.
Russ. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, he came by the other day. He came by the other day, and like we didn't get around to him before he had to jet out. So I wanted to give you a chance to say whatever's on your mind, Russell. Appreciate you.
I hope all is well, Russell. I hope all is well.
I want to know if it's possible that you can put this in God's eye view. I want to see this from where Tua is looking at everything.
We'd have to go. We would just have to pull up the all 22 and go with the Madden,
and it might and risk copy strike.
Because honestly, you have to understand.
Doesn't Pete have Madden? Pete have Madden? We could do it.
My point is with that though is the fact that we can't see what Tua is looking at per se.
Yes,
we see the direction of what he's looking at, but we don't really see from his point of view.
Yeah,
and
like that. Like there's somebody blocking the view of the guy that was.
Agreed. But here's the thing. That's my point. But remember what I brought this video up about was Gaseki. And the whole thing is we can criticize Tua for whatever.
Okay,
but the fact of it is that ball was perfectly placed in his hands and he dropped it.
Should have caught it.
Gaseki should have had a couple more touchdowns more than what he did this season.
Yes, exactly. That's what Larry was saying. It's production. More touchdowns.
Guys, I want to say this. Yeah, I want to say this. I'm not Gaseki for us is an excellent weapon. I'm just saying you guys overvalue him way too much. You do. He's not going to get a big contract type tight end. If you think you got to get excited because he does a couple of nice things, I'll tell you what. I'll trade him for George Kittle. I think San Francisco will be just excited about that.
Exactly.
You are.
Exactly. Okay. And there's no as far as even if we didn't replace him, again, Durham Smythe is completely fine.
I agree. I'm not going to say him deny that.
And
but I think we're smart enough. I think we're smart enough.
If you look at the dime, that Tua threw to him against New England in the last game last year, it's like, it's coming together.
I don't believe any of us is saying that he's gonna be on the team. I think we all think that he don't fit with this offense. They've already talked about that.
He also fit with the quarterback either. That's by the way, Ian's comment is spot on. I think that's exactly what happened. Tua predetermined. And you know what? I have a problem with that.
It's not Tua. Why do we keep saying that?
With a receiver.
They see the matchup.
It wasn't Tua. It was Flores telling him what to do.
Yes.
It's a one-read throw.
The coaching
it's a one-read play.
Coaches call plays, so that's what they do. I mean,
he
Tua
didn't
still
give
has the
Tua
ball in his
options
hand.
on the field.
It don't make no damn sense to throw it to Gaseki like he's Michael Jordan. He's going to catch it out in the air.
Can I just say one thing about the whole thing with that?
That was the read.
If he's in his ear 15 seconds before the play starts telling him who the hot read is, that is, people could be misconstruing that as telling him where to go with the football. Let's be honest.
That's
here.
what I'm saying.
Nobody
Flores
intercepted the
was the
radio
last to give him
Nobody
any
intercepted
time.
the radio communication and heard what was said to that man's ear in the helmet.
Listen, Color, you're not going to sit here and tell me. You're not going to sit here and tell me that Tua decided that throwing it against triple coverage was the best idea. I'm sorry, Color. I'm
In
sorry.
fairness, it became triple coverage. It was really double
this season, aren't we?
I would say
And
that was
you know
the play
what?
call,
If
and that's
you're
where
saying the guy that Gaseki claims to beat, he should be making those catches in triple coverage when they're right in his hands.
I thought he wasn't a one-read quarterback.
Yeah, I personally did not have an issue because he trusted Gaseki. A lot of great guys, you make it sound like no quarterback. A lot of great quarterbacks forces ball in because they have confidence in the receiver.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what
he
I'm
actually
saying,
he had confidence, and he did it.
He did it.
Color said, he
Why are we making this about Tua? Color is not attacking Tua. No one is attacking Tua. Why are we automatically defending Tua when the whole point of the video
is it Gaseki or Gaseki?
Hey, Cap, what's up?
It's Gaseki.
Gaseki. I say Gaseki.
I don't care.
Get sexy.
It's Gaseki.
Whatever I want to call it.
The whole point of the video was about Gaseki, and Color pointed out that he thought it was a beautiful throw. So no one is attacking Tua.
By the way, I have an
hater
issue
number
with that,
one.
Batman.
I'm public enemy number one, bro, with the 2 in ears, bro. Don't you know?
Batman, I have an issue with Flores calling out hot reads and all that stuff because, correct me if I'm wrong, in the NFL there's a rule that the mic is turned off after a certain
The mic
time.
is turned off with the last 5 to 10 seconds, but the last person he hears, is Flores.
So
that's not true.
What is that?
That's not true.
Yes, it's the head coach.
Every coach in the league got 16 seconds is ending by telling their quarterback who the hot route is.
I thought last year, we all were saying last year he was more than a one-read quarterback. Now we're saying that he was a one-read quarterback. I'm confused.
He said it. He said it himself. He said it himself.
But hold on.
He said if he doesn't give first read,
Let me say something real quick. Y'all fellas had the floor for long enough, bro. Y'all fellas had the floor long enough. Let me say something real quick.
That one play was a one-read throw. That was a one-read throw.
I gotta make
that play was a one-read throw.
I got to make
that play was.
I will.
I just want to make light.
Tua said that the plays were designed for the first read, and that if that read wasn't made, that it might break down the play. Might.
Yeah,
so we were
that's really what he said.
A reach, bro. It's a reach.
Yeah, it's
but I just want to emphasize. Yeah. I just want to emphasize that the play design was a one read system. It was meant that way.
That play was.
Yeah. No. The play, all of the plays that were designed was a one read system. All the plays. That's
I don't know that, but I know that play was.
So everything you see, bro,
we
everything
can
you
easily
see.
say that they were designed that way because of their lack of trust in the receivers, not their
or
lack
the
of
lack
trust
of trust in the offensive line holding up longer than
or their lack of trust in the offense in general.
That's right.
I thought the playbook was a 12-man personnel.
Or the coordinator suck. Or the coordinator suck.
No, Q. No,
Guys,
Q.
this is
Get it right,
interesting.
Q. Get in line.
Guys,
It
this is
was
interesting,
Flores
right?
sabotaging Tua, man. Get in line.
Guys, this is interesting.
That's
Hold
what
on, guys.
I blame
This is
Flores.
interesting. Think
He's
about
the
this.
reason
Hold
for
on,
the whole
everybody.
thing.
Hold on.
Go
This
ahead,
is
Larry.
interesting, right? A theme is coming across. Okay, what a lot you guys said, right? Lack of trust everywhere. Okay, lack of trust with Tua with Flores, Tua with some of the receivers, lack of trust in the offensive line.
Tua in his own arm.
Okay.
Tua and those bozos offensive coordinators Flores put in place for him.
Lack of trust of the court.
Tua's never not
that's
trusted
a
his
direct
arm.
criticism
He never
of Flores.
trusted
He's
his
the one
hip,
that said,
trusted
you know.
hip, but he does now.
I think
I'm
Peyton
sorry,
Manning
guys. I'm sorry,
himself
guys.
could work with this
I'm sorry, guys.
Saying that
I'm
Tua
tired of
didn't trust his own arm is not disparaging Tua. That for whatever
We've had this
reason,
conversation
he may have had a
many
lack of
times
confidence
before.
in his arm.
It's kind of getting redundant. I want to change the subject. Did you guys see Tom Brady's presser?
No.
Don't care.
He addressed. Somebody asked him about possibly coming to Miami, and he addressed it.
What did he say?
It, and I don't know if Tom Brady knew what he was saying, but he kind of dropped some nuggets for us. And he said,
he dodged it.
I've had conversations with many people for the last 3 or 4 years about, when I'm done with football. And then it got me thinking, because he said, when I'm done with football, it got me thinking, because there were like two scenarios: him coming here to play or him being a minority owner. So I just want to throw that out there and let y'all see. He said that.
I believe it. Yeah, I heard it.
Listen,
He
Q.
pretty much-
Listen, Q.
He didn't want to talk about it.
No matter what, and I keep saying this right now, no matter what Capitan knows about this, Color knows about this, and Larry knows, no matter what, 1,000,000%, Tom Brady's going to live in Miami next year. 1,000,000% he's going to live in Miami. He's building a ridiculous house like on Biscayne around the causeway.
Definitely.
Now,
guys, it makes sense. If you tell me it's because Giselle is the one behind it, because she works there in Miami.
I don't want to get into that one.
Oh, you don't like
But
Giselle.
I will say this.
By the way, guys,
I'm
not blocked by Mike Gaseki on Twitter, just so y'all know.
She makes more money than Tom Brady.
Do with her.
She makes more money than Brady, so maybe she do call the
No,
shot.
Batman. Their husband and wife. Movie is. I'm tired of you, man. You weren't married. I was. You don't make.
Oh, you mean together that they both want to come here? Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, she's opening up a modeling firm in South Beach. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen.
You said a burger place?
Did you guys see the new Miami Dolphins hype video that they dropped?
No.
Man.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Can you play for us?
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Yeah, with the rock song, with the rock instrumental.
Let's do it. Here we go.
One of the great things about football is that nothing you see on Sundays just comes out of nowhere. You're trying to get the team decide what their standard of play is going to be. That is a day in, day out process.
I love it when he talks like Eric Spo.
Don't disrespect him, Larry. Come on.
Hey, Spo's a winner, dude. What are you talking about? Oh, look at that wobble there. Wow. You guys didn't see that wobble?
Supposed to the clown in my
80 minutes dry, don't care.
What?
And didn't you see waddle?
You'll be surprised how many wobbles Dan Marino
slow
threw.
down to catch it.
Hold on.
That was pretty good.
What did you say about Spolstra?
They say he's a clown.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
I know, right?
Oh my God!
I've met this clown in
Guys,
person.
in case
He's
you
as
don't
bad as
know,
Omar
you
Kelly
don't
as bad as a clown as
Batman's
Omar
a Laker
Kelly.
fan.
What happened to Batman?
He's
I don't
jealous.
know. He's gone.
Oh, you know what? Because we talked about Spo. You talked about Spo. He ran away because he's so ashamed of the Lakers.
So another guy I met and literally brushed me off like I was a piece of shit. No, hell no.
Man, let me tell you something.
No, Batman, you're not a piece of shit, buddy. You're a Laker fan.
Well, damn. If
Hold on,
I
I
held
was
everybody
in the mall.
accountable that brushed me off like I was a piece of shit, I wouldn't have any friends, man.
I was in the mall. This is a true story. I was in the mall with myself, my kids, my wife. I had just walked out of Foot Locker buying a pair of Scottie Pippen. I'm walking down the mall. Guess who I see? Scottie Pippen. So I walk up to him and say, "Hey, Pip, can I get a picture?" He said, "No, man, I'm with my family right now." And I said, "Well, damn, I was with my family when I just bought your shoes." So
at least he acknowledged you. At least he acknowledged you. At least he acknowledged you. At least he acknowledged you.
He's not
What
great,
a comeback, though.
Yeah, we don't. Come on, I hate people when they say that.
Hey, by the way, let me throw
walk in
something out
their
there real
shoes.
quick.
Literally walk in their shoes. I mean, you can buy this
Before I forget, go watch that movie that just came out.
McGoodavolo, sorry, Batman. Busted. Gotta take him off. 10 minutes, dude.
Wow.
Got you, dude.
I mean, that's all I have to get rid of Batman. Pay you $10.
I would have thought
$10
and Batman were like staunch allies. I'm surprised to see that.
Hey, listen, you take a shot at freaking Spoelstra like that, you're gonna be getting shots back. And McGoodavolo put his money.
By the way,
mouth.
congratulations to everybody who's graduating today.
What's up?
Hey, Chris, that thing is working like money, man. It's working like money.
Listen, it only works when you really got to come out on a ledge to get kicked like that, especially here.
Let's also thank McGoodavolo for the donation itself too. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Really, matter of fact, because McGoodavolo put us back on track. Real quick, guys, make sure everybody's hitting the like button, subscribing to the show, watching on Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. Please come over and subscribe here on the network. Make sure you're checking out all the great content. Talk 7 TMI Tuesdays, live around 9. Color commentary on Thursdays, going around 10. Then we have Saturday late night Exhale with Ali, going around 10 on Saturdays. Every other day, you got TFTG coming at you. Cash App, Venmo, Super Chat, Fanatics, our gear. Thanks, McGoodavaloa. So, be on here. What's up, Von Joe?
Hey, Captain.
Hey, Vaughn, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
what's
man,
up,
I was
big
up twisting and turning, man. I'm listening to this
What's
madness
going on,
that you guys
player?
talking about. I'm like, what is going on here? How are you guys letting this madness just go on?
What you mean with madness?
All these wild takes.
He hates Tua.
I mean, listen, the wildest take was the Spoelstra trash talk. He
I know.
there.
Exactly. I'm like, these takes are getting out of control. I'm like, let me take I was like, let me take a lunch break.
Yep. So what's happening, Vonjo?
Come bring some sanity and clarity to all this.
It's a madhouse! A madhouse!
Yo, listen, Cap, you and these memes, man, gets me every time.
Yeah, we try to keep them loaded, ready and set to go.
How you gentlemen doing though? How's everything? How's everybody doing this fine Monday?
Well, we're deciding on whether or not Tyreek Hill is going to rue the words he said or not. Is it gonna? I mean,
he had his way out. He has ways out on all that whole farce, that farce interview that he had, where he was so-called keeping it real.
What's good, Bonjo?
Hey,
this bro is literally sitting here chopping vegetables, dude.
That's exactly
you're always doing something like really cool, like either lifting weights or cooking or something, bro.
Brother,
what's going on with you, man?
I have an hour to try to get dinner ready. So I got the salmon already seasoned up. Gonna throw it in the oven. So get a good sear on it.
I'm still trying to decide what I'm gonna have for breakfast.
Oh, see, you got the salmon already seasoned up here.
What's up, Big
Hey,
Nick?
Captain.
What's
hey,
good?
check this out. So I took the red pill. I didn't take the blue pill, right? So I was blessed with a whole bunch of beauty, right? Every time I see your acronym when you guys are up, I think it's recorded because I swear to God that shit says "Thank God it's Friday."
Oh, the DTI. yeah. It's funny you say the red pill. I ate both. That's why I got the purple jacket. He makes red and blue.
There it is.
But I swear I think it's recorded already because I see "Thank God it's Friday." I'm like, what the fuck?
But El Capitan,
what up?
Am I wild for thinking that whole interview was just? I'll say a good portion of that interview that anything that has to do with a quarterback was BS.
So it was total PR.
Yeah, you're wild.
It was PRing a little bit more. I think the overall.
What did you guys take from that? From
I took very little about from Tua. It was mostly about
because I think you guys are just blowing it out of proportion.
So this is why. Hold on. So
it's not really discontent because.
But Q, this is why I say it was BS, right? Who giving that feedback? Is that me? Where's that feedback coming from? You guys hear it, or is it just me?
It might be.
Crypto is the newest one in the chat.
All right, so this is why I said, right? So he asked when the guy, his lawyer, whoever that guy was doing the interview with him, that was asking him the questions, right? Asked about the deep passes.
Would you
right?
rather?
Yeah, exactly.
Would you rather?
And he's like, and he said he likes those deep passes, and he didn't even ask about accuracy, but Tyreek volunteered the Tua. He volunteered, but he's like, yeah, but the accuracy and everything, but Tua's accuracy right now is, top. I'm like, but nobody asked you about that. Why you got to throw that in there?
Well, I mean,
no. But check this out. Check this out. This is what
$100 million gonna buy you.
Tyreek said.
Exactly. So $500,000. Listen.
No. Let me put some clarity into this, bro. Because this is not. No, hold on, Joe.
I'm listening.
He said the lawyer asked him, "Would you rather catch it? Would you rather have it in your breadbasket, or just launch a bomb out there and go catch it?"
I wasn't even talking about that part because even that was a question.
Hold up.
No, Q. No, ask the question.
No. Hold on. He said, and this is what Tyreek said. He said, "I want it in a breadbasket, like it did when we played the Buffalo Bills, and I took it 70 yards." And he's complimenting Patrick Mahomes.
So El Capitan, let me go ahead and ask a question like he said it. Hey, he said, Tyreek, so which one would you rather? Would you rather, a bomb where you have
80
to
yards searching for
an 80-yard bomb where you got to search for it and scramble and look for where the ball's at? Or would you rather a ball right in the breadbasket?
I mean, really, it is a soft up question. Do you
By
want
the way,
you gotta run around and look for it? Do you want one thrown right to you easily?
By the way,
and that's what he complimented that, Bonjo. He just complimented Patrick Mahomes. He said, "I want it in a breadbasket like it did in the Buffalo Bills game, and I took it 70."
But
he's talking about Patrick Mahomes. That ain't that, bro.
Guys,
go again and watch it. Go again and watch it. Don't say
guys.
The media made a whole big stink about Tyreek's comment, implying that Tua's accuracy, Tua was better because his accuracy, that's all he said, by the way, right? He said Mahomes was better. But you know who else agreed with him? The media don't tell you. You know who else agrees with him about Tua's accuracy better than Mahomes? Everybody forgot.
Who?
Pat Mahomes. Everybody forgot the little clip when he was asking about Tua, and he says, "Man, I'm in awe of Tua's accuracy. I wish I could do as accurate as that." Guys don't remember.
That 70-yard pass that you said he's giving praising Mahomes. He said that was a short crossing pass that he took 70 yards. He didn't say that was a ball. So don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Nick, he said, "I want it in a breadbasket like it did in the Buffalo Bills game. And I took it 70 yards. That's all I said. And that's word for word.
That was after we talked about. But that was after he talked about how he had evolved as a receiver.
That is such an unfair. That is such an unfair. That's like saying, okay, I only did it 2 times and I completed one of them, so I'm 50% and you're 38%. When
no, you guys blowing it out of proportion, man. Y'all, some of y'all need to relax, bro. Stop overanalyzing.
Right here.
No, what he was saying was he had evolved as a receiver. He said when he first came in, all he was doing was going deep. He said, now I can run every route on the tree. He said, just like that 70-yard pass that he put it right in there. He was talking about one of his routes, shorter route. So let's not take it out of context. Let's add everything into it. He was at that point.
At the end of the day, we're not going to act like Mahomes is not a better quarterback. That's what we're not going to do.
Nobody's saying that.
Nobody's saying that.
No, but hold on. People are saying that.
It's leading into that. It's a slow drumming.
Not these people. Not this panel.
Who got feedback?
It's the insinuation. It's the constant slow drum beat that's leading to that.
There you go.
Hey, Crypto,
Hey,
something
somebody
wrong
else
with your
turn the
mic, brother?
headphones off. It's the headphone. Somebody on
Well, the
wireless
great
got to
news
turn them off.
is in the NFL, we have something called the football field. So we can, it can become the narrative, Crypto. It doesn't matter because ultimately both of them are going to have to prove whatever they are on the field.
In the AFC
I
Championship
think,
game,
I think the biggest area that Tua needs to show is consistency.
Because when I sat there and heard that,
Oh,
I
you
was
know,
just
the
like,
proving
when
never
I'm
ends,
hearing people,
Crypto. You know how
when
the
I'm
NFL
hearing
is.
on Twitter, and this whole Twitter space is talking, see, Tyreek thinks that Tua is better, and they're going off on this tangent. I'm like, what are we smoking out here? Like, our fan base look dumb. No, what's going on? Stop that.
I thought we were arguing Tyreek, not the fan base.
Crypto, to what I was
let him
saying,
talk, bro.
Lamar
Let
Jackson
these
is
people
still
talk,
taking
bro.
crap. He's already proved it too, but he has to prove it again. You know what I mean?
That was another wild
Hey,
thing
Larry.
when Nick was like,
Hey.
Lamar Jackson is not better than Tua now. Come on, man. Let's not do this.
But based on what though? Based on what?
So you don't have eyes?
His MVP
Because I
season.
don't even have to put up stats.
Wait a minute. Other than his ability, other than his ability to make plays that has been broken down, what category is he better than Tua in?
All right, man. I'll give it to you to go look that up, man. I'm not even gonna get in this conversation because I'm done with that conversation.
Arm strength, throwing,
I'm done with it.
accuracy is only 2 percentages difference.
No. Lamar Jackson is not. Wait, what is that?
Crypto. Hey, something wrong with your mic, brother. Crypto.
So you think just because he's a better athlete, that means he's a better quarterback?
No, he's a better athlete. He's a better quarterback.
Based on what?
Everything. Look up the stats.
Based on QBR. Based on QBR, Big Nick.
He's just a better quarterback.
QBR is the most overrated. QBR is one of the most overrated analytics.
It's overrated.
You gotta talk to Larry about that.
Their completion percentage. Crypto's right. Their completion percentage is almost identical.
Color, can I get the floor?
QBR only is overrated when it's not benefiting Tua, right? Come on.
Who was that? Who was that that just asked? I'm sorry.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this right now. We're not gonna have this conversation.
Hey, guys, let Russell have a chance to respond to all that.
So you got to have context with everything, right? Mahomes had Tyreek Hill, which now Tua has. He had Travis Kelce. He had an established coaching tree within the building to help him. He also is still learning how to read defenses, by the way. He does have issues with accuracy at times. He's also given up big plays. Look at what Jerome Baker did to him, because he has an issue with holding on to the ball when he should just throw it away.
Very true.
Those are all very bad traits to have. Rather, you got to understand. Yes, they went. He won a Super Bowl, and he's been to another one. Okay, so I get it. But yes, with an established
Only
team,
Jim Kelly has done that.
and
Only Jim Kelly is the only quarterback that ever done that in the modern era in the last 30 years.
and the other point that I want to make is, like I said, he had Andy Reid. He had he had Airbnb, Mike Pittman. Tua got stuck with Brian Flores and two offensive coordinators that didn't know what they were doing. An offensive line coach that was coaching in high school. And all I've got to say is you have to have everything in context. And the fact that Tua was putting up those numbers, I'll take elite efficiency and elite accuracy over a strong arm any day, because that's where you get Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Drew Brees. You get quarterbacks who have been there, done that, and they do it all the time. So I'm not saying who is better. I'm not saying who is better.
But see, Russell, in fairness, let me push back a little bit.
The context. You have to have.
Well, let me push back a little bit because you're calling for context, but then you went back and said that and started talking about Tua's accuracy. Well, we need to provide context on that accuracy then too.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping quarters in a bucket is not accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
Right, volume do matter. Because you get a high volume of passes beyond 15 yards, that's going to hurt your
he needs to improve in the intermediate area.
Hey, Color, you ever try to drop a quarter in a bucket that's going 20 miles an hour?
No, I get that. I get that, Big Nick, and I'm not saying that he's not accurate. I'm saying that what we're using to show that is not really. That's out of context. That's providing no context.
Placement and accuracy is different because you can have a great receiver with great hands that's catching everything in the vicinity. You have a nearly 90% completion rate.
I mean, I can go out and throw a football at a fence post. You know what I mean? 10 times in a row and hit it all 10 times. Are you going to say I'm accurate?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If I'm standing 5 feet away from it, you're going to be like, well, anybody can do that.
Listen, all the Culineers will say you're accurate.
Hey, Color, about the accuracy thing, right? I think all of us became very aware of how important accuracy was when you found out that the year before last, Tua led the league in contested throws. Last year, he was number 2 in the league behind Burrow for contested throws. So, yes, it means something.
But he's also last in the league under pressure.
Exactly. And by the way,
did you also know that he was in the top 10 in 35 different statistics?
Contested throws had a lot to do with wide receivers.
And 3 of those statistics were elite.
You're going to have a contested throw of receiver can't separate.
Hold on, but
one of the statistics, he was in second place behind Tom Brady.
At the end of the day, I want to know what NFL we live in where you don't think you're going to be pressured. I'll wait.
Well, I want to know what NFL you live in when you don't consider 1.9 seconds.
What?
I want to know what NFL you watch when you don't consider 1.9 seconds.
Okay, but I'm not even talking about that. We're talking about
the numbers up. It was over 2 seconds.
Crypto, you got
1.9 is Tua's internal clock.
It was 2.52, I believe.
You gotta let them be embellished.
Yeah, you gotta take your headphones off, Crypto.
Because I still don't understand. Because again, we've seen plays where he had time, but again, when you're being pressured, so and his percentage dropped so drastically, we're not accounting for that. We're not gonna.
But
hold him accountable for that?
It did it. Okay. Under pressure, Tua is not one of the Tua was top echelon of completion percentage. Under pressure.
What are you talking about? His completion percentage when he's under pressure is one of the worst.
Don't believe me. All you got to do, I bet you can go find that. I bet somebody can pull up those stats.
Yeah, the numbers.
Miami leads in pressure. Miami.
I know exactly.
Yeah, Miami's offensive line has allowed more pressures than any other.
No, that's not what we're saying, Hugh. What we're saying is under pressure, Tua was last in the league in completion percentage. We're not saying he was pressured more or less. We're saying when he was pressured, what he did with the ball was last in the league.
Right, that's measure color. You're right. It's what you do when you're pressured is how that metrics is made.
Yo, hey, Crypto, you sound horrible, bro.
What?
Crypto, you're
I can hear you, brother. Yeah, you're
Crypto, your audio is awful. It's a bunch of feedback.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm mobile right now. It's hard for me to do anything about it. If you could just mute when you're not talking, it'll probably help. I can't mute you.
No. I'm trying to hear what Crypto's saying, but I can hardly hear what he's saying.
Crypto's saying that he's agreeing that when Tua's pressured, he's trash. Okay.
I want to know the numbers for the Buffalo games that Tua's played against. If he's played he's played Buffalo 3 times or twice?
3 times.
2.5.
I want to know which quarterback. I want to know which quarterback is good under pressure.
Joe Burrow.
Under the most pressure.
That was measured.
Joe Burrow.
He's over 70% completion when he's under pressure.
No. The Miami Dolphins allowed more pressure than any other
It's
team.
not the volume of pressure, it's the percentage of what you do when you pressure.
I know, but was Joe Burrow
even that number is
under
skewed
pressure
because
more than
our
Tua?
Our RPO system invites pressure.
But it's
run a
not the
system
same
that invites
pressure.
the pressure.
If he's pressured less than Tua, then how can you measure that?
We had a 12-man set personnel.
You can because he sacked more than anybody in the league. A sack by definition is a pressure, but not all pressure is a sack.
Listen to Cap.
Because Q, both sample size. No. I'll tell you because both. Wait a minute. Whoa. Answer Q's question because both sample sizes are large enough for the percentages to matter. That's why.
Right.
When you talk about large, give me a number. Because if it's not the same, then you can't measure that.
No. The larger sample size will make it harder to change the number over time. But the both sample sizes are large enough for the percentage to be compared.
You was saying something, Cap.
Yeah, no, it was like pretty much like the pressure's being invited, because of the personnel is a 12-man personnel, and based on that is all play action.
Yeah.
So you're gonna invite it because you're
that's
gonna roll
what
out, obviously.
Exactly,
So, I mean,
Cap. And that's what exactly you got your 5 linemen and what? When you talk about 12-man.
Hey guys, I told you, man, I'm a receipt giant, man. I'm a receipt giant. Not only was Tua not terrible, not under pressure. Not only was he not terrible under pressure, but he was number 7. He was top 7 in the NFL with completion percentage under pressure. Don't stop coming. If you don't have it, you just talking.
I was just about to mention that. I was just about to mention that.
He was number 7 in the NFL.
That was one of the categories that he was the top.
There you got your number.
He was number 7. It was Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott, Derek Carr, Jimmy G, Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, that risky Jimmy G that always gets shitted on, right? That Jimmy G, that guy? He was
stop moving the goalpost. Stop moving the goalpost.
Nick,
you said he sucked under pressure.
All day you've been on this show moving the goalpost around. Don't do that. Don't
talk about
moving the goalpost.
He was also in the top 10 converting
67.8.
I want to know, can somebody look up how much
80s and 90s.
Tua was also
Joe Burrow was 70.4. He was 3% higher.
What is the
Joe
difference
Burrow was
in pressure felt
70.4
in Miami with Tua and Joe Burrow in Cincy?
What's the difference? Because our pressures were still almost double what.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. With the 12-man, protection that Kevin was talking about.
Top it all off,
because
Tua had the least amount of time to throw in the entire NFL with 2.1 seconds.
12-man, that's 5 down linemen, a tight end, and you got the running back had to chip in.
Exactly, that's way different from 1.9.
Bones,
y'all move the goalpost like a mug. Well, y'all move the goalpost like crazy.
No, he just pulled a number up. It's
Stop being
2.52.
a hypocrite. Stop doing that. Because when we were having the Lamar Jackson conversation, you completely moved the goalpost. And I was like, in what earth is Tua better than Lamar Jackson? In what parallel universe are you living in where Tua is a better quarterback?
Right, and I didn't. I wasn't hypocritical. I didn't move the goalpost. I said other than.
Let me be clear about
other than. This is what I said, buddy. One thing about me, I pay my own bills, so I don't have to lie. I don't have to count for nobody. What I said was, other than his ability to operate under a play that's broken down, where is he better? That's what I said.
And this is what I'm going to say about Lamar Jackson. Hold on. Hey, I got some pushback on this. Because I'm going to tell you right now.
So you immediately agreed with me. What happened to all that? I was being hypocritical. What did I say hypocritical?
Oh no, are you talking to Von Joe or are you talking to me? Because I'm actually
and moving the goalposts. That's what he's
because
Not Russell. Not
Lamar
Russell.
Jackson,
He's talking to.
No, I'm listening. Russ said he wants to say something, so I'm letting Russ say something.
Crypto's audio is fucking with me bad. I don't
All he
know
has
what
to do is remove and take off his
it's
headphones, and he can have regular audio.
Russ, go ahead.
Okay. Lamar Jackson is an elite athlete. As a quarterback, as a passer in particular, I am not impressed. I actually think as a passer, Tua is better in that aspect.
No.
Because,
Russell. No, Russell.
I'm not done. Lamar Jackson is good throwing deep, but when it comes to intermediate throws, when it comes to short passes, when it comes to reading defenses and reacting properly, he actually has issues in that department still, and he still needs development in that aspect.
So
from a standpoint,
you can say
you
can say
on
the same
MVP
thing about
at
Tua.
playing the quarterback position. You have to be able to do all of that.
You don't just
win the MVP without being able to play the quarterback
there's
position.
things that Lamar Jackson can do that Tua can't. Because Lamar Jackson
let him talk because apparently Tua is great at throwing intermediate.
No,
Especially
he's got
across
a
the
tool
middle.
on that, but he's still better than Lamar.
BS.
I can't even agree with that because of simply what we've seen. I mean,
what we've seen.
The guy literally hops up. The guy literally hops up over.
Fast. He can extend plays with his legs.
Let me finish, if you let me finish instead of just shutting me down, then people would actually hear what I have to say about it. We've literally seen Lamar Jackson hop up over his offensive line and throw an intermediate strike on a rope. Like, really, bro?
No, Russell. This is a case of you have to
Their
rephrase what you're
completion
saying.
percentage is almost
Tua
identical.
is not a better quarterback. Tua is not a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson. Tua is a more accurate quarterback than Lamar Jackson. That is what you should have said. But to say that Lamar Jackson, Lamar Jackson's threat on his feet is not a quarterback ability.
Call me when Tua gets to 30 touchdowns.
That should be this season.
And Lamar could probably, if he plays a full season, throw 40.
Yeah, and it was already Lamar's season.
If he plays all 17 games, there's no reason why that kid should not have 30-plus touchdowns.
Right, but the point I'm trying to make is
not saying
Lamar has already done it. For you to say that he was a better passer,
arm to get that.
Come on.
Can you agree that Lamar Jackson has never had the receivers and weaponry that Tua's currently got right now? He's never had that in Baltimore. He still put up a 36-6.
He had almost
ratio.
Crypto. He had almost the exact same setup. He had Hollywood Brown and Mark Andrews. Tua had Waddle and Gaseki. Same setup.
You want to know what the difference between Baltimore and Miami is? Baltimore actually had a damn run game.
Yeah, it was called Lamar Jackson as well. Tua cannot be a run game.
Don't dismiss that.
The quarterback can't be a run game that Josh Allen has. Josh Allen.
Keep it real. Dobbins is a very solid running back.
With that being said, check it. Look, with that being said,
I'm talking about the running. The quarterback is not going to be doing what the running back did.
By y'all's logic, Tua is a better passer than Josh Allen. So, because Josh Allen had 738 yards rushing. What's his excuse for no running game?
Oh, no. Josh Allen's not an athlete, though.
Exactly. He has none.
With that being said,
he has capability of being hurt just like Lamar.
Boy,
Crypto, with that being said, check it. Look, with that being said, how is it that we ended up beating Baltimore last year?
What, the depleted Baltimore?
How do we end up beating them?
Yeah. Because our defense destroyed the RPO.
Because they was depleted. They was playing grandma at the grocery store at running back.
Because we have a wild take that the NFL already see what Lamar Jackson has. We have tape on him, and that's why we're stopping him.
I said he is elite.
Somebody on this panel gave that wild take.
No, but I already know what you're going to say, Russell, and that's where you're wrong. Because guess what? Josh Allen had 36 touchdowns last year, too. And he's never had more than 37 touchdowns in a season. So we're all you're saying is Tua is a better passer than Josh Allen. That's all you're saying.
It's tomfoolery. It's tomfoolery. Listen. Hold on. It is tomfoolery.
And again,
hold on. It is tomfoolery to think
Josh Allen is
touchdowns
better than Lamar Jackson.
And I want to make it clear. Hold on, guys. I want to make it clear that I am not here to shit on my quarterback. Tua is still my quarterback. But at the end of the day, I am not going to sit there and sound foolish saying that another guy is not better than him when he clearly is.
And to piggyback on that,
Ron Joe,
it is foolish talk to limit quarterback play to just throwing the football. You have to consider running that is all quarterback play.
All I'm saying is
that is the totality of it. Exactly, Q. That goes with it.
No, Q, but what I'm saying is
nobody has ever won
about
MVP
Josh
just
Allen
by running the football at the quarterback position. You're correct.
But we only get to say that about Josh
you have to
Allen.
be able to do both.
Josh Allen's a better passer than Lamar.
No doubt.
By what metric?
No doubt.
Without a doubt.
The accuracy is the same. The completion percentage is the same.
I'm going to take Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson.
There's one stat. Hold on, guys. There is one stat that Josh Allen is better at Lamar Jackson in. Yardage. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephon Diggs. Absolutely.
And Dave Davis.
No, at this point, I gotta say y'all worse than the national media.
And the fact that he played the fact that he played 2 extra ball games in the postseason.
Okay. Let me. You guys here sitting here and defend Lamar with all these deficiencies on the offense. Why can't you say the same thing about Tua?
Oh, we know Tua has deficiencies. Nobody's arguing the deficiency on
the offense.
But he did have Gaseki and Waddle as his speed complement.
Q, that's precisely what I just said. Basically, what we're saying is Tua is a better passer than Josh Allen. If we're going to say he's better than Lamar, we have to say he's better than Josh Allen.
Exactly. We have to, based on the numbers. Fair. He's more accurate. He's a better passer.
Yep. But again, man, I just can't take when our fandom makes us look foolish as a fan base. Don't do that, man. Come on.
And then we have to use Josh Allen's running as the reason why he's better than Tua. In other words, they're the same quarterback if you're going to just use numbers.
We could keep it 100.
Hey, can I give you guys some statistics and you guys can do what you want to do with it? True completion percentage. Tua was number 5 in the NFL. Play action percentage. Tua was number 2 in the NFL. Red zone completion percentage, Tua was number 8 in the NFL. Deep ball completion percentage, Tua was number 11th in the NFL. Pressure completion, Tua was number 11th in the NFL. Clean pocket completion percentage, Tua was number 3 in the NFL. Catchable pass rate, Tua was number 1 in the NFL. What are y'all talking about?
I got to ask you, Big Nick, just to keep it objective.
Catchable pass rate.
Where you getting that from? That's
a bogus stat. Catchable pass rate.
Like seriously, because all that matters is all that really matters is we only scored 20 points a game. So none of that really did anything for us.
What was the production of the offense based on them? If you read out those numbers, Big Nick, we should have been the number 1 offense in football.
Do you follow?
Oh my God!
Not when we have the 32nd ranked O line. Not when we have wide receivers.
Those numbers would not be possible if that's true.
Exactly. At the same time, our O-line didn't affect Tua based on his numbers that Big Nick is reading off.
Yeah. Based on that, you can't have it both ways. Based on those numbers, the offensive line didn't mean a thing.
Otherwise, we'd be scoring 35 points a game.
Coaching also.
So you guys didn't see that they actually include stats like that when it says clean pocket percentage. Like they include that.
Exactly. If you got a clean pocket, that should be able to produce an extra 2 touchdowns a game.
And he was number 3.
Nick, Big Nick, where are you getting that? Where are you getting your stats from, sir?
You can put it in advanced.
Get Terran Armstead then. Tua's better than you. He rides the ball all the play.
Advanced metrics.
Much better.
Advanced metrics. Where do they have Tua ranked? Where do they have Tua ranked overall as a QB?
Look it up.
Tua rank. I just looked up his own. They don't give me an individual league. Well, they just told you. I just told you.
No, I know. You gave me categories. I want to know what did you have him overall ranked as a QB overall?
They have him ranked like they've got him ranked like 21st, I believe, which is way entirely too low.
Well,
because
of course, it doesn't make sense. How could all those other stats be so high if he's only ranked 21st? How is that even possible?
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Well, you know, that's a number.
Which means one of those metrics of measurement is incorrect.
I don't think he put a receipt on there. I don't think he looked that up. So give him an opportunity to look that up.
Because I want to know what.
No, Russell was right.
All those metrics. Because at the end
no,
of the day,
Russell was correct in what he said.
Wait. I want to know from the panel. Are we talking about last season? Or are we talking about this season?
How can we be talking about this?
We haven't played. How can we talking about this season? We ain't played a game yet.
We haven't played a
game. I know, but you know, sometimes when you evaluate somebody last season, it kind of carries into this season. But you got to take into account that all these weapons are going to play a big factor into the offense.
But they still have to play it down, though.
I think, in fairness, though, we have taken that into account, Q. In fairness, about our the way we talk about things going forward, this discussion has been about the past. So that's why it comes up.
Then why, all right, man? Why are we even talking about the past?
You got me, bro. Because people want to bait people like us into talking about it and bringing up all the negativity. There's interest in people bringing that up, and I mean, again, I've tried to be fair. I try to point out, okay, yes, this is what we're going to do going forward.
Wait a minute. Who was that said Tua should throw 30 touchdowns this season? That's lowballing them, to be honest. He should be throwing 45 or plus.
Yeah.
Based on his weaponry.
I expect him to.
Whoever said they should throw 30 touchdowns is a lowball number.
And another thing, every time we wait a minute, one more thing, Russell.
When we do try to run game.
When we do try to bring up what might be possible going forward, we get told that we're already trying to make it, trying to say that it's about the other weapons and not to it. So you. Wait.
What happened?
Wait. I'm glad you said that. Can we attach some blame to the players around him? With the minus 7.17, number 26 rating, supporting cast efficiency. His supporting cast efficiency rating was 26 in the NFL.
We can't attach it. You know why, Big Nick? Because when we evaluated Tua, they base off what he could do, not drop passes.
That's why
Larry
made a really good point about
You just dismissed what he did. You guys just dismissed what he did. I just read it on what he did. You dismissed that.
But you didn't add the fact that his total rating that Russell brought up with putting him at 21. You tossed that out the window.
Because they are including the number 26 supporting cast efficiency.
No, they're not.
I'm looking at it.
On the quarterback.
I'm looking at it.
Hold on, I think all these
stats. You can't have a number 26 supporting cast and have and be ranked top 10 and all those other numbers.
What's up, brother?
That's mathematically impossible.
Hey man, it's possible in Tua land, man.
I mean, can we just
Tua land?
Tua land, bro.
You Iceman. Go ahead, Iceman.
What's good, everyone? What's good, Larry?
What's good, Iceman?
What's up, Larry? Hey, what's up?
Okay,
what's up, everyone?
What do you want to say, buddy?
Come cool down the conversation, brother.
Hey, man, I like what's going on. I like we getting all our, emotions out. I like it. We got to, bro. It's been a while that we've ever been, hence the word winning. And I think that this is the year that we might do something special. But, with Tua and Lamar, man, that's a different discussion. Lamar, let's be real. Lamar's done his job. He's an MVP. He's disgusting. He's nasty. But when you come to Tua, I get it. He's not at that MVP level yet, but we got to give him a chance, see what's popping with him. If he doesn't, do his thing, then it's out with him. Lamar's next if you guys want him. But, that's a discussion between everyone here. That's why we talk about it. So that's why I like it.
Iceman, I want to point out something you just said. I want to point out something you just said is why this argument comes up the way it does. Is because we get right off of the idea that
Well, we're speaking about this comparison with the weapons we have now. Tua hasn't proven himself with the weapons we have now, and neither has Lamar. But if you're going to say that, if we're going to compare the two, we need to be fair and say that we don't. What could Lamar do with what we have?
Guys,
And
it's just a matter of.
I mean, the athletic ability that he has, I just can't imagine that it wouldn't be like a ridiculous season. I mean,
MVP like numbers.
One of the
because
things
he had it with less talent when he got the
well,
MVP.
we bring up
So
the
you only
argument.
can't
We
prove
bring
that
up
he'll
the
be
argument.
MVP like numbers
Wait
again.
a minute. We bring up the argument and we deference to Tua because of what we've built around him now. But then we want to point out Lamar's flaws as if none of that stuff's going to help him.
Guys, you talked about stats to try to justify. Hold on. You guys talked about stats to justify positive, negative about any quarterback, especially Tua. Like I said, even though it's not perfect, the best rating out there to determine how good a quarterback is the QBR. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because it takes the total effect. Tries to anyway quantify the total effect the quarterback has, and it's super accurate. Like, let me give you an example. Right, Lamar Jackson had a poor season this year. Larry, you're wrong. QBR actually Tua had a higher QBR. Well, QBR doesn't reflect Lamar's Jackson. When Lamar Jackson was the MVP, he had the highest QBR rating by far and away because he was devastating as a runner and was a little bit better as a passer this past year, overall as a quarterback this past year. So QBR is the tool I recognize. And if you look at the total quarterback rating in 2021, guess what the order is? Exactly how L Expert says. The top 6, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Tom Brady, Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers. And then after that, groups like Lamar Jackson, Ryan Tannehill, and our beloved, our beloved,
Yeah, the first Tannehill was up there for a while in the first half of the season.
Listen,
Larry,
actually, second half he got there. Second half, it was Tua that was up there in the first half.
Listen, Larry, I know you're making sense right now, but I'm still gonna say you're dead wrong, Larry. I don't know why.
Yeah, Larry, you're dead wrong.
Hey, caller, I paid $10 for you, Bonjo.
What's that, Larry?
I don't know between Bonjo and crypto. I don't know, man. They won't tell me I'm wrong.
So what you're saying, Larry, is that
Larry, you're dead wrong, Larry.
It
what
could
you're
be
saying
me.
is,
I mean, you know,
yeah, $10 stay gone. I mean, Batman could come back, but it's 10 minutes. But yeah, he cut him completely. Apparently, $10. What a bargain!
I know, right? I'm gonna pay no
what a bargain!
I love Bonjo too much. He makes me look smart.
Larry.
Get back at him, man, because he embarrassed me with those guns of his.
Of course, Larry. Somebody got to validate you. Jeez,
Larry.
I know. Yes,
according to QBR rating, according to the QBR rating, last season, you're saying that in comparison to Lamar Jackson's MVP season, he regressed in quarterback play.
Yeah, I think in running he wasn't as effective either. So maybe he's trying to. They were trying to pull it back.
None of us have done a deep dive on Baltimore. Let's be honest, to find out what the reasons are for those regressions.
Actually, caller,
we can give Tua every excuse in the book, but Lamar, he's in a perfect situation over there. Come on, people.
Caller,
no.
Actually, it's interesting, because by Thursday show, I'm going to do a deep because there's so much talk about Lamar Jackson. I'm going to actually do a deep dive on Lamar Jackson. I'm going to do the jobs these clown media should be doing.
So, Larry,
they don't care.
The media don't do enough of that, Larry.
You'll be talking about Lamar to the Dolphins? Is that what you're saying?
No, on Thursday. On Thursday.
Yeah,
I'll tell you this.
Friday,
I'll tell you
you'll
this.
be saying Lamar to the Dolphins? Is that what you're saying?
No, absolutely not.
I'm curious to find out. I'm curious to find out how deep the rabbit hole goes in Baltimore. You know,
that's what I'm about to say. I'm going to give you a little tidbit, right?
Yeah.
As we are debating about Tua, they are debating about just as intently as we are about Lamar Jackson and signing him to the max contract.
The man.
It's true.
They have the doubts we talk. Some of us are talking about Lamar Jackson.
That's
Marquise
right.
Hollywood Brown
That's
gone
true.
traded. One of his ideal guys that he needs target. Ridiculous. Gone.
Yeah,
I
well,
wonder how many of those detractors
I'm
like
gonna do analysis.
players
No,
were
no,
blaming
Iceman, you're
the
right.
rest
I'm
of the
gonna do
team.
analysis. I'm gonna
His
do that.
replacement is already in the building, so he'll be fine.
I
Bateman is
wonder
way
how many
better.
of the Jacksoneers
pull
are
up
blaming
EM's,
everything
comments.
else in the organization.
He makes
I'm
he
curious.
asks a great question.
The Jacksoneers.
I say Lamar's
Kev,
a great.
could you put up EM's
I mean, I'm
question?
already blaming the organization, and I'm not even a Baltimore fan.
I'm not a big
There
fan
you
of
go.
And
You know
winning
what,
MVP isn't proving yourself, though. I mean,
Yeah, but it's
MVP
1
is
year,
worth something.
EM. It's 1 year. It's 1 year. We're talking about us, not Baltimore, for the future. So yeah, I want to do a deep dive. Just because you won, there are a lot of
Larry,
MVPs that
but
never
Larry,
lived up to the standard they were afterwards.
Larry, this is the same, but this is the same fan
Cam
base that was
Newton,
actually clamoring for
Yeah, there
Debo
was some
after 1
circumstance
year.
around Cam why
But
he
again,
wasn't.
that's
he
right
didn't
there. Right
survive.
there is the point at
dude
which
from
we
Washington in the 80s.
all of a sudden remove the variable of our team now from the equation. We have to look at it like, what would he do in the same situation Tua has a chance to prove himself in? This situation. And I just don't know that the eye test and intangibles would tell me right off the bat that this team we've constructed would destroy the entire league with Lamar Jackson.
No. You don't know that.
You
Color.
see, that's
You do not
why
know that.
I'm doing the analysis. First of all, because there's nothing to really talk about this offseason. Otherwise, I don't give a shit because the season will play out and that'll determine what we do. But in the meantime, that's what we're talking about. And you see, I'm the kind of guy. If I have a question, I gotta figure out an answer. I gotta do my research.
Right with you on that.
Okay.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
I don't
Let's not act like the Baltimore Ravens prior to the injury. They was number one in the NFL. They was already destroying the league midway through the season last year with that crop of people before they got injured. So let's not act like that they wasn't on the trajectory to destroy the NFL
Right. I'm
with
just
who
right.
they had.
See that I'm just steel
They were
manning.
doing it
I'm just
already
steel
prior
manning
to
people.
those injuries.
Crypto, I'm just steel manning people on that.
No more
Because,
Sanchez.
injuries aren't always an
They were
excuse.
the best
You know how
team
it
in
goes.
football.
8-0.
Yeah, you know where you heard it first, dog. I've been paying attention to Baltimore since I heard the rumblings before this season.
I mean, I've been following Lamar ever since he came down home on vacation, right around the time we had our big
Hearing
quarterback discussion going on
You
and
know
coaching
what?
discussion.
All I've been seeing is Lamar up in the north. We tired of seeing him up there.
And I'm saying the tweets he's made, the tweets he's been making over the last couple of months indicate to me, and this is my opinion, that he is not happy there. For whatever reason.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
And that is just an opinion inferred by the tweets he's made over the last few months. He has basically gone independent, if you ask me. Like, he talks about himself, and that's it.
There's only one thing that concerns me about Lamar Jackson, and that's him hanging around with Kodak Black.
And we also can't judge what Lamar wants necessarily. We've got to look at his agent. And his agent is his mother. And she's a very strong-headed woman from what I understand. So she may not be happy in Baltimore.
Let me throw gasoline into the fire. Okay, one thing I did learn, the organization's been trying to contact him to negotiate, and he's not returning the calls.
Yeah,
Bro, that's
be there.
They haven't had discussions in a while.
Yeah, the thing is, they're trying to call him.
He's ready to hold all the way. He's ready to take $21 million this year and force them to bid against other teams wanting his services.
Because they offered him.
El Capitan, that means that he's got 3 months to make up his mind.
Yo,
the Trope Brigade is here, everybody.
AB.
Nah, man,
He's got 3 months to make up his mind.
That's Mausa right there.
Hey, yo, Q, that's your fam right there, bro. Y'all stay with that.
That's my boy, man.
Yes, sir.
That man said, hey,
keep giving it to him,
we'll give you 40.
Dude, that would be 20-0, I think, is the
million.
number for a perfect season. I think it's 20-0.
They give him $40 million, but hey, Lamar said he don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
We could make a trade for him or Tom Brady. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if we got everything else goes
Lamar,
to fall, but I hope
video
not.
of Lamar's agent or Lamar's manager getting the offer from the team.
Bummer.
Huh?
This is a bummer, man. That's a bummer. That's literally Lamar's mom right there.
Yeah,
That's
bummer.
exactly what happened.
Bummer, bro. This sucks. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, I'm predicting the same exact thing with Lamar. What happened with Tyreek? That they're not respecting him.
That's right.
And it's gonna happen. If Tua struggles, Lamar's gonna be here. Watch.
That ain't no lie, because Lamar wants to be here.
The difference is
before the season,
and this isn't to disparage Tua, but the difference is people
that will be after the season if he
down the
falters
road
too.
for Lamar Jackson.
It'll be after.
Yeah, I would have said that, Crypto. But I think Thomas was insinuating that it was before or during the season.
Will be the cool
No,
running
it only
back.
can happen during the season if it's midway through the season before the deadline.
Listen,
Like the
most
trade
likely-
deadline. That's the only way it can
most
happen.
Best case, most likely it's going to be after the season if Tua struggles. But me being who
Hey,
I am,
show us the
after
clip,
20 years
JB.
hold on,
I'll
after
back
20
up every
years of
word I've
struggling-
ever said
after
anywhere.
20 years of struggling and trying to find this position and fix it. Listen, I ain't playing no games no more. Listen, go get the guy now. Trade those draft picks because before we're like F
Right
them
now,
picks.
already.
Not now.
Why do you
You
need to
can't
wait?
do it now.
Why?
That's impossible.
Well, you can go over there and offer them picks. Here's these picks for Lamar Jackson.
No, because John Harbaugh's not going to stand for it. No.
Not
It's
only
not
that,
gonna work now.
that makes us look real bad that we're all in
Boing,
on
boing.
the coach is all in on Tua.
That's John
and-
Harbaugh saying to the Miami Dolphins about Lamar Jackson. Boing, boing, boing.
He's not going to want to release them now.
Package, that's big.
We're going to have to give up 8
I mean,
first-round picks if you want Lamar Jackson to be released from Harbaugh to give in to that one.
Listen, I'll give them picks.
Hey,
F
straight
them
up,
picks, right?
I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be real.
That's nasty.
Maybe the play has been the other Harbaugh brother the whole time with Lamar Jackson. That'd be hilarious.
The whole time we've been saying F them picks. All of a
Be
sudden,
careful
Lamar
now,
F them
Cutler. They're going to come after you now. Be careful.
Hold on, I want to say all of a sudden it's no longer F them picks, right? Everybody wants to keep the picks.
Be careful now, Cutler. Stop it.
You got a point, Von Joe. You got a point.
I just want because before the season, when during the Debo talk, everybody was
F
saying,
them
"Oh, let's
picks.
get rid of
F
the
them
picks.
picks.
Let's get Debo. Let's
So,
get
right.
$40 million
So,
ain't no pressure, right?" See, man,
Only Tua can change the narrative, and he most likely will.
Crypto. What's the worst that'll happen? A year from now, we don't have John Harbaugh, and AB comes in and says, "Oh, I changed my opinions depending on what show I'm on."
Right.
That's the worst that'll happen to me.
That's the worst. That'll do it, Cutler.
Like I said, boy, I tell you, y'all talking something, y'all keeping receipts, but these receipts that y'all keeping, they don't hold no value because y'all talking some F them picks with Debo. Oh, let's pay Debo $40 million with this the hell with the cap space. All of a sudden, when it's time to read, if anything threatens Tua, no, we gotta keep our picks. Oh my God!
Not to mention Von Joe, they act like we don't have receipts.
Damn, Oscar.
They act like
wait a minute. Even Tua made it so we don't have to give away the picks.
No, wait a minute though.
Tua
Like we don't have
is an asset himself, so it don't matter. The picks don't matter anyway. Even if Tua doesn't ball out, Tua's still an asset.
They act like we don't have receipts. The difference between our receipts and theirs, my receipt is for tickets to the ball game.
Same.
Yeah. I will contest that Tua doesn't need to ball out for us to still get a good pick.
Listen, like I said, at the end of the day,
because he's an asset himself.
I'm with Color. My receipts is to the ball game because if he balls out, what you gonna say? Oh, Vonjo, I told you. Yeah.
I want to sit in those stands and have
and I'm still going to be sitting in the same seat cheering while you all are up in Canada or wherever the hell you're at.
When you saying I told you so.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
You go ahead and be bitter.
You gonna get the same seat color?
No offense to the friends
Same
of the
energy
family from Canada, from north of the border.
Love Canadians.
Yeah, we love Moss and we love Jay.
Same energy.
Reason we love all you guys. I'm just saying that
Keeping
it's really amazing to
receipts.
watch people from Germany tell me they got receipts. Like,
Keeping
really?
receipts.
Okay. What are you going to do with them?
Fucking, if you got the receipts, you'd know.
I don't get to get on the German Dolphin bandwagon? Oh, my God. Forbidden.
Hey, you got the receipts? You know I paid cash.
Well, we got a global audience.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, you're right, AB.
Hey.
You're right, AB. I did want Watson. Who the hell didn't? Including our owner.
The owner wanted him. Everybody in the building wanted him.
I did. I'm not being a
What are you
hypocrite.
trying to show that I'm like?
Everybody wanted the on-field talent.
Who didn't want him?
So what? When people say that, oh, you wanted Watson, of course I wanted the on-field
I
talent.
wanted Tua. I wanted Watson.
I would say
want
Greer,
to
Ross,
win.
and Flores wanted them too.
Shoot, I got
Oh,
excited
yes,
about
they
the
did.
Cardinals.
I want Kimmy
I want
B.
Brady.
I
I
was head
want
over heels for Joe.
All three of them wanted them.
Kimmy B. Everybody, let's get
Wait,
it.
who didn't want Watson is the question.
When Culpepper
there
got here,
are a
I was
lot of
excited.
people that didn't want Watson.
Shoot, we got
I mean,
Culpepper.
What'd you say, Larry?
There were a lot of people that didn't want Watson. After all,
He's right.
after all,
I was one of them, Larry.
Dolphin
I was
fan.
one of them.
Dolphin
Wait a
fan
minute.
I
is
didn't want
gonna be
Watson.
listening.
Okay, a lot of people.
Yeah,
did it.
Larry, but we just talking about in general.
Guess what?
Yeah.
But we've already shown that a lot of people did. Are you individually attacking everybody who wanted Watson? No, you're not. You're a child. Go back to
You
your
want to
mom.
play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend.
Way to go, Scarface. Way to go.
Either that or you're my number one fan. I appreciate you, bro.
Hey,
Scarface
hey,
told him that.
you know what, Color? I don't know about having haters, man.
Wait a minute.
I don't know
You
about
seem to
having
know
any haters,
everything
but
I'm saying in
Haters
other
for
chats.
James.
So you follow me around like a puppy dog. Thank you. I'll give you a cookie.
shout out to my boy AA. That's my number one fan. Daddy loves you.
Tua's gonna give him a cookie.
Hate us because they ain't us. Exactly. They hate us because they ain't us. That's a great saying, okay?
What are you talking about? It's like every fucking day, bro. You've never said one word to these other guys about wanting Watson.
It's over, Johnny.
Color, buddy.
I mean, but Color, you do have one of the.
Hey, the boss man wanted them. All the boss man, all the people upstairs wanted them.
He's my
I
number
can't
one
do
fan. I
nothing.
can
Hold on, but
appreciate
Color,
that.
you do have one of the top rated late night shows.
That's true.
I mean,
we
I'm just
are
saying,
out here.
I
You know,
mean,
I agree.
I
You know, and we know. Oh, by the way, we have got breaking news. El Cap, you got to hit it.
Hold on. Let me get to it. There you go.
It's live. It's breaking. So we have official confirmation at the Finns tailgate that another important journalist now watches our show.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Clay Travis over at Outkick.
Mhm.
And Armando Salguero, who now works.
Armando Salguero, that works for Outkick. Go ahead, Carl.
That's good, Armando.
Decided to emulate the Finns tailgate and create a new segment they have. I noticed on the throne yesterday called Outkick the Tailgate.
Yeah.
So we now have confirmation that Clay Travis
Mike
watches the
Florio.
Welcome, Clay Travis, to the audience. You're awesome, bro. I think you do great work.
Welcome.
I love the fact
Shout out all of
them. Mike Florio watches the show. Who was the other one, Color, that was watching the show?
We got Florio, and we know that Tua watches.
Oh yeah, Tua's a big fan.
And there was somebody else, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. I want to say it was Adam Beasley or something like that. So,
Hey guys, I gotta get to a meeting.
All right, Vonjo.
Listen, I appreciate
brother,
you.
you good, man.
I
Easy,
truly appreciate that midday show. You gotta save my day, okay, my guy.
Have a good one, Vonjo.
I was dragging.
Have a good one,
Vonjo.
So, hey man,
Got you, son. Got you.
Oh, you motherfuckers. You think you can do this to me?
That's right. So yes, back to the point of topic. We don't have to worry about whether Lamar Jackson's going to be a Dolphins quarterback or not, because from what I'm hearing, the Dolphins are willing to move off of Tua up to this point. Now they're held in pat, and rightfully so, because that's the right play at this point. But they're not off of any pivoting. That's why there's the extra draft picks, all that stuff. Now, I mean, look, we gotta get this offensive line worked out, or we will have to get a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, because that's the only people that stand a chance.
I agree.
What about Jimmy G and Debo as a package deal? I swear I hope, God forbid, but what happens if that happens? You know, that could be an ideal. If we go 0-5 and it looks bad from Tua, and we could just make that safe.
San Francisco would want 11 team picks. because they were willing to give up 3 first-rounders for Trey Lance. What they value for purchasing, they would go, yeah, give me your next draft class the next 2 years for all that. And it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And trust me, AB, I ain't begun to needle you yet, bro. I haven't spent 1 ounce of energy on you. You might think I have, but trust me, I haven't.
Hey, we need to get AB and EM up here. They've been going back and forth in the chat.
AB and EM won't come up at the same time. They won't do it.
Oh, you're definitely more in EM's fields than
that's
mine.
like oil
That's
and
for
water,
sure.
man.
EM wants to go toe to toe with you, bro. I don't want that. Like I said, I'm a being a fight. I don't want no violence.
AB is not going to come up at the same time as EM. It's just not going to happen. I don't think I've had you up here at all, AB.
I've never seen him on the
He's
panel.
never been on any panel.
Man, AB, I'll tell you what. I will give you an exclusive show, no panel,
full
you
hour.
can just address the chat, and I'll run it. I'll just run it. I'll feed the questions. You can give all the pushback. I'd love it, bro.
I won't even be in the backstage in the StreamYard. I'll like stay away.
I'll just sit back here,
stay away.
and I'll do.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Play clips. I'll run the back. I'll do all the good stuff.
That's gonna be crazy right there.
That would be awesome. So, back to my 5 concerns. I thought I'd get more pushback on the Mike McDaniel being in my top 5 concerns. Where do you guys sit on that? Everybody's like, oh, no, I just worry about injury and stuff like that. I'm not talking about, injury's easy. Easy answers injury, and putting the O-line 5 times is easy. Finding 5 things to live.
Hey, Chris,
who do we,
you got
when the injury bug hits, who do we ask, El Capitan? Are we allowed to ask?
What?
When the injury bug hits, who's going to take the hit and ask about the training group?
I mean, if the injury bug's hitting the whole team, I will put together the pieces and I'll make my own fucking.
Yeah, I never assess anything based on the possibility of injury because that's just the fact of life in the NFL.
Yeah, it was more of a
Chris,
joke, Larry.
you have
more of a joke because you remember how when Adam Gase was constantly coming up to the podium saying, "Oh, injury bug," and then finally somebody asked the question in the media about what's going on with the training staff in Miami, right?
Yeah,
and how that discussion was already going on. And so when a certain person we all know asked about why Tua isn't up to speed already, and he questioned the training staff, he got attacked in social media for it. And I was trying to say that question was already being asked back in the Adam Gase era.
But I will say this on the training staff front, and then I'm going to throw to Larry because Larry said he was agreeing with me, and I like to hear that. We haven't seen the injury bug in the last few years, so hopefully we won't see it again. And if we do, my first thought won't be training staff. It'll be Flores, Stickler, McDaniel, not Stickler. Now guys are getting injured because there's not that, extra deal. But Larry, you were saying about agreeing with me with Mike McDaniel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I have a unique take to all of you. A lot of you know I've been saying this before, that this is to prevent what might prevent the Dolphins from getting into playoffs. It's a 1A, 1B. Obviously, it's Tua. Tua's got to ball out. But 1B, it's the coach. Rookie coaches make mistakes. Mm-hmm. Now, any other year, if we could afford to be a dynamic team and lose a game here because of a rookie coaching mistake, not this upcoming year with the depth of the AFC.
Unfair that it is, but it's the truth.
It's the truth. I could see, guys, I'm saying it right now, I could see overall odds may not happen, but I could see an 11-win team not making the playoffs this year in the AFC.
I could see that too.
Yep. I could
that
too,
is
Larry.
Sick. That is sick. Okay?
Now, 11 wins and not making the playoffs.
That's tough to blame anybody. Yeah,
that's right. That's hard to blame. But I'll tell you what, 9 wins and we don't make the playoffs. They're looking for as many people to blame as they can.
Oh yeah. By the way, you notice I said 1A and 1B. What wasn't in there? The offensive line.
Yep.
Because now I have to rethink that after this OTA nonsense, but I'm still heading steady, right? The fact is, I don't have a major concern with the offensive line as a lot of people. Yeah, I have concern, but not major. Why? Because we're set at left tackle, we're set at left guard, we got a functional center, and we got a solid young right guard. The only hole that we have is right tackle.
That's a major concern for me.
I'll tell you this.
You know
Hold
what?
on.
No. If it's one position, then that is on the coaching staff.
That's
to coach
right.
Around
Take
out.
the words right out of my mouth, Larry.
Yeah.
There's been assets allocated for the offensive line, be it the free agent pickups, the 2 guys we got this year, but also a lot of draft picks on here. And every one of the offensive guys we've gotten all have some kind of blocking in this scheme specialization. So if they failed in a totality of the offensive line, that's everybody's fault. And then we can put the blame at McDaniel's feet, which if McDaniel loses his job, chances are they're all losing their jobs anyhow, which again is a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
By the way, guys, nobody talks about this, right? But I got to ask yourself, why does the coaching staff like Austin Jackson and right tackle? You see, I always ask
I don't
why.
know. I'm thinking he'd be better served at left guard, personally.
Okay, I know personally, but why do you think
body type?
Let's put it this way: they want him to succeed at right tackle.
Why do I think? Yeah. I think to justify his draft position.
No,
personally, that's what I think. I don't
think that's number one. When you think about it, when you try to analyze it, you know what you have to do? Go look at San Francisco. What did San Francisco do? Mike Daniels do in San Francisco?
Well, they'll have some of their tackles come back on trap plays,
right?
And come out in front.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. The most infamous one is who?
It's Trent
Williams, a left tackle. So Larry, so how come they're talking about right tackle? And
because he's vice versa.
Because the quarterback is left-handed and he likes to roll out to his left.
It's his blind side. Yeah,
that's his. No, he likes to roll out to his. Keep with me. It's not having to do with blind side. Tua likes to roll out to his left. Austin Jackson's an amazing athlete. That's one of his strengths. Okay, on the move. So you could see him putting that role Trent Williams did on the rollout on the opposite side because Tua's left-handed. So they want their version of Trent Williams at right tackle. I'm not saying it's going to be as good, but an insane athletic right tackle to make that offense with its unique play designs work.
I haven't had a problem with Jackson with his run blocking. It's his pass blocking that's been atrocious.
Well,
and that's
you know what, guys?
Guard.
I'm one of those that I buy what the coaches said. You see, everybody, one of the problems we as Dolphin fans have here is we don't trust anybody. We believe everybody's lying to us. Okay. Flores, by the way, never lied. He's just never told you.
That ain't my fault.
Yeah.
That's their fault.
They said they looked at the film at these kids and this line and said, what the hell? They came to the same conclusion as our ball game has come. These kids are not being coached.
Yep.
They're not being coached. Yeah. They said so. Not in totally
money take,
like that.
Larry.
They said
money
it with, stuff. So I'm taking them at their word. I'm not going to defer that. Well, Greer wants it because he wants. First of all, stop that nonsense. Greer's job is on the line.
I disagree. I agree that it is on the line, but I don't think he loses his job no matter what.
Listen to me. His job is on the line. Okay. If I was scared of my job, I'll be signing the best right tackle, the best offensive line there is, because he left himself open by not doing what we hoped he did. In reality, he did what we asked for in the beginning, but now we're always moving the goalposts. Now we want him to finish it. So yeah, I don't believe in one moment. I believe what McDaniel and his offensive coach says. We want these kids. I think we're good with these kids. We can get them play, and that had nothing to do with what you're saying.
You believe that they believe what they believe. That's
I say I'll give you that.
Disagree with them, but you at least believe that they believe what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that they're right or wrong.
I make too. I know this organization.
You guys know I'm conservative. I said it all along with the beginning of free agency, especially now when they're having all these playing this game. Sign Riley Reef. Because he plays both left and right tackle, can do a solid job. He's not elite anymore, but he does play solid tackles. And with all the things that's going on here with Teron Armstead, if he gets hurt, we're screwed. No, not if you have Riley Reef, you can move over there. And if the kids don't pan out a right tackle, you have Riley Reef. Makes sense. And if they both pan out, then you got an awesome swing tackle. All for about a few $1 million. Sign Riley Reef. Don't let him go to the Jets. See, I'm coming out against Chris Greer on that.
Let me ask you a question, and maybe this is for the whole panel. If that's the case, why are they waiting so long? I mean, is it a thing about they're waiting Thomas, so that way we could get a bargain deal? Or why not? If that's the case, bring a guy in now and get him acclimated to the system that he's going to be doing.
But you know what, Thomas?
But wait, it's twofold. Yeah. Or, and this is a question to you and maybe to the whole panel, or is it kind of like with Flo? Chris Greer's ego is getting in the way and saying, "No,
it's a bit of both.
I drafted the right guy," and
that's what Chris is saying. Yeah,
I think it's
both in a different regard, though. I think it is. Hey, we can hold pat because of all the coaching we brought in, but if somebody drops in the cut phase, we can grab them. And anybody like that is going to easily acclimate.
On top of all this, though, hold on. On top of all of it, this scheme is demanding your offensive linemen to run a lot. So you want to, if you can, try to have young guys that can execute.
And let's face it, the prospective offensive veterans, the prospective veterans know this.
Yes.
They don't want to be doing this this late in their career. It's amazing we got Armstead.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, let me answer that question. First part of it, not unusual in the NFL. I agree with you. It's too many teams, if you have a need, especially when you're close, don't play games. This happens all the time. Once the bulk of free agency is done before training, everybody's on a holding pattern because they, quote, they want to see what they got, unquote. Okay, Dolphins are saying, and you know what, Color and Chris, you may be right. Chris Greer talked to them, says, guys, I really believe in these kids. Let's and they say, well, you know what? We can see what you're saying. It's bad coaching, and let's give them a shot. And I'm saying, guys, you got the resources. Make it the best of both worlds. Look at those kids and bring on Riley Reef as backup insurance.
And that's a great point. To further also your point about Greer, hey, he's listening to us. He's given the same chance to those guys that we're all giving to Tua. Like he should.
Deserves a chance at this point. Really.
If we're going to blame all the coaching and everything else for Tua's problems, then we have to give deference to those offensive linemen.
No, Color. There's a problem, my friend. The problem is this team is supposedly on win now mode. So you don't want too many chances. The reason Tua's got that chance is because you got no choice. There's not many answers out there on quarterback. So, and maybe they do believe, but even if they don't believe in Tua, they got no choice to make it a move.
Well, and maybe it's about seeing how many more options are out there once the cuts start happening.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's on a whole pattern. They'll see what they need, and then they'll see who's being cut out there.
Plus, some of these veterans that are sitting without a job, as it gets close to week 1, maybe their agent says, "You know what? We'll take that deal."
That is
what I'm saying. There's a lot of.
And if not, and all that goes south, we go back to they're fine with the coaching up our young guys. You know what I mean?
That's kind of what they do.
The fallback plan.
They could be targeting somebody and then not get them and say, "Yeah, well, this is who we had all along. We were happy in the beginning." You know what I'm saying? They can always defer.
And that way, nobody has leverage on us. We can't get strong armed by somebody. You know what I mean? In deciding
Thomas, guys might correct me, but if I recall over the years, it's usually after the third week of training camp when you see those next waves of cuts and signings come after teams seeing what got a feel for what they got.
I think Greer is
not playing with their panties, guys. When they're not,
to be honest with you, I think Greer is gun shy because of Jesse Davis. He does not want to get in a bad contract like that again.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
gun shy about nothing.
There's some type of disconnect.
I think he's very patient.
Let me ask you this on the panel. It seems like there's some type of disconnect, either with Greer not being able to evaluate the offensive line, or their scouting department. But there's some disconnect there. I really feel.
Or they just disagree with us. They could just disagree with the fans.
Yeah. No, but this has been going on for years and years and years, Color. This ain't something new.
But bringing in the coaching staff that we have is different.
I mean, here we had a guy right under our nose.
It's at least a different approach.
We had a guy right under our nose that we bring in, then we let him go, and now he's a damn starter and a damn good one for the Raiders. I mean, what are we doing here?
But again, we don't know if the doctors came back to us and said his knee's about to blow out.
Then now we got a doctor's problem.
Well, don't even get there going again. Hopefully that's over.
Yeah,
with.
Thomas, let me say one thing, right? Greer's problem with the offensive line, I always stated, not the drafting, not signing, it's the strategy from the get-go. Okay, you had a young quarterback, you had a young team overall, and you built an offensive line entirely of kids, except for Jesse Davis. Never worked in the history of the NFL.
No, the same things happened with Tannehill too. We couldn't build an offensive line for him.
No. You're not listening to me. The strategy. No, they drafted young players like Mike Pouncey. They signed veteran, and it did happen. The unicorn line, except for injuries, wrecked that unicorn line. They did build a potential outstanding offensive line. Just saying, dude. But the strategy, right? No successful team has ever put one first-year player and 3 first-year players in an offensive line, and it didn't turn out to be disaster.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And on top of that, the coach hires offensive line. He doesn't know how to. I'm not going to say they were all bad, but they were definitely not working for this team because they were constantly firing him left and right, offensive line coach with Flores. So you have a young team with no veteran, only Jesse Davis, which you're right. Like they're going to respect Jesse Davis. And you got no coaching, no leadership from coaching. Man, that was disaster. And I said it back then. That was a recipe for disaster, and that kicked them in their ass. They were bitten in the ass by that.
Well, we can all agree that the coaching shouldn't be the problem now because I think we got pretty damn good coaching.
Plus, we got a couple of nice veterans in there to stabilize the offensive line. So now we'll see what the kids can do. By the way, guys, first of all,
Larry. Scott Jackson says Miami had 2 winning seasons in a row. That's no disaster, and I think that's why some of us are not so paranoid about the offensive line strategy. You know what I mean? Because we're so close. It's like, what is really going to tip us over the iceberg? It's what I said yesterday. Over 20 points a game and over 30 minutes time of possession. That's what's going to push us over the edge. Go ahead, Larry.
This team,
right? But color, imagine, right? That's the whole point. We had 2 winning seasons in a row, but what was I'm going to say it's the number 2 reason for the disaster, not winning the extra game. It was coaching. It was Flores number 1 that he really held back the team, but the offensive line, and it goes all the way back to back in 2019 when they devised this strategy of how they're going to approach build the offensive line. Drafting wise, they only made 1 mistake in my book. That was drafting Solomon Kinley, because that point I went back there and I said, that confused me when they draft Solomon Kinley. This was supposed to be a zone. Everything they were building pointed, like Austin Jackson, pointing to a zone blocking scheme. Solomon Kinley was never a zone blocker. He was a power gap blocker. And again, so that confusion, that's bad drafting. When you're drafting players that don't fit the scheme you want to run, or it's bad management when you don't know what scheme you want to run. How are you supposed to draft players or sign players if you don't know what you want to run? So that's the problem. That was the history with the offensive line. It all goes all the way back when they first decided this how when to rebuild. They wanted to redo it on the cheap color. Money-wise, not draft choices, but money-wise. Stop that other argument. The Dolphins don't spend resources. That's a effing lie. They spent a first, 2 seconds, and a third for their. That's a lot of resources for the offensive line. So it's just you think of resources on money, and it's only one of the resources. So the Dolphins expended, but the strategy was flawed. So think of that strategy as the foundation of a building, right? Terrible foundation, what's going to happen? Eventually. What's going to happen eventually? It's going to collapse, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
Right on, Larry.
And you might be right, Carla. You might be right, but I won't be kicking myself. I will definitely be cheering. I have to throw some jerk seasoning on the crow, but that's okay. It makes for a good tailgate dinner.
Yeah, and don't forget that sundress.
Oh yeah, that too. I forgot about that.
Even, you know what, guys? Even I still have concerns about the strategy against off. I don't personally believe it. Again, guys, no good coach I ever heard. I've never even heard of a bad coach decides a player wins a roster spot on the Panty Olympics. Okay, it never happened. All of a sudden, the media reporting implying that Connor Williams got the job. No, Connor Williams don't got the job. All they did was like they try to get an idea, and they said so themselves. They want to move pieces around to see what they could do with
Well,
this
and not only that, but Larry, but it's like saying he's the guy until he's not the guy. I mean, who else is there right now?
Right.
So of course,
See, you know what, guys? If Michael Dieter turns out to be bad and Connor Williams, I'm all for it. Always get that, but I have a cow because what their actions told me they went into the. It wasn't me, guys, that said I love that Batman tried to get you guys to think that I love Dieter. I never said that. I said the Dolphins are comfortable with Dieter because they never made a move in free agency to get a center. Never. If they were never comfortable with Dieter from the get-go, that's on Greer. Again, another.
No, who's to say they're not looking, Larry? Who's to say they're not looking?
You listen to me, right? In the beginning of free agency, they must have been comfortable for Dieter because they were not looking. They didn't bring any center in. They didn't make a move in the draft for a center. They were comfortable with Dieter. Now, separate from that, if something happens that they think, oh well, you know what, we were wrong about Dieter, or Connor Williams just beat him out, and they love Eichenberg at guard, that's fine. That's just competition. That's what you want, the best five out there. But my problem is, if it's so, and I personally don't believe so, because like I said, nobody makes a decision after the Panty Olympics about a new starter, okay, in a competition. I think they've always has been comfortable with Dieter, and I told you guys, stop it. Dieter actually was functional center, almost decent and getting better. He played. Dieter has snap issues. Guys, I saw all the games 3 times. Dieter did not, and he played 8 games as a starter, right? Not once did he had a snap issue. And
there's
he was
also
excellent in pass protection.
To be said for Dieter.
Yeah. Problem with Dieter last year was not his pass protection. It was his run blocking. Like all the offensive line, not just Dieter. But Dieter's pass protection, he only gave up a couple of pressures and one sack.
We should be welcoming EM Baller to the chat if I'm correct.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, EM?
What's up, EM?
I'm doing good.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm just cooking me some Santa Fe pork tacos. I'm not much of a cooker, but I'm starting to get into cooking. So I'm trying to culture myself.
Hey, you know, EM, down here where I'm at, our culture, man, the men cook. You're not a man if you're not cooking, you're not doing it, because, you know, the women, they're sacred to us. You know, they just sit around.
That's the point.
Hey,
yeah, man.
Women can. I'm cooking some food, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know why I never remarried? Because I said, I'll marry the first girl that cleans the house better than I do and that cooks better than I do. I haven't met that girl since
I'm not that savage like you. I'm gonna be the one doing that shit.
Hey, I was married to a lady who couldn't cook. She did a halfway decent job. Please.
Yeah, she's got to at least cook decently. She can't be a terrible cook, but you know, I don't mind being the one that cooks.
I'm a terrible cook.
I love
no lie.
Myself,
no lie. El Capitan, terrible cook. I could grill, but I can't cook. I'm terrible. I burn everything.
I'm a fire cook, bro.
Oh, that makes
I've been cooking my whole life.
I love charred food.
I got oxtail. Gotcha.
Ooh, oxtail stew. I love that.
All right, I'm done. Just got to add the cheese to it, and then I'm done.
Oxtail fire, bro.
You gotta have rice and peas.
You know what? Let me.
This is not to be stereotypical, Q, but there is something about Samoans that tells me they're most of them are good cooks.
They're cooking.
Nah, color. Don't be like that, bro. I know where you're coming from. This dude. But you know what, color? This is how we cook, man. We cook umu, bro, or imu. I don't know if you guys know what an umu or imu is. It's an earth oven. So you have to go
dig a hole.
No, yeah, and in Tonga and in Hawaii they dig holes, but we don't dig holes here. It's the same process.
That's the imagery I'm thinking of, like really, really good barbecue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Get some support, some big ass logs, and just place them down.
I'm picturing
river rocks.
I'm picturing a wild boar with pineapples over his eyes.
Well,
no, we don't do that here. That's Filipino. That's the Philippines.
So, Q, rednecks no different in Florida. Do the same thing. You get a big pile of cedar, and you just burn it all down into a bunch of ash. You take a pig that's stuffed with vegetables and everything, and you throw it in there, and you cover it up with shovels, and you just let it cook, and you throw dirt over it, and you leave it there, and you come back after 12 hours next day. You do it at the evening and just leave it there. You dig it up, and it's just ready to go.
Come back 12 hours later, and the party starts.
That's it. You do it all day.
Man, if you get really piping hot, man, that thing is ready in an hour.
Yeah, it all depends on what kind of wood you're using. Because there's different. There's what kind of wood you're using, and then how much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony, that's not true. They had. When they started the build, they already had one of the best left tackles in football.
Yeah, they already had good offensive line.
And they also had, now I just had his name. I forgot it already.
Lyle Collins, they got on a
No, Lyle Collins. Yeah, he was the Then they added Zach Martin, Lyle Collins, a couple of and Connor Williams, the young guys you're talking about. They had another one too. Oh gosh, his name escaped me. But Tyron Smith, I remember because the one that recently retired, their center, Travis Frederick.
Well, if I could offer some optimism about our young offensive line, Larry's right. Nobody's ever done what he said. Okay. But we can say that back in the day, Aikman's offensive line, I mean, they went 1-15 with him their first season. Mm-hmm. And yeah, by the time they became champions, sure, they were already veterans by then. So I'm not trying to defeat Larry's point. Mm-hmm. They still had a terrible season or two before they gelled, but it also offers us some optimism to say, hey, that fallback strategy of just coaching up what we got, the young guys we got, may actually pay out in the long run.
But it's also a little different. We added a couple of solid, and one of the kids already, in my opinion, I love Robert Hunt. Guys, I do.
Yeah.
So basically, and Dieter, somebody made the comment, Lucky 7, that Dieter's not the problem. He's not the answer solution either. Well, this is football, dude. Okay, I said it before, right? I think if I'm the Dolphins, I'm comfortable with Dieter. But if I could upgrade, I would upgrade with Dieter. If your the worst piece of your offensive line is Michael Dieter, you're gonna have a pretty good offensive line. Pretty good because he's an average starter. He's an average starter. So everybody else is better than that. You're gonna have a pretty good offensive line.
And I think the reason,
I'm out, brother. Color, Larry, I'm
Later,
out. Y'all have a good time, man. I'm really
Later,
tired
homie.
right now. Please. All right. Bye. That's it.
Oh, and Larry,
somewhere in American Samoa, a pig is about to squeal.
Oh yeah, going to getting themselves on. So make sure everybody's hitting the like button, subscribing to the show, checking out all the great content we have here on the network. We can start off every week, Talk 7 TMI Tuesdays, live around 9. Thursday night, late night color commentary coming at you. Saturdays, we do Late Night Exhale with Ali. TFTG every other day of the week. And then Cash App, Venmo, Fanatics, help support the show, Super Chat, or our gear. All those links are in the description. And let's continue on, boys, and we'll start shutting her down here in a little bit.
And Larry, I think the reason why they're trying Connor Williams at center is because in this system, in this offense, you need a very, very smart center. Alex Mack was a 49ers center. Correct. He's a veteran. He's done it all. He's been there, done that.
You know what? You're just saying what
is smarter. Will know the calls and all that.
I agree with you. However, they have a good idea about Dieter because Greer's been the GM. Okay, so if they felt that Dieter, whatever reason, they felt he wasn't smart enough, they knew that before free agency, and they could have gotten it. Just saying, I just told you, dude. Number one, they're playing everybody at different positions, except for Teron Armstead, because they're in that contra of flexibility, which I thought was wrong part on Flores' part with young kids right off the bat in their strategy dealing young kids. Levi, like an example, Eichenberg is is the pit up model. Leave Eichenberg where you drafted him at right tackle. Let him learn to be a right tackle before he switch on left guard and then left tackle.
I agree. I agree.
Veterans would have a hard time, and a rookie that never.
I agree.
They didn't even give him a shot.
No, they shuffled him everywhere, and I think he'll be better served at right tackle than Jackson. I understand all the reasons why they want Jackson there, but I see, recreating pseudo Laramie Tunsil. If Connor Williams is our center, then put Laramie or put what's his name there at guard, Jackson at guard, left guard, so then he can kick out to left tackle in a pinch, and then you fill in your left guard position with, I don't know, probably Dieter at that point.
I do think they were mismatching a little bit, but when training camp hits, we'll know.
Yeah. Lucky Seven, you're going to hear rumors about center. Okay, it's not because of Dieter. It's not because of Connor Williams. There's only one hole in this football team right now. You know what that hole is? Lucky Seven. You know why? One of the reasons they're also playing Connor Williams there. You ever thought of that? Nobody in the media is telling you that. Do you know why they're also playing Connor Williams at center? One of the reasons they're playing Connor Williams at center in the OTAs. And I'll tell you what, it has to do with the fact it's one of the holes in this remaining in this team. Anybody? Have you ever looked at a roster?
Yeah, cornerback depth is a little bit of an issue.
No, I'm talking about why they're moving Connor Williams or looking at Connor Williams at center.
Because they really need a starting center, and they feel like he is the second best O lineman, and he's smart.
Because Michael Dieter can't keep his job no matter where it is?
Nope.
I don't know then.
Okay,
what is
guys
it,
are ready?
Center's important in this offense than you think.
Listen to me. Who's our backup center on the roster?
Right now, it's Dieter.
Right now, Dieter.
No, that's why they play Connor Williams, because you need at least two centers.
The man named Tom, Chris Tom.
They never signed. Never mind. You want J.C. Turner? They don't even have a backup center right now. That's why. You ever thought of that? That's why they're playing Connor Williams. You cannot have Dieter play every single OT. They have two different sessions going out there.
Yeah, I didn't think of that, Larry. You might be right on that. That they're getting Connor Williams.
Maybe they blew it. They blew it. I don't know how they could blow it about Dieter, and something showed out in OTA. Now they're panicking. I doubt that very much. Greer knows Dieter, so he would have known that.
No, I think as soon as they signed him, they intended him to play him at center and see how it went.
Mm-hmm. No. First of all, let me say one thing for you, okay? Also, guys, have you ever did your homework? Do you know what's available out there for guards, center, and right tackle? You know what position is the least available?
Center.
Well, no, not even center.
Really? Guard would be less available?
Guard, that's right.
Really?
There's not many talented guards. So, and they got to know that too. No, they drafted Connor Williams to be a guard, signed Connor Williams to be a guard. And why in the hell
be on the left side,
one of the best guards?
Well, they said a couple of things.
Yeah.
We know a couple of things. After the draft, when we didn't get a center, Chris Greer says to us, well, we feel really good about Dieter there and everything like that. But at the same time, and I heard this when we got Connor Williams right after we got him, that they were interested in seeing him at center. And then Connor Williams himself just a couple of days ago said that right after they signed him, he had a phone call conversation where they said, we think your skill set works at center. So, but they also, again, Chris Greer said that they felt really good at center, even though they got trade offers for Dieter. So
let me say one thing,
guys.
I never said they won't do it. Right? If they go win, they always said it. They're going to take a look at everybody. They're going to mix and match, see what they come up with the best combo. If they feel after all that process that, and this is what's going to happen, guys. I talk in values, so I can make you understand that, right? Connor Williams, whether you guys realize, because the media don't realize it for sure, Connor Williams is one of the best left guards in football. Right? So you have one of the best left guards. You're going to put him in to be a center. We don't know how good of a center is. And I'm going to tell you right now, whoever's going to replace him left guard is not going to be the best left guard, one of the best left guards in football. So one thing when you do make changes like that, you never, ever strengthen one position.
Who's to say
equal value weaken another position? Never mind making that value less than that.
So real quick, real quick. Connor Williams' biggest strike against him was the penalties, and that was a lot of it
Yes,
false starts. If you're snapping the football, he ain't getting no false starts. He could be the best. He could be the best damn center in the NFL at that rate.
Chris, that was an anomaly. Never had that problem. How about this? He had what problem he did have was his offensive line coach. I forgot whose the name is.
Queasy guy.
Yeah, guess who that coach was from?
Can I offer some insight on Michael Dieter real quick?
Yeah.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is because NFL is lit says that seems backwards. Well, there's something else that seems a little backwards to me when I just pulled up Dieter's profile and all that. Back when he was still a prospect before he was drafted, I'm looking at a article on the Minnesota Vikings website, the NFL sponsored one. And there's some interesting things in here that kind of don't make sense, that do seem a little backwards, given that we didn't do anything to move him or trade him or anything like that. So real quick, I'll read some of it. NFL.com analyst Lance Zierlein praised Dieter's work ethic, saying he's a durable lunch pail guy who answers the bell each week. Among his strengths were that he has good leg drive into double teams and down blocks and finishes with vigor once he gets the upper hand. Dieter's experience in a variety of pro-style rushing schemes and his overall work are in his favor, while his experience across the line offers flexibility that could lock him into an NFL roster, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. They asked Dieter about transitioning. Dieter was asked about Wisconsin's reputation that its offensive linemen seem to transition so well to the pros. And he says, we run the same offenses, usually pro-style stuff. Talking with teams, a lot of the same techniques, a lot of times the same verbiage. We're already comfortable getting there, Dieter said. Obviously, you still have to perform. You still have to play against the best competition, but you already have a leg up. There's a bunch of other teams, too. It's just our kind of bread and butter. We still run the pro-style offense, and I think it helps on the mental side. Now, I'm going to couple that with NFL.com's overall draft profile for him for his strengths and weaknesses. Strengths: broad waist, thick chest, posted double-digit starts at left tackle, left guard, and center. Durable, lunch pail guy, blah, blah, blah. Adequate initial quickness, strikes with upward blow into initial contact and rolls hips under him for lift. Good leg drive, we already said that. Finishes with vigor, already said that. Awareness to pass and catch twisters. Punches tight, efficient, and well-timed. Adequate technique in both run and pass game. Weaknesses: low winning percentage against powerful opponents with capable hands. Needs to use footwork to help seal and sustain against powerful opponents. Mechanical second-level climbs. Issues adjusting and connecting in space limit effectiveness as a move blocker. Surrenders positioning and gives some ground to bull rush. Lacking lateral foot quickness to mirror quickness in counters, and below average ability to recover when beaten. It seems to me something does sound awfully backwards about that, considering what kind of scheme we're about to implement.
Sounds like the perfect sixth man is what he sounds like.
Yeah.
You know what? No, you guys don't know draft.
The other guys.
Unfortunately, you guys don't know scouting reporting. The truth is, almost everyone. No, listen to me, Chris. Even you got to agree. Every one of these prospects has a lot of negatives. That's what scouting is all about. There's very few perfect prospects, so you got to take those positives and negatives with a grain of salt.
Yeah, so, I get that. That's why I'm applying it to the context of what we're trying to do with a lot of counter trap schemes and outside zone blocking.
Let me say one thing, right? Dieter should be more than athletic enough to be a center in zone blocking. Is going to be ideal? Probably not. You know how I know that? Because they tell you he could play tackle, guard, and center.
Well, that's why I Larry. That's why I prefaced it. That's why I prefaced it with what he had said about Wisconsin linemen, because he seems like an intelligent enough guy to get whatever we throw at him.
The other part of it, one of the things that always baffled me, not only about Hunt, not only about Dieter, but Hunt too. That part that Dieter likes to get after them, right? Hunt was that too at Louisiana Tech. The guy's film the guy was mean. All of a sudden, he gets to pro. None of these kids play mean. None of them. I can understand Austin Jackson. He had that reputation coming out of college.
It also could be an indicator that Mike McDaniel understands that one particular scheme isn't your whole basis for your offense. So in other words, yeah, we're going to run a lot of outside zone running. We're going to run a lot of inside zone. He said that himself, that we'll continue to do that.
Sure.
And then you say, okay, well, we need to adjust to this style. Boom, we got Dieter or a guy like that. That's just his game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right, Color. Part of the problem when we listen to the media all the time, you get a wrong impression, right? The impression is that San Francisco strictly runs an outside zone scheme. Furthest from the truth. Matter of fact, they discovered part of it in the early part of the season to help them turn around their season. They were primarily an inside zone scheme. And then they ran that outside, especially when they got Trent Williams going across. That's when they ran outside zone scheme. So you're right. No team really runs 100% one way, but we always talk about you want to fit what you primarily want. If you're running a power gap primarily, you want the Solomon Kinleys of the world. If you're running a zone scheme, you want the athletic profile of an Austin Jackson.
We also have to be able to disguise it. So if we're putting Dieter out there,
but you know what everybody wants, Color?
And then we run a zone scheme after
that. You know what everybody wants? They want the offensive line across the board copy of Quentin Nelson that can do any scheme. That'd be great at it. But they're so rare.
A lot of what we did at Lake Worth in high school
exactly right.
was run those zone schemes out of a pro set. And it allowed us to be able to disguise what we were doing.
I don't think pro set we're going to see very much because that's just you'll see a lot of the zone. You will. So and the problem I have with Dieter is that constantly gets his job took, and I wouldn't say anyone would describe Dieter as like a dog in the trenches. And
but that's my point I'm making. What was that description about Dieter in Wisconsin? He was a dog in Wisconsin. The same thing with
Hunt. He's kind of a nice guy.
He did include center, so
just sounds like he's a nice guy.
They did say he has.
Yeah, but I'm also talking about when he played guard for us in the year one. We hadn't seen that. We hadn't seen that at all. Not as well as center, but it's a mentality. If you have that mentality, that should travel with you to whatever position you have. That's why I bring up Hunt too. But Hunt's always had. That's one of the things that I loved about him coming out.
Well, that's what I meant by intelligence. He seems like an intelligent enough guy to get whatever we throw at him, given enough time.
I think it meant that evaluation was based on him being evaluated as a guard / tackle, not a center, because that's what everybody was looking at him as, a guard primarily.
But the article did mention in the strengths center also.
No. I know he did because he played center for a season. He played tackle, plays guard. But I think EM's right. Normally, when you evaluate a player, you evaluate it based on the criteria of the position you want him to play. And he was always scheduled to be a guard in the NFL. And usually, guys, you work for people, right? You evaluate people all the time, right? Do you have the same evaluation for an accountant that you have for a salesperson? No, this is an obvious one, but the same thing applies even between a center and tackle. Those are two different criteria that you need from those positions, right? The tackles by far has to be the best athlete in the offensive line because he's dealing with the edge rushers as well.
With some of the best
has Dieter shown to your point, Larry? It's been what, 2 years since that draft profile. Have you seen any evidence? And because I don't, obviously, we don't pay attention to every little thing. But have you seen any evidence that he's improved in things like downfield blocking and stuff like that?
Not in the run game. In a passing game, yeah, I see that. I see him go downfield in the run game too. But like everybody else, is so disorganized. Guys, people were laughing at who was it? Austin Jackson, and then I forgot who else when they went out on an outside blocking scheme, and they had nobody there. And they were laughing. Oh, he got nobody to block. He didn't go after somebody. To me, it's not about mentality. Something was wrong. either he ran the wrong place or a wrong play or something like. Not about him not going out to hit somebody. So I've seen Dieter go out in the run game into the second level this past season. Okay, first time during the season, guys, I don't pay attention to the offensive line, but I have a streaming service that has all the NFL games, and I've watched all the Dolphins game anywhere from 2 to 3 times. And one focus was on the offensive line, and I looked at that. That's where I said, wait a minute, guys, what are you talking about, Dieter? Dieter did a great job pass protecting. Guys used to complain about, what was the complaint about Ted Karras when he played center for us? The number one complaint when he was pass protecting?
A light on his feet, getting pushed around.
Get pushed back into the right inside the court. That didn't happen to Dieter at all once this past year.
And to your point, Larry, that is one of the weaknesses they listed. So he rectified that.
But yeah, Dieter did get a better anchor, but problem is when you like pushing off the ball and getting things, that's not his strength. And him out in space is terrible.
Well, but I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. The Dolphins are okay. I believe the Dolphins are okay with Dieter because okay means I agree with you. He has weaknesses,
right?
But you cannot, like I always said, guys, you cannot have 22 Pro Bowlers in the NFL as starters.
Yeah, and full disclosure, everybody. My uncle in Bavaria was named Dieter, so I'm a little.
Oh, biased. You got him for Dieter then. I gotta tell Batman you love Dieter. He'll get on your case because Batman hates Dieter.
But I don't think the Dolphins just want an okay center. I think they want a really good center, and I think that they can get that with Connor Williams because he's more physically talented than Dieter.
But understand, Color. Okay, this is called planning. Okay, understand, and that is true of any company, not just a football team. You recognize all the holes you got. You look at the resources you have. You have to settle on certain things that you're going to have to accept. I always believed the Dolphins never considered center with Dieter as a major priority. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. But if the opportunity came to upgrade it, I think the Dolphins, they would do it heartbeat. And even Greer tell you that. We're always looking to upgrade our football team. It's different when you say you want to upgrade a position since we have a problem in a position. You have a problem in left tackle. You can upgrade center. So Greer went down through this whole free agent one by one by one. He was knocking off those priorities. Now here he is. He probably couldn't plan, and he shouldn't have planned to have $15 million after all these moves there. But after saving all that money with Terrion Armstead and all those good deals he planned out, now if he wanted to, and I think he wanted to now with I believe that now with JC Treader. Hey, I got the extra money. I could upgrade. What few positions have to upgrade? What few positions we have to upgrade, guys?
Real quick.
The center and the linebacker. Yeah.
Kahari says Dieter's main problem is the Miami climate. You know, Kahari, I kind of feel a little racially slighted on that one, bro, as a German, to tell you the truth. I've been living in South Florida for 40-some years, man. I handle it pretty good, too, man. I don't know about that, bro. Just kidding, man. But
I don't know. I mean, Dieter, to me, my problem with Dieter is that every year he had a job leaving, and then next year somebody take it. You know, that's all. Keep losing your job, bro. Stop doing that.
He keeps losing OTAs and in training camp. So
keeps losing his job.
Yeah, right.
ATA, guys, I got to ride out, bro. It's that time to eat,
yeah.
bro. I appreciate you guys,
man.
Okay.
All right, man. And I was just telling Kahari, we Germans tan too. I got a pretty decent tan. You'd think my mom. Oh, real quick to that point, we were out in Arizona in the desert, out Tombstone area. We got pulled over by the Border Patrol, and they literally asked my mom for her records because she's so brown. They thought she was Mexican.
What?
Swear to God.
What?
Swear to God.
They asked
pulled
for
out
your
her
mom's
green
papers?
card and it was German, and they're like, oh, they like rolled their eyes, man, and let us go.
No way. Color, I'm gonna drop back, man. I'm gonna try to hop back in a little later if you want to keep it running.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, so we Germans do tan well. If you're in the climate long enough, your body starts adapting and producing a little more melanin.
German's beer is pretty good. I need to try more German beer.
German beer is good.
If you like German beer, there's one you can find in Publix called Qingdao, and it's actually a Chinese brand, but it's because this German family migrated to China and started a brewery like back in the day. And so it's German. It's like a German family recipe. It's German beer, but with a Chinese label. Tsingtao, TSINGTAO.
Yeah, I might have to try that because I do like Asian beer as well. I had some black acai. I think that's what it was called. That stuff was expensive, but it was good. Very light. Not super light, but it looked a little dark, but it tasted smooth. Is what I'll say. It tasted smooth.
Right. I got you, Kahari. I was just joking with you, bro.
A couple of guys in chat talking about Dieter and how they have problems with his community. How do you know that? You're not there. They're certainly not telling Omar Kelly about that. But even if they did, that you know what they do? They train him. Last year was his first year really as a center, and he had a lot of good points. That's the other thing you're missing. He's still a young player that still could get better.
Just to let Kahari know, I actually take a more offense to the fact that we use the word vandalism like it shouldn't offend any Romano, Germano, Africans. You know what I mean? Like that was a Roman trope about a group of people that they perceive to be nothing but wanton destructionists. You know what I mean? And so they called them vandals. And what we use that word like it's nothing. Shouldn't a bunch of people be offended about the word vandalism?
Oh, there's a lot of words out there that.
Oh, I know. I'm just pointing out that it's like we could go. People want to go to like other people want to go down the rabbit hole on words, and it's just like we can go down the rabbit hole if you know enough history.
Exactly. People who call out people for saying, "Oh, you can't say that word," but you'll catch them saying some words, and be like, "Hey, you're using this word. You know where that's from? You know?" So yeah.
Right. Matter of fact, vandalism is like saying or calling somebody a vandal is like calling them a barbarian.
Basically, they're doing a barbaric thing, but
right. But vandals weren't necessarily barbaric people; they just were in the Romans' eyes.
Right.
Hey, Larry.
Yes.
In my opinion, if Dieter does lose his spot at center, and now he's competing with Eichenberg, I think he could beat Eichenberg at left guard. That's just my opinion.
I know, because we all saw him play one game. We automatically going to say that. It's possible. Obviously, it can't, but don't assume it will. Guys, one thing I learned, again, media doesn't always give the correct answers out there. When we drafted Eichenberg, we all heard that this guy is limited as an athlete, right, guys? You heard that story, right?
Well, Reason was really throwing that narrative out, and I disagree with him. I'm like, I think he's a good athlete. He's a good athlete for this system.
Right. How about this stats? Okay.
He's just not an Austin Jackson athlete, is what I'm saying.
No, actually, he's in some ways better than Jackson. How about
but when you look at the athletic, listen to score,
it. Hold
he's
on,
lower than Austin Jackson.
You're not looking at the athletic profile, because if you did, you would see how awesome Eichenberg really is. In the combines, they have different skill sets that they test. Part of it's determine how athletic you are, how strong you are, right? So the last 5 years of tackles being drafted in the first or second round, okay, in the 20-yard cone, 20-yard shuffle, the 40-yard shuffle, you know who was number 2 for all tackles drafted? That's a sign of agility, by the way. You know who was number 2 for all tackles, including several All-Pros like Ronnie Stanley.
The best. Anthony sure would like to know, Larry. Let us know.
It was Liam Eichenberg. Oh, and by the way, Eichenberg's not strong enough. Not even close. You know who had the most reps in bench press, which is a sign of strength? Okay, who had the most bench press? Number 1 of all the left, including Austin Jackson, Ron Stanley. I forgot who the other Pro Bowlers are. Okay. Drafted, you know who was? They're just first and second round, because obviously it's like 6 rounds that do it, because that's all they are. They pump body, but they can't move like shit. But for the first or second round tackles that were selected, you know who's number 1 in the bench press? It's the guy who's not supposedly strong, Liam Eichenberg, and not even close. He had 33 reps. The next one was 27. So Eichenberg is plenty strong and he's plenty agile. He's a good enough athlete. He could play tackle.
Wasn't it Capitan, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it Capitan that was pointing that out a couple of months ago about Eichenberg looking athletic?
Mm-hmm. I did that on my show a couple of months too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Larry, but the thing is, I know what you're saying about his upper body strength, but he seems to get pushed around like he doesn't have the anchor.
Thomas, technique. That's why things like that is why the coaching staff coming in is baffled. Austin Jackson's problem is pure technique. Eichenberg has problem with technique too. Now,
I'm just saying.
I want to say this, guys. I want to say this, right?
It's a call. Carla's making a call to all the barbarians out there. If you're listening, anybody in the audience,
yeah.
She says, "I think barbarians sound sexy to me. We need more barbarians."
Hold on.
Larry, can I just wait? Let me make one point.
Let me finish my point, Thomas. Okay? Because
okay.
We go off on a different tangent. It's best to finish points.
Well,
it doesn't
mean
these kids will never get it, because we know kids can sometimes be dense in their head. But something is odd when all your rookies are having technique problems. That points to one thing, like Ballgame always said, and like I believe this coaching staff, it's coaching. So after the coaching, I could see 2 of the 3 living up to the hype, and maybe one fall out. Maybe all 3 will do it. We don't know.
Yeah, but at some point, Larry, we gotta stop blaming coaching, and you gotta look at the talent.
Thomas. No, coaching was number one problem. You cannot deny that at all. They were terrible. We saw. We're not.
Hold on, Larry. Let me counter. Okay. If coaching's the problem, then coaching's going to be the problem with Dieter too. And Dieter seemed to have a better anchor than Eichenberg. That's the only point I'm making.
Okay,
well, that was my point earlier about that every player, the young guys.
Every players are starting at the same level. You're assuming that's the problem what you're bringing up, that every player's same level. You know.
Tony,
so Dieter does something better than Austin Jackson. Austin Jackson do something better than Dieter. Yeah.
And Larry.
And I'd say it was Dieter. I'm talking about the 3 kids I'm talking about: Eichenberg, Jackson, and Hunt.
Hey, Larry, do you know what an RAS is?
All right, the score for athleticism.
Testing and your height and your weight all together, and I believe Eichenberg scored like an 8.5, 8.6, which is a very good athlete, and then Austin Jackson was in the 9 range, which is an elite athlete. So that I do think Austin Jackson's a better athlete, but like I agree with you. Liam Eichenberg is a fine athlete, especially in his wide zone scheme. Like, he's got bad footwork. I never agree to that.
They all get bad footwork. That's Jackson's main problem.
Everybody welcome Pete, Tony, and Crypto back to the panel. Pete has not even said a word yet, and he already look at that. He left. See, you ran him off. Perfect, Q. Look at that.
Now you scared him, Color, by calling him out.
I was just gonna say he hadn't even said a word yet, and somebody's already picking on him.
Hey, guys, what's up?
That's the way it is.
Tony, you got a little bit of feedback, and we can barely hear you, bro.
Genesis made a song. That's the way of the world, Color.
What's that, Crypto?
I said Genesis made a famous song, because that's my favorite group. Genesis made a song called "The Way of the World." You know, we all agree, as far as the eye can see, it's just the way of the world.
Yep. Genesis is your favorite group, huh?
Yep.
That's a decent one. Not a bad choice.
Yeah, Genesis and Phil Collins is my favorite artist, so it just so happened to be.
They did a couple of the songs on the Miami Vice soundtrack, the original show, right?
Yep.
Yeah, on the original Miami Vice. Yeah, he did. Yeah, they did.
One of my favorite songs too.
Yeah, they did do that. Yep. That's the throwback. That's the throwback.
Guys, I know you guys gonna laugh at me, but my favorite artist, Lady Gaga. I love her. Absolutely love her. Her versatility is amazing. I love her because of her versatility. Yeah, her versatility is amazing. Amazing. That's why she's my favorite. Hey, I love Phil Collins too. I got some. I hate to kind of give it my way. Somewhere in the storage room, I got an 8-track tape. Phil Collins 8-track tape.
Yeah.
Somewhere in my storage room.
Yeah. Now Kahari is cooking right now. Yeah. That Kahari.
Yep. Hall and Oates. That's it. Yeah.
If you haven't done it yet, Kahari, go on YouTube and look around for Daryl Hall's. Recently, he's been doing what's it called? Live at Daryl's house. Yeah, and there's a bunch of like collaborations he's doing with newer artists for some of their older songs, And it's good stuff, man. It's really, really good stuff, man. I don't know what Oates has been doing. He kind of has been ghosting everybody for the last couple days.
He's been. But he was recently inducted. They was recently inducted a few years back.
Lucky Seven says Prince, my all-time favorite record because part I lived it. When Doves Cry by Prince.
Yeah,
my
that was
number
a classic.
one all-time favorite.
Yeah,
Prince is not my favorite artist. That was my favorite
Hey,
record.
Larry.
People
that
got
was good, Larry, but I liked the time.
People got to realize about Prince.
That
man
is
responsible for like 3/4 of the pop tunes you've heard in your life from all the other artists. That dude has done nothing but write music and write. And
he's a legend.
He wrote and sold it for a lot of these artists, Britney Spears, all these other freaking pop artists, man. Or the songs by Madonna or Prince.
I won't leave you by yourself. I'll age myself too. Remember when Gloria Estefan was big?
Oh yeah.
I got
with the Miami Sound Machine.
Yeah, I got to meet her back then when they were big because her original drummer who came over from Cuba married my cousin.
Oh,
right on.
She was the one that started the tank for Tua.
Oats have been soaking. That's about it.
Hey, but you know what, Larry? Let me tell you guys something. I hear. I'm gonna tell you right now, Larry. Guess
here
what?
We go.
If we're hearing that Michael Dieter's in the rotation on the starting lineup, I'm gonna be the bearer of bad news right now. We have no offensive line. If this guy is on our starting rotation, we are done. I feel bad for whoever's under center. It's gonna be bad. It doesn't matter. It'll almost show what, Larry? Go ahead. Give it to me raw and uncut.
How long have I known you? Huh?
I can answer for everybody. Too long.
Pete, it's day one, right? When have you ever agreed with me after I stated a fact? The only time we agree is when you say something. I said, "Oh shit, I actually agree with you, Pete." But you never agree with me when I say a fact. Talking about being contrary, I don't know who's worse, you or crypto.
All right, but hear me out, Larry.
Wait a minute, Larry.
Hear me out. We argued for hours on your show about Dieter.
I can't believe that, Larry.
I argued for hours with you.
Are you not always opposite of what I'd say?
And I gave it to you, Larry. When they put that guy on the starting rotation, I gave it to you. I'm like, I can't believe it. And that lets you know you were right at the time, but you were still wrong.
There you go. Larry, to say that, Larry, and to say what you said, Larry, I'm going to have to quote my favorite guy, Phil Collins, once again. Something's in the air tonight when you say some nonsense like that.
Yeah, it smells like my fart.
Here's my biggest issue. We have Robert Hunt, who I like. We got Liam Eichenberg, who I call the technical machine. He does everything perfect. He just, for some reason, I guess I'm going to be loud and wrong again because I was the one that said, I don't think he has enough strength. And now Larry's screaming at me that he had the most bench press reps.
That's unreal. I think the reps are otherwise.
Larry, are you sure it was a fart or his cake?
No, it was a fart. I could smell it, man.
Oh, man.
Well, hey, you know what, Robert
Hunt, we got Eichenberg.
You know what's embarrassing?
Anthony says, I prefer Genesis to Peter Gabriel. That ain't bad. Peter Gabriel ain't bad standalone, but I don't know about Genesis, without Phil Collins. Man.
Yeah, you want to know about Peter B? I always say Pete's family really close.
Peter Gabriel, no.
But he's the black sheep of my family. Okay? He's the black sheep.
I'm going to find a way.
Peter's good. Peter Gabriel's good. But Sledgehammer, I liked it that one came out. But it was pretty good. But I would say
I've never been that big on Pete Gabriel.
No, yeah. He had a couple of good singles, but other than that, Phil got him on both.
He got him by a mile. Phil Collins, one of the best male voice. Yeah, Gabriel's. No.
Right.
How do you guys feel about Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless this morning on ESPN?
You know what, Pete?
They're all
surprisingly,
I
didn't see it.
I didn't hear that. I didn't see that episode.
I don't see
it. Larry.
You guys know. You know what?
I got a show for you.
Go ahead.
All right. Dolphins United. Did you see the show 3 days ago?
I don't know.
Go back and look it up on YouTube. It's about the RAS score of the entire team. How athletic our team is.
Hey, Todd,
worst
right?
athlete is
Todd,
Nick
right?
Needham.
Did I
He's got
tell
a score
you
of a
a couple of weeks
2.8.
ago
Yeah.
that this team is super athletic and super talented, right, Todd? We talked about it. Look at these players. Rank them in the top 10. How many players we have that you can legitimately rank in the top 10 in the NFL? And we stopped off at 7? 7?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe Nick Needham was the lowest ranked.
And how do you guys think about
third overall? Wait a minute. Why would he be lowest ranked and he's third in the league?
It was by the RAS score when they came into the NFL.
And Jalen Waddle didn't have a score at all. So just imagine if he wasn't injured and he would have had a RAS score. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for you guys who don't know, right, to show you how you don't believe Omar Kelly when he says it's not a talented team, okay? What a joke that was. That episode.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying.
Hold on. So here it is, right? Let's start at the offense. Terrion Armstead. Is he never like top 10? Is he top 3 right left tackle in football?
I'll legitimately say top 5 for sure. Top 5 for sure.
Okay, fine. Because it's top 10, right? Carter Williams, right? Top, top pass backing guard and top 5 in run blocking guard. Is he not a top 10 guard in the NFL? Absolutely. Okay. Then we go on. Okay, the rest of the offensive line, out the door. Do I have to even argue with Tyreek Hill? That's 3. Do I even have to argue with Jalen? You can make an argument for Jalen Waddle being the top 10. Okay, we can make an argument because there's a lot of good receivers. So
I'll say top 15 just to make it fair.
But right. So I'm going to leave it out for now, okay? So now we go to quarterback. No, he's not there. Running back. No, he's not there.
Gaseki.
Thank you, tight end. Is he not a top? As much as I rag on Gaseki, he is a top 10 tight end, right? That's 4. Now, that's just the offense. Let's go to the defense now. Is Christian Wilkins a top 10 tackle? He's probably number 2 after Aaron Donald, but for argument's sake, top 10 for sure, right? That's 5.
Yeah, but he's getting old already. He's already getting old.
Emmanuel Ogbah in defensive end, right? Top 10? That's 6.
Please say you were joking.
Not there. Jalen Phillips is going to be there after the season, but not there right now, obviously, so we can't go there. Jerome Baker, I don't care if he's top 10. That's bogus. He's not top 10. Leave him out. Okay, let's go to the secondary. We're already at 6. Xavier Howard's a top 10?
I'll say top 5.
That's 7.
He's top 10, but almost about to be getting out and regressing.
Okay. Now, Byron Jones is interesting. I think he's a borderline top 10. Now, leaving him out of this argument. He's a borderline top 10. So
just say top 15 for Byron Jones.
Yeah. But leave it out because now I got 7 top 10. Well, Larry, you said 7. There you go, right? Oh, you know what? Actually, increase more because I forgot somebody else who's also in the top 10 after his first year. Who's that person?
Javon Holland.
Javon Holland. That's 8. 8
hold
out of 22 starting positions.
Larry. Now, do you call slot corner a whole different thing? Because Needham was a top 10 slot corner.
Yeah, I could buy that too. So, guys, the reason I said that's
an important role. That's an important position. Yeah,
I'll honestly say I've not done it because I in my mind I went through a couple of teams. Try to find a team that has 8 top 10 players on their roster. Try to find.
Here's the tricky part. It's going to be hard, Larry. You got a point there. But this is what I wanted to bring up when it came to the offensive line, when it came to those athletic freaks, because how about this? Connor Williams, there's no way these guys got this guy to play center. There's no way. Maybe what happened is they just seen, after McDaniel seen this offensive line, they're like, bro, you're going to have to move to center because Austin Jackson has to be that left guard. Austin Jackson is going to be our left guard. That's almost, you could pencil that one in guaranteed. Our right tackle is going to be Liam. No, bro. Listen to me.
That's Connor Williams.
No, listen to me. Austin Jackson is going to be at that left guard, and he's going to possibly be at a Pro Bowl level. Eichenberg is going to be our right tackle, almost firmly guaranteed. I know what I'm telling you guys. And right guard, you guys know who it is, Robert Hunt.
All right.
Connor Williams did not beat out. Wait, listen to me. He's probably not going to beat those guys out, giving those other guys in those other positions. If Connor was looked at as a top 10, I thought he was rated 12. Based on projections, if Austin Jackson beats this guy out for left guard, because that's what they chose to do, Austin Jackson's projection blows up off the roof. Like he's going to be, I'm telling you, everybody here is going to remember this conversation. I'm going to keep saying Austin Jackson is going to be almost an elite left guard in this NFL.
Hey, you know why? You know why Connor Williams is playing center right now?
Because he doesn't really run that good.
Hey, no. In this offensive system, the center has to have, with the way the line is set up, you have to have great communication. That's where Dieter's struggling most right now.
Allegedly, because nobody knows for sure. Nobody's saying.
I want to address Lewis's point.
No, I don't. We addressed it already. I'm sorry. We said the number 1 and 2 issue here was the quarterback.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
This is
Lewis with the quarterback. I love it.
But this is the point. This is why, to Pete's credit, and everybody else that says, "Hey, what matters at the end of the day? What matters is winning and scoring touchdowns."
Yep.
And the fact of it is, all of those guys you guys just listed, if they are truly top 10, top 5 guys, it is the fact that we only score 20 points a ball game is the reason that those guys are not in the Pro Bowl every year, because we know that the Pro Bowl is now a perception thing. So this is how important scoring touchdowns is that all of those guys you guys just listed would be in the Pro Bowl if we had more than 20 points a ball game.
EM Dolphin has a good point, and I like to address that. There's another player that you could consider the top 10. That's Zach Seiler, which is true. He really is an awesome. My problem with Zach Seiler, does he play enough? Does he have enough?
Yeah, that's my problem with him. They didn't play him enough for me to put him top 10, but he can be that if they play him a lot. And if he, because I already think he's an elite run stuffer, so you can get him.
How close is Raekwon Davis?
Run stopping and pass rush.
How close is Raekwon Davis?
Oh, that's tough.
You got to take a step up this year.
Yeah, but when he came back from injury last year, what was our defense doing when he came back last year?
There's no doubt we took a back seat in the running department with him out, no doubt.
Yeah, the reason, Todd, and it may also be skewed to do the top 10. There's not many teams uses true nose tackles in the NFL, and that's what he plays. So he could be a top 10 because there's only 10. Okay.
No,
I want to also, but it's true. I mean, technically he's a top 10. I have a feeling they're not 10 teams that use a nose tackle significant amount of plays. Zach Seiler did have a lot of snaps, and that's what I'm saying. If he maybe like 50 or 100 more snaps, I would automatically. I think he had something like 300.
Do you guys see the defensive tackles we have? Wilkins, Davis, Zeiler.
No,
yeah,
I know. I tell you, talent more the defense.
They're all going to get 10 sacks each, Pete. 10 sacks each.
By the way, guys,
can play the inside too.
Something stunning about our defensive tackles, especially Seiler and Christian Wilkins. Normally, the linebackers get the tackles. Our D tackles get the tackles. Christian Wilkins had 89. And I placed him like number 1 on D tackles, and just tackles overall. It probably placed him in the top 30 in the NFL. That's all linebackers. And then Zach Seiler's right behind him. He had something like, I think last I saw he had like 58 or 58 tackles. For a player that doesn't play full time, that's a lot of tackles for a D tackle.
And that's not why I'm not too worried about our middle linebacker position, because our D line as a whole, especially the D tackles, are so good. They can stop the run, but obviously, our middle linebackers need to step up, and I think Duke Riley is impressing. So we'll see what happens in training camp.
Delusional Patriot fans, I love it when people try to try me out with my facts, and I always said I welcome it, because if you're right, then I'll make an adjustment, and then I'll be smart again. Now you say that you could find 10 better tight ends than Gaseki. Name them in chat. Change my mind, buddy. I love when people change my mind.
He's going to name 2 of the Patriots tight ends, so don't even say that.
No, he can do that, then we'll laugh at him. We'll laugh at him. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. He could say one. I think Hunter Henry had a pretty good year, but the other one was a bust. Joe Sunu or whatever his name, Jonu.
Yeah. Hunter Henry is a better overall tight end than Gaseki, but when you talk about just as a weapon, as a pass catcher, he's not even close.
Yeah, you got it's the whole picture. Yeah, it's the whole picture. Yeah, not just one phase.
That's why I don't think Gaseki is top 10. Barely. Okay, debatable top 10. I don't think he's automatically top 10 because he needs to improve his blocking.
Von Joe says does nothing for me outside, especially the offense outside of Hill. So Tyrion Armstead is not a top 10 left tackle, Von Joe. Right
Waddle's not good.
Yeah, Waddle I didn't even put there because there are a lot of good wide receivers, and once I start counting, he probably is not a top 10. But
hey,
man,
thanks to Pete for the $5 super sticker. Appreciate that, buddy. We'll catch you when you're back around.
Yeah. So list of delusional Patriots. Good job, Pete. Do it. Put it there, delusional champion.
Yeah, but with Waddle as our really only receiving option, especially when Gaseki was up and down, he got open like so much. So he had a very underrated season, but he kind of got overshadowed by Jamar Chase.
Yeah, so funny. EM says Zach had only 150 snaps less. What did I say before he put that comment out? Only if he had 50 or 100 more snaps, because then we could make the argument. Well, remember, Wilkins didn't play 100% either because of the rotation they had.
Yeah, but I think that they need to get around similar snaps because I think they're just both really good. So I think they need to get similar snaps, not exactly the same, but similar.
Waddle, I agree with you, Von Joe, that I don't think he's top. I didn't make a list in my mind, but there's so many great wide receivers, and it's not because of his talent. Okay, he has a top 10 talent. Unfortunately, there's like 100 of them in the NFL right now that have top 10 talents. So,
and it's not really
if
because
just Waddle's talent. Don't do that, buddy. He's as talented as anyone.
And it's not about him staying healthy either, because he stayed pretty healthy for how much he was getting targeted and getting hit last year. He had double coverage on him because he was the only receiver out there, and he was getting laid out. But he still got up. He missed one game, I think, and that was COVID, wasn't it?
I think it was COVID related.
Yeah, it was COVID related. Yeah.
Yeah, it was COVID related. He didn't miss any snaps. He didn't miss any games because of injury.
Yeah, I have no problem with Waddle's health because the only injury he suffered was that broken ankle, and that was it seemed like a freak injury, but it happened. So that's his only injury. So I'm not afraid.
I was saying since being with us.
Yeah, I know, but when you look at it whole, Waddle's never had injury problems except for that one ankle injury.
Exactly.
Divisional Patriot, that comment before color. Yeah, that.
Hold on just a sec. Thanks to Kahari for the $5 donation. He says, "Forgive my terrible chat post today." I don't think they've been that terrible, man.
It's fun. It's not terrible. It's been fun. Delusional Patriot fans. I'm kind of baffled why they're making that change too.
Okay, Von Joe changed it to Armstead. Yes, I can agree on injury history there.
Yeah, he does. That's why I want them to sign Riley Reef. Not only as an insurance for the kids, but as an insurance for Armstead as well. Makes too much sense. Do it. I mean, unless he wants unreasonable number, that's what's holding him back. But he's meeting with the Jets, and I hate that.
But that's what worries me the most. We have no depth on anywhere along the offensive line, really.
I think Dieter is depth.
I disagree. Yeah, I like. First of all, guys, depth in the offensive line. No team has quality starters as backups in the NFL. Okay, so I like Robert Jones. I like the loser of the battle between Eichenberg and Austin Jackson being the backup. And if Connor Williams moves to center and they move Jackson, and Dieter's a great quality depth too because he's center guard and in a pinch tackle. So I'm fine with and then we also forget Greg Little. You can't forget Greg Little either because the kid has talent.
I haven't seen his name anywhere. That's why I was starting to question if he's even still on the roster.
I'll forget about Greg Little.
You know what? You know why you don't hear that? Because I'll tell you why. Because they're wearing panties, Todd. They're wearing panties. That's why it's a joke when people say Connor Williams is the starting guard after the Panty Olympics.
That's why I said they're going to play him at center, start him at center to start training camp, and then they're going to find out early if that's him or not. If not, then they'll move back to left guard, and if he's good at center, then they'll keep him there.
The bottom line, if that's what they're planning, they better do it quickly because
that's what I'm saying.
Now, I will not tolerate. I will go on my show
where he did it late,
and I will roast them for not settling and once again playing musical chairs with our offensive line.
That's why I trust this O-line coaching staff that they'll find out quickly because they can't find out, like you said, in the panties.
But Mike G, you can't call a top 10 tight end because Lariel, you said he's not a tight. Yeah, I agree. I said that he's not a tight end, but the NFL calls him a tight end. What can I do?
And he's got the tight end franchise tag, so technically he's a tight end.
Technically, he's a tight end, and I hate technicalities, Juan Joe, so I'm kind of with you on that. But that's what they call him, a tight end. And that's what they'll probably do. With tight ends usually get covered by linebackers and safeties, and that's what.
I tell you what, I can't wait for our fullback to get healthy and see him on the field, and I hope he's on the field for those practices against the Bucs and everybody.
Oh, I hope so too, because he's basically a 6 offensive lineman. He's gonna help open lanes for the running backs. Because if Omar Kelly thought that there were lanes during the Olympics, and pads, it's gonna be a lot.
Color, can you bring up Vanjo's last comment? Yeah,
I was just about to.
Yeah, Vanjo, you're right. I have to stop being nasty and mean to people. You're right. I should have just. Underwear Olympics, you're right. But you know what? I want to have fun. This sounds like a lot more fun when I call it
for those just listening.
Let's go with the boxer Olympics.
Ron Joe says, Larry L., stop saying these grown men are wearing panties. Underwear Olympics is okay, but grown men are not running around in panties.
I mean, Von Joe's never met me.
Actually, hey, hold up. The Florida Gators probably are, but that's about it.
Oh, Todd, that's not nice.
And the U.S.
Not nice either. I'm just having fun. You guys know that.
We should be expecting shake money any moment now.
See, I learned a long time ago, guys. People learn more when you make it funny, when you want to get a point across with a little humor. So I don't think anybody can mistake my point about the Panty Olympics and what they're doing there.
I'm just hoping that when they get the pads on, they make their adjustments, and they go with the same damn line, the same people in the same positions, the whole training camp, and not play these musical chairs back and forth like last year. Get it set up and let them gel together.
Yeah,
by the time we have dual practices, they'll have their starting 5.
Yeah, after all this comment about Mike, you know what I hope? I have no problems, and I hope either Austin Jackson, or it has to be Austin Jackson. They really impress him so much on left guard that he wins it outright, that they can feel comfortable moving Cardinal Williams, because that'll make the whole line much stronger. But anybody want to hold their breath on the fact about, and then Austin Jackson, if you listen to the reports, they like him at right tackle. So, whatever. Whatever, you're right, Thomas. Ultimately, that's the bottom line. Make your decision quick so they have time to gel. They have time to gel, and we won't lose the first game because our offensive line don't know how to work with each other.
I don't know. Honestly, the Patriots are looking so suspect. I don't even think that'll hold us back in that game. I'm more worried about week 2.
Yeah. By the way, Delusional Pat Fan, I'm with you. I'm so baffled. First of all, they already had one of the best, if not the best, running game in the NFL. And they did a pretty damn good job of protecting Mac Jones. Why change the scheme?
And why trade Shaq Mason for a 5th? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. And then on top of that, you're going to change the scheme when you have a Trent Brown there. The guy's not exactly a zone. And the other guy, too, I forgot. They're not exactly a zone type. I don't get it. But then again, I don't get Bill Belichick using 2 defensive coaches for an offensive coordinator.
No, not even 2 defensive coaches. Yeah. Joe Judge was a special teams coach.
Oh, yeah, so it's a defensive coordinator and a special teams coordinator. And the only offensive coaching Matt Patricia has is offensive line coaching back in the days. So that was a while back. So I don't know. It's suspect. But I like to see it.
Oh, but you know what? The media says, no, Bill Belichick's a genius. You can't question him.
But do you hear all the leaks coming out of there? How the players
I've been hearing the leaks. the beat writers in New England are like, what the fuck? What? Okay, I'm not gonna cuss. What the F is this?
Yeah, this is not my show, so as far as I'm concerned, you can call some.
I don't know color. What color does?
I don't know either. I'm just joking.
I don't know. It's like usually we're late night, so we don't really care, but it's a little earlier. Maybe we should probably be like, once in a while is probably all right, I suppose.
Yeah, I allow once in a while my call.
We always figured late night, usually as far as America goes, the FCC has always been fine with things past 10 o'clock. So, but again, we're always around the world too, so that's a different thing too. But so far, YouTube has been okay with our language so far. So
something funny, Color. When I started my show, I was trying to do a strict no cursing policy, and I put people in timeout. The problem I had was the person who violated the most. Me.
Right.
I got so emotional that I had to change my mind.
I also think YouTube's probably being a little fair in saying, "Hey, it's a bunch of guys talking football. Like we're probably going to hear the
actually,
episode."
surprising.
You know what I mean?
YouTube does allow as long as you state you do it and allow it, it's not a problem. But again, they say as long as it's not major type. They're implying that it's no longer. Like
don't make the show kid friendly.
Stuff like that.
And I got a question for y'all. Who's the Patriots' best wide receiver?
Bourne.
It has to be.
Would say that again?
Myers has done squat.
Who's the Patriots' best wide receiver? Is the question.
The guy that just drafted.
I was going to say that. Probably the guy they drafted.
For the sake of it, I'll say Devontae Parker. All right. What has Devontae since when Devontae Parker was here? Xavier Howard has locked him down. So what do you think he's going to do on the other side? Like I'm not scared of the Patriots.
No, nobody is. That's the problem.
That's why they drafted a wide receiver at number 50.
Yeah, but he is a speedster. He's not a defined route runner. I'm not scared of him at all. Yeah. No.
You know who the Patriots ought to be scared of? Not us. They got to be scared of the Jets.
But he needs time. He's not going to go week one and.
I will say this: our corners are getting used to speed
with
real
enough focus
quick.
and concentration, it only takes one off season to correct any deficiency.
Hey, Crypto, our corners are getting used to speed really quick at practice.
Yes, Scott, you're right. Scott, I predict that's exactly what's going to happen, Scott. It's going to be a lot of cussing. Damn, that was an offset. Did you see that fucking throw by Tua? Oh, shit. Yeah, going to be a lot of those, my friend. You see how I'm comfortable cussing in your show, Color. Not mine.
Hey, guys.
I'm just giving everybody their voice. You know what I mean?
Hey,
guys, it's 8 o'clock. I want to get ready for the basketball game tonight. Awesome show, guys. Thank you, Color, for bringing me up.
Appreciate you coming.
Hey, Larry, you have a good night.
You too. Peace out, guys. Peace
out. Have a good one.
Hey, guys, is it kind of surprising that Belichick didn't bring in an established offensive coordinator?
No, I'm not that surprised because, like he says, he's not big on titles, so anyone can do it in his system, which I'm going to laugh at.
Bro, he hired Bill O'Brien.
You do realize they don't
Bill
have
O'Brien was a good OC, though. If they would have hired him as an OC, I would have been a little scared.
You do realize Bill Belichick said he's going to be calling the offensive plays this year.
But is he really?
He's only done it. I'm sure he's done it before.
He's got to do something. So is he going to let his son call all the plays and then Belichick calls all the offensive plays? That's not going to work out.
Dude, that's going to be funny because I'm surprised I'm not really surprised about the OC situation, but Joe Judge being a quarterback coach to a young developing quarterback.
The only resume he has is that he used to play quarterback. That's it.
Here's the thing, though.
At least we got a quarterback coach.
How good did he do?
Was a quarterback coach, but was an offensive coordinator and a head coach. So
how good was he at developing Jones?
Who?
Up in New York.
Oh, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, how good was Judge at developing Daniel Jones?
Todd, that could just mean that Belichick is not sold on Daniel Jones.
No, he's talking about Joe Judge with Daniel Jones. I mean, the play calling was just terrible there, and it was just a bad situation.
Yeah, but did you hear they're doing the same type of play calling right now in New England? They've been throwing nothing but short passes, and that's all they're doing.
Yeah, they're going to run the ball, and they're going to throw short passes, be methodical, run the clock and stuff, but I think we're going to prepare for that, and we're going to kill them.
What I meant was Belichick doesn't see work with Daniel Jones as a litmus test, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he probably thinks Mac Jones is a second coming of Tom Brady, and that comparison between him and Daniel Jones is nonsense. So I agree with that. But yeah,
I mean, that could be why he's like, when Joe Judge comes in the building saying, "Hey, I can do the job. Don't pay attention to what happened over there because that guy's just trash."
It just shocks me though that they traded their best offensive lineman from last year, their guard. They let J.C. Jackson walk, and he didn't even set the market.
Yeah, a lot of questionable moves, but go ahead.
Way more people than that.
Yeah, but like they said, don't question Belichick. But at some point, when you make so many questionable moves, especially as a GM, you got to question him at some point.
Well, but that's what precisely makes me say, watch out. That's precisely when Bill Belichick is his most dangerous.
Yeah, but has he been that dangerous without Tom Brady, though?
I don't know. I mean,
he always seems to have a winning product.
Hey,
but
instead of splitting with us the last couple of years, they've been swept by us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people are going to say that was only Brian Flores, but I don't agree, because even when they had Belichick and Tom Brady, we split with them, but without Tom Brady, we've been sweeping them. So I expect us to sweep them, especially with a much improved roster.
Especially
they can't cover all the guys, though.
I'm going to stand on it. I think the Jets finish ahead of New England this year.
That's a possibility.
That's a possibility. I don't agree with it, but it's a possibility. It could go either way. Because I think the Jets are being overhyped.
Finishing ahead of the Bills.
I don't think that's a possibility.
One thing with the Patriots, they're always a sound team, no matter what. They always are. But they lost a lot on defense, man, this year.
Name me their players though. Overall, you know what I mean. They don't have much like they used to.
Yeah, they got Matthew Judon. They got the two safeties. They got Duggar and another safety. I'm forgetting his name. So yeah,
don't they have McCourty still?
Yeah, they have McCourty, and they got Christian Barmore.
Hey, but have you seen Devin McCourty's numbers lately? They have not been what they used to be. He has lost major steps.
He's getting old, of course. Like you would expect. That's something you'd expect.
Right, but.
And damn, Lewis, what do you mean lucky fumble? Now who's taking the shine off the defense?
Name their corners.
They drafted 2 corners this past draft, and they still got Jonathan Jones, right?
The other one, though.
Did you see what the quarterback rating was against their corners?
What?
One had 104 quarterback rating. The other one was 114.
They've always been a franchise of the next man mentality, though. Until Belichick's not there, then that's when I'll start believe they're not gonna make a playoff run.
Nah, I'm not scared of Belichick anymore. I'm not scared of the boogeyman anymore.
I wasn't scared. I've never really been scared of Belichick. I've always been scared of Brady. Yeah. Brady would break your heart.
Split with them. Right.
Yeah, but I've always been scared of Belichick's defense when he had Brady, though, because in the Super Bowl against the Rams, Brady didn't play good at all, but Belichick's defense, and you could say Flores' defense as well.
Okay, but yet you could go ahead and say the one year Belichick's defense played real bad against Philly, and Brady lit it up.
That's my point. Both of those Super Bowls, they had Brady and they had Belichick's defense. So When Belichick's defense struggled, Tom Brady clutched up. When Brady didn't play well, the defense found a way to win. So that's my point. His defense
get it done. Yeah, against Philly though, Philly found a way in that game.
But they also got one Super Bowl where neither one of them can get credit because, yeah, sure, the defense won against Seattle, but we all know that defense was getting torched by Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you can argue that was a terrible decision by the Seahawks.
It was
See, that's the type of I'm going to kick your ass.
Seattle gave them that game.
Ego, yeah, it was Pete Carroll's ego that gift wrapped that Tom Brady one of his Super Bowl trophies.
You know what I was doing at the TV during that Super Bowl? What was Pete Carroll famous for? I was holding my throat saying, "You're choking," the way he did against us when we made the kick and beat him.
Yeah, he
remember that?
He had some practice. No, he had some practice in that other game too. No, he did it multiple times where he kept going for it.
No, there was a game against us when he was the coach of the Jets, and he held up the choke sign with Pete Stoyanovich.
Well, yeah, it was another one. Yeah, I know that was us when he was their coach. That's why I pointed that out a few weeks ago about him getting practice of going for it on fourth down, and it backfired on him, and they lost that game.
Yeah, sometimes Pete Carroll outsmarts his own self when his philosophy is run the ball and play good defense. And
y'all don't think Belichick knew that? Y'all don't think Belichick knew that when he called the defensive scheme he did on that play?
He probably did. That's why they moved back into zone.
He went back in history and said, "This guy did that against the Dolphins. So guess what? I'm going to play."
That he actually thought he was going to do it. What Bill Belichick was saying, and I've said this before, and I'll say it here because you know some things get lost. But what happened on that play? Belichick said to himself, "If they hand this ball off to Marshawn, this game is over. We lose this Super Bowl."
I agree.
It doesn't really matter what we do. So why am I going to call a defense to try to stop that when there's no way we haven't proven so far we can stop that? What he said was our only shot of winning this game is if Pete Carroll ends up being Pete Carroll. I want to be prepared for that happening. So he called the defense that would stop that. And he got lucky because Pete Carroll ended up being Pete Carroll.
My favorite
brilliant coaching. That is absolute brilliant. That's Sun Tzu. That's Art of War stuff right there.
And that non-run killed the Seahawks.
It was.
My favorite non-Dolphin quarterback is Eli Manning.
Me too. Yeah. He preserved history for the Dolphins.
Yep, and he beat them twice. He kept two more Super Bowl rings out of New England.
Exactly, and also he won me $194 in that game. Not only he put pride in my back in the Dolphins, he put money in my pocket.
Patriots man is right.
Jerry, show me the money! Jerry, you better yell! Show me the money!
Yep. They put money in my pocket.
I think they ran it up until that interception. Yeah, Marshawn had just come off like a 20-yard, 25-yard clip to get down to that spot.
And they had a timeout left, so let's just say he was stuck at the half-yard line. They would have ran it again, and they would have gotten it, regardless.
I so love the beer. I so love the beer commercial Marshawn Lynch did after that.
What did he do?
The guy was going to throw the pass, and throw the bottle of beer to somebody, and he's standing next to the guy going, "No, give me the ball, give me the bottle, give me the bottle." The guy threw it, and it was, and I don't know what, man, I died during that commercial.
Right. Everybody who had eyes on that game around the world in that stadium knew that Marshawn Lynch could have fallen into the end zone at that point.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I immediately regret this decision.
Yeah, it was easy.
Hey, who's doing the clips right now?
Oh, that's Capitan. He's back.
Capitan, look for that commercial with Marshawn Lynch. We got to play it.
Uh-oh. We got new ones coming in. Uh-oh. Man. Dead air, everybody. Dead air alert.
My fault, color. Hey,
oh, Lewis. That's right.
I just want.
Welcome, man.
I just wanted to come in because that comment when I said about a lucky fumble. Let me not say lucky because any play in the NFL, it's gonna happen. I'm just tired of this narrative though that it's always like we come out and say, oh well, we swept the Patriots. Well, let's be honest. That fumble happened with a minute 12 seconds. Usually, or in most games, that's not going to happen. And when they got fumbled, he was inside our 15-yard line. More than likely, we would have lost that game. So I'm not saying that we're not better than the Patriots, and I think that we have a better chance of sweeping them this year. But it's not like we're dominating the Patriots, even with Flores and that defense. It's not like we're blowing up the Patriots out or anything like that. That's all I was saying. Yeah, fumbles do happen, but let's keep it in the context. If that fumble doesn't happen, let's say another play and a half, that game is over. New England beats us. So
they've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time.
But the Patriots are known for winning games while other teams make mistakes. They made a mistake by not holding on to the ball, and we made a big play by Xavier Howard punching the ball, which is what our guys did last year, is try and punch the ball out almost every tackle. So you got to give them credit for hitting the ball out.
Yeah, that's true, but all they had to do is
it's over, Johnny.
The other aspect is that
it could have been split.
We have the ability to do what we did on that day with our defense, but yet more than likely, supposedly, with what we've brought in, Lewis, now I'm being tongue in cheek, you know what I mean? But we should see enough of an improvement that field goal that they were poised to kick wouldn't have made a difference. We would have still won the game. You know what I mean? So
especially
I get what you're
better
saying.
Play calling as well.
So I have.
I was joking with
commercial.
you anyway, bro.
I have the commercial. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Now, if I get demonetized for playing a commercial, I'm gonna be pissed.
I know you. I know
It's
you give total credit to our defense. I know where you stand.
Well, that about wraps up Taco Corp's annual board meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Yes, Lord.
All right, Marshawn. I'd like to thank the board.
Cheers to Taco Corp.
Cheers. Well, as you know, Taco Corp had a record year. I'm going to be paying you your dividend in Skittles.
Come on, man. You know that's my thing, right, Brent?
Is this the commercial? Is this it? Because this seems like from that show.
I don't know.
This doesn't seem like the commercial. I think this is from a show, The League.
I had no idea. That's how I pay everyone. Taco, if you're done with your meeting,
It
can I
is.
have a beer, please?
That's The League.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it says The League, Marshawn Lynch commercial.
Oh.
So, yeah. It says The League.
Touche. All right. All right. No, I don't have it. I'll be back.
He's on a mission. He'll find it.
Yeah, Lewis. So I know where you stand on our defense, bro. I know you weren't throwing shade on him.
Yeah, no, for sure. Listen, I'm the big again. I'm probably one of the biggest Flores supporters out here. Which, again, I know he had some flaws and stuff, but it's not all the flaws that everybody makes it seem out to be. But he did have flaws.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's any coach. Another thing too. Like I agree with Todd, and I agree. I think this is Ian Baller. I kind of agree too, but like in the same aspect, we can't. I mean, I don't like what Coach Belichick has done neither. Like, I don't think he drafts well. I don't think bringing in an offensive OC. I don't think that was a good move. But I'm not willing to question Belichick after the last 20 years what I've seen from him. I got more questions. See, that's the problem that I have with our fan base. It's not about being homers. We have to be realistic too. Like we're going to sit here and question Belichick after 20 years, but we have all this faith and we're saying we're going to average 30 with McDaniel. McDaniel's never called a game in his life neither. He's never even been a head coach, but we come out here on all these streams and we praise Coach McDaniel, which again, I'm hoping that's my head coach. I'm riding with him. Just like Tua's my quarterback, I'm riding with him. But when we come
I'm right
out
there
here
with you, Lewis.
when
I'm
we
right there
come out
with you,
here,
dog.
Lewis, my thing is, I'm not. I agree with you over the last 20 years, but since Brady's left,
the Patriots have been meh.
Yeah, but you know what, too? You got to also remember when you
They
get
got to the playoffs. What are you
when
guys
you get
talking
a new
about?
coach in, you get that honeymoon period as well. So don't forget too. Like Adam Gase got to the playoffs his
Since
first
Brady
year as
has
a rookie
left,
head
they
coach.
they had one down year with Cam Newton and then got right back in the playoffs with a rookie.
and then what happened first round of the playoffs though?
okay, but they were there though.
You're moving the goalposts. When has Tua ever been to the playoffs? When has Mike McDaniel ever coached a team to the playoffs? Why did the argument
coordinator
change?
to the playoffs?
Why did the argument change?
Exactly. Yeah. That's what
Yeah,
I'm just
they,
saying
they
about
may
our
have
fan
gotten
base.
blown out, but they love to dance. They love playing that extra week and got extra money.
Yeah.
They also beat Buffalo last year more than we did.
Ooh,
Yeah,
good point, Color.
They did beat Buffalo more than we. Yeah, he didn't know they didn't beat him in the playoffs, but they did beat him once more than we did.
Thank you. So just all that talk that we swept the Patriots. Well, the Patriots haven't got swept from Buffalo.
And I'm just saying all this. I ain't saying all this to credit the Patriots. I'm saying all this so you all don't set such an expectation that you're going, oh my, what was I thinking? Of course you don't bet against Bill Belichick. Has he not proven that for 21 freaking years?
Yeah, he's a vampire, man. He's got to have a stake driven in his heart for him to go away.
I mean, that's why I don't think that the Patriots are going to finish last. I think they're going to be a very competitive team against us as well. But if you told me us versus the Patriots, I'm not scared of the Patriots, especially with how our roster is constructed compared to theirs.
Here's the thing. There's a bigger game going on that y'all forget about. Okay. Belichick beat Sean McDermott because Sean McDermott in their first meeting was not willing to show his cards. That's why you didn't see the passing that we should have seen, or that's why you saw what we saw, and they beat him with a sound run game and not even throwing the ball and winning in a slugfest in the cold. The second time they came around, McDermott wasn't going to let that happen, and he unleashed the beast. Guess what? Bill Belichick got him to show his cards. Now he knows what to defend. I have a feeling they will sweep the Bills this year.
Another good point.
I'm telling you, they will finish over the Bills in the division. Marcus.
But the Bills have a new OC, so do you think they're going to be a little bit different than last year?
What's that? What's that, Todd?
I said that's just wishful thinking because you want your money. You're trying to put it out there.
I haven't made the bet yet, but
you haven't?
It's still not wishful thinking.
I don't think they have the corner. I don't think
because of 21 years of track record.
I think they go 3-3 in the division. Everybody goes 3-3 in the division, and we got to win outside the division in order to win the division title.
I don't think they have the corners to keep up with the Bills receivers.
Yeah, their team is a little different. It got worse.
It got devastated this offseason with certain key positions.
Man,
but isn't they known for having the next man up mentality? That's been his mantra for 20 years.
But they've also had Josh
McDaniels. They lose big time stars, and then they get next man up. Just comes and fill in.
Crypto, it's like deja vu. Literally, there was even people that said, "Well, it's never been this bad," just like you all are saying right now.
Somebody come out of the grocery store and become a freaking top 10 freaking cornerback all of a sudden. You're like, where did that come from? It always happens year in and year out with these guys.
Ian Baller brought up a good point. Is the Bills going to take a step backwards, losing their offensive coordinator?
I don't think they will. I think they'll still be very good.
They might be Paul.
The kind of plays that they'll call will be a little different with Ken Dorsey at OC, though.
I think Ken Dorsey can do the job.
I'll tell you this. Why don't we just say the same thing we say about Lamar Jackson? The Bills are going to take a step back this year because Josh Allen can't sustain that 738 yards rushing per year.
Yeah, but Josh Allen's also a little bigger, so it's a little bit different. But I somewhat agree with you, but Josh Allen's is much thicker. No homo.
Right.
But,
and Lamar Jackson doesn't get touched. Josh Allen puts his head down.
Right. one's taking on contact and one's trying to avoid the contact.
Right, but at the same time, one has missed games due to it.
Yeah, and the other hasn't.
But that wasn't because of a hit.
Yeah, well, before Lamar got hurt, they were saying it wasn't sustainable anyway, but they've never said that about Josh Allen, ever.
Yeah, but
until he gets hit, until he takes on a linebacker.
Which is something we never have in the middle of the field to hit him.
Why are we complaining about Lamar Jackson getting hurt last year anyway? What all we've seen for the past 3 years, or even 4 years going back to Alabama, Tua's always hurt. And we don't have
I wasn't comparing Tua to him. I was just saying I was talking about the Bills quarterback, Allen.
We beat them when we beat them.
Are you bringing Tua?
Our ego was hurt more than he was.
No, he was.
And he didn't play the rest of the season.
No, Color brought up about Lamar and Josh Allen there, and I was like, well, Josh Allen does take the hits, but he doesn't miss any games. For some, he's always in there week in, week out.
It's because is it because he gets treated with kid gloves and nobody really want to go after him like they should?
Well, I think it's because he's just bigger than everyone. Like he's the size of a linebacker. So
you see the way these guys are tackling him. They're not trying to hit him and take him out and hit him with passion. They're treating him with kid gloves.
I will
Only team I've seen play him right, and that was the Jacksonville Jaguars with the other Josh Allen that was punishing him.
I will say this,
the only
though.
Team.
Let Josh Allen go back 10, 15 years and take on the hits that he would have taken then. He wouldn't be running into people this way.
Lewis Oliver would have taken him out.
True.
The rules have changed. The rules have changed to protect them a lot.
To protect the quarterback, so he gets treated with kid gloves.
Yeah, but the rules have also changed because everyone's a lot bigger, a lot faster, and a lot stronger. But I agree with you. It's been a little bit excessive with the quarterback rules they have.
So, Alexander, welcome to the panel.
Look at the Patriots quarterback. He doesn't get touched.
Yeah, and when he was about to get touched versus us week 1, he threw a fumble. But,
we all know the Brady rules. Come on now.
Yeah, it extended to him, yeah. Hey. So Mac Jones got that courtesy of the Brady rule, even though Brady wasn't under center.
Alexander.
Hey, guys, give me 1 second, okay? 1 second, okay? 1 second. Sorry.
All right, guys, I'll be
Alexander.
The Knicks suck.
Man,
yeah,
I just wanted to ask
what's going on, guys?
Alexander, I'm glad you're on. Real quick, I know we're on football, and we're going to stay on football. Just real quick question. What do you think about my Lightning?
Hey, I actually, as an Islanders fan, damn well I was cheering for the Lightning.
There you go. Hey, you're invited to the boat parade, Alex.
But I tell you one thing, Lewis. I have to cheer for the Colorado Avalanche in the Cup Finals. Reason why
you're uninvited. You're uninvited.
The reason why is because if you guys win, then you guys will match my Islanders as the only team in NHL history to have more than 2 back-to-back cups with 3 in a row. The Islanders were the last team to do that in the 80s. They won 4 in a row. But I tell you this right now, to do what the Lightning are doing right now in the salary cap era is just unbelievable. I think it's a lot more. They deserve a lot of credit, especially, I think it's more impressive during the salary cap era.
And the last thing I'll say about the Lightning and Avalanche, I agree. I'm kind of scared of the Avalanche. I'm not gonna lie.
You shouldn't be, because you guys have one thing that you guys have one thing that the Avalanche don't, and that's Andre Vasilevsky. You guys got goaltending. The Avalanche does not have goaltending. Their goaltending sucks. It's terrible. Their goaltending is it starts with a K, but he's not that good. He's not good at all. He's not good at all, bro.
Lewis,
how's everybody doing though?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
And how about you? You've been the stranger. Tell us how you're doing.
I'm doing good, man. I just started working again, and it's my second week on the job. I've just been going through a lot of stuff. The move to Texas really, took a lot. So, but I've been good, man. Just trying to hang in with family and just relaxing. That's all.
Well, I give you credit, bro. Your Mets seem to be holding the fort, even though they lost a couple of their star pitchers.
Yeah, it's been a rough going, man.
I
I'll take 5-5 in the road
but
trip.
they're still holding the bag, man.
Yeah, but the Braves, man, 11 in a row. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Cardinals are a half game up in the Central too now.
The Cardinals are starting to get back to their winning ways again.
Seems like everything's falling back into place there.
Definitely, but I tell you one thing. This about this whole thing with Tua, man. Now you think the hate on him is going to get even worse? It's going to get worse. The hate on him.
I don't think it can.
Especially, it's going to get a lot worse than what it is right now.
The only thing it could get to is a personal level.
Right. I mean, it sounds like it's getting worse only because Tyreek Hill is trying to hype up his quarterback in there.
Now, Alexander, you could be right. You could be right in the respect that there'll be more people voicing it, probably. But
yeah. But what do you expect? What does everybody expect Tyreek to do? Like, come on.
Did you hear what they said on Undisputed? Shannon said it best. They want Tyreek to be more PC, be like, oh yeah, he's my quarterback, kind of like what Flores did. Oh, he's the quarterback. That's it.
Here's an idea, Alexander. Tyreek could have said something to the effect of, when it comes to the style of pass that I prefer in the range that I prefer it, Tua is better. He could have said something like that.
He said it like that.
I agree.
But
I would not have gone as. Listen, guys, as a Dolphin fan and as a guy that supports Tua, I would not have gone as far as Tyreek said. And that's hype.
I mean, look, to be honest with you, having played the position,
good point there, Alexander.
Rather catch a ball from that I like, that it's easier for me to see off their hands, stuff like that, even if they might not be the better quarterback in the backyard that day. You know what I mean? So I get what Tyreek's saying.
What Tyreek Hill is pretty much saying is that Tua throws it in stride more often than Patrick Mahomes would, even though
you knew they was going to run with that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. In other words,
I don't think
Tyreek overshot a little bit is all I'm saying. I understand what he's trying to do.
He was embellishing. He was embellishing.
He should be hired as the new Miami Dolphins head of PR.
Yeah.
But I think he went a little farther. Like
he did. I agree. He
did.
A little
ambiguous. But again,
I think
that also has to do with.
I think he knew the firestorm he was going to start.
But guys,
it's his podcast. He could say whatever he wants.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what do you guys expect him to say, though? I mean,
he was supposed
you guys want him to say, "Oh, my quarterback."
I don't, Alexander. I don't. That's what I'm trying to say to you guys is, hey, what was he going to say? No, Tua's trash. You got it. Mahomes is God.
Right. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but what people wanted him to say was, "He's my quarterback, and we'll see what happens." Like. Say nothing, pretty much. They wanted him to say
agree.
Nothing.
I was about to say, "What's up, fellas?" He could have just
took
that approach and not said anything.
He didn't have to.
Hey,
what up, Bessa?
What's up, y'all?
Hey, I just got an update about the Did we talk about the Sean Payton thing?
Not really. Who do we got? Tyreek took the bag, not Tua.
That's me. Your neighborhood troll. Yeah, he took the bag.
How about this?
He had, if you paid attention enough to the interview, he took the bag. He's just talking out of his ass when he was talking about. He didn't have to talk about. I think he's got a podcast and he's just talking too much. Because if you listen to Rosenhaus speak and Tyreek, they both admitted that he wanted to stay in KC and he took the bag. So you know what I mean. That's what I got out of it, and the whole Tua accuracy thing. It's like I said, man, just pump the brakes because I'll believe it when I see it. And it's not just the league. I mean, just NFL fans. Period. They think Tua is trash. So I'm just saying that's not for me. I'm just, I was in a Jet space earlier. They were shitting on Tua. I was in another space earlier today. I was in other, spaces with other
why
fans.
don't you and ears go target their energy on them?
Bro, I'm telling you, everybody thinks Tua sucks, bro.
I'm glad that
Everybody.
they think
It's not. Don't kill the messenger. I'm not saying. I'm still waiting for him. I hope he works out, and I hope he proves them wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't even go into defending Tua because he ain't done anything.
Energy
on.
Because you're not a Tua fan. You don't believe in Tua. It's no big deal. If you don't believe in Tua, it's not a big deal.
I hope he does. I hope he can come through, but I really don't have faith that he can because
of course that's
he looked.
Like you said,
I'm a realist.
But he said it anyways.
I'm a realist. He made marginal improvements this year.
Everybody's rooting for him, Esteban.
With as much as time as he saw on the field this year, I was hoping that he would show like some not just marginal improvements, but at least blow some stuff out of the water. And I felt that it was almost like a plateaued season where like he barely got better. You know what I mean? It wasn't a whole lot better than the previous season from what we saw, and we got that for an entire season. And people and Tua fans are just making out more out of it than what it needs to be. That's why everybody else sees it for what it is. That's a fan of another fan base. They're just gonna call it how they see it. Like
because they don't have to. That's why I'm trying to say, is there some way we can turn Tua and ears energy towards them?
That's what they should do. It's just I don't know. That's too much energy. Like I'm not gonna sit there and defend somebody that ain't showing the ability on the field yet.
Back.
10-4, man.
All right. And I disagree that Tua plateaued. I think he did get better at physically accuracy. Like some of those deep throws he threw this past season, I don't think he makes those as a rookie. But the big difference between his rookie season and this past season is play calling. We can crap on Chan Gailey, but he was okay offensive coordinator and play caller. Our play calling this past season was terrible. So
that's why I preference it as marginal. Like he has to be showing those abilities if he was a top 5 pick.
Because
he did. It wasn't like it was.
That's why I'm not giving up on him.
Carla knows how to hold down the fort, man. She knows what's up.
So that's why I'm saying give Tua this year with much better coaching and much better play calling. And if he struggles or doesn't do as well as I think he should be, then let's get rid of him. But because
it's not like they haven't given him good. I think the play calling has been fair, and that's since he's been in the league. Because look at in his first year when we were under Chan, you saw what Fitz did with that offense. Same players, same skill position, same offensive line. So that what was the excuse then?
Yeah,
and then last year they put him in situations.
Well. Look at the Cardinals game.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing that all Tuaniers do. They go back to the first season. Well, what game do you have to show for?
No, I'm talking about
season?
The play calling. The play calling was better with Chan Gailey than it was this second season.
That's why. In comparison.
Well, it's like Chan said. You know what I mean? That was his best game that season. But Chan said that he gave him what he could handle. You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah, because he was so limited his rookie season. He looked physically better his second season because his hip is improving.
Yeah.
So I agree. He shouldn't have played at all his rookie year, but it was politics that
by the
made
way,
him play.
Carla's not wishing injury on any player. She's just saying that since Buffalo's DN took his helmet off and beat to his ribs with it, we have a little bit of, we have a hit by pitch coming for somebody.
But we also don't have Jesse Davis, so let's hope he doesn't have injured ribs.
Oh, that's right. It was Jesse Davis that took off the guy's helmet and beat to his ribs with it. That's
you might as well have done it because he was blocking air, not the player.
On, man. See, that's precisely my point, man. Don't fall into that trap. You're better than that, Ian.
Nah, I'm crapping on Jesse Davis because he was terrible. I'm
just saying.
I'm trolling with Jesse Davis because he was bad, though.
There's a lot of reasons he was on the field that people won't take into consideration, in my opinion.
Hey, real quick. You know what these Jets fans were saying in the space earlier today? They really truly believe they're gonna sweep us because they think Tua's garbage. They literally think this is what they think. They think
not
they
because
think
of
Sauce.
Tua.
They think Sauce is going to
put up 30 points on them. What are they talking
They think
about?
Sauce, a rookie, is going to shut down Tyreek Hill.
They think that
They think they can contain Waddle.
Oh, we got Sauce
after that,
started, so
and
we're gonna shut
they
down
don't believe in Tua's ability. They
what
don't
if
believe in his arm.
Yeah, they believe in that
Putting
cornerback.
up 30 points on them.
Yeah, but Tua doesn't have to throw 10 yards to beat the Jets. He'll just throw a 5-yard pass, and Tyreek Hill will dust.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
he put 30
throw
points
far.
on them. What have they done on defense to stop Tua from putting another 30 points on them?
All they'll say is, "Oh,
Well, they haven't.
oh,
They'll
draft
just say
picks
they'll
and
score 30 on
Carlos
our
back."
defense,
That's it.
fella. That's the only answer.
Well, that ain't happening. Sorry about that.
No, well, I'm just saying that. Well, you know how Marino and O'Brien got into shootouts, so it could happen.
I think that
I think
our coach is taking the right approach.
Look, though, they don't realize though. Okay, as far as defense goes, they got a pick 6 on us. And what have I said about defenses scoring? If you tell me that the Jets got a pick 6 on us without me watching the game, I would assume we lost the game.
That we lost the game, yeah. Yeah, you would naturally think that extra defensive score gave you the edge.
Tua overcame a pick 6 on them and put 30 points on them.
Exactly.
And they think they did what on defense to stop that from happening?
They didn't have Tyreek Hill at the time either, or all these other additions.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that they brought up was, and I'm not gonna lie, man, it's like they must be listening to us talk.
Yeah,
they don't
are.
believe they
they
were
are.
talking about the last. I believe that was the last game for us, right? This game 17.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
that could be
they straight up
they know that
Collins is a penalty.
Our audience, none of you guys have ever had the opportunity of hearing me against the opposing fans during the season. You just wait. You're gonna hear the best you've ever heard out of me. You're gonna hear things that are like, I'll never question.
I'm gonna try to get some of that build up, and then maybe carry over to the channel.
I'm the same way when I go on a Raiders Faces color.
They know that
I've only been in chat for the past couple seasons. I've never had a voice like, hey, to tell these guys exactly what they need to hear.
You better bring on a
real quick color because my phone's about to die. I was just gonna tell y'all they think that Armstead's gonna be out by that game. So, and then they said what else they would do to neutralize this. That's just how they feel.
They're hoping the injury.
They literally think they're going to sweep us.
Yet they're blaming Carla for wishing injury on people, and they're actually hinging on an injury to beat us.
Yeah. But anyways, I got to go, man. My phone's going to crap out on me. So I appreciate it.
All right, Esther. Damn, they sure.
Yeah,
I've not going to be playing
fans as well.
All right, I can't wait to turn my energy toward the other teams, man. I'm anxious. Let's do it. Let's start talking about the other teams. I'm telling you, the Patriots are going to finish ahead of the Bills, and the Bills are going to finish ahead of the Jets. Sorry, Jets fans, you're still last.
Yeah, Jets fans are 4th place. Get over it, Jets. You suck.
Wow. I got a different order.
And I will put my money where my mouth is because you can right now you can get Dolphins, Patriots, Bills, Jets at plus 1,600. And that I don't make no gambling advice, but that's where I'm putting my $5.
I'll put Bills, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, and Patriots and Jets miss the playoffs. Obviously,
the win total order in our division is going to be 12, 11, 10, and 9.
Don't worry, Sal. I know where you stand, Sal, and you're right. I can't
argue. The Jets winning 11, the Bills winning 10, and the Patriots winning 9. That's how I got it.
You just make sure your boy puts up another 700 yards this year. Else you all ain't going nowhere.
And Zach Wilson had more interceptions than touchdowns, and they want to say he's better than Tua. Like, throw more touchdowns than interceptions, and we'll talk. We'll see.
And by the way,
I don't want to jinx us.
If anybody's going to get injured, if we're going to hinge on injury, Sal, by the time we play you guys again, we'll have like Teddy as our quarterback. So, yeah, there's that.
Hey, chill.
And so he'll go into MetLife and pull off the shutout with what you're saying. Call it Teddy's going to shut out the Jets. Is what you're saying?
Tua beats him the first game. And then Teddy beats him the second one.
Or Skyler.
And then Tua comes back in the playoffs.
That will be something else.
And Tua comes back in the playoffs and beats the Bills in the playoffs. Yeah, I know. Hyperbolic, I know. Whatever.
I'm more with Thomas. I think it will be Skyler that beats him before Teddy B beats him.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah, it'd be Skyler.
You guys are Skyler nonsense.
Let's watch Skyler play a preseason game before we hype him up, though.
No, Skyler is already being compared to Josh Allen, so you watch it. You heard it here first.
You sound like you're making it seem like Skylar Thompson's a good athlete like Josh Allen. He ran a 4.9, bro.
Absolutely. Josh Allen wasn't fast. He was just big and strong.
He ran like 4.6 and he's 6'5". Skylar Thompson.
Okay, 0.3 of a second. That's nothing.
And Skylar Thompson 6 foot. He's not 6'5" like Josh Allen.
He's just as strong. He's running through people.
In college.
Yeah, he'll do it at the professional level.
Josh Allen is running over people in college and in the pros. There's a difference.
I mean,
that's because nobody is really trying to play football. They're watching and not participating.
So Daniel
Once
says
people start participating when they play the Bills, Josh Allen is going to get injured.
Mindset where he's going to truck people like Tua did on that one Jets player. Hey, tell Jets that. Tell Jets how's it feel Tua trucking your DB.
Oh man, you know what the comeback is to that. We ain't got we can't die on that hill, bro. The guy was backpedaling, bro, had no leverage.
You're right, but he still fell down.
No leverage on
head
that
was in his chest. So
it's kind of like everybody who's getting trucked by Josh. They're backpedaling because they're trying to freaking lay down.
Now, I don't think
they're not participating.
When he trucked the guy to get the game-winning first down against New England, I don't think that guy was backpedaling, if I remember correctly.
That was a 20-yard run color. Nobody was covered. He was just outran those guys. That was a 20-yard scramble. Okay. He outran those guys.
So Daniel Grassi says, I've gotten high before, but not to the point where the Finns are ahead of the Bills. Like, hey, man, everything I got is Florida grown, bro. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know.
I don't live in Florida, so I won't know what that
feels like,
but I agree. You know, color, whatever you're smoking, I want some.
Flow grown, buddy. Flow grown.
Yeah, it's in there. That's absolute.
Shout out to Vitacan.
Exclusive
distributors of Stanley Brothers products and Tikkun Olam, all with great strains and great medical uses. Vitacan, found all from Miami to Ocala and all points between. Stop by today.
Look at the private chat color. I think Lewis wants back in.
I told him I was gonna plug him last time I was in there. Oh right, yeah. It's still showing your device is not connected, Lewis. I can't bring you in yet. You might need to reconnect.
Oh, you have to have mic. You have to have the mic turned on and in order to connect to the browser.
Are you and El Cap gonna have like guests on like before the games? Like for example, week 1, are y'all gonna find like a Patriots guest like previewing the game or something like that?
I'm sure, man. I'm sure we got all kinds of angles like that. We're gonna.
And then when we beat them, you'd be like, "Hey, come back on," you know?
Right. Hey, anybody that's willing to come. I know that we have a few in chat right now, and we also have like a couple guys that come on, like what's his name from Tennessee? I can't remember his name off the top of my head. That was coming around for a while, giving us his Tannehill perspective. Poor guy stopped coming around, man. I don't know what happened. You know?
Yeah, I remember him. I forgot his name, but it'd be cool if he came back.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You have like a Jets fan on when we're playing the Jets, or a Bills fan playing the Bills.
See, Sal don't mind me saying the Bills are going to finish third because he knows that hypes them up. They take that and make it chalkboard material. You know what I mean? Bulletin board material in their locker room. Looking Color said you're all going to finish third. You believe that nonsense?
Who's finishing third?
Buffalo.
Oh.
Color saying that, not me.
I got the Bills
I'm
finishing
color.
third.
I'm not color.
I got Dolphins, Patriots, Bills, Jets.
I got Dolphins, Jets, Bills, Patriots.
Oh, you think the Jets are going to take the leap, huh?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
From
I think
what?
so. They're taking
Maybe
the
I'll
lead.
hedge with that one.
There you go. They're
Just
taking the
because they
lead.
had a good draft? Like, no, they're gonna. It's gonna take some time.
They got one good safety now, or cornerback or whatever, that we countered with Tyreek.
Yeah, Marcus Williams, was it, or did he go somewhere else?
No, their guy they drafted. Didn't they draft
Oh,
some?
no, Marcus
star
Williams
safety?
very competitive. It's going to be a very competitive AFC. No one's running away and hiding.
It'll be competitive between the Dolphins, Bills, and the Patriots.
Yeah.
No, it'll be the Jets. It'll be back to the days of old. Jets, Patriots, Jets, Dolphins shootout. Marino O'Brien. That's the way it's going to be. Tua versus Wilson.
It's more a matter of every year something weird happens that everybody didn't expect. And if I were to pin that, if I were to pin the tail on the donkey, if I were to pin the tail on the donkey, that situation would be Buffalo finishing third in the AFC East and regressing when people didn't expect it.
If something unexpected happened, I'm saying the Lions would finish second behind the Packers.
Well, that's what did you say there, Ian?
I said if something unexpected happened, I don't think it'll happen, but it could be unexpected. The Lions could finish second behind the Packers in the division over the Vikings.
That's actually one of my. I think people need to recognize the Lions right now and be careful about them.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe because I'm a Dan Campbell fan, but still, I like what
He's
they're
going to
doing.
get all the close losses that they lost last year will be close victories this year round.
But there is something to also be said about a team emulating their coach, because look, Jared Goff, man, he's got a chip too. A chip on his shoulder. You know what I mean? As far
He's
as
not
that
that quarterback. He's
he does.
Matthew Stafford good.
He is a Super Bowl quarterback.
I was going to go through this before, but I was looking the other day, and I want to do it right now because it actually, needs to be known. Like we put a lot on Jared Goff, man, as far as, not ranking him top. The guy's been to the Pro Bowl twice. He's been to the Super Bowl. And in the years that were pertinent, the years where he went to the Super Bowl, I mean, he put up 4,700 yards one year, 32 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 28 one year, 7 the other. His career completion percentage is like 65.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking about a slouch here.
And I think their O-line is going to take a huge leap that will help Jared Goff and it will help the run game.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're gonna catch a lot of people.
Bears will finish fourth, and haha, Bears y'all suck.
Yeah, I think the Bears will still be in the cellar.
They got Justin Fields and got him no weapons. Like
if Green Bay takes a step back, the Vikings will win the division.
I don't believe. I
don't know about that.
That's debatable.
They got the best offense in football. What do you mean?
They've been a shade of their former self since Sperano died.
The only thing they had to fix is the defense, and they showed that up in the offseason.
I don't know, bro. I really don't. I just don't think they've been the same since Sperano died. I really think that they've been regressing since then steadily.
So it's a curse. They're cursed.
No, they've been in a tough division. They just had no defense. They've always had good offense.
Well, yeah, but Kirk Cousins hasn't been protected the way he was when he first got there.
Yeah, I do like
protected.
But will their defense really
he's under a lot of pressure?
With that,
and he makes stupid decisions under pressure.
Kevin O'Connell.
Yep, he throws a lot of interceptions.
No, he's always 2-to-1 ratio and above.
Yeah, but it's about when those interceptions come,
in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
it's not like he's throwing 30. Like he's throwing 30 interceptions a year.
No, but again, it's about when those interceptions come, bro. You know,
it's in the fourth quarter every time, man. Yep.
Also, you could say that he's the only person that's reliably been able to beat Aaron Rodgers.
I like Kirk Cousins.
No, but that was
look. Kirk Cousins, despite his demeanor, Kirk Cousins does have a lot of heart. Don't get me wrong; he's a winner. You know what I mean?
That?
It's
just inconsistent, man. Kind of like Tua.
I don't know. I like Kirk Cousins. I like Kirk Cousins from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Anything after that, once it starts getting dark, he can't win. So
well, I tell you that, and that's the thing about this is why I always don't want to crap on Teddy, because really, is Kirk Cousins much more of an upgrade over Teddy? Teddy got them to the dance.
Yes,
you know.
I think Kirk Cousins
he is. He's light years ahead of Teddy.
You think so?
I think so. And I'm a Teddy fan when he was, coming into the draft and stuff like that. But looking back at it,
I'm strictly speaking about what he did for Minnesota, like what he actually accomplished in Minnesota.
What?
I'm speaking strictly about what has been accomplished in Minnesota by the two players.
Yeah, but their defense was real.
Yeah, but they have a
quarterback. But for some reason, over time, their head coach regressed and their entire defense regressed.
And their offensive line.
Yeah, but
to a certain degree, but they still had
to Tony Sperano.
And plus, their offensive line. I mean, their running back was injured when healthy. Their Cook wasn't always healthy, but when they had their full complement of players, they was top notch offense. Doing almost 30 points a game.
Same thing about Teddy. We could say the same thing about Teddy.
He hasn't put up the amount of numbers.
Like literally, we're saying right now, like let me ask you this: look at our team as constructed. Look at what we expected, how we expect it to improve Tua, and tell me, based on that expected improvement, how would Kirk Cousins be in this offense as opposed to Teddy Bridgewater in our offense? Forget Tua. Just pointing out that if we expect it to make Tua better, then how would it make those two better in relation to each other? Who would perform better in our offense, Teddy Bridgewater or Kirk Cousins?
Once again, Kirk Cousins, because his name? Justin Jefferson was able to get damn near Rookie of the Year. That came off the arms of Kirk Cousins. So
who says
he
that
would
couldn't
be
have come off
doing
the
real
arm
well
of
with
Teddy
Waddle.
Bridgewater? Well, who's to say Teddy Bridgewater couldn't have done that?
Because he didn't do it with those top fast receivers in Denver. They had the same speed.
I didn't bring up Denver. I brought it, and that's precisely why I said our team, the Miami Dolphins.
Right, but I'm talking about as far as
want you to bring up other guys that he's had the ability to throw to.
But there's a reason why they brought Teddy here is because he fits this offense. But I do think Kirk Cousins would fit it a little better, though.
I think
Kirk Cousins would be better because he showed it with elite pass catchers and Thielen and Jefferson.
You're right. I think Kirk Cousins ekes out Teddy. I think Kirk Cousins ekes out Teddy, but we're not talking about like ridiculously. You know what I mean?
Hey, let me ask you this:
He'll do real well with Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Probably be even better than what he did in Minnesota.
Hey, let me ask you this: is it only me, or does it surprise you guys that they got rid of Rick Spielman? I thought he did a damn good job over there bringing talent to that team.
I'm not surprised that they got rid of him because they wanted a completely different overhaul of
they did like a whole regime change.
Yeah, a whole entire regime change.
Which
so they brought in
a young if you think about it. Like, think about this. Think about how better now. I was off of Tannehill from almost the get-go. Okay, was never a believer in him, and whatever, we can argue Tannehill all we want. However, like, why if we didn't fall into the trap that everybody else does, where a coach comes in and says, I don't even want to look at the tape. That's not my guy. Get him out of here, right? Let's ask the question of where would we be right now with Tua had we just let Tannehill stay here, ride it out, play the role that Rosen played in the tanking, play the role that Fitzpatrick did in grooming Tua, and just played Tua when he's ready? Where would we be right now if we had just done that? Instead of the whole, oh, he's not our guy, get him out of here. Don't even look at the tape. Because I think we might have made the playoffs last year with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Our 10-6 season. Where we didn't necessarily have to play Tua. Okay.
No, but But if Tannehill's the quarterback during our tanking season, like you said, I think we would have got rid of him after that tanking season, though.
Unless we go into it,
I don't think he would have stayed that long.
No.
And that was a part
But
of
I'm
the plan.
saying, if we went into that knowing that we're not going to blame it on him, that we are tanking, and then let's say the year we went 10-6, we didn't have to start Tua that year. If we'd have rode Tannehill that year with a 10-6 record, could that have been 11-5? Could we have made the playoffs that year?
Wait, Tannehill was terrible under pressure.
But was he better than Fitzpatrick and or Tua that year?
No.
That year he had better numbers.
Yeah, but he
Tannehill
was
had more for him. Here's a better question. Wait, Thomas, here's a better question. Did we have more for Tannehill in 2020 than we ever had for him when he was here? Is the better question.
Tannehill was always a sitting duck and would get killed back there.
I agree with all that. I don't want to litigate Tannehill as a player. I'm talking about strictly in the context of using him in the manner I'm talking about using him. Do you think we would have fallen into the playoffs? Do you think our team was better for him in 2020 than it ever was when we provided for him, is what I'm saying.
No. Not as good as 2006.
No, the offensive line was a turnstile.
So you think 18 was the best we ever provided him?
Fitzpatrick was running for his life in 2000.
Okay, but you think 18
season,
is
I believe,
the
when
best
we had
ever
Jay
provided
Ajayi,
for
when we
Tannehill?
had an offensive line, that's the best we provided him.
Well, the year we went to the playoffs was the best we ever provided for
That's
him.
what I'm saying. Yeah. That was way better than 20.
That was 18. No, wasn't it 18?
No, 2016.
That's why I said 2016, yes.
Okay.
Color, you don't remember Fitzpatrick getting instant pressure and he'd have to take off and run and get out of the pocket?
Yeah, but I get it, but we would have done things altogether different with Tannehill.
Yeah, and Fitz also will just fling the ball and be like, hey, someone get it. Tannehill's not that kind of guy, though. He'll stay in.
He was a sitting duck.
He's a sitting duck, yes.
Not only that, he'd run into the pressure.
Yeah.
He used to run into the pressure.
Right, but these are things that he improved upon towards the later part of his career.
He still does the same thing today.
Yes, he does. He does, but not as
to
often.
that volume, though. Not to that level,
yeah, but
though.
the offensive line
Look, you guys are still arguing with me as if I'm advocating bringing him here. That's not the perspective I'm coming from. I agree with every point you're making.
Yes, better. You would have been worse.
It's all right,
you would have been worse, Color.
It's all right, Color. You can advocate to bring him here. We know that's what you want. That's fine.
I totally agree with everything you guys are saying about the guy. I'm just saying. Were those deficiencies enough for us not to make the playoffs in 2020?
But with Tannehill or with Fitzpatrick, I think they still would have started Tua regardless of what happened.
Okay, but let's say we view it like we would have viewed it differently. Let's say that Stephen Ross would have had more patience and not forced the Tua start.
Stephen Ross
Tannehill gets the whole year. Tannehill gets the whole year in 2020. We tailor we call plays for Tannehill. I don't know. I think we might eke out one more win and make the playoffs. That's all I'm saying.
But who's our offensive coordinator?
7 years was enough patience.
The offensive coordinator, and he only came here because of Fitz. Like, who's calling the plays with Tannehill? That's a big question.
Fair enough. I'll get
7 years was enough.
Dying on the hill.
Right now,
Color. I was just asking the question.
You got to burn.
No, I get what you're saying, but
Color. You need to burn that Tannehill jersey, man.
No, but it's funny because everything I've ever said about that guy has been proven in Tennessee. It literally all the help they gave him that we didn't bought him 1.5 more wins a year. Still ain't he's still not a champion.
That's true.
And that's why they drafted a quarterback is because he's not Tannehill is a good quarterback, but he's not.
Yeah.
But again, that was my point. I was just talking about could we have eked out one more win with him?
One more win with him
in 2020. You know what I mean?
I think we would have had more
possible.
losses.
I mean, it's possible, but
no way. We would have had more losses. It would have been.
I don't know about more losses. I think it would have been like 9 or 10 wins, but we still would have missed the playoffs with
Tannehill.
Nah,
I think it would have been
way
par.
more losses.
It could have been the same record.
Line was terrible. Don't you remember Fitzpatrick taking off and running? They'd be in on him instantly. They would.
Yeah, and Fitzpatrick also not afraid to throw those 50-50 balls to Parker that beat the Patriots that got us 10
but
wins.
Tannehill don't do that. He holds the ball, man.
That's
They
my
would have been
point.
worse.
That's why I feel like the offense was more constructed for Fitzpatrick than it would have been for Tannehill.
It would have been a disaster.
Okay, how about this? To my same point of not getting rid of a guy because he was from the last regime, which was my original point. What about if he's playing the role that Jacoby did? Does he lose as many ball games as Jacoby did?
Absolutely. Hey, I'll tell you this, Color. This is what
again, my
happened.
point remains that we would be in a way better position right now, probably, if we would have just not said, "Oh, he's from the other regime, get rid of him."
But it was also because of the contract they traded him, and we had to
I get
get
that
money
part of
for
it
1
too.
year.
I
and then
get
after
that part of it too. Yeah, he wasn't going to stay here in that role. I get it.
Hey,
yeah,
Color.
he was making starter money, so he wasn't going to be able to be a backup.
Right, and if Tennessee was willing to be suckers, why not? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but
Color.
Tannehill was also an upgrade over Mariota, so it wasn't a bad trade.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, Thomas.
Hey, if we would have kept them, I could about guarantee you the following year Greer would have got fired.
Oh, that's possible.
That's what would have happened.
But
Greer earned
Ian's
himself
point,
years because of the rebuild.
And this is why I cannot believe that Atlanta is faithing it with Marcus Mariota. That's just hilarious to me.
They know they're not going to
everybody
win.
thinks
They
he's
have
like going to be
Mariota
any
lose
different
games.
than he ever has.
Yeah, but look at the wide receivers. They got very, very slow wide receivers. Like they are not going to win games with Mariota.
Okay. So now all of a sudden, Marcus Mariota is going to be different than he's been his whole career because of all these guys, but Teddy Bridgewater won't.
No, I'm
Same
saying
point.
Mariota's not going to be good with the Falcons.
You know, I'm just saying. I'm speaking to anybody that would make that point. Like,
yeah, I totally disagree.
You know what I mean?
They're
Like,
waiting to draft a quarterback next draft.
right. Mariota is not going to be any different than he's been.
I agree.
Why would he be? You know, he's been in the league in the year now. What, 6 years, 7?
More, I think more than maybe 7 or 8, but more than 6. I think
he did nothing with the Raiders. You know what I mean? Like, people think he's going to be different because what? No, and the Atlanta Falcon fans, I guess some of them probably know they're tanking, but some of them are probably like, right on, yeah. You know, it's like, no.
What he proved with the Raiders is that he's a very, very good backup quarterback. That's it.
Right.
Like Teddy Bridgewater.
I'm not even sure of that.
Quarterback.
Sufficient would be the word.
Yeah.
Like he's not Blake
going to
Bortles.
win you games, but he won't cost you games.
Right. He's not Blake Bortles. I get that, you know.
Oh, they're better than Blake Bortles. What it's like, Blake Bortles is still holding on to a clipboard.
But I'd roll with Drew Lock. I would roll
enough?
with Drew Lock before Marcus Mariota.
Who?
Yeah, both.
Drew Lock. I'd take Drew Lock over Marcus all day long.
It's debatable. I've never been a Lock fan, and he's been so bad. It's debatable, but I get what you're saying because he's younger. I get that.
That's like picking fried liver over squirrel, in my opinion.
Hey, squirrel's not bad though. Don't disrespect squirrel like that.
I'm just saying.
Hey guys, I'm gonna mute for just a second. Keep the conversation going. I just got to run downstairs for just a freaking second, man. I'll be right back.
No problem.
But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why the Falcons didn't draft a quarterback early is because they see this next draft of quarterbacks and they're like, "Ooh, Will Levis, C.J. Strauss, maybe Bryce Young. Oh my gosh, it's looking good." And there's other guys that aren't being talked about that could be top quarterback prospects. So yeah, they're just going to suck for a year and then we'll see what happens. And then maybe they get Calvin Ridley back and then maybe their wide receiver core looks a lot better. But as of right now, it's terrible.
Speaking of Tannehill, I remember after that playoff game, I went in and looked at their fans' comments, and they were saying the exact same thing we used to say about Tannehill. They wanted him out so bad. It was just they're over Tannehill.
Exactly. They were saying, "Oh, look at what we did with Tannehill during the regular season," but when the playoffs hit, now they're calling for his head. And now I'm sure a lot of them are saying, "Oh, Malik Willis has to start." No, he's not going to start. Tannehill's going to start, but you can work and groom Malik Willis for a year or two.
And now they lost their receiver. Everyone would be very interested to see what Tannehill does. I think Tennessee's going to take a step back too, because after that injury, Henry didn't look the same either.
Yeah, and call me crazy. I think the Colts will finish better than Tennessee. I think the Colts will make the playoffs, and I think Tennessee could be in the inside looking out of the playoffs.
Could be, yeah.
And I get why they traded A.J. Brown is because they Treylon Burks is a similar build and a similar play style than him, and they feel like, oh, we got a younger, cheaper version of A.J. Brown. But then again, you got to be good, and we'll see what happens. We'll see if Burks is good, but at least we know A.J. Brown is a good receiver.
Yep, and Larry hit it right on the head earlier when he was saying, and I agree with him. There could be an 11-6 team and miss the playoffs this year because of the talent we have in this AFC this year.
I disagree with that. 10-7, sure, but not 11. I think if you get 11 wins, you're going to make the playoffs, because didn't Tennessee make the playoffs with like 12 or 13 wins, and they were the 1 seed, so. Yeah,
I could see both.
Because there's going to be a lot of AFC teams that will beat
11 wins pretty much guaranteed playoffs, I think.
Yeah,
I agree, but I've seen it happen before. Man.
Yeah.
Has a team with 11 wins ever missed the playoffs, though?
Yes, one team. That's because there was less games and it was one team.
I don't know about 11. I know.
Yeah, but there was also less playoff spots.
There was less games.
Less playoff spots too. The only reason why that happens is because we won the division.
11 wins will get you in.
Yeah, because there's more spots, there's more, more games. 11 once has happened before. With New England won 1 year and didn't make it.
Yeah, but like you said, there was less games and less playoff spots to go around. So,
if I remember correctly, the Dolphins one time didn't make it in with New England, same type of thing. Where I think we had like 10 wins and we didn't get in because of
we lost that game.
The conference record at the time. Yep. We lost in a 3-way tiebreaker.
Yep, we needed the Steelers to lose or some kind of crazy thing to happen on the final leg.
Yeah, it was
would
crazy.
have happened if we'd have just won those last 2 games of the season. We can fault Tannehill for that one, not winning those 2 games.
Mm-hmm. So it happens. And then the weirdest thing is when you have a real weak division like Seattle a few years back, and they had a losing record and make the playoffs, and then they made a run.
Won the division. They made a run.
They won one playoff game, and that was it. But yeah,
they won the division with
with being under 500. Yeah. So NFC it happened twice in NFC.
Yeah. But that's why the teams say all you got to do is win your division. Doesn't matter what your record is, and you're in.
No matter what your record is, as long as you win your division.
Because look at the NFC East. The NFC East has been really bad for a while, but win the division and you're in.
Yeah. Who do you think's the weakest division this year?
Who's the what?
Who do you think's the weakest division this year, Ian? Still the East?
Maybe. The NFC.
I still think it is
NFC South.
NFC East. I'll double check, but I do think it's the NFC East because I think the Cowboys have gotten worse. The Commanders have they gotten better?
I don't think it's the East.
No.
I don't think it's the Cowboys division. I think it's the South. I think it's the Carolina division. Carolina, Saints, and Tampa and Atlanta. That division's the worst.
It could be the AFC South if Tennessee takes a step back.
Right. It could be the South. It's between the AFC South or NFC South. I know definitely the NFC South.
Well, you got
NFC South is up there, but we'll see how the Saints do. But I do think the Saints will not be a good team. So I agree. NFC South could be that.
Mm-hmm. South or East, yep.
But it all depends on how the Eagles play because everyone's hyping up the Eagles, but not hyping up the Dolphins for some reason. But
tell you what, they had a good draft, man. The Eagles. They had a good free agent.
Eagles should win that division.
I don't think they'll win.
They still got the Cowboys.
The only reason they would win the division is because no NFC East team in a while has won the division multiple seasons in a row. So if, we'll see, but I don't think the Eagles are all that.
So it's their turn now.
Tell you one thing, man.
With the roster they got, they should at least compete against the Cowboys because I don't think the Cowboys are that good. But they could disappoint because I don't think they have the right quarterback, but we'll see.
It's going to be real interesting to watch that AFC West. That's going to be interesting watching all those teams battle against each other, man. That's going to be a bloodbath over there. Holy crap. That whole division's loaded on paper, that is.
Yeah, the AFC is going to beat up on each other, but AFC looks great overall. NFC looks bad.
That West division, holy crap.
Yeah. And I disagree if anyone says that 4 of the teams will make it. Bruh, come on. They're going to beat up on each other. It's like people thought the NFC North, I think, they were like, oh my gosh, could 4 teams make the playoffs? No, Seattle fell off. A team is going to fall off in the AFC West.
I could see 2. I could see 3 of them making it over there.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, I agree. But there are people out there that are saying, could 4 make it? No.
Hey, how about this for the panel? Which one do you think don't make it?
As far as what? As far as that
don't make the
division
playoffs
or all
over there.
AFC teams?
Yeah, say if 1 out of the 4 in that West division don't make it, who's the team that ain't going to make it?
I like Derek Carr, but I don't think it's between the Broncos and the Raiders. It's between the Broncos and the Raiders to me. That's tough.
Yeah, because I think the Chargers are going to take a step up with their defense now.
I think they'll take a step up, but I'm still not scared of them when we play them though. It'll be. I don't know, but it'll be between the Raiders and the Broncos. I don't like the Raiders' new head coach, and I think I'm not saying Russell Wilson's bad, but I think the signing was a bit overrated. I think he's starting to decline.
I'll tell you another thing too. It's just because they're so well coached. People better not, and they got a good defense. Better not think that Pittsburgh's going to take a big step back. I just got that feeling they're going to be competing with Baltimore for that title, for the division title over there.
Yeah, you think the Bengals will take a step back then?
Yep, I think the Bengals is a one-hit wonder.
No, I don't
think that they'll fall back.
Their head coach really impressed me during the playoff run when their offense wasn't as explosive as you may think.
I can't agree with that one-hit wonder thing because they played all the right teams and enough teams made the right mistakes and stars were aligned for them to just fall into a Super Bowl appearance.
I
agree.
They're one of those typical teams where they got really hot at the right time, and the defense just played
that's
well.
What I say. The stars were aligned when a lot of teams were making mistakes along the way against them, just not taking advantage of closing them out and putting them away.
Yep. Don't be surprised if the battle is going to go as it always does between Baltimore and Pittsburgh. It always seems in that division.
Those are the same common 2 people. Yep.
It's always the same as it ever was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a new era. It's a new era where I believe the Bengals are a tough team to beat.
Take advantage of that. I don't see them as being perennial. Now they could be perennial playoff contenders like they was with what's his name when Marvin Jones was the coach. Participating and always just exit stage left. I do see them
but
being
he's always been that guy who makes the playoffs but then chokes in the playoffs. But at least this new head coach looked good in the playoffs.
I see no difference from this Cincinnati team versus the Marvin Lewis teams.
No, I see a big difference. Their offense is just way better. Like they got a better quarterback. They got better weapons overall.
No, Palmer was good. They had good receivers too. Ocho Cinco. They had pretty good running backs.
But as a whole, like Joe Burrow is better than Palmer. Joe Burrow is better than Dalton, and they never had a receiving core this good before.
No, they have. They have throughout their history. They have. They had ever since the old Sam White with those receivers and all the other ones.
Yeah, they
Cincinnati
had Chad Johnson and
always had good
TJ
offenses.
Uzumata, but other than that,
Yeah, but they've always had good.
The Bengals have
Cincinnati
3 wide receivers deep, 3 to 4 deep.
This Cincinnati team is fooling a lot of people. That's what it says fool's gold. They're fooling a lot of people. People buying into recency bias and not realize the true history of the Cincinnati Bengals that goes all the way back to Boomer Esiason, when they had great elite wide receivers and great elite running backs and great offensive linemen. Anthony Munoz, the best offensive lineman in history. So I'll pump the brakes before I go saying that this version of the Cincinnati Bengals has been the best ever, because it hasn't. Because I've seen better offenses that Cincinnati put on the field.
Another thing too, Crypto, is if that team takes a step back and they start losing, that owner is well known to be very cheap, and the fire sale will be on.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think their owner is as involved as he used to be, so I don't think they're as cheap as now as you may think. But we'll see.
Yeah.
But if they struggle, then he might.
They're still all
back on the
Philbinites,
team.
though.
I just say they on par with Cincinnati's history. I just know Cincinnati's history a lot more than people within the last 10, 15 years have known them to be. I've seen them put together a lot of great offenses on the field throughout their history. That's very comparable to what you just saw last year. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they had great offenses, but I just don't think
Ickey Woods and Chris Brown will run circles around the running back they got now.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I've seen great offenses the Bengals have put.
I know you don't want to hear this, but it always seems, especially this is why I say Baltimore and Pittsburgh, when the weather starts changing, and you could even put New England up in there, even though they had Brady. If you look at those games where they started getting these wins at the end of the year, it wasn't because they were passing the hell out of the ball. It's because they had that power running game that would eat up the clock against the Peyton Mannings and all these other quarterbacks that were putting up all these stats all year. And near the end of the year, when the weather changed, they were grounding and pounding the ball. And that's how they would win these games at the end of the year and then be in the playoffs and have a big advantage playing at home. I think that's one of the problems with Buffalo is they don't have a really good running game.
Well, their running game is their quarterback, though, to be fair.
Yeah, I know.
They don't need a good running game, to be honest with you. So until they start paying, until defenses start participating in playing football, to start steady watching Josh Allen start participating in the game, then they'll force Buffalo to play a conventional running back instead of using a quarterback as running back.
And that's a big reason why we drafted Channing Tindall, is because we need this guy to spy Josh Allen. Like, we drafted him mostly because of the Josh Allen.
Yeah, exactly. To spy on them, to make them play football, And
because they'll be like, okay, if you pass on us, Josh Allen, and you beat us in the air, okay, we'll live with it. But you're not going to run on us as much anymore.
And look at Good has good highlight film on tracking down quarterbacks in the flat too, man.
I like our chances with our secondary up against their wide receiver core, because that second game we pretty much shut them down. It was our run defense versus them that didn't stop them.
Yeah, and our offense didn't help the defense at all. So you assume with the better offense that we could keep up with them the entire game.
Yeah, we could have took advantage and gotten ahead of them on the scoreboard, because it was 6-6. The game was even going into halftime, and they just ran away with it at the end. I mean, I think our secondary is slowly has caught up to them. We have equal firepower on our secondary than they do in their wide receiver core.
I agree.
So I'm not afraid of their passing
Devon
game.
Holland and potentially Brandon Jones taking a leap, the sky's the limit.
Right. That's why I say our secondary neutralizes their passing game. It's just now we just have our linebackers have to neutralize Josh Allen, and it's a wrap.
And I agree. That's what we've been doing. That's why we've got.
And I think we
added Byron Jones, and that's why we drafted all these safeties. Is because of the Bills, because the Bills have been killing us in the air or on the ground.
And then when we finally, showed that we can do that, hang with them that way, then we freaking give up a 15-yard quarterback scramble or whatever.
But our defense was also tired because our offense couldn't do much at the time. So we'll hopefully, with our offense holding on to the ball.
Carefully,
We just need a touchdown. We need a 2-touchdown lead That's enough. Also, great offense could be a part of a great defense. If you could
That's
get
what
up
I was
by
saying.
2 touchdowns,
With our
you could
offense
do it.
holding on to the ball a lot longer, our defense will be more ready to go against the Bills.
I'm flattered,
much
guys.
time possession.
I'm
It's just
flattered
not
to know that y'all listened to me over the last few weeks. I really am. Thank you so much.
I
Who
just
doesn't
say
listen to you? You're the GOAT.
Just make them play catch up. Get them out of their game.
The only leap I want you guys to be able to make, which crypto probably could, is that's precisely what happened in Atlanta and Jacksonville.
Yeah, we get up on the scoreboard. We make them play catch up. Get the opponents to play catch up.
That's when our defense can be lethal if that happens.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yep.
And hopefully Tua doesn't make that one boneheaded mistake that lets him back into the game.
That's the one thing. He's got to be more
Hopefully
consistent.
he can clean that up.
Yep. He's got to be more consistent, and he's got to stay healthy. If he does that, I think we're going to take a big leap this year. I really feel it.
Those people saying that Tua has to throw the ball deep. No, he does not.
No.
Now, if Tyreek Hill is wide open deep, then yeah, Tua hit him if he's wide open.
Hit him. If he's streaking
we're going
wide
to do a
open,
lot of yak.
with nobody within 5 yards of him, then yeah. And then you got to be able to make that play.
When Tyreek Hill's on the field, teams are going to play some high, deep safeties on us, and then that's when we'll run the ball on them.
And those key parts of the game where it really matters, including that running game, is coming out at halftime and in the third quarter and driving it right down their throats for a score.
For a score,
I haven't been able to do that.
5-7-9 big. That's the 49. That was Bill Walsh's motto. You go 5, 7 yards, 9 yards big. Boom. Hit him with the big play.
And you got to
5-7-9
realize
big.
that the other defense, they're sitting in the locker room at halftime, catching their breath, going, all right, we've got our second win. They come out at halftime. The other team drives right down their throat and scores. They're like, it's like they never even got a halftime break.
Yeah.
Hey, Carr, I think Trub's trying to get in.
Yeah, they
You
said Drubbatron?
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
trying
see
to
him
get
back
in.
there. Oh, he needs the link.
He needs the link.
Gotcha.
He's looking for the link.
So you get what I'm saying, though. It's like our defense is the one that's been suffering that because our offense comes out, goes flat in the third quarter, and their offense scores on us when we were in the game, and now we're not. It's so deflating. It's just like I can't even describe to you how deflating it is to a defense.
Exactly. I felt bad
that
for
they
our
were
defense at times.
They thought they were
because
getting
our
their
offense
second
looked so
win
bad.
at halftime, and they just realized they got their whole halftime break stripped from them.
What's up, Drub? How you doing, man?
Evening. What is this? Late afternoon with color commentary?
This is awesome.
Yep.
6 hours, baby.
What's going on? 6 hours. That's nuts.
Well, Cap started it up, and then he left me like 2 hours
He just
ago.
abandoned you. He probably went to go have dinner.
Yeah.
And he still couldn't find the commercial.
He's like, Color will hold it down. They like him anyway.
Yeah.
Color's the Iron Man.
Depends.
I'm really surprised that I've been able to survive a $10 boot. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, Chris is the Iron Man, and Color is his partner in crime.
Did y'all notice I came in behind the 8 ball yesterday on Larry's poll and ended up finishing second behind Reason for the most salty Dolphins YouTuber?
Oh, really?
Wait a minute.
With all honesty, I voted for you, Color.
Who was first?
Right up there, Color.
Reason got me by 3 votes.
Really?
He got you by 3 votes.
I can't believe that,
Yeah.
Color. You should have won that one.
I forgot about that poll. Yeah, I thought it was going to be Color first.
Yeah,
I was tied at second with TD.
I was gonna say if I had to pick a 1 and 2, it's
Some
got to
told me
be
it was gonna be
Color and TD. The most passionate.
Miss Finn's got 3 votes. Like, who the hell's hating on Miss
that's
Finn,
a surprise,
man?
ain't it?
That's nuts.
Wow, how did she get 3 votes?
Yeah,
Miss Finn.
Who
One of
you
the
asking?
nicest.
Man.
You know what? I know who. I don't know who voted, but I know why they probably voted. It's because she affiliates with TD. That's
Oh,
the
right.
only reason
Yeah.
why.
Right, affiliation.
That's exactly why. People just
Yeah,
they
about
probably
the
haven't
rating,
even
yeah.
heard her talk on there. They just see her and they're like, "Oh,
Right.
she's
They
one
see
of
her as a
TD's
TD apologist. Right.
yeah, she's one of TD's, affiliates." I
Right.
don't know.
That's the same with EM. Everybody's salty with EM because
Yeah.
he's affiliated with TD. Same thing.
Yeah, but EM can be salty at times. While Miss Fins, I don't see it at all.
Yeah, no, I
EM's
don't see
spicy.
it.
Listen,
No, but they
Right.
call him
by
a
far,
cheerleader. EM
by
won.
far one of my
He's not
favorite
salty, but
EM
spicy.
moments. By far, one of my favorite EM moments was him coming on here and calling that one dude a hoe. I mean, just saying like straight up.
AB.
Oh, it was it A? He called AB.
Yeah.
I'm just here to deal with the hoes. That was one of my that needs to go in the Hall of Fame of.
Now, in fairness to Miss
Dolphins
Fins,
YouTube,
she does do her show at 8 a.m. where, like,
yes,
I mean, obviously you're going to be at your most salty.
You're saltiest.
Yeah, you're saltiest.
That's great. That's awesome, dude. That's everybody's gotta hate somebody. You can't have everybody be all right with you, or else
Dudley got zero votes.
I was gonna say I've never seen him ever salty.
Everybody loves Doug.
On the Fin side, Paul and Kat got 0 votes.
If people not hating you, then you're probably not doing something right.
Yeah. Good
so
thing.
Maybe Color and Reason are doing something right.
Color, you should do the equivalent, but for the panelists, saltiest panelist.
Saltiest panelist, right?
Oh yeah, Pete would be number one.
Pete.
It's got to be Pete.
It's gotta be Pete. Well, the one that stirs it up the most is Pete. He likes to stir it up.
Look, you gotta have a Pete. You gotta have the heel, and everybody loves a good heel.
Larry did say that he did not include Big O because he sees Big O as more than a Dolphin YouTuber. He sees him as more of a universal sports,
like a media guy, or I guess.
Yeah, I'm glad that he took Big O off because I don't think he's part of this Dolphins YouTube community.
Right. And he also didn't include himself because he knew that he would win. He would win anyway.
Yeah, he's got to make it more fair. He knew he would win. Most saltiest.
Yeah, I think you have to have someone that has a panel. I guess that makes sense. That does a panel. Where Big O don't have that.
I mean, he's got a panel of having guys and then doing his advertising. So yeah.
But Drew, if you want to set that up, he was using I think. Was it forums.com or something? I've never used what he was using.
He did it on forums. That's interesting.
I mean,
you could just, I mean, I know there's a good amount of people that come on the streams that are also on Twitter. You could do like a Twitter poll, but you would catch everybody. Can't you do a poll like through the chat, through Streamlabs?
Well, yeah, but it would have to be like percentages. It wouldn't be like, or I guess it would be the same. Yeah, I guess that would be. We wouldn't know how many votes each got, I don't think.
Oh, it just shows percentages.
I think it just shows percentage. I'm not sure.
You could do a form. I haven't done one of those that like as a poll. I mean, I've done.
I just don't want to go through registering up to their site because I'm sure there's like free registration required and all that nonsense.
No,
there's a lot
with
of
Google Forms. You already have a Gmail.
There's a lot of really good software out there I don't take advantage of because I don't feel like registering for it.
No, but to use Google Forms, you just need a Gmail account. You already have a Gmail account.
Oh, I don't know if it was Google Forms. It was some kind of. I just remember the URL had Forms in its name.
Yeah, it was Google Forms. If it had Forms in the URL, if it wasn't Google Forms, it was. It could have been. What's a Survey Monkey potentially? But
well, it did capture all of our YouTube names, so I'd imagine it was Google related.
Yeah,
because it knew who we were.
Interesting. I didn't see it, so I'd have to go back.
So who would you put on this list?
The panels? Okay, crypto's got to be on there.
Yeah,
got to have crypto, P, EM,
and the real EM, which is me, the real EM.
The real EM. Love it. Let's see here.
You gotta have some. You gotta have Q on there. Q goes everywhere.
Alexander.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of everybody that's like on all the different streams.
Epps used to be on the panels.
Oh yeah, Epps.
Where's he been? He's been gone ever since he said he would slap on Travius. Did he slap on Travius? Oh, and Travius got to be on there too.
Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can get it going. Who's the saltiest panelist? Dolphin panelist.
So, what would this was saltiest panelist, or what is it? What is this again?
I'm guessing it's the saltiest panelist because we already did the saltiest Dolphins creators.
You? Okay, so who was Crypto? Wait, hold on. Let me get back to there.
Crypto ain't that salty though. He ain't like.
You'd be surprised who would vote
talking
for
about the same
Q.
Crypto.
Huh?
You don't think Crypto's salty? Come on.
I mean, once in a while, but
he's salty when it comes to Devontae Parker.
It's so easy to
that's
trigger
when he gets
Crypto.
salty. You start mentioning Devontae Parker,
Crypto's the easiest to trigger.
Devontae Parker.
But definitely,
it's not letting me add. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, so Q, Crypto.
Q's one, yeah.
No foul, man.
And the real Ian.
It was out on Curry the last time.
Or you can put Ian Ball.
Yeah, he hit him on the arm, but it should have never been their ball in the first place. So they still get 3 points out of this possession.
Oh, talking about the basketball game.
That's right. Boston's playing tonight.
Yeah,
I know Crypto's starting to get salty.
Let's see who else. Alexander Diaz.
Drebitron.
Estefan.
Would you put Estefan?
Cap for life.
Cap for life. He gets salty.
Caps. Yep. I was gonna say Von Joe. Maybe Von Joe goes on a lot.
Von Joe too.
Well, they'll definitely want Von Joe on there. And let's
lately,
see.
Did you put Pete on there?
Pete, right? Pete.
Yeah, Pete's on there.
At the beginning, he was mellow, but he's starting to get a little more salty in his takes. Tony Pepperoni.
Oh, Tony Pepperoni.
Oh yeah, definitely Tony Pepperoni.
He's starting to get salty.
And we'll throw in a nice guy. We'll throw in Tony Manzano.
He's just not all.
That'll round it out. Unless you guys can think of anybody you want on there.
Tony's not going to get any votes. He's a nice guy.
Well, we got to have a we got to have a bounce off point. You know what I mean?
I guess.
So,
Drebitron is not that bounce off.
no, I didn't add Drubitron yet. Let's add Drubitron.
No, you don't gotta put me on there. I'm not
salty.
I'm not
Drubitron's
salty.
not really that salty.
Neither is Dudley, but he was still on there.
You have Brian Terry.
What's that?
Brian Terry hasn't been around, but he's on. He
hasn't been around. Yeah,
he stays in chat now. He doesn't come on the shows anymore.
Yeah, that's why I don't think Epps should be added because he hasn't been on in a while.
Who?
He's in the chat.
Epps.
No, Epps.
No, Epps. Yeah, Epps doesn't come around our show. I think he's sleeping by now.
Yeah.
Another one to get salty, but he ain't really on this show is Rhino.
Rhino, yeah.
Right, he hasn't been around.
He gets salty. Yeah. Oh my God! Hyper Trophy.
Oh,
CT. Oh yeah, CT.
Yep. CT.
Yeah,
he's probably the biggest one.
That was a good one.
CT. Yeah. Okay, we got it. So we got Q, Crypto, EM Dolphin Fan, EM Baller, Alexander Diaz, Estefan, Cap for Life, Von Joe, Pete, Tony Pepperoni, Anthony Manzano, Drubitron's, and CT. Sound
CT's the biggest one.
Yeah, CT.
You want to add on Gravius? He still gets on.
Andrevius, is he on there? Yep.
Andrevius.
You can add
He doesn't
Andrevius,
really
he
ever
comes
come
on.
around here, but he is a big panelist in the community.
Yeah, he gets on other panels. I don't know about this one specifically though.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever been on with us.
He's been on the Miami's Sports Fanatic.
Timing's probably just wrong.
I think it's timing because he goes on the morning shows.
Yeah, and I've also seen him on Larry's channel as well, but
yeah,
that's because it's not late at night like this one.
It's not a late, the late night, yeah.
I think we just about got a good list here.
Yeah,
so you can say
we should do after this one.
On
you should do like chatter, so the saltiest chatter, because there's some good chatters. You got AA, ABAB. You got some really
that guy
good
Sal,
saltiest
the Buffalo fan. He's salty as heck.
Delusional Patriots fan.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Level 2 news.
And Scott is one of them.
Because you got a lot of guys who are always in chat, but they don't necessarily come on the panels.
We could do that for another poll. Saltiest chat.
Saltiest chatter.
Yeah.
Well, ABAB will run away and hide with that award.
You gotta put CB83 on that one. CB83. Actually, CB83 is on TD's panel right
now. Man, he and EM were going at it.
He will run away and hide with that one.
He had me cracking up. I was looking at the chat EM had. Hey, just go hang out in your parents' your parents' house or something. He was saying in the chat. Your parents' basement. That's what he said. Just go back and hang out in your parents' basement. You hoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were going back and forth a little bit. He don't ever come up. I've never seen him on any panels, AB.
All right. He's definitely a chat warrior.
Yeah, he's just chat warrior.
Yeah, there's a lot of chat warriors out there that don't.
CB83 comes on
and talk to other people.
Yeah, CB83. Sometimes he'll come on. He'll come on from time to time.
Yeah, he's
do one also.
He spends more time in the chat.
Chat warriors that never go on the panel. That's a good one.
Now, did you put Kari P down for the panelists?
Oh, dang, you're right.
Kari P is one of them. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me add Kari.
Yeah, Kari P. Yeah.
Okay, let me reshare it then.
What about Chef Jew? Even though he won't get any votes, he's in the chat.
Yeah.
We're talking about panelists.
I think he came on one. MCJB.
Chef, you don't come on too much.
Yeah,
like
MCJB
on the panel
comes on. Yeah, MCJB comes on.
Okay, so let's see if I can pin it here. How do I pin it? Let's figure that out. I think I got to do that in the regular. Hold on. How do I pin a damn chat? First of all, there's the link to the poll. Let me know if it works, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And how do I pin the damn thing? I wonder moderators might not have ability to do that.
So that's awesome, man. You came second place behind Reason, huh, Color?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the poll, but I don't know how to pin it because I'm not.
Color got the silver medal.
Right?
The salty silver medal.
Salty
You
silver.
gotta figure out how to pin a poll.
You gotta get him a trophy.
Pete's winning, guys. Silver. Pete's already winning.
Pete's already winning. Huh?
He's already winning. Oh, okay. It's a live poll.
Oh, you should give the form a name, by the way, Color. If you have.
I thought I did.
It says untitled form at the top.
Oh, okay. I wonder if it'll let me change it midstream.
Maybe. It looks good though. It looks really nice if you like to do it that way.
Let me know if it changed the title.
Man, Pete's killing it. 4 for 4.
Give it time. There will be more votes for other people, but I do expect Pete to win.
This is hilarious. All right, let's see what it looks like on my end. I got to vote too. All right. Yes, it did change the name. Cool.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, it just updated on the fly.
I'm gonna go. Definitely, I know who I'm voting for. I got it.
Oh, there's a vote for Tony Manzano. Wow.
Don't tell us your vote color. It's a surprise, unless you want to.
Oh, it was easy, CT, man. The guy's got salt in his veins, man.
Yeah, CT. That was CT's great. Great for content.
Uh-oh. Speaking of salty, he must have a bug in his ear too. Welcome to the chat.
Damn,
actually, I've been listening, bro. I just got the kids to bed, so I could just hop on. But I thought it was funny too.
Perfect time.
Hey, can I vote for myself? Is that allowed? Can I vote for myself?
You can vote for whoever you
can
want
if you want to. Yes.
I gotta figure out how
you can't win, CT. You're one of the saltiest.
Nah, I'm not salty. I think that really it's about, again, when I get into certain heated conversations, but it's like crypto. I only get triggered by certain things.
I would be disappointed if EM Dolphins fans didn't vote for me because he has something against me. Maybe it's my name. I don't know. But I had the name first, so gosh.
I'm gonna just keep posting it here and there because I think I would need Cap to post the poll of the pin it because he's the actual user account for the YouTube account. Moderators don't have pin ability apparently. Unless one of you other moderators have more privies than I do, you can try it. It doesn't show me an option anywhere.
Yeah, and then y'all's next show, keep the poll going, and then y'all can decide when it ends. But yeah.
Yeah, it should go for a while. Although I did set it for only one vote per person, but
yeah, I saw that because I accidentally clicked 2 names when I meant to do 1. But yeah, I did 1. So.
And I think trying it again, I'll end up showing you the results so y'all can see the progress.
I think we know who's in the lead. I have a gut feeling.
I'm really surprised that nobody's paid to bounce him yet.
Who, Pete?
Yeah.
Well, they did on Steve
Batman,
show.
yeah. Oh, on the other show, yeah. But I mean, somebody's already paid to bounce Batman today and not Pete.
Pete's lucky he's not on as frequently as I'm on because I would have probably. Usually when he's on, I'm busy working. I don't have time to boot someone. But the only person I booted was Estefan because he had the gall to say if we don't win week 1, then Tua's benched for the rest of the season. The gall.
I mean, I don't know if I don't think they'd bench him flat out, but I think that that's
what he was saying.
I think that
regardless of what Tua does week 1, even if he plays well, if you lose, bench Tua for Teddy. I'm like, what?
Hey, Color, you'll like to hear this. TD's going off on CB83 on TD's stream.
Nice.
He's
when doesn't TD go off on him?
Hey, guess what, guys? It let me vote twice. I wonder why.
Maybe because it's yours.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just gonna skew the results anyway. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, and Color, if you want to tweet it,
Larry,
I'll go ahead and retweet
Color,
it.
you stacking the ballot box.
Man, I wish it wouldn't let me do that. That kind of sucks.
Well, at least Color can only vote like 1 time at a person, so he can't just click on someone's name,
right,
and then
right.
go back to it, and then click on that same person's name.
Right, I can make sure nobody's left out. Everybody gets a vote.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. Joe Levesque says Pete's takes are entertaining as hell, crazy but damn funny.
Yeah, listen. The WWE would be nothing without the heels. All right,
I'm telling you, bro.
YouTube panels would be nothing if there weren't
people
Pete's.
take it so personal, man.
Yeah.
And what's even more funny is it's almost like you said, it brings other people together who normally disagree just to piss off Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just to argue with Pete.
It's total deflection for me, bro. I love it. Because I don't look like I'm not the guy, you know?
Yeah, Color's like, damn, he could take the heat. Fuck it.
I know one thing. When Pete gets on the panel and starts talking, next thing you know, it's pop, 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 pop. Oh, everybody starts coming on the panel to go argue with him.
But I'll tell you, credit to him. I love him for that because his skin is way thicker than mine, man. And he don't mind
that's like the other night when that guy was going off on him, and you're like, wait, hold on a minute, and then Pete's real nice and calm and goes, color, I got this, buddy, I got this.
Yeah, because Pete thinks that color was back anytime.
When that guy was calling him an idiot and everything.
Yeah, I love Iceman, but Iceman, I don't know what it is or what happened between the two of them, but Iceman and Pete just always, bro, at each other's throats.
Well, it's because Iceman is the ultimate optimist. He's the exact opposite of Pete on the other end of the spectrum.
Nah, okay.
And not just with Tua, but with the whole team. Like, Iceman can see no wrong with our team. You know what I mean? To his credit.
Yeah. I'm closer to that than I am pessimistic, though, but I agree. I'm not optimistic about everything, but
Pete's the opposite. The sky's falling.
Right, but I mean, Iceman's the one that has the idea that we're gonna beat the Redskins in the Super Bowl this year, or what was it?
The Commanders.
Right, but because it's the 50th anniversary whole thing of the undefeated season, you know what I mean? That's how, that's like how the kind of that's the fanatic kind of take that I like. That's Dolphin sycophancy. I don't mind that at all. You know what I mean?
I think Iceman mentioned that about the Arizona ties.
Yeah, but we found out that it wasn't in Arizona when Tua won. It destroyed the whole thing.
Oh, it wasn't.
No, it was Georgia.
Okay.
It was in Atlanta, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the Superdome, wasn't it? Yeah, that playoff game was in the Superdome.
The game where Tua came in as a backup and won the game.
Yeah, that was the Superdome.
Right, it wasn't it, but everybody thought it was Arizona. So Iceman was rolling with that dream.
Right. Yeah, he likes to make some wild parallels to things that don't need to be made.
Right, but that kind of thing I can respect. That's sycophancy for the team. I don't mind that at all. More,
as long as we win, I don't care what he says or what Pete says or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like to feel. I try to convince myself of that stuff too. Like, hey, Greasy didn't put up much more than 2,000 yards passing that year. You know what I mean?
Hey, don't say that Tua's not going to put 2,000 yards, and everyone's going to be like, "Oh, Tua sucks."
Well, I'm just pointing out different era, yes, but we won without any kind of passing that year.
Yeah, and I agree that we don't have to rely on the passing as much as other teams. I agree with that because we're going to be a run-first team. We're going to run.
If we would have made a move for Derrick Henry, I'd be going with that theory. I'd be like, holy shit, we got our Zonka. We're definitely going undefeated. You know what I mean?
Right.
Tell Crypto, Ian, run first. That's how it's going to be. 55-45.
Mashed potatoes and corn. That's all you gonna get.
That's a recipe for disaster.
Ain't no macaroni and cheese here. It's just mashed potatoes and corn. That's all you gonna get. Mashed potatoes and corn.
55-45, baby.
By the way, that was the lunch lady. Courtesy of Martin from what show was that? Was that Saturday Night Live? Maybe the lunch lady.
I don't know. That's
mashed potatoes and corn. The kids were asking for like cornbread and shit, and she's like, "Ain't no cornbread here, just mashed potatoes and corn." Ain't no French fries. What you talking about French fries? Ain't no French fries here. None but mashed potatoes and corn. That was brilliant. Oh, Martin with the lunch lady. I think it was Martin Lawrence.
Yeah, and that kind of reminded me of that Key and Peele skit that they did with Marshawn Lynch and Richard Sherman, where Richard Sherman would just be out there, and then all Marshawn Lynch would say is biscuits and gravy. Like, he's not going to give you anything.
He's gonna have a bag of Skittles.
He's only there so he doesn't get fined.
Hey, everybody, while there's a break in the action, let me reset. Everybody like and share. Subscribe if you haven't already. How can you have any pudding if you don't? Oh, yeah, no doubt.
You get where that's from, right?
Oh, yeah. That's the Wall, right?
Pink Floyd.
Yeah, Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
There we go. Old heads.
So make sure catch us
Floyd.
on Tuesday nights for TMI with Tonk 7, 9 o'clock. Me on Thursdays with color commentary. You got Ali on Saturdays with Late Night Exhale, where we breathe out all this nonsense for the week, and Cap every other night, El Capitan with the Fins Tailgate. Make sure you use the link in the description below if you need anything from the official licensed gear provider, Fanatics. And, of course, we got Fins Tailgate gear, including the flag. Donate if you're feeling generous. If not, use Super Chats. They work, too. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
So, 7 hours now. God, man. I want to shut it down, but I want to give. But Cap's saying we might get an appearance from Brandon the Bookie, though. So I'm going to keep it going.
That afternoon oil is becoming the midnight oil.
Telling you, man. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's almost his time anyway. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's Monday night.
Yeah.
Color holding it down, man.
Man, Little League softball is in play right now.
Oop, I just heard a bloop. Is that him? Coming in or no? That's Irving. How's it going, Irving?
What's going on, Color? How you fellas doing this evening?
Pretty good, man.
Yo, CT, what's good, brother?
Irving.
What's up, big dog?
What's up, Crypto? What's good? I'm good, bro. I'm chilling. I just came out of work right now. I just wanted to just chat some football, whatever, bro.
You're not gonna say hi to me?
Yeah, man.
I get it.
Oh, what's up? Who's that? Hold on. Fuck, what happened? What's good? Color's half cousin's brother. How you doing, Color's half cousin's brother?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Hey.
Color's half cousin.
Oh, yeah, hilarious. So what's good? What's going on in this fine evening?
We just did a poll on the saltiest panel person.
Oh yeah, you guys were doing on Larry's show last night, right?
Yeah, Larry did the saltiest Dolphins YouTube creator while we just did the panel, like Pete, me, CT, Crypto, etc.
Oh, okay. I got you. And who leads right now? Is it Reason that's leading?
Reason's not a panelist.
Let me post.
A panelist, just pure panelist. Okay.
Yeah, pure panelist, not a creator.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Reason won the other poll.
Yeah, he won the yes. Yeah.
Because I can't pin it, so I just posted it again in case anybody wants to get in on it. There it is.
And Ace per head finished second yesterday, huh? That's pretty interesting.
Oh, was it Ace per? I thought TD was tied for second too.
Oh, I was surprised Ace per head. He doesn't like. He's not someone who rubs me as salty, but yeah, he does have some. He does have some couple salty takes here and there, but nah, man. I enjoy Ace per head, bro. I love that. I love his content.
Yeah, I like his content too. I think the fact that he's a New Yorker really gave him a lot of votes, though. That's why Larry would have won, because he's the ultimate New Yorker.
Oh yeah. I mean, for me, I think Larry is the saltiest by default, just because of Omar Kelly makes him that way. So.
Oh yeah, it was. It was Cedric the Entertainer that was the lunch lady. That's right.
Oh, okay. What movie was that? When he was the lunch
Cedric
lady?
the Entertainer. It was from his show. His
okay.
show.
I didn't. Oh, I got okay. Yeah, didn't he play like a multiple characters on that show?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember Martin doing that, bro. I remember when I think he used to play his sister. That shit was hilarious, bro. Oh my god.
Here we go. Let's see. I hope we don't get struck for this, but we'll see.
We in class. Come up here drunk as Cooter Brown. I brushed and flossed this morning. How could you know that? because I'm the cafeteria lady. I know everything. Might be or whatever. In here, you a sub user that can count to 10. That's all it is. I'm a couple and strong, okay? Well, I say they're a lot like that dress you got on. Too small and recently picked up off the floor.
You know what, cafeteria lady? I told myself that you aren't going to get to me today. I'm sorry you're so angry at the world, but me and the world are just fine.
I'll be fine if I got freaky with the world every time my husband went out of town, too. Bitter old what? Bitter old what? Say it. Say it. Bitter old what? That's right. That's right. I'm a bicycle with the seat off. I get in your ass. Okay?
That's just hilarious, bro.
I'm like a bicycle with the seat on. I get in your ass.
Boy, Cedric the Entertainer, boy, he was a classic, man. He was the best.
Every time somebody'd ask for something, it'd just be like mashed potatoes and corn. That's all you're going to get. That's all we got here.
Yeah. Now it's starting to come back to me, that character, bro. Damn, I haven't seen Cedric the Entertainer in a long time, bro. It's been a while. Show's old.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Nothing like good old Saturday Night Live.
And it's again, that's back when we used to be able to laugh at everybody's thing.
I know,
you know
right?
what I mean?
I know,
Like,
bro.
God,
Before all this PC culture and stuff, man.
Hey, Irvin.
Yeah.
This is hey, I got a question.
Saturday Night Live still getting in though.
What's
I got
up?
a question to ask you.
Yeah.
I see people talking to you in these chats,
and
I can never see what you're talking about. Did you block me?
I have no idea, man. I don't even know who I have blocked or not blocked. I don't even pay attention to that. But what's your name on Twitter?
I've never had a beef with you or ever even talked to you before, but I
Thomas
noticed
Jensen.
Yeah.
For real? Have you blocked?
I don't know. I can never see you in any of the chats. You talking?
On you
And
mean
I was
on
talking
YouTube?
to Scummy one time, and Scummy's like, "Yeah, he's got me blocked." I said, "Well, what?"
On you
I
on
was in the
YouTube?
chat, and I was like, "Well, why the hell would he block me? I've never even talked to the guy."
Oh, I'm on YouTube?
On these chats, yeah, like the Big
Oh,
O
I don't
show,
know,
every
bro.
time.
Sometimes
I have no idea. I
if
probably
he was
blocked you a
trying to
long
block
time
somebody
ago.
else, well, sometimes I know if you're trying to block somebody, sometimes you'll right click on it and the thing will scroll so fast.
You know what the thing is? Yeah, but you know what the thing is?
Yeah.
You know what the problem is? The thing is that sometimes I have my I have the YouTube in my pot, like I have the phone, I have my phone in my pocket, and that shit just starts like blocking people, bro.
I've noticed that myself where I
Yeah.
almost tapped it, like where I almost
Yeah.
tapped it and stopped. My happens all the time.
So,
like I
bro,
almost
when I
blocked
check my block, like people I used to talk to, like they're blocked. I can't even see them anymore. So I don't even know. I don't even have control over that anymore. It's like,
I was gonna say because I've never.
Here, if I've blocked
you know, but is there any way to like, is there any way to unblock people? Because I've been trying to figure that out.
Well, if
but
you can see him, can you see his chats?
No, I can't see his chat.
And you'll probably have to either go to your YouTube settings to look at your blocked users list, or you'll have to go to
do that,
maybe if you go to his actual profile on YouTube, you might be able to hit a hamburger that lets you unblock him there.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta check it out, because I have so many people. Even Pete, I have him blocked. And I don't even know why.
Yeah, I was because once in a while I like Scummy's takes, and I was like, "Hey, Scummy, what's up?" And what happened was I saw him say, "Irvin, why you still got me blocked, bro?" or something like that. So then I chatted with him, like, "Scummy, I noticed I can't see Irving's takes either. I guess he blocked me, and I don't even know what the hell for."
I gotta check out because my list is like a mess, bro. I gotta check it out. I even have people that I've been talking to for a long time blocked. There's
Am
this
I
guy
blocked?
named Yeah. Who?
Am I blocked?
What's your name on YouTube? I don't know.
Ian Baller.
I don't think so. Like, I can still see your chat. I can still see your name, so I can still see your comments. Yeah.
I got
I don't.
blocked, so I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I gotta go. Like I said, I gotta go back to my list because it's been like a long time I haven't been there. So I gotta check and start unblocking people because I don't know why the hell I have so many people blocked.
I thought maybe I said something. Maybe it was a comment I said on Big O show, and maybe you just like, oh, I don't like what this guy's saying. He blocked his ass.
I don't know, because like sometimes I'll be honest, like before, like back in the day, I used to be a little bit sensitive about the comments, so I used to block people. So, but
that
sometimes I just block.
I'm pretty controversial. I'll say shit about too.
Yeah, I don't like really at this point. I really don't give a crap. Like whatever. I have thick skin now, so
yeah. Ain't no big deal. It's no biggie. It's just I always liked your comments, and you're pretty you're your stuff pretty well, but I can't ever read your stuff no more. So
yeah, man, I got.
But
like
I've never had like a beef with you in the chat.
No, me neither. Like I don't remember me and you having some sort of beef or anything. Like
it's got to be the touchscreen issue, like you're saying.
Yeah.
So many times where I caught myself. I've been fortunate so far. I've been able to catch myself every time, but it does happen that way where you like initialize your screen and it takes it as a touch as well and pulls up the report or block window.
Yeah.
And if you don't catch it quick enough, you might tap on that block user.
Even when I'm a mod, like I have my I'm listening to, I don't know, let's say Larry or maybe TD or whatever, and then I have it on my phone, and like I have my screen on, and then I'm just like whatever channel I'm a mod in, like I just start deleting people's comments and like hiding them and like what the hell's going on, and people are like criticizing me and stuff like, yo, what are you doing? Like you're abusing your power.
If you go to drag the chat up and scroll.
Yeah,
it'll take that first touch. If you put it on somebody's name, it'll put that at first touch, not only as a drag, but as a touch on that name, and it'll pull up the context menu where it'll let you block them. And if you're not careful, you'll hit block the person. I can see.
Yeah. Because I haven't blocked them. I haven't blocked people in a long time. Like it's been a while. So, whatever.
Yeah, definitely plausible, man.
Yeah.
Besides, Thomas, you didn't even make the saltiest panelist list, bro. So I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be hard. Probably blocked you by. I probably blocked you by accident because I don't remember. I remember your comments. I remember
saltiest, the mystery block.
You can vote for saltiest by blocking everybody.
Besides, I don't think he would block you.
I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like him.
You anyway.
No, I know when I first started getting into YouTube, and the first one I started listening to was Big O, and then I was listening to Dougly Do Wrong, and then he had I guess he got to whatever 10,000 subscribers, and then I saw this guy Larry come on, so then started listening to Larry, and Irving used to always be on Larry's show, and I used to like some of your takes and stuff of what you had to say. And
I appreciate
that. I couldn't see it no more. I'm like, what the hell happened? I can't see this guy no more.
Yeah, I gotta, like I said, I gotta go back because that's it's not fair because I know a lot of people want to listen to my takes and stuff. So
I can't. Just based on what I know about Thomas and his takes, I don't think you guys differ that much where you would have blocked him purposely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, because
I could get. On Big O's show, I'd get salty when Tua sucked real bad.
Nah, man. Listen. I mean,
look, Irving's accepted me. If he's accepted me, I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
but I'll get pretty salty on the Big O show.
Yeah. Nah, but it's just that sometimes, bro, Big O becomes a homer and he becomes blind sometimes, and it's not just about Tua. Yeah, it's not just about Tua. It's about freaking crypto too, bro. Like. Sometimes he claims like he knows everything that he says, and like I'd rather crypto is a bigger expert at crypto than freaking Big O. So, but he's just a hype man. That's what he is,
Yeah. He hasn't been in it that long. I've been in it.
I know.
Yeah.
Irving blocking people like Mike Gaseki is. Everyone, Mike Gaseki's blocking everyone apparently.
Yeah, I got blocked by Deshaun. I got blocked by Deshaun Watson on Twitter.
What did you do?
I was just trolling him with the sexual predator stuff.
It's so crazy too. The takes you heard today.
I was trolling
like Gaseki.
The takes you heard me make recently about Gaseki, that's not new. I've been saying all the same things about Gaseki for months, and he still has blocked me. I don't know why.
Right. That was it. Hey, he even blocked. He even blocked Reason on Twitter.
What color you have
critics?
Color, you got no clout, apparently.
Color, you have a special place in his heart. That's why, Color.
That's what it is. He knows.
You have a
he's
special
like that
place.
motherfucker knows what he's talking about,
Yeah, you have a special
man.
place in his heart, Color.
Bro,
It's a
I was
soft spot for
talking.
you.
Bro, I was in the Tua Life crew group. Like we were talking Brian Flores, bro, and I was like, "Yo, y'all got to cut it out with the over bashing on the coach." Like, yeah, I'm like I blame. Like, he deserves an ample amount of blame, during his coaching tenure. But you guys got to stop bashing the man because he did a fine job coaching.
To the point of dehumanization, it's like that's not even necessary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. Like they want to shit on him, and it's like everything that he's negative, and everything that he did was negative. That it hurt the team negatively. The team. No, man. He was a good coach.
Alive that's not bad. You know what I mean?
You know what? And you know what? You know what the thing is, Color? Like, actually, bro, Brian Flores actually did more to defend Tua from the Deshaun Watson rumors than the front office itself.
I thought I was the only one. I thought I was seeing things, man. I'm glad you said that.
Bro, like in the locker room, like the first week, like you remember just before week 1, he went into the locker room and he told all the players in the locker room, "Hey, Tua is the quarterback. He's the starting quarterback." He even told Tua, like, gave him a heads up, like not even like stabbing in the back or anything. Like he gave him a heads up just before the 3rd preseason game, and he told Tua, "Yo, I'm gonna tell you what's up. They're trying to trade. They're trying to replace you with Deshaun Watson." Like that's the same Brian Flores that people are bashing.
See, you hit something on the head there. Could we have just now found a real reason why upstairs was upset with Flores for busting it to Tua?
No, and I remember the question that I asked Reason, right? Because because he did an episode, blaming Chris, should Chris Greer and Stephen Ross apologize for right. And I'm
Greer
like,
told us an
and so I
apology for
asked him
lying
the
to us.
question, and I asked him the question, like conspiracy, right? What if Brian Flores did whatever he could in all of his capability to defend Tua?
Bro,
maybe he actually had Tua's back, and we had it all wrong.
Brian Flores shown us in public, other than that type of personality.
Yeah. I mean, listen.
I know. I mean, it's like, dude.
Yeah, Greer did lie when he said he wasn't trying to trade.
Now that doesn't absolve Coach Flores of his coaching mistakes. I get it.
Of course, yeah,
but we can't even get that far because we're having to defend the fact that he's Satan.
Yeah, that's I don't like that dehumanization, and I don't like that character assassination of the coach, because given the amount of resource, given what he had, and it wasn't much, he still maximized. That's why I've said, like, Tony Sperano, like he reminds me a lot of Tony Sperano, that he's limited in some of the in some of the areas in his in some of his coaching ability, but as he was a coach that could maximize what he was given. He could maximize a player's potential, and that's why and you could say, you saw that with the roster that they had in 2019. Like I said, he started the most players in NFL history in a single season.
Yeah, and I don't know how bad
that roster was.
And I don't know how many times I have to point out the improvement from Durham Smythe year over year.
Yeah,
I mean, the guy goes from 2 years average of 52% catch percentage to an average over 2 years of 85%.
Yeah.
Like, that's not coaching.
And I'm like, listen, and I go back to Mike Gesicki. Like, why was Mike Gesicki so upset? Why did he lose snaps? Why? Because Durham Smythe was just a better blocker in line.
And
he
caught the ball
got
good
more yards
enough.
after
Exactly.
catch. Yeah, and he never dropped the pass. Like Mike Gesicki, like there was some passes like Tua threw some. Like there was one against the Giants where he threw kind of high, but it still went through Gesicki's hands. Like Gesicki should have caught that ball. Like, bro, I've seen you make all types of circus one-handed catches, and you could have had that ball and you drop it.
It's so funny you say that. It's
yeah,
really
bro, and it's
really
like
funny you say that because if for everybody that's been with us all day today, you would know that I proved that precise point with actual game footage that I filmed myself from the stadium.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Were you watching earlier, Irving?
No, I wasn't. I was working. Yeah, I was working.
I'm gonna refresh the audience's memory for you since you brought it up and you said the exact words that we all used earlier. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring the video back up shamelessly and remind the audience of what you're talking about. Hold on just a second, guys. Let me get it all staged. Yep. I'm having to go through USB Ethernet adapters, so everything gets kind of sluggish. Hold on a second. Share screen, tab, share. Okay, so this is what I showed earlier, Irving. This is a play against the Jets that I took myself from the first row in the end zone. And it illustrates exactly what you're talking about. So let me go ahead and play it.
Oh, come on. Right. Easy catch. Easy catch. Right.
You can even hear me in the back. Hold on a second. Wait. Let me pause it. Right.
Come on.
Right there. It is.
Yeah, come on.
Now listen.
Easy catch.
You hear me? Easy catch.
Yeah.
Easy catch.
Yeah,
And there was another one in that same game where the shit doinked off his face mask too. And it's like, oh my God, bro, you can sit here and make all these circus catches and you drop an easy one and you let the other one doink off your face mask.
Now, to be fair, I did point out ball was perfectly placed. Can't argue with it at all. Should he have thrown into triple coverage? Probably not. But nobody has ever blamed that on the quarterback when a ball is right in a receiver's hands.
I know.
Right. It's never been blamed.
Yeah, bro. Like when you don't do your
just to say, sometimes you just put it at the perfect
the
place.
throw itself
Nothing
was
can happen.
impeccable.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, right.
Yeah,
I mean,
you cannot want him to throw into triple coverage, but at the same time, if he makes the damn throw and he puts it in the perfect spot, you can't bitch.
But that's the purpose of Mike Gaseki. Like, even if you throw into triple coverage, he's still tall and long enough to make that freaking catch.
Right, Irving. That's the only reason we keep him around is because of his catch radius, and then we can't get that. Like,
exactly. It's
he
like
needs
that's
to be
what
blocking. If he ain't making that catch and he wants to be excused, he needs to be blocking better.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why they use Mike Gaseki, like especially like in 12 or 13 personnel, really, is because particularly on third down, was because he was like a decoy. And just his presence on the field made defenses think pass. So you had the linebackers drop more back in coverage, and it created, it prevented the defenses from stacking the box, and it lightened the box. So it created more room for the running back to just look for lanes and just explode through the hole and gain some more yards. So Mike Gesicki, when he was on the field, the Dolphins actually improved on first down as opposed without him on the field. But that's not what you want him to be. You want to be, especially when you're if he wants a long-term deal, you want him to become an inline tight end, because why? You get more mismatches. And
who ended up getting that money? Durham Smythe.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's what the Dolphins franchise tag him instead of giving him a long deal, because Durham Smythe is a more.
He praised the Dolphins for that. He praised them for giving Smythe a contract.
Yeah. And that's why Hunter Long is. Yeah, and that's why Hunter Long, who's not as athletic as Mike Gesicki, or doesn't have the hands that Mike Gesicki does in terms of like making circus catches, but the guy is a better blocker, better route runner, and better separator.
Even if you take the fact that Durham Smythe's first 2 years were in the 50 percentile, even given that fact, his career catch percentage is still only brought down to 76. Wow. Giusepp's is 65 and has never been higher than 68.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
and that's supposed to be his strength.
Their yards per catch is just about even at roughly around 10. So what I'm saying is, on 3rd and 10, Gaseki is 68% to get you a first down. Durham Smythe is 76% to get you a first down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that's because he puts the fucking defense in a bind, because Durham Smythe can do both, and that puts them on their
telegraph before the play. Right, there's no telegraphing the play. Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying, that this Durham Smythe is going to play a bigger part in the offense, just because he has that yards after catch ability that where Mike Gesicki's deficient in. So he's a better separator.
A 2-year consecutive player in the 50th percentile of catch percentage just decides out of the blue he's going to be a better receiver? Or who do we attribute that to? We attribute that to coaching.
Yeah, and I think that's
that was ultimately
the
point.
And I think that's scheme too. Yeah. Because that's where you got to give fucking Flo his due.
Well, guess what, people?
X's and O's wise,
people?
He's great.
Guess what? He's an offensive lineman, technically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
But we had a good O-line or a good tight ends coach anyway. But it's
careful,
again,
CT. Careful. You almost fed right into what I was saying.
No.
I mean, John Bree is definitely
or a good tight ends coach. That's all.
You know,
I mean,
I think
that's the development of Shaheen as well. Look what they did with Shaheen.
Agreed.
Yeah, but I think John Bree is a.
Which is like
about Shaheen is the red zone doesn't scare him. He'll catch those balls in the red zone.
Yeah, he will.
But and the thing is that's why Gaseki got so pissed is because he was dropping balls and they started giving more to Shaheen and Smythe.
2 touchdowns, bro. Like, 2 touchdowns. That's inexcusable, bro.
Yeah, absolutely inexcusable. But I wanted to get back on the quick point about
one of those throws you're talking about, CT, is that 25-yard strike, which happens to be Durham Smythe's long last year against the Patriots at the end of the season. Dumped right behind the linebacker, right before the safety, beautifully for like 25 yards, and Durham Smythe caught it in stride, and
He's
was
so
like
good,
beautiful.
Man. He's
like,
so
who
good.
needs Gaseki?
He's so underrated, bro. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like you already have 2 guys that are great blockers in line or just better route runners. So like Gaseki's just an overglorified slot receiver. Like 63% of his
pretty much
60%
so many
fade guy. He's that fade guy in the end zone.
That's
and
it.
As you guys just saw, he drops it.
He's like it's
and the
ridiculous.
thing that pissed me off even more is just like Irvin brought up. There were so many times where people would sit there and he would run out on either a corner route or an out route, and Tua would go and throw him the ball, and then everybody's like, "Oh, look at this shitty throw." No, he threw the ball that if fucking Gaseki ran a sharp goddamn route, it would have been right in the fucking breadbasket.
That's
but because Gaseki can't run a fucking route to save his life, now that all of a sudden it's the quarterback's fault.
But
See,
it's
now
also
you're being fair, CT, because I know I saw a throw behind his back that was off target. So if you're telling me that,
I agree.
That's at least a better argument than them saying I'm just blind.
But then again,
I understand. Yeah, Tua absolutely missed on throws. I'm just saying that was another point as far as specifically speaking about Gaseki.
But nobody's ever made that point, CT. They just tell me I'm blind.
Well, yeah, because they hate you because they think that you absolutely hate Tua instead of, having the ability to criticize him. That's all. But people get pissed off about that.
But even then, like Mike Gaseki's route running, the way he rounded off his routes and just couldn't create any separation, that's why Tua, even Tua.
And a lot of that is trying to draw these flags. You notice how he's always throwing his hands up on every play?
Yeah, he gives up on them. Once they're on his hip, he's like, fuck it. Well, they're going to throw it to me anyway.
If that's the strategy he wants to play, go to New England, bro. The refs will throw the flag.
And it's not just like anyways, like if you want to blame Flores, you might as well blame Tua because like I just said, like because of those things that I just said, Tua stopped looking Gaseki's way. So is that you can make the same argument for Flores, right? Same thing. The guy can't block, right? Flores loves that 12 personnel.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a guy that can block in line. So, and you have plenty of slot receivers, like Matt Collins could play in the slot, like freaking Isaiah Ford, Jalen Waddle could play in the slot. So what's the point of having Mike Gesicki?
Yep.
Like even as a boundary receiver, like
Gesicki is into his ear going, hey, if he can treat me that way and I'm expendable, what do you think about you? I'm telling you, he's the poison in the locker room. He has been the whole time. I'm just going to stand by that statement. I've said it before plenty of times.
Yeah, and I want to get back to the point though about Flo though. Is you got to get Flo credit. X's and O's.
I missed that part. I was gone, Color. What do you say? Who's the poison?
Giusepp's the poison in the locker room. Always has.
ACT, go ahead.
Oh, Giuseppe.
No, I was just saying that I wanted you got to give Flo credit. X's and O's wise. He's great. The thing is he had to learn how to handle players better. And that we've said this before is I think that Pittsburgh is the perfect place for him because Tomlin is a hard ass.
He's a player's coach too.
But he's also a player's coach. And I think that will help. That will help.
But the owner, to your point, CT, the owner is the coach's owner too. That's what makes a big difference.
Yeah, agreed to that. But I was saying that I think Tomlin can help Flo navigate and learn when is the right time to be the hard ass and when is the right time to be the player's coach, so that when he does get his next opportunity, if he does, that he'll be ready.
And isn't Mike Tomlin an offensive-minded coach?
He is.
So and that's perfect for Flores because if he all he needs to do really is just learn the offense, get better.
I really hope
just
this is Tony
evolve
Pepperoni.
in that way. Because if he doesn't, he's not going to be a head coach, in the future.
And another thing that also Tomlin can teach him
coaches on his
is
second
when they brought
does
up
a better job.
They do.
When they asked Tomlin flat out about Flores being there, he said, "I'm not worried about Flo. I'm not worried about this guy taking my job." And I think that's something that Flores also needed to learn too. Is be confident in yourself. You got to be able to put together an experienced staff and not worry about who's coming for your job.
Yes. That's all he needs, man. Just get it more, just start building up a Rolodex, get some experience in different coaching staffs, just get better in terms of your interpersonal relationships. Hey,
everybody
is that Joe Robbie?
From the world beyond, everybody welcome Joe Robbie. How you doing, Joe?
Yeah, I know. Lovely seance.
Oh, that's
Joe Robbie, the former owner.
Hello, Joe Robbie from the
from the eternal afterlife.
From the eternal afterlife, right? Yeah.
I just want to know why the criticism for Gaseki. I mean, he's a good slot receiver. He'll put his head on the line. Okay. He is what he is. He's not great, but he's very good. He reminds me of a Rondé Gatson. Well, what's all this hatred towards Mike?
No, we're not hating him. We're just offering some criticism.
Yeah, just saying that he doesn't have the leverage on us.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's got balls. He'll go over the middle. He'll lay the head on the line. That's a lot of guys won't do that.
And he'll play hurt.
No, he's physical. I get it. I give him credit. He is athletic. He is a good tight end. He can make a lot of spectacular catches. I like him. I respect Gaseki, but it's just he needs to get better. He needs to become. He needs to evolve.
I don't think he's going to evolve any more than he is. He is what he is, and I don't think he'll be here long term.
I don't either. But one thing Gaseki also needs to do is he plays too emotional. He's too up and down. He's too streaky in that. When he gets frustrated, forget it. It's over. And when he's on the high, bro, he can make any catch imaginable. But he's so up and down.
But you know what it is, CT? He also he just over exaggerates when it comes to celebrating first downs. Bro, get into the end zone to freaking celebrate, bro.
Oh,
I don't really mind that. I don't mind the celebrating the first down.
Let me give some nuance. Let me give some nuance about what I was saying about Poison in the locker room. Okay, he plays or he talks like he believes in Tua, but he plays like he doesn't believe in Tua.
Yeah,
remember that game against Kansas City? Tua almost led us to a comeback. Mike made some pretty good catches over the middle. I don't think that's fair. But I will grant you this. Wait, let me finish. I will grant you. Let me finish, please.
Joe. Sorry about that, Joe.
Go ahead, Jay.
I will grant you this. I think, it's my opinion, that some of the criticism that was leaked to the press came from Gaseki. I will grant you that. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Yes, there are times where he makes spectacular catches, but also in the same token, you have to admit that there are other times in other games where he just disappears.
Yep, especially in the second half of the season. Yeah. No, he ain't no Travis Kelce. That's all I can tell you.
To Jay's point.
No, he's not. He never is.
The footage I brought up was in a game that
very similar player too.
The footage I brought up was in a game we put up 30 points. So, I mean, it didn't matter in the whole scope of that game. So,
I wonder what Miami could get for Gaseki if they wanted to trade him. I'm averse to trading him now. Okay, but what they could get to him, a team would have to agree to, a contract with him. You'd probably get a second rounder, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But they're I can't say too much, but if they trade Gaseki, they're gonna make another move for another playmaker. So
I have high hopes for Hunter Long. I know a lot of people laugh, but I mean, I love that pick. I watched him at Boston College.
I love him, man. He reminds me of a better version of Tony Fasano. He actually reminds me a lot of Tony Fasano, just a little bit more athletic.
Yeah, he is more athletic. He can make
very
acrobatic
physical,
catches.
Yeah, very good receiver.
Yeah, Tony Fasano was pretty good.
Yeah, and Fasano was a lot like Smythe too, where you're like, I don't know why I'm trusting this guy to catch the football, but he does every time.
Yeah.
And
I mean, Farrell Edwards wasn't too far behind.
Yeah.
Well, Hunter Long's a real tight end. Mike's not.
Yep.
Well,
that's why I like the other guy.
What's your definition of real tight end? Because even real tight ends are not blocking.
That can block and that can threat. So it's a dual threat. That's what a tight end can be.
Yeah, like that guy that we sent over to Buffalo, which granted, as much as they paid him, fuck no, I wasn't re-signing him for that. But you know what I'm talking about.
Kelsey is the best tight end, not because he's a great blocker. He's a good pass catcher.
Well, there are some tight ends. I mean, the better tight ends.
Jersey I've ever bought.
They can block. Gronkowski's a great blocker. Same with what's that guy's name? A lot of people don't talk about him. Mark Andrews in Baltimore. He's a great blocker. He can catch too. Todd Heap. He's retired. He was in Baltimore for years. He could block and catch.
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to get those guys.
Baltimore doesn't run a lot of those play action passes to the tight end like other teams do. They were more satisfied with continuing to pound the ball. They just didn't give them enough opportunity, I think, to make a name for them, to become well known. You know what I mean? As far as Mark Andrews is concerned.
Well,
Dallas Goedert.
Do you think if we don't make the playoffs that it's one and done for the coach? Sean Payton next year with Tom Brady could be.
Maybe.
Did you see the latest where they supposedly offered Sean Payton?
I saw it. I believe that too. Our owner is very desperate, because he's so old. He wants to win a Super Bowl before he dies.
Yeah.
Or gets kicked out.
I don't think that'll happen, but you never know.
I just don't see that because I feel like the owners now know that shit's a slippery slope. Once you start kicking people out for allegedly doing things that there's no concrete evidence of, they know. Once they start that precedence, that's a slippery slope.
You got to think like this, guys. You got to think dirty. You don't think Ross has dirt on other owners? You don't think they know that?
Yeah.
So, so he'll take some people down with him.
They're going to have the.
They all listen. You want to know why that won't happen? Is because I guarantee you. Again, I don't know if I've said this on stream here before, but my mom used to clean houses for people in Palm Beach. If you're not from Florida, you're not familiar with Palm Beach. That's where Donald Trump lives. That's where all the rich people live, on the other side of the intercoastal. Okay, and then the rest of us live on the.
Don't tell me she
in West Palm Beach.
Did she clean for Epstein?
No, I can't. Okay. I'm not gonna say who she cleans for. What I will say, the whole point of me bringing this up is, rich people, when they're friends and shit, they sign NDAs. They all sign NDA, even when they're friends, buddies, whatever. Everybody's got NDAs on everybody because they say shit and they know that something that goes on. They do a lot of really sketchy stuff too behind the scenes, and they know. The stuff that they do behind the scenes could get them in a lot of trouble. That's why,
of course,
when they're buddies, they all sign NDAs. They all have the lawyers. Hey, send this. Whatever we talk about, it's you and me. This is us. All right. none of that stuff is ever going to come out because I promise you they've all got NDAs with each other, on each other. That's not a thing. It's not a thing that'll ever happen.
Yeah, like the guy that the chemist that invented the flavoring for Dentine gum lives on Palm Beach.
Yeah,
we renovated his house.
I'll say my dad did work for he did work years ago, many years ago, for the family who lived next to the Hoovers of Hoover Vacuums.
Oh yeah.
The fucking Hoovers. So yeah, there's a lot. And listen, even people who clean, like like the nannies, everybody, they got NDAs on everybody because stuff goes down inside their houses and they don't like it to get out. So they put NDAs on everybody. They put NDAs on their family members, bro. So my point being, if it does come down to like they have to vote for Stephen Ross, the only thing that I could see maybe is that, again, it's like a boys club, right? They're all friends. So there's a chance that they wouldn't do it just because it's their boy, right?
Look, the majority
it wouldn't
of
be
owners...
because they're worried about stuff getting out.
Hey, what's good, Drew Batron, Ali?
What's up,
everybody?
What's up, Ali?
I just woke up. I missed all the action.
Oh, good morning.
Good. I don't know what happened. He just
missed a full day's worth of action.
How you doing, Ali?
I'm pretty good, man. Pretty good. So,
let go, Ali. You got to help me shut down the show. It's like I can't. I got Rome. I got the wolf grabbed by the ears right now. You know what I mean? Can't let go.
Yeah.
Plus, Capitan texted me and said Brandon the bookie might show up, but
so
that was like an hour
I just want to
ago.
give my 2 cents about this Tyreek stuff real quick because I haven't really talked about it at all. Okay.
Right on. Take more than 2 cents.
Okay, so what do you guys think about this take? Maybe Tyreek is doing it on purpose to take the heat off of Tua.
Exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? What he's doing. I mean, I think he's doing it on purpose.
He has 183 million reasons why.
Do I think he absolutely 100% believe that Tua is way? There people are trying to say that he said that Tua is way better than Mahomes. I don't think he really said that. I think he really just said that there's some things he does better. I think that's really what he's intending.
I think
I disagree with him.
I think the players should just be quiet and stop talking to the press. Just get ready for the season. No?
Well, Tyreek, he brought it up on his podcast, right?
Yeah, it's his show. He can talk about whatever he wants. Just like I do on mine.
So he wasn't talking to the media. I mean, that's like he made a podcast to talk about stuff that he talks about.
And no offense, I mean, who was it? Marshawn Lynch that just wanted to sit here so he doesn't get fined. I find that boring, man. I want them to talk. I want to see what they say.
Oh, that's fair enough. I know what you're saying. I just think it'd be better for the team if you just didn't say anything. They just got ready for camp and.
Yeah, but look what happened now. He wasn't talking before. He got traded. There was big hype right when he got traded, and there was like a few months you didn't really hear anything from him. And look all the heat that Tua's getting left and right. Maybe he's doing his quarterback a solid. You know what I mean? That's basically how I see it. And here's the truth behind it. I can actually argue that, and I do kind of agree watching tape, that Tyreek actually helped Mahomes a lot. Not every play, but there's a lot of tape, and we can go, whoever has the 30 access or whatever, they can watch every freaking play. There's a lot of underthrown balls to Tyreek from Mahomes. A lot. All right. And it's not just like a couple. No, it's I want to say it's like 50. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's way more than you think. So my thing is that if that's the case, maybe he has the confidence to cover some of the issues that Tua may have. And if he does, he can talk the talk and he knows it.
Well, Ali, I guarantee you he believes that. And he told you without saying it when he said he went for, what was it, like 150 and 2 touchdowns with Matt Moore?
Yeah.
So he said it without saying it, that he doesn't care who's throwing the ball to him.
Yeah.
He's Tyreek Hill and he's.
I just think that the media are so bored. They're like, oh, he said this. It's scandalous. Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? That's basically where
even Fox News picked up on it. There you go. And let's be honest.
He's always got the stuff.
With a clean pocket, Patrick Mahomes does not underthrow balls. Patrick Mahomes underthrows a lot of balls because he's playing backyard football and making something out of nothing most times because they have a terrible offensive line.
And don't get me wrong, Mahomes has
you can make the same argument about Tua. That's the issue. You can make that same exact argument about Tua.
A lot of Mahomes' problems is poor mechanics. A lot of Mahomes' problems is poor mechanics.
Correct.
That's what it is.
And he's in the pocket again. In the pocket, he could chuck it 80 yards, of
course.
a wrist. But a lot of the times, he's like on that play that Iceman just showed. He's running outside of the pocket, and when he's doing all that crazy stuff that he's known for outside of the pocket, his mechanics are wild. I was talking to a kinesthesiologist the other day, and she says and she studies quarterback movements and stuff and how to help quarterbacks fix their mechanics and drive the ball correctly and things like that. She says Patrick Mahomes does things that just don't make sense, and she doesn't understand how he can even get the ball 5 yards, and it's just pure athletic ability. Because he throws weird. He just especially when he's trying to make things happen, he throws weird.
But a lot of it has to do with his baseball background as well too. Like he played a lot of baseball. I think he was a second baseman if I'm not mistaken.
So first of all, I want to address what Ali said. You're absolutely right. My only thing was that he didn't need to go that far to continue to hype up Tua and support Tua the way he has.
Yeah, but this also
because he borderline starts to losing credibility, which defeats the purpose of what he's trying to do. That's all I'm saying. But
I understand.
Drubatron brings up something really interesting that we brought up earlier was about Fox News proper picking up the story. Because Fox News' interests are not about sports and whether the Miami Dolphins and their fans care or not, or have a guy or not. What their interest is the obvious language manipulation, double speak, and much other things coming out of the Dolphins organization as a whole that speaks to their idea that there's this kind of political, social thing going on where, certain people in certain political aisles are trying to control people's thoughts. You know what I mean? So that's their interest in picking up the story. So when they see something that they're basically reporting it as, hey guys, look what the Dolphins are trying to perpetrate on their fans. Ha ha. Isn't this funny?
Well, Color, with with what I saw today on Twitter, I accidentally fell upon it and I still can't believe it. The podcast or interview that was created today, I don't know if it was created today, but when it was created, nothing surprises me now. If CNN wants to bring it up,
well, like I said, they're not talking about it out of sports interest. So you have to figure, where their interest lies. Well, they're kind of a political channel.
This is how bored the media is. To be 100% honest. So my first episode of Late Night Exhale, at the very end, I wanted to kind of, create this storyline throughout my episodes. However, unfortunately, I got some feedback that people just didn't really care about the story, and they wanted me to do something different. So I kind of thought about it, and I put it on the wayside so I got some more information about it. But ESPN decided to beat me to the punch. They actually put out a podcast about who Tuanon is, and actually went into great detail.
Look. Hey,
go ahead.
Now I understand you go into the greater audience to kind of judge what you're planning on doing. But if there's something you believe in and you believe it'll get traction, do it, bro. Don't let them show it up, bro.
Yeah, but it's just funny that they actually. It makes me wonder if they watch my show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because nobody else was asking these questions before. No one else.
Were you listening earlier when we brought the news that Clay Travis over at Outkick has a news segment? It's called Outkick the Tailgate.
No, that was sleeping.
And now remember, they've got Armando Salguero on their payroll.
Yeah.
From Miami. It's not like that's precisely the kind of person that would know about the small time little operation we got going on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is I know this from when I was a high school editor of my paper. Dude, professional newspapers and all that, bro. They have people that come out and watch all these shows and steal ideas. That's their
scouting.
job.
Like
That's
any
what
other
they
thing,
do.
Of course.
You know?
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of, I was to address Clay. Hey, we appreciate it. I'm not suggesting, like, I know you guys got an army of lawyers over us, so it's not like I'm suggesting we sue you or anything, but you got to at least let me have that. We know you're watching. We appreciate you watching, buddy. And
hey,
you know,
by the way,
anytime
Clay,
you want. You know,
by the way,
I really love your work. I'd love to interview you, bro, and I'd love to let you speak to our audience, man.
Yeah. By the way, Clay Travis is a big Tua guy too. Like,
oh, is he?
He admires the person. Yeah, he loves
Wow.
Tua, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I mean, the media does attack.
His gambling takes ain't bad either. You know, his betting takes aren't that bad either. Just to put that out there. You know.
Yeah.
He did help like launch that little Fox betting show that Fox has on now. You know what I mean? He kind of springboarded that.
Yeah.
Of course, Rachel Bonetta helped. Oh, Rachel Bonetta. Now she's on. She took Kay Adams' spot at Good Morning Football, from what I see now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I haven't watched it yet. How is it? Is it not?
I like her personality.
Oh, she's a great girl,
Kate,
man. Rachel Bonetta is precisely the type of girl you want at your party, hanging out with.
Yes,
you. Like,
yeah, I know. She's
okay. So it's not. You know how like usually there's a period of time where like you're not,
and not in a bad toss around the girl type of way. More like just good content for the party. You know what I mean?
Yeah. She's hyper too. Like she does. Yeah, she's constantly
she's ready to get it going on. She's
yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
She's a lot of fun, man. Yeah, I really like her. I'm a big fan of hers.
I have to check it out.
And I wouldn't suggest that it's the Italian in her, but her name is Rachel Bonetta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's fairly easy on the eyes for those of you single guys out there. I don't know if she's
not bad, bro. Like I kind of like find her a little bit attractive. Like she's kind of attractive.
I think her face is gorgeous. I think her whole presentation is gorgeous.
The only person in the media right now, for me, would be Joy Taylor, dude. I'm sorry, nothing beats that.
Man, bro, I mean, come on.
Her booty might be a little big for my taste, but I know in the football world, there's plenty of people that love booty. You know what I mean? Like bigger booty, you know.
I'm
sorry. There's no shortage of booty lovers out there.
Yeah. Anyway, so I got a
no comment.
Old school jersey in the mail now. Got a Merino coming in the mail.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, I got a new jersey. This jersey is not going to be worn though. It's going to be hung and framed in my man cave.
Is it the one from the '93 season?
Let me look at '93 season.
Is it authentic? Like $300, $300?
I got on Fanatics.
For those people in the back of the bus, Joy Taylor is Miami Dolphins fan. She is the sister of our favorite Jason Taylor.
Yes.
So for those that didn't make the correlation.
Yeah, she's originally from Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Their family is, I think.
Yeah. They started as Pittsburgh fans, and then they went on to Miami and just
that makes
huge Dolphins fan.
They were probably naturally Merino fans already too, you know, because of that, I'd imagine. So to play in Miami, it was an easy transition for them.
Yeah, exactly.
What they call it. That makes sense why Jason
and she's jaded. She's more jaded a Dolphins fan than I am.
Oh,
you should hear some of the stuff she said over the last couple of years. She talks about us like, hey, until you prove me something, I ain't even freaking giving you the time of day. She's worse than half of us. She's worse than
1984, Tony. 84 jersey. I just put it in the private chat.
Merino in the 80s was so good, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was.
He was insane, bro. And he looks like an upgraded version of Justin Herbert. Like Justin Herbert doesn't, bro. It was the arm strength and then the release combined with it. It was incredible, bro.
I don't think there's a quarterback that I could compare like even slightly to Merino.
No,
like, I don't.
No, I can't. You can't.
I can compare one slightly to Merino.
No, I'm talking about like athletic wise and how he plays. That's basically what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying. My guy's Phillip Rivers.
But you know what? They don't give Marino credit in. Like
there's
it was his mobility. He had great mobility.
Too.
Yeah, Marino had great ability.
Bro,
Marino
you guys aren't gonna believe this, man. I don't mean to change the subject off Marino. Okay.
It's all good, Kelly.
But speaking of reporters that have ties to Miami, I was about to mention a particular reporter that we used to see on the local sports report for WPLG Channel 10 down out of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
And I was about to give her props because she made it in the big time, being from the 305. And I thought, actually, you know what? She was on WPLG, but when Channel 25 up in the 561, which is ABC's affiliate, WPFG, when they first came to town, she was their sports reporter, okay, up here in West Palm Beach. And she ended up making it to the big time. I'll tell you who she is in a second. And I thought about giving her props for making it to the big time, having been from Miami. And I thought to myself, what are the odds that she might be a Hurricane? And I just looked up her profile, and holy shit, ladies and gentlemen, she was a University of Miami graduate. Susie Colbert from ESPN.
Oh, man, she's a legend.
Wow.
So now you got The Rock. You know what I mean? You got Susie Colbert. I mean, bro, the UM just produces champions. How many times do I have to say it? We just produce champions. That's all they do. In every field, every sector, everything they do.
So my question is, have they ever produced a champion in hockey? And I'm asking seriously because I don't know.
Good question. Jamming it
That
home
is
with
a
the
great
hockey
question.
Well, that's my question.
I mean, statistics have to say at least
you might have
one.
checkmated me, Ali, but we'll have to do that research. You might have checkmated me.
CT, are you watching the game?
I am not.
One of the Celtics rolled his ankle so bad, dude. I was going to ask you a question about it.
Oh, no, I haven't been watching.
It's all good. Golden State's trying
my fancy phone, once I'm on the live stream, I can't do two things at once. So
it's all good.
I will say, Ali, that whenever we as kids would ever happen to be taken to an ice skating rink in Florida, which was very rare, it was always down south. We don't have any ice skating rinks in Palm Beach County. So
in Miami
Dade, Sunrise. What was it? Sunrise. It was in Sunrise, right? That ice skate.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was in Sunrise. Yeah, I've been there a couple times. Not very many, but a couple.
CT, what part of
there was a minor league team that would practice here.
What part of Pembroke Pines are you from?
Well, I mean, what do you mean? What part?
What time of your life would be the better question? Like, if you've been from South Florida, you've been in like a dozen different towns.
So here, I'll answer some of your question about the hockey, by the way, Color, because I found some information, very interesting information. So Miami Hurricanes quarterback Derek King.
Derek King.
Yes.
Have a hockey team. Derek King.
He actually do have a hockey team.
Yes, he
Holy
do.
shit.
NIL deal with NHL's Florida Panthers.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Look at this jizz. Do you believe that?
Oh, really? Huh.
Did you just say, look at this jizz?
Yeah, it is jizz. It's the University of Miami hockey. What else would it be?
Wait.
Oh, man.
Does that word mean something
was
different?
That guy a Ranger? Was that guy a Ranger that went to Miami? Go back to that. Who's that guy?
Oh, that's their new head coach, Darius.
Oh, so he used to be a Ranger. Okay.
Lithuanian American. So he's got to be good if he's Lithuanian. He's got to be good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lot of ice there. maybe?
4-time Olympian, 3-time medalist, winning 1 gold medal, 1 silver, and 1 bronze.
I would imagine people practice more highlight than hockey down here.
He received the title of Honored Master of Sports of the USSR in 1992 and was inducted into the Russian and Soviet Hockey Hall of Fame.
Wow.
So he's a commie. Shouldn't he be playing for the Washington Commanders?
Color. I'm not a Hurricane fan, but I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like
this
hoodie. I'm gonna.
You kind of like what?
I kind of like this hoodie. I just shared it in private chat. It kind of has like, it doesn't say a hockey on it, but it kind of reminds me of hockey. I guess. Has like that Mighty Ducks kind of feel.
Oh yeah, I like that. That is really nice.
You like that? I kind of like it too. I'm not a fan of the Hurricanes, but still, it's kind of cool.
Hey, it's not what's it called? What's the place where you're the
Fanatics?
partner? Yeah, it's not Fanatics, so I can't buy from there. But
Hey, look at this.
if it were, I would buy it.
Oh, that's the Red Hawks. That's some other Miami hockey team.
Is that University of Miami of Ohio? That's where
I think so.
Ben Rapisberger went to.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, Miami alumni in the pros. That's still Red Hawks.
I haven't been able to find anything on hockey players in the NHL.
I haven't either. The only thing I found was that the guy signed a NIL deal. That's what I found.
Yeah, we would actually have to go through every single Stanley Cup roster and see if any of them were Hurricanes. That's going to be impossible. Okay, so you got me on hockey. Okay, fine.
Well, as far as we know right now, that I got you.
But given the sample size, if we did put a hockey player in the NHL, he would make that team a champion.
And it wouldn't surprise us.
John Jacob Jingle. Bats 300, wins the World Series with the St. Louis Cardinals, gets traded to 2 different teams, ends up with the Cubs. They win their first World Series in 108 years. Just saying, people.
Who's that?
John Jay.
He's from Miami? University of Miami?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Baseball player.
John Jay. Wow. Incredible.
Like so Irving, when I started watching the Cardinals when I moved to St. Louis for a little while, John Jay was our outfielder, right? And he was batting 300. Okay. And we also had backing up Yadier Molina at catcher. We had Tony Cruz, also University of Miami alum, right? That year, first time I ever followed a baseball team, all 162 games, we won the World Series.
Oh, wow.
And everybody in the fan base would shit on John Jay, even though he's batting 300, right? And there was a couple times throughout that season where if you take him out, I mean, you could say this about everybody, but if you take him out of a couple of those games throughout the season, we don't win as many games. We don't necessarily win the World Series, right? So fast forward, he gets traded to the Padres, where he kind of mulls around there because they always fake like they're going to build a team to win. They're just that type of team. And then he ends up getting traded to the Cubs, who then proceed to win their first World Series in 108 years, breaking the freaking curse.
That's freaking incredible, bro. Wait, what
Miami
position did he play again?
Hurricanes are curse breakers, people.
Yep. What position did he play again?
Outfielder.
Okay. Wow, that's incredible, bro.
Center field mostly.
That's saying some. I mean, look at The Rock, bro. I mean, he was an 8-time champion, bro. 8-time WWE champion, bro. Just saying, bro.
Yep.
That's all Miami produces as champions, bro.
You know,
Ed Reed, Ray Lewis.
Football. They look at
Hall
football.
of Famers.
Everybody hears the Ray Lewises of the world. You know what I mean? They forget about other sports, bro. We dominate everywhere.
The only thing is, I don't know about basketball, though. That's the only thing I would have a little question mark is basketball.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, wait a minute.
That's a very small.
No.
There's only 5 potential guys per team that could be stars, so it's kind of rough.
That's true. I mean? Yeah, but still, just we have the resume. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
it just goes across all sports, bro. Yeah.
It's not so much that you can be a champion without a hurricane.
Yeah.
But if you've got a hurricane on your squad, your chances of being a champion go up like exponentially.
And mind you that that's a private university. It's not public. So
if you've got a doctor performing your brain surgery and he's from the University of Miami, your chances of surviving that surgery go up.
Oh yeah. We definitely got one of the better medical programs in the country, bro.
Look
at Jalen Phillips.
If you're a tennis coach and you got a rising young star from the U of M, there's a good chance you're going to be on TV playing against Shevchenko or whatever that girl
is. But Color. But listen, look at our own Jalen Phillips. I mean, the guy coming out of
well, I don't want
UCLA. I know, but coming out of UCLA, he was coming off of 2 concussions, and after that concussion that he suffered from the moped, he had to medically retire. And I think he suffered a couple of other concussions from football. But the minute that he went to Miami, he worked a lot with the medical team, and he learned how to play better. Instead of leading with his head, he learned how to play, smarter and safer. And he played his first full healthy college season in his career. And he had a great season, with 8 sacks and 14 tackles for loss. So the guy he laid all ACC guys.
For a sample, I would point to the game against Trevor Lawrence. Even though we got destroyed that game, but guess who was in the backfield disrupting Lawrence all night, aggravating the hell out of him?
Oh yeah, I saw that game. Like, he was all over the backfield, bro.
That was the game that introduced me to him, bro. I'm like, who is this guy? Like, why? Like, are we going after this guy this draft?
He played against Duke and he completely destroyed Duke. And I think it was Virginia Tech as well. I think he was strip fumbled, or it was I think he caught an interception. I don't remember what it was. I think I'm confusing it with Florida State. But bro, he took over that Duke game, bro.
When he's on the field, it's like even if he's not the guy, his number is around the ball every single freaking play, man.
And it's because he's so freaking versatile, and he played multiple positions. I mean, in a 4-3, he played that inside 3 technique. He played with the hands in the dirt. He played a little bit of outside linebacker.
It tells me he's coachable because the fact that he's by the ball every single play means that he is muscle trained memory, just like the coaches. Get to the ball. Remember, if for any of you that played. Remember, in practice, it was like it didn't matter what happened on the play. You get to the ball.
Exactly.
You had to crowd around the ball every single play. It didn't matter what happened during the play. That was like training. You know what I mean? Like, get to the ball. And so the coaches wanted to see us crowded around the ball no matter what happened on a play.
Oh, yeah. They had him everywhere. I mean, the guy the guy was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, And so he was an insane freak.
Stop that up, Irving. You know what I mean? He sponged that coaching up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But the University of Miami, I'm just saying not just the coaching, but the medical program, the Sylvester Center. Working with the medical staff, with Miami, he just became a better and just a more wiser player in terms of just playing, just protecting himself and just not, hey, don't lead with the crown of your head, just put your head down, don't lead with your shoulders either. Just,
and they taught him clean up. Exactly.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, man. And just the university.
Follow that up with Jason Taylor kind of probably mentoring him. Like, this is how you go about taking guys down without using your head all the time.
I know. Yeah. It's crazy, bro.
Like insane, maybe it's a pipe dream for me, but I just have this. I imagine that they like have dinner together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, look, Jason Taylor is now on. What is he, a consultant now? He's on the coaching staff of the University of Miami. So they definitely spent a lot of time together.
He is on the payroll of U of M right now. Yep.
Yes, sir. So I wouldn't doubt it. Without a shadow of a doubt, I would not. I could imagine these two collaborating. So yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's like it's like dinner with the president. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Make him 98.
Yes, sir.
98 and a half. Because we got to retire 99. That's got to be one.
Nah, bro, that's got to be done, man. That's got to be done. Yeah. I don't know, because the excuse they usually make is like, oh, there's not enough numbers to go around. But if there's not one number,
I agree that it should be that it's like we've only done 3, and I agree that it should be like top of the top exclusive. But I think Jason Taylor's made it there. I really do.
Yeah, I think he's like one of those special players, bro.
We talked about it that one night. Yep. Miami slaps fucking former stars in the face, bro. I get it.
Who else?
But we talked about
who else
even
can go to another team and not piss us off for going to another team?
Bro, but it's just a different class of franchise.
Too. Exactly.
I mean, look at the Miami Heat, bro.
Yeah,
they're retiring Udonis Haslam's number, and the guy is a non-drafted player. He's nowhere near Hall of Fame potential, or material. But the guy has done, it's just that Miami's a first-class organization, and they recognize the impact that their players made on and off the field, and they have enough class to retire the numbers. It can care less about the players complaining about not that number being available.
Am I remembering correctly? Did we find out that night, correct me if I'm wrong, that Pittsburgh has never retired a number?
Yes.
The Steelers?
They have not.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They do have a ring. We did look it up. They do have a ring of honor, though, but they've never officially retired a jersey.
Okay.
Neither have the Cowboys.
Maybe in football is more difficult than in basketball. I guess. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Teams are weird. Like the Cowboys.
Yeah, but we talked about this
nowadays, especially nowadays. If they're going to start diluting the Hall of Fame, then we need to keep the retiring numbers even more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
To be fair, like number 88, when it came to Troy Aikman, what happened was that Des Bryant, when he got drafted, he asked Michael Irvin if he could use the number, and Michael Irvin gave him permit. He gave him his blessing, and then Dallas unretired it, and that's how the 88, survived. So, and then it was passed on to CeeDee Lamb. It's all with the blessing of Michael Irvin. That's just with the Cowboys. So.
But I'm saying, we talked about it that night, is realistically speaking, you got a 53-man roster, 16 guys on the practice squad, even during camp when you have 75. If we retired, say, 10, bro, you still got 20 numbers that are never going to be used.
So I do have a basketball player that was a Miami Hurricane.
I don't want to use mine because eventually I'm going to close mine. When I switch
Shoot it.
That's for the Blackness.
So this guy is from way back in the day.
Did he win a championship?
Yeah, Rick Barry.
Okay.
He was a Miami Hurricane, and he actually
no way.
Yeah, dude.
Is he a Miami Hurricane? He's a Hall of Famer.
That's what it says. Let me.
Holy crap!
Yep.
Man, he was one of the best shooters of all time, man.
You see how that is, Irving? We don't even have to cherry pick. It's just like we don't even know. We can make the bet without even knowing.
Wow.
And it's like, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we knew. Oh, Rick Barry.
That's what it says.
That's freaking incredible, bro.
The funny thing about it is that, yeah, he did. He attended the University of Miami, so that's legit. He actually has a record of some kind. He averaged 36.6 points per game in the finals. To this day, that is actually a record.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
That's incredible.
Something like that.
I mean, really, you know what I mean? Like, it's all about the you, people. You think we say that like we just throw it around like it, and these Gator fans want to talk about what have you done for me lately?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so let's talk about what we've done for you lately. John Jay. I
don't know. We just we just don't we don't do anything but put Hall of Fame, players into the Hall of Fame, and put rings on the fingers, and we don't produce anything, so it's whatever. We don't produce anything, so whatever.
By the way, Irving.
Yeah.
When the Cardinals made that run that year, there was a team we had to get through that was tough in our division. It was the Milwaukee Brewers. And guess why they were tough? Ryan Braun.
Oh, God.
Ryan Braun.
Oh, man, bro. Nah, it's just.
So if we would have lost to them and they would have got to the World Series and won, our point still stands.
Right? That's crazy, man. That's insane, bro.
The one sport I thought we would have a lot more of, and it's only because we live in Florida, golfers. We don't have a lot of golfers that really made it big time.
Okay.
Nope.
Hey, can you guys hear me now? My mic was been muted the whole time.
All the
Dude, this is the best I've ever heard you, to be honest, on this show.
Hey, I thought it was interesting.
Hey,
I love
what's the
you,
score
man.
right
Come on, you know.
Hey, what's the score right now?
Let me go to it.
All right.
Shit.
Hey,
Last time I
have a
checked,
quick
it was
question
golden.
for Irving, bro.
Golden.
Hey, yo, straight up, Irving, you spitting facts, bro. I hope a lot of people are listening. Number one, I just want to say that, bro.
I appreciate it, bro.
Like that's facts. And then number two, I just want to say, bro, for the past 20 years, it's all right, color. Like the Gator fans, they can mock us all they want. Because for the past 20 years, I get it. We've sucked in football. Basketball wise, Heat kind of had our backs to represent us a little bit. But now I believe that and Dolphins are going to do something, hopefully. So they can shut up everyone in Florida, bro. Because like you said, Irving, we ran this.
Pump the brakes a second, Iceman. I think Dono made a great point about the Canes. Cristobal is the guy. I'm 100% sold.
I like him.
Hell of a recruiter too.
We've got the right deal going on there finally down there now. But
and he was a recruiter.
We do have to remember that there is still a lot that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
And so this year still might not be what we want it to be yet. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I'd rather have the Miami Hurricanes and the Miami Dolphins do better this year than the Miami Heat next year.
Well,
no, I want every sport. I want every Miami.
That I don't think we
I
can
love the
overachieve
Heat,
and shock the world. I don't think for a second. I don't think Cristobal has turned things right around and that the Hurricanes aren't contenders.
Nah, not yet.
But the thing is that I would say that, you know, being that he's one of the top recruiters in the country, you know, he was that, I think it was a Alabama recruiter, and I think it was in 2017, 2018, around that time. And
I didn't even know
just because of his you know, reputation as far as a recruiter and just like his persona. I mean, the guy has star power, personality, and that in turn is going to bring a lot of players here to the team, a lot of talent, a lot more like 4 or 5 star recruits. So
I was
that
just
is
going
where his
on
magic is.
Success at Oregon with Justin Herbert. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's exactly. No, and Penei Sewell. And Penei Sewell too.
Man.
And Thibodeau as well.
I'm sorry to cut everything in, but this just happened.
You're good,
in the
bro.
game.
Boston.
This is the most ridiculous foul they've ever called.
Flopping?
This player completely made it look like he got smacked in the face.
And then he just flopped to the ground. Yeah, no doubt.
Is that a Boston player or a Warriors?
It's Marcus
Warriors. And they're taking advantage of it because all the fouls are starting to fall on in their face.
But let me tell you, like Boston got away with a lot of trash calls in against Miami, bro. Like,
they
come
were
on.
calling the hell out of us.
Yeah, bro. Like,
And we were playing good.
They got away with murder against
them. Did. And I like Marcus Smart, how he likes to flop.
There's even, and you know it's bad when even the Boston fans admit it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bro, we couldn't even breathe on him without them calling.
Ali, that's freaking gorgeous.
It's ridiculous, bro.
I think Duncan is one, but that's a different talk.
What's gorgeous?
That link you sent in private chat. That freaking thing is
the Miami thing, right? Yeah, I'm not a fan, and I like it. That's why I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna share that.
The sweater's really dope. It's not Fanatics, color. You can't.
Yeah, it's not Fanatics, unfortunately.
What number
but it is right direct for 47 brand, and 47 brand is a brand that Fanatics carries, so we can still plug them.
I see.
Oh, okay.
I don't buy jerseys of
look at them apples, man.
I feel like you get legends.
Man, that is nice, bro.
Look at that, man.
Yeah, I have a rule. I almost, and you know what? And I almost broke that rule.
I love that Kane logo
for a guy recently, and I'm so glad I didn't. And it's the reason why I still keep the rule of not buying jerseys of current players. I almost broke that rule for Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Oh my God! Thank God you didn't do that.
Good thing you didn't,
Actually,
bro.
I was kind of close to getting that too, bro. When I saw that,
because Minkah, I mean, he's great. He's still great. If he would have been a Dolphin, I mean, he'd be great.
He would have been.
But it wouldn't have been a bad jersey if he stayed in Miami. But it's the reason why, like, I really want to buy a Javon Holland jersey, but I'm not doing it. I really want to buy a Christian Wilkins jersey, but I'm not doing it.
I think Javon Holland will be here longer, though. I think he's going to be here for quite a long time.
I don't know what Javon
Holland jersey I've ever bought. Charles Clay. Because
I think he's going to eventually.
There's a man who understood how to be a Miami Dolphins fan. That guy understood how to be a Miami Dolphins fan.
So the cheapest jersey I've ever bought, right? I got it at TJ Maxx for $20. It's a legit jersey.
Are you serious? $20?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ryan
yeah.
Tannehill.
Wow.
Tannehill, nice.
Yeah, and it was the season before his last season. So it was that season.
Yeah, I got a Tua jersey. Yeah, I had a whole bunch of Tannehill jerseys, bro. Like
I was gifted a Tannehill.
I had a white
jersey.
one. Yeah, I had a white one and then a T-shirt. Like it was 17, but an aqua T-shirt. And then
I got one better than that, Drew. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Irving, but I got
you're good, bro.
A Chad Henne jersey.
Dude, I had a
Chad Henne.
Out of Chad Pennington white jersey.
I had a friend. I remember I had a friend that knew he knew somebody that knew Brandon Marshall, and Brandon Marshall would like disclose to him like how trash Chad Henne was. Like he would just talk mad shit about Chad Henne, bro. That guy, he's so trash. He wasn't accurate. Like he's just garbage. Yeah, bro. I was like, oh
Brandon
shit.
Marshall put out a tweet or something that said, "Hey, look what I can do with a Pro Bowl quarterback."
Oh yeah, Jay Cutler. Yeah, that was Jay Cutler. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. It was during the Pro Bowl. He ended up scoring like 3 touchdowns or something. Ridiculous.
You know that Ryan Fitzpatrick, like the reason why he started throwing like he liked throwing to Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki was because like he really started getting used to throwing to Brandon Marshall. That's why he started preferring a lot of those like back shoulder type, like you know.
I went to Sun Life Stadium at that time. It was called Sun Life Stadium. I was waiting outside, bro. I waited like
I remember
2 hours, bro. 2 hours. No, shit you not. So me, and I was like, I was worth it. It was worth it. I got his signature a long time ago at that time.
Nice.
For Marshall. But at that time, he was kind of like a jerk too, though, because the way he signed it, he did it quick, and then he like a
back up just a little. I got you on solo. Back show.
Yeah, Brandon Marshall.
There you go.
Yeah, Brandon Marshall actually signed my helmet. Yeah, I got an autographed helmet from Brandon Marshall, Brian Hartline, Tony Sperano, and who was the other guy? Randy Starks.
Oh, nice.
Dude, I can argue that Brian Hartline was one of the best receivers.
Man, bro, back-to-back 1,000 seasons, bro. I love that guy.
The sideline like there was no tomorrow. If you threw it towards
bro, as a route runner,
he was catching it regardless.
He was a hell of a route runner, is what he was.
Yeah,
he was a technician when it came to route running, bro.
Here's a somewhat crazy take. So right now, arguably, and you can go look this up. Brian Hartline is in the top 2 recruiting in college football, right?
He's what?
He's top 2 recruiter in
recruiting
football right now. No joke. No joke.
This came out of
crazy,
his bag.
bro.
This came out of his bag. This was a Halloween game that Brandon Marshall played in, and he gave me this, and it still smells to this day. I never washed it. I know it's nasty, but I got the other one hung on my wall over there in the back, right there. I got my high school. And then I got
Cameron Wake actually gave me his practice jersey. I won it in a raffle.
This is what I got. I swear to you, it still smells. I'm not joking, bro. I never washed this. It's nasty, bro.
The thing is, his jersey was actually clean, so it's not like you, Iceman. Yours is authentic. Yeah.
The crazy take is that in the next 2 years, watch Brian Hartline be a head coach somewhere.
Oh, bro, I would expect that, bro. Like I would expect that.
That'd be pretty dope.
He's Ohio State's wide receivers. Actually, he's either the wide receiver coach or the offensive coordinator. I can't remember, but
yeah, I think he's a wide receivers coach. But I heard he's like one of the best in the country.
Yeah,
I heard he's one of the best in the country, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was great.
And Ohio State's defense.
So everybody, update on the salty poll. Okay.
Yeah.
We got no movement, no more movement for Pete, but he's still in the lead with 5 votes.
Pete is in a poll.
Yeah, we got the saltiest.
That's kind of unfair.
Shocking.
I don't think he should have been in it because everyone's gonna pick him.
Nah, Pete. Yeah. Pete is a personality, man. He's a colorful personality.
Yeah,
my bad, Color. Go ahead.
we got coming in with 2 votes each in a tie for second right now. CT and Tony Pepperoni.
CT.
And then with 1 vote each in third, we got Crypto, Tony Manzano, and AB.
See, I don't get that. I don't.
That's
AB super salty.
I don't see
not
Tony.
AB. That's
salty at
who was
all.
AB?
I thought you meant AB. AB.
That's what I said, Ali. But they wanted to put Tony on there just to be.
CT CT's the king of salty.
Who the heck was AB?
That's what I say.
Yeah,
AB, the one that's always trolling in the chat.
No. Because he's not a panelist. Who the hell was it? AB?
No, AB ain't a panelist. He's the chat guy.
AB, I don't know who he is.
He a funny dude though. Funny dude.
AB, I don't know. I don't remember AB.
No, it's AB from the chat. You must have put him in there while we.
No, I didn't put AB in there. I wouldn't have put AB in there.
I thought you guys meant AB. Well,
that's I wouldn't have put him in there. I wouldn't have put him in there.
Oh, that's him. Oh yeah, he's a.
Brian Hartline is the pass game coordinator now for the Buckeyes.
Yep, that's what I thought. He's he's moving up. He'll be a head
coach.
He's up very quickly.
Yeah, he's helped develop Olave and Garrett Wilson, bro, and they're great. They're sound technician, like they're sound route runners, bro. In terms of the technique,
his best finished product is not in this. I'm sorry, he wasn't drafted yet. He's still a Buckeye. Injecta Smith. That kid he's going to be something. Watch, he's going to be his best product yet.
What's his name?
That's insane, bro.
I'll look out for it. What?
Let me pull up his name. I can't say it because it's one of those names. My last name is really screwed up to say. So
that's a cool name.
Yeah. So he became a graduate assistant in 2017, and then he became interim wide receiver coach in 2018, and then he got the job officially like that summer. He became the full-time wide receiver coach. In 2020, he was named the AFCA 35 under 35, which is like top leaders in college sports. And then in 2020, he was named the National Recruiter of the Year by 24/7 Sports. And then in 2021, he was promoted to pass game coordinator on top of his title of wide receiver coach. So he's wide receiver coach and pass game coordinator. So
all I know is he was a tactician on the sideline. I know that.
Yep.
In 5 years, he's gone from graduate assistant to pass game coordinator.
So the guy I'm talking about that I honestly think is going to be the best product that he's put out yet, compared to Olave and Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba is his name.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes, NJIGBA. Yes, very cool name. And this guy, I honestly think he's better than Olave and Garrett Wilson.
Damn, Garrett Wilson was a monster.
What year is he projected to get drafted? Is it next year?
Next year. At the earliest would be next year because he's a junior right now. So he only has 2 years left, I think, in college.
I wonder what I'm looking to see where he's getting.
Somebody else must have added that because when I go back to the original list where I can edit it, doesn't show.
You know what color? It was probably somebody put it as other because you have
and they were able to type in who they were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, Drew. Yeah. I'm actually looking to see if they have him projected yet. But here's the thing about it. I don't even know if he really blew up.
The guy is so toxic. He's not even a panelist and somebody still voted for him.
Hey, Drew. Walter Football, WalterFootball.com has him for 2023 the number 1 wide receiver.
Interesting.
Prospect.
Yeah, I'm looking at lines.com. They have him going at 17. They have him as the ranked second wide receiver.
Walter Football has him number 1.
Yeah, so he's up there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's up there.
Yeah.
He's got a really dope name, Jackson Smith.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yep. That's a wide receiver name.
Football name.
And color, it's Jackson with an X.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh damn, that's even better.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, that's pronounced Jason.
Oh,
Jason.
They say Jackson on TV. I don't know.
Right, but I'm saying in the old Saxon tongue, that's Jason.
Oh, in the Saxon tongue. Okay.
Jason. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anyway, I always got to root for Brian Hartline, former Miami Dolphins.
Yazon.
Okay, I'm a Buckeye
it's
fan.
Actually, Yazon.
Anyway.
He was toe drag swag, bro. Like every time.
Dude, he was ridiculous every time.
All right, so Anthony is begging me to ask you guys, who do you got, Jake Plummer or Chad Pennington? Forget that Chad Pennington was a Dolphin.
Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington.
He was the smartest quarterback in Miami history.
Yep.
There
If
you
he
go,
had a
Anthony.
stronger arm, he'd be.
I'm going to say Chad Pennington because I still have his jersey.
All right, welcome back.
I
Yeah,
honestly
but
think
if he doesn't have that surgery, if he
Yeah.
didn't get injured, bro, it would have been over, dude.
Do you remember Jake the Snake Plumber? He had that beard in Denver. He looked like Jesus or some prophet. It was a huge beard. Do you remember that?
I kind of thought Jake was better in Arizona
True.
personally than Broncos.
Oh, Shanahan got the best out of him, I think, in Denver.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? You guys saw that beard? It's huge. He looked like fucking Charles Manson or something.
Jake the Snake.
Oh my God.
Goes from Jesus to Charles Manson.
Fuck, he looked like some fucking prophet or something. Some cult leader.
Cult leader, right.
Look at that. Go Jake Plummer beard Denver.
I'm actually pulling it up right now.
Yeah, they can't all look like Jim Jones, right?
Fuck.
Jake Plummer.
Oh man.
Jake Plummer, what?
Put that up.
Hey, y'all know that if Mama Cass would have given Karen Carpenter her sandwich, they both would have lived.
He does look like Jesus, but it doesn't look that big. I mean, Fitzmagic had a bigger beard than him.
You think?
I googled Jake Plummer.
Oh, what are you
Denver.
looking at?
I'm not seeing no picture.
I just pulled up Jake Plummer Denver beard.
He had the long hair too. He let the hair go. Fitzpatrick never let the hair go. He had the long hair.
The one musician in the room got the joke. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, he's like, color. That's all he had for me, color.
Yeah, bro. Fitz had a much longer
It's nasty, man.
Oh, actually, I think I found one that you're talking about. Yeah, he does kind of look like
I'm not the one that coined the joke. I was plagiarizing somebody. I forget who it was that said that joke though.
Whoa!
Oh, that was Dennis Leary
Plummer
said
is
that.
sold on mushrooms.
He also said, I think Mama Cass said it best when she said,
"Oh Lord."
Yeah. So
hey,
I guess
going back
to
to
mushrooms
the
now.
beans color with Phillips. I don't know, man. It seems like Tua and Phillips and Gaseki must have been hanging out at the same gym this offseason. You guys agree?
yeah, I do. The
All
Jamba Juice
three of
gym.
them have bulked up, man. They've gotten big.
They all hanging out at the Jamba Juice bar.
Hey,
They're hanging out at
Ricky
some
Williams-
gym. I know that.
You know, Ricky Williams is all about that herbal life. I'm reading now that Jake Plummer is all about that shroom life.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, legit. Here, I'll share the article in private chat.
Hey, I saw an interesting question on Twitter.
No
here,
ayahuasca.
and I'm curious, Color. Maybe this will spark a conversation. But there was a question on Twitter: who is the all-time most frustrating player to watch for your favorite team? Who would that be for the Miami Dolphins for you?
Oh, there's a few.
Most frustrating
You're just trying
player.
to stir the pot, ain't you? I'm gonna go Ryan Tannehill.
Ryan Tannehill, yeah, that's
just to be safe.
I'm gonna go with Chad Henne. All those interceptions. Oh, Marshall, you wide open, and I'm gonna throw it to this man. Oh, that's what's up. Appreciate you.
the person here had a good one.
Jay Fiedler.
Kenny Stills, Ted Ginn.
Here's one for you, Deion Jordan.
Yes.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
I
he
saw
wasn't
that
around.
name.
He wasn't around that long to drive
I got
me nuts.
so triggered by that. Oh man, I was so hyped on Deion Jordan, dude. He looked the part.
Raekwon McMillan was a good one too.
He wasn't that
Raekwon
frustrating.
McMillan was a good one.
He wasn't that frustrating. It was frustrating that he got injured in his first playing game ever. But
yeah, and then the next 2 years before he got shipped off, he just didn't play up to par.
Nah, I hear you. But
Why
at
would
least he
someone put
played
Carlos
better than Deion
Dansby?
Jordan.
Carlos Dansby was good
Well, yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Carlos Dansby was really good here.
Yeah, he's
Nah,
didn't he
Phillip
just-
Wheeler was the
didn't
one
he
that
just
sucked up.
retire recently, like with the Cardinals.
No, he's been retired for a minute.
Has he?
Yeah,
I thought I seen his name fairly recently, last few seasons,
I remember looking him up recently.
out in Arizona.
I'll give you.
I'm gonna have to go with Chad Henne. I agree. Chad Henne was one of the worst.
Thank
Maybe
you.
Scott
It was
Mitchell,
so frustrating.
but he didn't play
Well,
all
not
that.
necessarily the worst, right? But it
He
was
was
the
just
most
frustrating, man. Like,
frustrating player.
Jay Fiedler, like
would
we
win the
look,
game,
we
man.
all
He
give
would
Jay
have the lead.
Fiedler credit
He
now
just
for
throw
some reason,
interceptions.
but Jay Fiedler was pretty
Who
frustrating to watch
remembers when we
too.
traded for Brandon Marshall and the very
Oh, he
first
drew me
game
nuts.
we threw the biggest bomb right off the bat
Yeah.
to him?
Well,
Remember that?
and the one year we did it twice.
Monday Night
And-
Football.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
sir.
I'll tell you what, when we
With-
did that,
I was
everybody
there.
thought that, holy shit, the Dolphins made a turnaround, right?
No.
And then
Yeah.
after that game, Henne
was
didn't do
it.
shit, dude. It
Yeah,
was so
he
bad.
didn't do shit.
Yeah.
Dante
Color
Cullen.
Dansby retired 2017.
The only good
Right,
game
so
I
that
saw
wasn't too long
was
ago. I
Thanksgiving.
guess so.
Danielle Ellerby,
in there.
4 years now. 4 years
Ted
now.
Danielle-
Ginn, man. He dropped
Danielle
a lot of passes.
Ellerby and Philip Wheeler in the same fucking offseason.
Oh my god.
Oh, here's
That was
here's
awful.
one for you. Here's one for you. Vontae Davis.
That one was-
Yes.
Oh
And his
yeah.
grandma.
Yeah, what
That was a frustrating one.
Let me ask you guys a question. What is more frustrating to you, when a player gets injured on an actual play, or when the player gets injured after celebrating?
That's
Oh,
stupid.
well, yeah.
After
obviously,
celebrating
too.
is
my God.
embarrassing.
Him,
Yeah, I was gonna
Preston
say Mike
Williams,
Wallace too.
they all do it. I'm like, what the hell, man? What the
I
hell?
remember when
Oh,
Duriel
Mike
Harris
Wallace,
went
that's
to
another
spike the
good
ball. I'm sure
Mike Wallace was a-
I remember.
Mike Wallace
You
was
know,
the
when we look at guys like Will Fuller, what do we say? He Mike Wallace us.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, at least Wallace played.
Or Lawrence
exactly.
Timmons. Lawrence Timmons was another good one. Where we
I haven't
signed
heard-
him and dude didn't even make it to the end of training camp before he
Lawrence
hauled
Timmons,
ass.
That's right. Yeah, I
I
remember
haven't
that.
heard crypto, but I got one for crypto. Devontae Parker.
Oh yeah.
That's a frustrating one.
Well,
if
wait,
you're talking about
crypto up
frustrating,
right there.
so
Preston Williams.
so much promise, and just we never got to see it. Never got to
Preston
see it.
Williams.
Oh, he had one good year.
It was a tease. It was a tease.
Do understand? I don't really consider Preston Williams only because of the fact that he was an undrafted wide receiver. I know he had
Yeah.
top tier 1 talent.
Yeah,
I
but
get
what's frustrating, Ali, is to know that he has this amazing ability to catch the
Okay,
ball.
yeah, I see where it goes.
And then to watch him regress and watch him just
Yeah,
like
that's
the way
frustrating.
it is. It's,
Jake Long is kind of up there for me because he
I
was
could
another
only
one
hope that he was one of the
Yeah,
oil
that
and
was
water
sad.
type. Look, I can only hope. My only hope with Preston is that he was one of the oil and water types with Flores. That's my only hope with him, is that it had something to do with that. But
Noah, you got to consider Noah.
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't seen Noah, so yeah.
I don't get so frustrated with defensive busts though, CT, because it's such a reactionary
Is he really
side
a
of the.
bust?
I mean, you know, it's
I
really
mean, I
tough
get
to
it.
really
I'm just
know who's
saying the
gonna get it in
investment
the
made
NFL, you know what
versus
I mean?
the return on the investment. That's
Is
all.
he a
be honest.
bust?
Let's
No,
be
but
honest.
he's
It's
been
not
a
like
massive
Terrell Buckley
disappointment.
did what for us what he did in Green Bay. You know what I mean?
Can we?
Yeah.
I want to actually have a discussion on this though, because I want to get something straight. How
Hey,
can
caller,
you say?
private chat. Irving's trying to get back in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll wait till Irving.
I'm
But
just getting
my question
tired.
is to everybody: how can you say that Noah is a bust, but he hasn't really had equal playing time to some of the other?
Ali, I
hasn't
didn't mean
made
to
the
say
field.
bust. I was just using the platitude just to make the point.
I'm actually creating a topic. I want to talk about it.
Right,
like I didn't
right.
say that you said that, but no, I mean, like some people say he's a bust, but I don't really think he is a bust. I can't really say that because we haven't seen him on the field. Now it'd be different if we see him on the field for several games and it's just bad. You know what I mean? I have a lot to work off of. But what, he played 2 games last year?
Yeah,
Maybe
something
3.
like that.
Yeah.
And
And I mean, again,
and
he's
I
in a
think a lot of
secondary
people's
that-
standards is really high. Like when everybody thinks about what a bust is at DB, we always think, you know, if you're not Richard Sherman or Deion Sanders, you're a bust. You know what I mean?
When you're taken in the first round, you're expected to be a Deion Sanders.
But here's the crazy
Well,
thing.
yeah, but not really at that.
Or at
position,
least a
dude.
competent starter that high in the
But
first.
That's
here's
fair.
the-
That's
if
fair.
you also look at what they were doing at the time, they were actually stockpiling on corners left and right. I don't think they expected to have Byron Jones and X on the team this long as we have had. You know,
And I mean, I agree with that.
Do you think maybe they underestimated how good Javon Holland would turn out to be?
No, I think they knew it. That's why they traded up to get him, dude. They knew that in a heartbeat. I'm sorry,
But
but
what I was getting at is
grab him.
I wouldn't say necessarily that he's a bust yet, but the topic is he was players that were disappointing. He's been very disappointing. And it's also, again, just like I said, you also have to take into consideration the investment versus the return we've got.
Right.
Who is the?
That's why we talk about Tua the way we do, right? If we took Tua, if we drafted Tua with a 3rd round pick, nobody would talk about him the way we do. We'd be saying like, "Oh man, I can't wait for year 3 for Tua to finally, get it right."
But here's the thing, though. Tua, I can understand the bus comments because the fact that he's had a lot of playing time. I get that. I understand. No, on the other hand.
Yeah, but
it's not like he's played every game.
The thing is that with Noah Monogany, he was projected to be like a 3rd round pick, not necessarily he was going to be a 1st round pick. So, because remember the guy converted to from wide receiver to cornerback during Auburn just in his 2nd year. So he's very raw.
Why make that investment though?
So are you trying to
why
say
make that reach?
But because of his physical traits, because Flores. Flores saw something that we didn't, and it was those physical traits. And then, he was very impressive against SEC opponents like Devontae Smith. He limited guys like, Jamar Chase to 2 catches, 24 yards in 2019.
Smith,
so
he played well.
And remember, CT,
So
nobody ever faults coaches for like moving up to get their guy. Like we always say, and everybody always says, if you've got a guy, you move up you do what you got to do to get him. Because
I agree, but all I'm saying is
there's
that's
another
the classic
team looking at it in the same
definition.
way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing though: is that's a 2-edged sword. Because if they pan out, you're a fucking genius. But if they don't, then essentially again everybody's going to say you reached. That's all.
I don't disagree with you. I'm saying that every coach attempts that double-edged sword, that gambit. You know what I mean?
But I always give him
a supposed 3rd round guy and at that high in the 1st. That to not have that work out, it does. It looks like a huge reach.
So what you're saying is that what Noah was the pick that the Patriots had this year in the draft when they drafted their guy 1st round. When everyone expected, I expect to get him in the 3rd or 4th round. So that's pretty much like the same kind of thing is what you're saying.
Yeah, and we'll see. Yeah, and we'll see if it works out. Because if it works out, Belichick looks like a fucking genius. And if it doesn't work out, then
but here's the thing, though. But I always give Noah the benefit of the doubt, just because he is buried in the depth chart beneath 2 Pro Bowl corners, at the best of some of the best of their position, and he's also playing behind one of the top slot corners in Noah Monogany. A guy that hasn't even allowed a freaking touchdown all year. So, like I always, give him the benefit of the doubt. Now that especially like when Xavier Howard's he hasn't been in OTAs. He has with Byron Jones recovering from his knee injury. Now he truly has had his time to shine in the OTAs and minicamp, and he's been doing a pretty impressive job given. The talent that he's facing against.
I'm not gonna lie. I like having a kid like that. That's the hardworking, like all the time. Yeah. There before everybody.
I'm not counting him out. Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving him shit. I was just saying as far as disappointments are concerned. That's
and to show you another example of it, CT, look what Green Bay did this year in the draft by using such a high pick to get a guy from a linebacker from Georgia. When, let's be honest, all 3 of those linebackers were literally pretty much the same, and they could have done something different and picked up one of those 3 we did in the 3rd or 4th round.
But then again, I'm sorry. But then again, color like the gamble, like the draft itself is a gamble. That's what coaches do. They look at traits.
But that's precisely what I'm saying. They know that, and so Green Bay was like, we don't care if we can be like Miami and wait till the 3rd or 4th round. We want this guy. We're going to make sure we get him.
Right.
Even though even though we from a Dolphin fan perspective can say, well, we would have been happy with Quay Jones just the same as we would have been happy with Tyndall. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're right about that.
Guys, do you not remember John Avery, first round bust? Jamar Fletcher was another first round bust. We got a lot of first round busts.
Yeah, but a lot of that is just not. It has nothing. Like a lot of that sometimes it's not just from a talent. It's just that sometimes these players are not. Maybe they're not in the wrong. Probably in the wrong scheme. Maybe some of their traits don't fit the system that coaches want to put them in.
John Avery
has to do with a lot of factors.
And
Go ahead.
Jason might be right, but not third round to first round better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
John Avery just stunk.
And that's
Jimmy Johnson drafted him.
Let's be honest. Green Bay picked him at 22.
Yeah, and a lot of those linebackers fell far, and I don't have a problem with that. See, my issue was, again, that we came out and essentially we picked number, 18 that we picked, Noah?
No,
so
30,
we picked him at 18.
And there's another thing to be said that in another draft that's got better talent, Quay wouldn't have went 22 in the first round.
Yeah, agreed. And that was the argument that we had on draft night was that, a lot of these guys, number one, we were all shocked that they fell as far as they did.
Right.
And the fact is when they did fall, which teams were the ones that in the second round were like, oh, shit, he's still there? Now I'm going to go get him. You know what I mean? Versus maybe overextending or reaching.
With need. Jason might be right. He might be a lot better, but a lot of it has to do with need. Is he going to – we needed as good as Tyndall is. Green Bay was in a little different position. They're like, hey, we need the best we can get, Okay, fair. You know what I mean? But we would have taken either. So if Green Bay would have chose Tyndall, if they would have agreed with me and said, nah, we're going to go with Tyndall, Quay would have fallen to us and we'd be having the same argument, in my opinion.
Yeah, Color.
The other way around.
Hell yeah.
Color, do you agree with Jimmy Johnson's philosophy of just accumulating picks? Because he had a lot of first-round busts, like Avery, Yatel Green. But, I mean, he gets Zach Thomas in the fourth round, Jason Taylor from Akron, second round. Both Madison, Surtain, they were second-round picks. So would you rather, trade more picks? Like the first rounders, if Tua works out,
like you're saying, that sweet spot is really like second, third round for the guys in those types of positions. That's really where the sweet spot's at.
Well, if Tua works out, maybe we should trade. We should trade at least one of those first round picks.
El Capitan's made that point. Look,
I know
it may just be a matter of getting Tua to a point with all our weapons where look at him now. Okay, that's something of value. You know what I mean? But we can't go into it. I mean, let's be honest. Look at the way the national media shits on us and shits on Tua. We have no trade value for him.
Well, I mean, I don't forget about the national media. I mean,
there are some teams that are definitely interested.
22 years, no playoff victories in 22 years.
No franchise quarterback.
No. Don't get me wrong, Tony. I'm saying that I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that the point is that we had to do what we're going to do. And if that increases to his trade value, like you're saying, if a team like Carolina is like, okay, we like him, but we don't like him that much. Well, by the end of this season, maybe they'll be saying, oh, here you go. Here's a couple seconds.
I heard they liked him that much. I heard they liked him that much.
Well,
I heard Washington and San Francisco have been very interested in Tua. Like they were when Deshaun Watson, when the Dolphins were sniffing around Deshaun Watson, like San Francisco and Washington were definitely interested in Tua.
Right, and to Tony's point, this is the point behind the Tyreek PR too. To Tony's point, if we can increase his value, then we could get a haul for the guy.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, now we're cooking.
Yep.
Well, if you increase his value, why not just keep him if he plays good?
Well, it depends on if there's a better option for us.
Well,
I'd rather take the better option or even a same option and take the haul for Tua.
Man, send him to Tom Brady's land and give us Tom Brady.
So let me ask you a question, Color.
I don't really want Tom Brady on here.
Let's say Tua plays average.
Y'all gonna say no.
Let's
I love
say Tua
Tom Brady,
plays
but
average and wins the Super Bowl. Do we still stick with him or we get something better?
What do you
I don't think we can win the Super Bowl with Tua playing average.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ask the Rams. Go ask the Rams. Go ask the
And that's
49ers
to
that.
Drubatron's point right there, which means if he's playing average and we get to the Super Bowl and lose it, then you.
But the thing is, like, I think Tua can be better than average. I don't want to settle for average.
No, I agree, Irving. It's possible Tua could be better than average. I'm saying, in Ali's scenario, Tua will have to be better than average for us to win the Super Bowl.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's what we don't want him to be average. I want him to be better than average.
And in that case, Tony Pepperoni says, "Why don't you keep him?" In that case, you do.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I agree.
As an average quarterback, let's say he just played average and we still won the Super Bowl.
Listen, you guys are talking a bunch of nonsense. Tua is the GOAT. Stop your Tua hating. We're going 17-0. There's no need for this.
Here's the thing, Ali. Because of marketing, average can be marketed as above average.
Color, there's no average with Tua. He's the best of all time. Stop it. Marino's trash. Marino is a fraud. Tua is the guy. Stop it,
Crypto. I mean, let's face it. He's got a whole army of fans that already believe he's Dan Marino. So marketing is a powerful thing.
CT DVP is the greatest wide receiver in Dolphin history.
Hell yeah, that's facts.
Oh my
God, Pro Bowler, man.
Crypto, what do you say?
Oh my God!
That's what makes
DVP, huh?
You want to make Tua
code. You got to get the code to unlock DVP.
You want to make CT super salty? Just mention Devontae Parker's name.
Bill Belichick has that what was it called? Gamer Genie cartridge that unlock all the master codes or whatever. He has that for DBP probably.
Game Genie, yeah.
Hey, when we traded Devontae Parker,
master code.
Hey, when we traded Devontae Parker, Crypto got a hotel room and pushed the TV out the door.
Who's the Patriots receivers?
Nobody.
Devontae Parker.
Who are they? They got Parker. Who else?
They got the new kid on the block. He's some fast guy. He's like run the 4.26. It's ridiculous. But I don't know if he can run routes.
Do they got Algalar?
I think the guy from Kentucky, I forgot his name. What's his name? Tyquan Thornton. There you go.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's like the 4.26 guy.
But do they keep Algalar?
No, I don't think
I think he's gone.
Checking right now what their roster is.
He's not with them anymore. He's not with them
anymore. I think he left in the offseason.
Bro, that was a terrible contract that Belichick gave.
For wide receivers, I'll tell you who they have in just
Myers is still there though, I think.
So for wide receivers, they have Nelson Aguilar. Yes, he is still there.
Oh, he is. Nelson Aguilar, really?
Yeah, Kendrick Bourne is still there. N'Keal Harry is still there.
Harry.
Ty Montgomery is there now.
I don't think he makes the roster.
Trey Nixon. Doesn't Ty Montgomery also play running back though?
Yeah,
he might keep him just for that.
Sounds like a Belichick move.
They got Devontae Parker, Malcolm Perry. They picked up.
Malcolm Perry.
Yeah, Matthew Slater.
They're trying to turn into the shitty Dolphins.
Tyquan Thornton and Christian Wilkinson.
Wow, that's
they also have Jacoby Myers.
And they got very good two tight ends, especially Henry.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out. Thanks for having me on, Color.
Okay,
yeah, no problem, Thomas.
No problem, Thomas.
Anyway, because
we're Crypto, Irving, CT, Ali, Drubatron, Tony. All you guys, take care. Iceman, first time I've seen you.
Later, Thomas.
Y'all have a good one, man. Have a good night.
Take it easy, buddy.
Definitely. Tony,
too,
I don't agree. I think Hunter Henry did not play anywhere near his potential. And Jonas Smith didn't play his potential either. I think they were actually horrible last year.
But I have to look at their stats and stuff.
Yeah, they may have had like one or two good games, but for the most part, they did not.
Well, is Mac Jones really a good quarterback?
Not really. If you,
I don't think he is. He hasn't. I'll tell you why they love him. He's good looking. He went to Alabama. I'm telling you, right? He's a good old Anglo-Saxon boy. That's why they give him. The media loves him.
They also believe that Belichick is the reason, and he'll be the next Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's another reason too.
Do you guys believe this? He is I think the only recorded NFL recruits that on his pro day threw a pass and ended up hitting the
wall.
ceiling.
Ceiling, yeah.
He hit the ceiling.
Yeah, I remember.
I couldn't believe that. I was like,
you got to remember too, ESPN, that's New England. They're based in Connecticut.
Oh,
They love the Patriots.
That in the SEC.
Were they based in Connecticut? New Haven, Hartford, Bristol?
No, it's Bristol.
Yeah, I thought Bristol. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a nice state,
like
Connecticut.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're at 9 hours, folks. Make sure you're liking and sharing, subscribing.
9 hours. Pass the Adderall.
So unless Capitan comes back to run the back part and Ali wants to be a host, I got to start getting final thoughts because I'm about beat. But,
I can't host tonight, but yeah.
But that being said, make sure you're liking and sharing. Like I said, catch us on Tuesday nights with Tonk, TMI 7 at 9 o'clock. TMI Tuesdays with Tonk 7. Myself on Thursdays, 10 o'clock. Ali on Saturdays, same time.
Yeah.
Night XL. You got any preview for us for this weekend, Ali?
We'll talk about some stuff. Nothing crazy. I got some stuff planned in the future though. I'm working on someone's schedule, but I might have a surprise guest on one of my shows. You'll see.
Okay.
You're holding out on him, son. Come on,
Richmond Webb.
I got Richmond Webb. Oh, that'd be actually pretty awesome, to be honest. Actually,
he comes on shows.
Our buddies on the Fanatic show, they got something going on tomorrow night, don't they?
Oh, I think, don't they have OJ McDuffie coming on?
Yeah, they got OJ. I'm gonna go check that out tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
sure.
definitely. Batman and Gio over at Miami Fanatic Show. Check them out. And we got
good
Capitan every other night of the week. Make sure if you need anything from you know who, Fanatics, official licensed partner, officially licensed gear from Fanatics. Hit the link in the description below. Donate if you're generous enough. We appreciate all donations, including super chats. We got gear. All you need for summer and winter, plus a flag. Rip it up. And there you go. So let's see. Where are we going here? Iceman, bring it, bro. You know 21-0 is too many games, right? I think it's 20-0 that we would have to go to be perfect.
He's talking about the Pro Bowl win in addition.
Oh, Pro Bowl? Are you kidding me? Wow.
We going all the way.
It makes sense, though. I don't know if that's what he was doing, but it made sense. So.
I mean, wait, don't we got week 18? Like, didn't they add week 18 and then?
No. We still have a bye though. There's still only 17 games.
Yeah.
Plus divisional game,
championship
game, and Super Bowl. So that'd be 20-0.
I include the Pro Bowl. I messed up on that
one. In fairness, they have been talking about taking another preseason game away and adding an additional game, so it could be down the road. You know,
that's crazy, man.
That'd be insane.
More players will be getting injured.
But
either way,
my take before I leave,
it's all about the money.
Oh, I know it is, but fans will complain when players are injured in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Who was giving their? Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh no, you good. No, I was just saying, like, my take would be, honestly, I hope this year is a great year. We do honor, like I keep saying, the 1972 season. This is the 50 year, so I hope it's a blessing in disguise. Meaning, I hope it's a great year for us Fin fans, and especially the people that are going to the stadium. I hope it's like they said, a hard rocking stadium. Just the name. I hope it's rocking, getting loud, and I hope we can have a great year and a fun one. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and I appreciate you guys. Hey,
appreciate your optimism, Iceman. You bring it all the time,
man.
bro.
Have a good night, Iceman.
Right on. Who wants to go next?
You call him Ass Man, Ali? Jeez, that's
I said Iceman. What are you talking about?
Just
CT, you'll probably have the longest statement. So go ahead, CT.
I am an ass kind of guy.
Take your mind out of the gutter. Take your mind out of the gutter.
I'm gonna shock you, Color. I haven't really got much to say. I haven't really kept up on a lot of stuff. You guys to keep me apprised.
We'll get out of here then. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, bro.
I was saying, I mean, like I said, you guys keep me apprised of everything. So I appreciate it as always. Great talk, gentlemen, and
yeah, man.
Hit it up later.
Yep. You have a good night, CT. Appreciate you, buddy.
You too.
All right. Let's go. Let's see. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
All right, Drew. What do you got going on your channel over at Twitch?
All right, guys. Listen, I got big things planned. Big things. We got I don't have the date official yet, okay? But on Twitch, twitch.tv/Drewbatron, we're doing a Miami Dolphins Madden Rebuild Challenge. It's going to be all the YouTubers going head to head. We got Doug, we got TD, we got Chris, Ali, and Color. Maybe I don't know about Ali and Color.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to answer your DM, but yeah, the answer, I'm game.
Well, he didn't tell me what you were going to ask me, but I'm sure
that's what I was going to ask you, Ali.
No, I just need to know what dates.
You heard it here first. Ali and Color are also in. So who did I say? Doug, TD, Chris, Ali, Color, Miss Fins. There's more. Listen, it's going to be nuts. We're going to be going head to head. These guys talk every single day that they know what's best for the Dolphins, and we're going to put their money where their mouth is. Not really money. They don't have to put any money up, but we're going to find out who can actually rebuild the Dolphins the right way and
sounds
who can
good.
take us to the promised land. So more info is going to be coming up. You can catch me on Twitter at DrewBatron, and I'll be posting stuff there. But it's going to be a lot of fun.
He is an affiliate now, so bits are live.
Bits are live, boys. Bring your bits.
Drew,
Bring your bits to Twitch.
Hey,
Drew, before you leave, anybody can join your Discord, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I'll throw the Discord link in.
And it's the same. So. It's the same tag. It's the same username.
On Discord.
Yeah.
Well, on Discord, I'm DrewBatron on Discord, but you can't really find people like that.
Yeah,
Discord.
You can't. It's like weird.
Yeah, you got to go through the link. So
right.
I'm not a mod, so I can't put the link in chat, but I'll put it on private chat. If you
go ahead and throw it in. I'll stick it in the.
Yeah, everyone join the Discord because we can have a Twitch takeover on your show at some point.
It'll be super dope. So yeah, I'll put it in the private chat. I'd appreciate it, Color.
Right
but,
on.
Look, Color, 9 hours, dude.
I know.
Killing it.
Bro, we used to do this back in the day with Larry, like for 12 hours, man. Just shooting shit and stuff. Like, yeah, this is like old school. This reminds me of old times.
Yeah, good shit, guys. I appreciate you guys as always for having me on and letting me.
Well, we always appreciate you being here, bro.
Yeah.
I know I go at you pretty hard, but
that's the best part of coming. That's why I come back.
One day I'll share a medianoche with you, bro. You know what I mean?
Are you guys all good, by the way? I didn't hear if you said anything about it, but I just want to make sure you and the family is all safe and all good.
Yes. Oh, yeah. We're all on the other side of COVID. Thank God. And I appreciate everybody.
Oh, shit, for real,
I got a lot of messages, a lot of prayers and good thoughts. And,
prayers, yeah.
Listen, guys, don't fuck with COVID, okay? Like, I know we talk about it.
I had COVID, yeah.
I don't care what nobody thinks. My wife is probably the worst. She had mono. She's had the flu, dude, and it hit her. This is harder than it's ever hit her with anything. Don't fuck with COVID. We're young, we're healthy, and it still hit us really hard. So, take care of yourself, take care of your family, be smart, and just
fins up. Yeah.
Be safe, guys, and fins up. I love you all.
Yeah, man. Thanks, DrewBatron.
Yeah, appreciate you.
All right, Irving, man, how you doing, bro?
Oh man, I got first off, my things to do. I need to unblock some people. I need to go through. So that's gonna be the first order of things to take care of. But nah, man, I had a great time here. Talking football with y'all and some pop culture here and there and saltiness, all that stuff. So nah, man, this is always a great place to always hang out and stuff. You guys have a great show, great program here. So nothing much, man. I mean,
Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
Up all day, every day.
You snagging me back, like when I go off on the deep end about Tua, you snag me back, bro. So.
Yeah. What was that? There was a phrase like, it came from a movie. Every time I leave, they always bring me back in. I forgot what movie was that. Every time I go, they always bring me back in. Something like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Actually, note that, Color. There's a clip where Michael Colorion kisses his brother and says, "I knew it was you." I want that clip at some point.
Yeah, let Cap know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Irvin.
You broke my heart. Anyways, yeah, man. So I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, man.
Up.
Good night, man.
Sure, man. Thanks for a great show. Yep.
Yep.
All right, Crypto. Don't lead. All right, Ali, Joe, Robbie.
Later, man.
Tony Pepperoni.
So Tony Pepperoni, give it to me, bro. I know you've been kind of upset with me today, just that you didn't let it all out. I know you got a chance to let it all out right now.
No,
bro.
I'm just relaxed. Everyone keep taking zinc like me. Take your vitamins because this fall they're gonna lock everything up again because of COVID.
Yeah.
Maybe not in Florida. You guys got Governor Santos. He's pretty good, but where I am in a lot of Democratic states. So take your vitamins because it's serious. And I know some people listen and think, okay, Tony, okay. But I'm serious. You should take zinc.
Zinc always helps.
That's a good mineral.
And CBGs.
Yeah.
Good for the immune system. Helps your immune system regulate itself better. Lowers inflammation.
Ali the Persian, you look a little like you find this funny. You don't take a mineral or anything?
Oh no, I take vitamins.
Oh, he got hung up on your DeSantis praise.
Oh, we're not going to talk about that.
I ain't going.
No. I was kind of hung up what you said about what Color said about CBGs. I have a story for backstage. Don't worry about it.
Right on. Yeah, good.
I'm too young to hear that story, I guess.
You can hear it. I just not for everybody.
No, hang out backstage. We'll talk.
Okay.
That it? You good?
That's it, man.
3, 2, 1, contact. All right, Tony. You have a good one, man. Hang out backstage. Ali will elaborate in a minute. Crypto.
That's cool.
Genesis.
Yep.
The Alpha and the Omega.
Yeah. When I mentioned Genesis, I figured I had to change my name to the Genesis. We had to go back to the beginning. Well, Genesis, when we said tonight, we're going to make it right. I got some money in my pocket. I don't remember where I got it, but I got to get it to you.
All I know is I can feel it in the air, bro.
Dude, wasn't Phil Collins in Genesis?
Yeah, he was. He was.
Yeah, that's funny. You have the name Crypto Genesis, and I was listening to Phil Collins before I came on the show.
Yeah, I was telling everybody he's my favorite artist and everything, but yeah.
Did you see his last concert? Did you go to it? My sister and her husband went.
No, I missed it, man.
It was in Pittsburgh. I heard it was a hell of a show too.
Yeah, his son is his full-time drummer now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his son, Nick, is his full-time drummer. Yeah, Simon Collins. Yeah, he produces music himself, but now he does all the drumming because Phil had that accident. He kind of, had ever since the injury. So his son does all of it now.
I wonder if he
pretty amazing.
Paul Simon.
Oh, whoa! What happened? I got cut off.
You're there. We still got you.
Oh, I got cut off.
We still got
you. We hear you, bro.
He can't hear us. He can't hear us.
We hear you.
So let's listen to Crypto because he doesn't know we can hear him. This ought to be good. Oh, no, I think we lost him for good.
Breaking live on TV.
I'll leave him backstage. That's funny. What you got, Ali?
Not much, man.
I know it's hard to come up with anything right now.
That's part of my story. I'll tell you when we go backstage.
We suck and then you die. No, I'm saying fins up, man.
Fins up, definitely. So yeah, I'm very, besides all of this constant merry-go-round of, we have to hate on our quarterback, or we have to take what a wide receiver says out of context, or get all our panties in a bunch, if you want to say. I'm still positive. I'm still confident we're going to have a good winning season. I still think, based on the people we brought in, especially on the offense, we can turn our offense into. Let's move this out of the way.
Voltron.
That's right. We can turn.
Yeah,
into
I don't disagree, man. I think when I go to the game on the 11th, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna expect a win. I'm gonna expect exciting football. I don't think I'm gonna not enjoy myself. So.
And I don't expect. I'm sorry. I expect every Dolphin fan there screaming at the top of their lungs, and
I actually am gonna find it pretty enjoyable to like go there in a situation where I don't have really high expectations for the quarterback and all that.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, let's see what he can do. We got the weapons, we got the power. We need to get our offensive line cooking. Obviously, I know we got work to do.
Yeah, we do need to get our offense. But here's the thing, though. I would rather have all of these problems, and I say all of them now versus in the season. You know what I mean? I really feel that we can't really judge. We don't know really what we have until the first preseason game. I would say the second preseason game probably.
And that's ultimately not going to tell us everything, but at least we'll know how we look in a live game situation to kind of give a judge. But
you guys brought this up probably 9 hours ago when I jumped on for a little bit before I took my nap. I think it was either you or it was not Crypto, but Captain said that somebody mentioned what if Tua threw right-handed.
Oh, that was me.
That was you that said that. So check this out. You are absolutely correct about that. That would be an amazing thing, especially in the sense that he is right-handed naturally. So,
well, how would they hide that from us, like him practicing it and all that? That would be hilarious. If he just came out and started throwing right-handed without anybody knowing.
But here's the thing. They do go behind closed doors when people aren't around to practice stuff that they don't want people to see. And that could be something.
I mean, at least hone it enough to be like a switch hitter, not all the time. Like,
Yeah, I actually have some tidbits that I'm going to bring up on Saturday's show regarding that. That's some breaking news right there. We'll talk about that on Saturday.
Yep. And I'll also say, pump the brakes, everybody. Y'all are going to forget I said this. But we can't take the first preseason game or the second where they're running vanilla offenses to really garner much other than how they look athletically. So,
yeah, we'll know more about Skylar Thompson than we will really know what the Dolphins really have.
Right. I'm just saying, I'm not going to be one of those ones that, where people are already piling on. Oh, look, we knew it. We knew it. I'm not going to be doing that. You know what I mean? It's still vanilla in the preseason.
I'm not saying anything until I see game 1 of the
season. Yeah, exactly.
That's really
9/11,
really
baby. 9/11.
That's going to be my revelation. Like, dude, we may have something, or dude, we don't have it.
Because on top of everything else, if we can overcome the atmosphere, which, let's face it, people, I know you all laugh at it, but you're talking about 9/11 against the Patriots. Don't think that don't mean something. It's something to overcome. We just need to go out and we need to put up a 50 burger on the Patriots to win that game, and I hope we do. So there you go, everybody. My prediction for game 1. Fins up. Everybody have a good night.